When you're not working, you get 5,000 compensation per minute. How will your life change? You work hard but don't earn much. As a newcomer, you're given all the tough tasks. You're still being bullied by the boss. You grit your teeth. Should newcomers be bullied? I'm not doing it anymore. You just sit at your desk and stop working. Because the host works hard but doesn't earn much, the get paid without working system is activated. Currently, you earn 5,000 for not working for 1 minute. The phone's message alert sounds, and you receive a new remittance. Current balance, 5,100. You feel pleasantly surprised. Your cheat code has arrived. Your original balance was only 100, but now it has increased by 5,000, and it's only been a minute. This cheat code is really powerful. The host not only gets paid without working but also receives additional rewards for working a certain amount of time. This is great. The business manager, Lilei, is currently discussing work with other colleagues in the business department. The office cleaning has been assigned to a newcomer. It's been over an hour. Let's see how well this kid has cleaned. Lilei and the colleagues from the business department come over and are completely dumbfounded. You casually throw the broom on the ground, listen to music, and play games on the computer, looking very relaxed. Didn't I ask you to clean? How come you're enjoying it more than me? This kid is too arrogant, completely disregarding his status as an outsider. How could our company hire someone like this? It's a disgrace to Qianhao Group. Fortunately, we found this troublemaker early, otherwise, there would have been trouble. Hey, didn't I ask you to clean up here? The job's not done, so why are you resting here? Ding, don't work for 10 minutes, and you become the manager of the Qianhao Group's business department. You sneered in your heart. Now you are Lilei's immediate boss. Why do I need to inform you when I take a rest? Lilei and the others looked puzzled. This newcomer is so arrogant, daring to talk to the supervisor like this. This will be interesting. How audacious. Don't you know your place? You dare to speak to me in this tone. Who do you think you are? You're just a mere supervisor. How dare you boss me around? Young people these days, they haven't experienced the harsh realities of society, so they don't know their place. After all, I am the head of the business department. Do you, a newcomer, think you're a manager? At this moment, a knock on the door is heard. A colleague from the HR department comes to you with a sealed envelope. You're the newly appointed manager, right? Please sign this contract. After signing, you will be the manager of the business department. Lilei and the others are stunned. You take the contract and sign your full name. Sorry, you guessed it right. I am indeed the manager. The business department is not very clean. As a supervisor, you must lead by example. I'll leave it to you. If it's not cleaned properly, your bonus for this month will be deducted. Lilei immediately acts like a loyal dog. Yes, manager. You're extremely pleased in your heart, looking forward to it. Such a reward for not working for such a short time. What if I don't work for a day? The Qianhao Group will become mine. After Lilei agrees, he doesn't leave. Instead, he reports this matter to his backer, the vice director of the company. Qian Zanhua is very angry. This kid is so arrogant, he dares to bully my people. Just wait, I will be right over. Qianhao Group is divided into several small groups. You have suppressed his people and humiliated him. He wants to punish you. Hey kid, you won't be so happy in a moment. Does Manager Li not want his bonus this month? He works slower than a turtle. The company's money doesn't support idlers. Lilei's face looks ugly. These are the words he used to say to you before, now it's very embarrassing. I know I will do it right away. With this golden finger, working in the future is impossible. It's been almost 20 minutes since I started work. Tens of thousands have been added to the account, and there are some rewards, a membership card for a high-end venue, a discount card for a 5-star hotel, etc. Aren't you interested? It's just an appetizer. Assistant Director Xiao Kai is here. Assistant Director, you're here. I heard that the business department has a new manager. As the company's assistant director, I came here to inspect. Qian Zanua's gaze falls on you lying there. The new manager is in trouble now. Our assistant director is a person who won't even let a grain of sand into his eyes. He might even get fired. I'm reading Wen Huang's work, and Qian Zanhua, who walked over, glanced at me. Uncle, do you need something? Seeing you acting so carelessly, Qian Zanhua is very angry. I don't care who you are, but during working hours, use your phone for work purposes. Give me a reasonable explanation, otherwise go to the finance department to collect your salary and leave. I see that you are old, I won't argue with you. Disappear quickly. You're blind. This is Mr. Qian, the vice president of Qianhao. You should apologize to the vice president quickly. Lilei is taking advantage of the situation on the side. Becoming the chairman of Qianhao Group in just 20 minutes without working. Is the vice president so remarkable? Everyone else is fierce, didn't expect you to be so amazing. The vice president is not that remarkable, but he can decide whether you can stay in this company. Now go to the finance department to settle your salary and leave. People like you staying in the company are just troublemakers. Pack up and disappear quickly. Li Lei is extremely happy, thinking that you offended me. Now you're in trouble. You're still too young. The vice president is wise, helping our company to timely eliminate a hidden danger. Are you qualified to let me go? I am the vice chairman. Am I qualified or not? Who do you think you are? Be careful, the chairman will deal with you. Just wait. You will leave in 1 minute. In the chairman's office. Chairman, the vice president just said he wants to fire the manager of the business department, so please approve it. Chairman Zhang Tianhao's face turned dark. He is the real chairman. He entrusted me with funds to establish Tianhao. Although Tianhao has developed well, I always remember that. Zhang Tianhao stood up and went to the business department. At this point, Xian Huahua looked very pleased. The chairman should know by now. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize to me. Maybe I will consider letting you go. Why keep a person like the vice president? It's better to keep him here. This way, we'll have plenty of time to discipline him. Kid, didn't you hear? The vice chairman has already given you a chance. Why don't you kowtow and apologize? Or you can kneel down and apologize to me. Security, get him out of here right now. I'd like to see who dares to touch him. Qian Zihua is very fierce. I now officially announce that he is the largest shareholder behind our company. He is the chairman of the company. Qian Zihua is dumbfounded. How is this possible? The people around are also dumbfounded. He was originally an intern who had not been in the company for long, first became the manager of the business department, and now his true identity is revealed. He's actually the chairman of the company. You have managed the company very well in recent years. Thank you for your praise. You, as the vice chairman, can leave now. Qian Zihua collapses, having put in so much effort to get to where he is today. With just a casual word from you, all his years of hard work have gone to waste. You can't fire me. I, Qian Zihua, have worked diligently for the company. Even if I have no credit, I have toiled. How can you just dismiss me? You've worked diligently. Hasn't the company paid you a salary? Just because you've been with the company for a long time doesn't give you the capital to be arrogant. Remember, in the future, be a decent person before doing anything else. Disappear quickly, don't make me call security. Qian Zihua leaves gritting his teeth. I've been in this for so many years and I have a lot of connections. Just wait, you'll regret this. You look at Li Lei with a cold smile. You, too, pack up and leave. Li Lei's face was ashen. His life had just begun, and suddenly it was gone. Chairman, I'm sorry. It was all my fault before. Please don't fire me. The security guard kicked him out. Zhang Tianhao, I leave it to you. Continue to act as the chairman. Do you think working is impossible? Those who can work will never have to. Zhang Tianhao promises to continue working hard. He believes you are a person who can accomplish great things. Managing such a group tirelessly, Zhang Tianhao is looking forward to it. He will not hide anymore. It seems that Suzhou is going to be lively. I wonder what he will do. But you returned to the rental house, went to sleep directly, and woke up the next morning. He took out his phone, checked the balance in the card, and it was already 3.9 million. Host, for not working for 13 hours, you are rewarded with a beautiful moonlit night. Building 7, 1 unit. You are very happy. Isn't it the neighborhood you live in? Building 7 is your rented place. You woke up and got a building. It's great. The knocking sound is heard. From the rhythm of the knocking, you can tell it's the landlord. Lin Hao specializes in being a second-hand landlord, taking a batch of houses from the original landlord and renting them out for profit. Kid, open the door quickly. I know you're in there. You open the door, and he is somewhat surprised that you didn't go to work. Next month's rent is due. In total, 6,500. Why so much? Do you think it's too much? This is a prime location. If you don't rent it, there are plenty of people willing to. Now we collect rent quarterly. Hurry up, your rent is completely unreasonable. I can't afford not to pay, but it's okay. My sister really admires you. If you agree to be my sister's boyfriend, then this little rent is nothing. In your mind, a figure suddenly appears, a woman 6 meters tall, weighing 250 kilograms. You think that in front of this door, whether it's horizontal or vertical, she can't come in. Impossible the next second. Lin Hao's 3 little brothers rushed in, refusing to drink the toast. If you refuse to drink the penalty, call the property management directly. Please come over. Ha, what's the use of calling the property management? It's because you didn't pay the rent. Sir, we are here. The property management is very polite to you, which makes Lin Hao and the others very surprised. Quickly make these people leave this community. Let us leave. Who do you think you are? Is this building yours? Even this gentleman dares to offend. Don't you know? He is the owner of this building. You are living impatiently. Lin Hao and the others were dumbfounded. These second landlords think highly of themselves, occasionally showing off in front of some tenants. But now they are bullying the owner of this building. We're sorry, we didn't recognize Mount Tai. Please spare us. Throw him out for me. The property management and security directly dragged them away. Work for 14 hours and earn 50 million for the Bugatti Veyron. You were very surprised. There are no more than 10 of these cars in the world. Each one is a symbol of status. You immediately drove the Bugatti Veyron for a spin. With a car like this, no one dares to cut in. They are all far away, and passers-by look at it with envy and jealousy. When you stopped and waited for the red light, many good-looking women took the initiative to strike up a conversation with you. In the past, these women were all goddesses to you. Goddesses who would have been rejected if they approached you, but now you don't even fancy them. At this moment, your phone rings. It's your girlfriend calling. Being wealthy yourself, you hadn't had the chance to tell her this good news, but now you can. Yen Yen's voice on the phone was very cold. In the future, don't call me Yen Yen. I hope you can call me by my full name, Liu Ruyan, okay? It's okay for Yen Yen to call me by my full name. Do as you wish, Yen Yen. You are acting a bit strange today. What's wrong? Where are you now? I'm on the street. It's a bit congested here. Liu Ruyan snorted. A man's nasal voice came through the phone due to the traffic jam. He's probably still on the crowded bus. It's a bit congested at this time, just starting work. Your face darkened. Who is this guy? Come to the place where we first met. I'm waiting for you here. You drove the Bugatti Veyron directly and hurried over. The car stopped at Times Square. You entered the mall and went to a milk tea shop. Liu Ruyan and a man were standing at the door. The man is Liu Ruyan's company manager. Kai Wei asked you to come here today to tell you that after much consideration, I think we should break up. Why? Have you forgotten the happy times we had together? Liu Ruyan doesn't want to dwell on the past, just wants to end this quickly. Enough of the immaturity from before. Now, I just want to say, you're simply not good enough for me. Wei Gu is the man I truly like. Kid, let me teach you a lesson in being a decent person today. What's the use of sincerity? The most important thing for a man is to have strength. Otherwise, you can't even catch the eye of the woman you like. Look at the Mercedes E300 outside the mall. That's my car. Can a poor loser like you afford 500,000? You look at the current Liu Ruyan and feel incredibly estranged. As for affording the 500,000 Mercedes, you smirk while holding the key to your Bugatti Veyron in your pocket, not in a hurry to show off. Didn't expect this kind of plot twist to happen to you. Are you feeling especially sad right now, really wanting to say something? Leaving me, you must be very distressed, even despondent. We should go. I know you'll be very upset. After leaving me, you won't find a woman more outstanding than me. The reason you were able to have someone as beautiful as me is because I was young before. At this moment, a prompt sounds in your mind, after not working for 15 hours, gaining the pursuit of various wealthy heiresses. Please prepare, the white-clothed wealthy young lady will arrive at the battlefield in 30 seconds. You're shaken inwardly. There's still this kind of reward? Liu Ruyan and Kai Wei leave the mall, getting ready to get into the Mercedes. You also come out, and Liu Ruyan frowns. Why are you following us? Don't misunderstand, I'm not going to drive my car. Does Ruyan have a car? What car? I think it's a shared bike. Don't act like a fool, chasing after me like a puppy back then. Now, you're not even worthy of me. Shut up. Based on what? Do you have the qualifications to say he's not good enough for you? Liu Ruyan was surprised to see this woman, who was even more beautiful than herself, speaking for her ex-boyfriend. I, Yin Ziqing, also think the same. With him being so outstanding, what qualifications do you have to possess him? Kai Wei was surprised to find out that this woman was from the Yin family. Next, Liu Ruyan and Kai Wei were dumbfounded as more than 10 rich and beautiful women arrived. Even the least wealthy among them had assets in the tens of millions. They seemed to be targeting Kai Wei, as if squashing an ant. A stretched Lincoln pulled over, and a woman stepped out, even more beautiful than a celebrity. The other wealthy young ladies were all shocked. This woman was a billionaire heiress from a prestigious family. Sun Ting felt embarrassed. I'm late. I haven't broken up with your girlfriend yet. As long as you break up with her, no matter the conditions, I will agree. I feel like there's no need to do anything now, just quietly watch the show. Many people have gathered, all dumbfounded. My goodness, he's too amazing. There are so many women even more beautiful than celebrities, all actively pursuing him. Even the young lady from the Sun family is pursuing him. That arrogant woman, who thought that breaking up with her little brother meant no one would chase him, is now embarrassed. I envy them. Even the least attractive woman is out of my league. Goddess Lu Ruyan was dumbfounded. She originally intended to make fun of you, but unexpectedly, she became the biggest joke herself. Sun Ting coldly glanced at Kai Wei. Kai Wei lowered her head, not daring to look. After all, the company she currently works for is just a subsidiary of the Sun family. You look very familiar. Are you from my family's company? Miss, I am the manager of the 33rd branch. It's my honor that Kai Wei is familiar to you. Kai Wei thinks she's going to be successful. The strength of the Sun family is so strong that even a casual mention from you could elevate me to a much better position than I am in now. You suddenly spoke. I don't like this person. Since you don't like it, then I know what to do. I'll go to the finance department to settle my salary and leave the Sun family company. Miss, please don't. I was wrong. I'll kneel in front of you. Without this decent job, he is nothing. He got in by spending money and using connections. Quickly disappear from his sight. Kai Wei could only leave Lu Ruyan with an ugly expression on her face. Let's go. However, Lu Ruyan would not continue to follow him. You go. Kai Wei could only leave in despair. She couldn't even hold Lu Ruyan's hand. I've already taken care of your matter. Can you agree to my request now, to be my girlfriend? Sorry, it's not possible. She actually rejected the pursuit of the Sun family's billion-dollar heiress. Li Ruyan is actually very happy. She feels that you did this for her. I am so moved. To continue being with me, she rejected her pursuit. It was all my fault before. Hold on, I am quite forgetful. May I ask who you are? I'm sorry, I know I was too much just now. Can we start over? Li Ruyan thinks that with so many wealthy women chasing after you, you must be incredibly powerful. Was it impossible to pretend to be poor before and find true love together? Whether to pursue you or not. Li Ruyan sees hope. She is qualified to pursue her. You pursued her like a loyal dog at the beginning, just to let her experience it too. You left in a Bugatti Veyron, and Li Ruyan regretted it even more. She swears to pursue you no matter how humble. Sun Ting shouted loudly, even though you rejected me, I won't give up. Even the women around, even if they think they are beautiful, feel they are not qualified to pursue. The men are very envious and jealous. Role models, the worst of them is an unattainable goddess. But being rejected by him, it shattered my dreams of ever having someone so good. Suddenly, Xin Chen's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was labeled as Aunt Wang. If it were any other call, he could choose to ignore it, but this one he had to answer. Aunt Wang was the dormitory supervisor from Xin Chen's university days. How many times had he almost been caught skipping classes, or gone hungry and sought a meal from Aunt Wang? Even after graduation, Aunt Wang still cared about Xin Chen's job and relationship status. In short, Aunt Wang was a kind person who treated many well. Hello, Aunt Wang, Xin Chen answered the phone. On the other end, Wang Shuemei smiled faintly. Xiaoxian, how have you been lately? Have you found a job? Xin Chen felt a bit ashamed about this. Being a fresh graduate from Su-Hang University, finding a job wasn't supposed to be so difficult, right? But now, even if he wanted to find a job, no employer would dare to hire him, unless they could withstand the wrath of Qianhao Group. Wang Shuemei didn't think much of it. Young people, things are never smooth sailing. By the way, how are you in Qingxia? At this mention, Xin Chen hesitated. If it weren't for what happened before, he and Lu Ruyan would probably have been together by now. However, it was precisely because of the past that Xin Chen saw things more clearly. Aunt Wang, Qingxia, and I broke up. After all, she was once his girlfriend, so even after the breakup, Xin Chen couldn't be so heartless as to not miss her at all. Of course, it was just a tiny bit of nostalgia for the past. Oh, I see, that's good. Xiaoxian, Auntie has introduced a girl to you. Don't forget to meet at the Happy Times Cafe in the south of the city later. That's good news. And most importantly, the Happy Times Cafe in the south of the city was not far from where Xin Chen was. What a coincidence, no need to go far. Xin Chen was about to ask the girl's name when the phone suddenly shut off. Strange, what's going on? Xin Chen was annoyed. He forgot to charge his phone yesterday. The iPhone was no good. He decided to throw it away and get a domestic one. Support domestic products, starting from oneself. But for now, he had to adapt. The cafe wasn't that big. Xin Chen believed he could find it even without his phone. There weren't many customers in the cafe, mostly groups of girlfriends or people having business meetings. These were not his target. Soon enough, Xin Chen spotted her. In the corner, a beautiful girl sat there. She wore a white dress, her face flawless like white jade, her skin delicate. Especially with her hair tied up in a high ponytail, she looked gentle yet lively. Looking around, Shinshen was sure it was her. He adjusted his clothes and walked over directly. Then, he sat down. Ding Mei's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Shinshen, a little surprised. What's going on? Ding Mei had just finished her internship and was preparing to write about her internship experience. Suddenly, out of the blue, someone sat down at her table. And he was quite handsome. In that moment, Ding Mei's heart fluttered like a startled deer. You were introduced by Aunt Wang, right? Aunt Wang? Ding Mei was puzzled. Was she referring to the dormitory supervisor? She was a good person who often helped her classmates. Many students in Su-Hang University dormitories liked this aunt. First time, with no experience, my name is Shinshen, a recent graduate from the Chinese department of Su-Hang University. As for work, currently, I plan to start my own business. Shinshen didn't want to boast about what he was doing. Should he just come out and say he's the chairman of Qianhao Group? Would that scare the girl away? So, it's better to keep a low profile. Shinshen felt that he shouldn't be too flashy now. However, Ding Mei looked at Shinshen with admiration. Hello, I'm Ding Mei, a junior at Su-Hang University. The two shook hands, getting to know each other. Shinshen didn't expect to meet his junior. But Ding Mei's looks were definitely at the level of a campus beauty. If compared to Lu Ruyan, there was no comparison. Lu Ruyan was just above average in looks, but Ding Mei completely outshone her. I didn't expect An Wang to introduce such a beautiful junior to me. Shinshen didn't mind, and the girl in front of him had a nice personality. Ding Mei smiled slightly. Aunt Wang didn't tell me you were coming. What's going on? Does this girl wasn't introduced by Aunt Wang? Does that mean this blind date turned into a misunderstanding? And now, Shinshen has met the goddess campus beauty? Awkward, Shinshen was really awkward. What should he do now? Or should he just ask the beauty out for a meal? Oh, it's okay, if it weren't for this misunderstanding, I wouldn't have met such an outstanding senior. Ding Mei looked at Shinshen, her cheeks slightly blushing. Shinshen pondered, was he outstanding? Well, if being handsome counted, Shinshen couldn't deny he was outstanding, he was practically perfect. But now, Shinshen estimated he should do something. Suddenly, the door of the cafe nearby opened. A woman walked in, not tall, not particularly pretty, but dressed in luxury. She looked like a wealthy lady. The woman held a phone, speaking into it. Which man can't I handle? It's me, Huang Chuchu. After she finished speaking, the man drinking coffee beside her stared straight ahead, pondering something. But Huang Chuchu, pointing her finger over here, said, "What are you looking at? Keep looking, be careful I'll gouge your eyes out." After Huang Chuchu spoke, the two quickly lowered their heads in fear. Huang Chuchu, dressed in splendor, was not someone ordinary could offend. As Huang Chuchu came in, she scanned the room and finally locked her gaze on Shinshen and Ding Mei's table. Handsome man and beautiful woman, a perfect match, enviable to others. However, when she saw this, Huang Chuchu was not pleased. How could such a good-looking man have no connection with her, Huang Chuchu? Thinking about this, Huang Chuchu walked straight over, placing her hand on the table. Handsome, 100,000, will you come with me? Shinshen and Ding Mei exchanged a glance, looking at Huang Chuchu, feeling puzzled. What's going on, nowadays? Can having money allow someone to do as they please, dropping 100,000 and Shinshen would go with her? Shinshen looked at Ding Mei and couldn't help but ask, after finishing the coffee, shall we go watch a movie? Sure. Ding Mei was naturally happy, and just now, Ding Mei felt that she didn't know Shinshen well enough. Going to watch a movie later wouldn't be bad. But Huang Chuchu was very dissatisfied. Rarely encountering a man she found attractive, only to be directly and decisively rejected? Wouldn't that be embarrassing for Huang Chuchu? If this got out, how could she save face? Huang Chuchu looked at Shinshen again and said, 1 million, plus a luxury car worth 500,000. As long as you nod, all of this is yours. When Huang Chuchu finished speaking, Ding Mei was startled. 1 million, plus a car worth 500,000. This was not a small amount. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably have agreed long ago. Ding Mei felt conflicted. Although she had some affection for Shinshen, she was worried that he would agree to Huang Chuchu's conditions. Huang Chuchu, on the other hand, looked very pleased. To Huang Chuchu, it was obvious that she caught everyone off guard. However, Shinshen smiled. Is this all it takes for you to want me to agree? What makes you think you have the right? Shinshen's words hit Huang Chuchu like a slap in the face. Even Huang Chuchu was taken aback by his words. How dare you refuse me? Do you know the consequences of rejecting me? As the general manager of Joyful Times, you should be well aware. When Huang Chuchu spoke, all the customers drinking coffee around them turned to look. Clearly, they were also shocked. Oh my, she's the general manager of Joyful Times, she must be wealthy. Why force someone? If this handsome guy isn't interested, you can find me, I have plenty of experience. Choose me, others may last a night, 7 times, but I'm different, I'm unforgivable, I can definitely meet your needs. Choose me, I'm available 24/7, supporting the living room, corridors, courtyard, even the alley, different places, different environments, as long as you like, new every day. Well, this group of onlookers were quite something. Driving was a piece of cake for them. However, Shinshen had no intention in that regard. Shinshen slowly raised his head to look at Huang Chuchu and couldn't help but smile. He hadn't expected her to be the general manager of Joyful Times. Joyful Times was worth $1 billion, and the position of general manager spoke volumes. Rest for half an hour, become the chairman of Joyful Times. Shinshen had been waiting here for this moment. Finally, it had arrived. You're the general manager of Joyful Times, so what? Shinshen was the chairman of Joyful Times. Could a mere general manager overturn the situation? Shinshen, this. Ding Mei looked at Shinshen, feeling uncertain. What an outstanding man, and he was Ding Mei's senior. But even the most outstanding man couldn't resist such demands, right? Ding Mei thought to herself, feeling a bit melancholic. Huang Chuchu stepped forward and patted Shinshen's shoulder. Young man, why be so stubborn? Just agree, and I promise you'll have a great future. Before Huang Chuchu's hand could touch Shinshen's shoulder, he directly pushed it away. Shinshen stood up, pointing at Huang Chuchu. Is being the general manager of Joyful Times so impressive? It's because of people like you that Joyful Times' performance has stagnated. Starting now, I've decided to reorganize and root out troublemakers like you. Shinshen's words left everyone stunned. Ding Mei was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Even the onlookers were puzzled. When they regained their senses, they burst into laughter. Ha, this is ridiculous, is this handsome guy out of his mind? Yeah, if you didn't know, you'd think he's the chairman of Joyful Times. Hey handsome, if you don't want to, I can agree on your behalf, don't waste this opportunity. As these people finished speaking, Huang Chuchu found it amusing. She walked directly toward Shinshen and said, quite confident, aren't you? Ignorant, really thinking you're the chairman of Happy Times, but I really want to know, what gives you the confidence to say such things? In Huang Chuchu's eyes, Shinshen was just being funny here. However, shortly after Huang Chuchu finished speaking, many employees from Happy Times arrived. Not only that, outside Happy Times, many vehicles were parked, and many people walked over directly. Many people, whom Huang Chuchu just glanced at, left her slightly puzzled. Manager Wang, Deputy Director Li. Director Zhao, why are you here? Seeing this, a look of confusion appeared on Huang Chuchu's face. Not only her, but everyone around was the same. If there was one person who remained calm amidst all this, it was definitely Shinshen. Shinshen naturally knew why these people were here. The big shots mentioned by Huang Chuchu didn't pay attention to her, but went straight to Shinshen. All these people looked at Shinshen in unison and shouted, Chairman. As these words were spoken, everyone around was even more bewildered. What was going on? Why were all the high-ranking officials of Happy Times shouting chairman to a young man in his 20s? Looking again, this handsome young man was obviously not ordinary. Huang Chuchu's face turned pale as she stared blankly, not knowing what to say. I'm sorry, you were right, I am indeed the chairman of Happy Times, Shinshen said, and sweat broke out on Huang Chuchu's forehead. Oh my, she had just offered to spend 1,050,000 on a car to accompany her. If this got out, Huang Chuchu wouldn't even know how she'd face herself. The next moment, Shinshen looked at Huang Chuchu and couldn't help but ask, Manager Huang, how long have you been working at Happy Times? How do you explain being able to produce so much money effortlessly? Shinshen's words left Huang Chuchu with no hesitation, and she knelt down directly. Chairman, I was wrong, please forgive me. Take this as a lesson from Happy Times. If such a thing happens again in the future, don't blame me for not being lenient. Shinshen looked around, speaking coldly. This time, only Huang Chuchu was held accountable, and the others were not pursued. It's not that Shinshen didn't want to, but he didn't have the right manpower at the moment. Taking over and dealing with too many high-ranking officials would destabilize Happy Times. That's why Shinshen refrained from doing so. Alright, let's go. After Shinshen finished speaking, he left with Ding Mei. Ding Mei, however, was still a bit dazed. She had been at Happy Times cafe drinking coffee and writing her internship report when a handsome young man approached her. After a series of misunderstandings and a confrontation with the arrogant Happy Times general manager, the unexpected twist revealed that Shinshen was actually the chairman of Happy Times. As Ding Mei tried to make sense of it all, she felt like she was in a dream. The kind of drama that usually happens in idol shows unexpectedly happened to her. Shall we go watch a movie now? Shinshan turned around and calmly asked Ding Mei. Shinshan knew the impact of this incident was significant. Therefore, he tried to keep his tone as gentle as possible. Ding Mei nodded lightly. Sure, let's go. Just now, Shinshan's demeanor not only did not make people feel domineering. Instead, it made Ding Mei feel a sense of security. Being by the side of such a man should be a very happy thing, right? Young, wealthy, handsome, with a graceful and polite manner. Especially the way he handles things with complete control. There is not a single flaw to be found. It is not an exaggeration to say he is decisive and efficient. Just the thought of having such a boyfriend should make others envious when they return home. At this moment, a sweet blush of happiness appeared on Ding Mei's face. However, this situation did not last long. A woman's voice sounded not far away. Shinshan, stop. This voice was very pleasant. Just the sound alone fulfilled all fantasies about the opposite sex. Especially when the person in the distance slowly walked out. Tall figure, a hint of sensuality amidst her aloofness. Her presence was so strong that others paled in comparison when they saw her. But only when she faced Yi Xian, a feeling appeared on her cheeks. It was as if she was already in love. Miss Sun, is there something wrong? Shinshan was very grateful to Sun Ting for resolving the situation earlier, but what was happening now? That woman was back? In theory, Sun Ting was beautiful and wealthy. A standard beauty with a net worth of billions. If she wanted to pursue a man, it would be as easy as a snap of her fingers. Any man with her would not just be successful for 10 years. Even if she lay in bed all her life, she wouldn't have to worry for the next life, or the next life, or the next life. However, Shinshan enjoyed the process. So, he could not accept Sun Ting's advances. But Ding Mei was somewhat unhappy. What does this woman want? Ding Mei found her very beautiful, and if she really pursued Shinshan, what would Ding Mei do? So, thinking this, Ding Mei stood up directly, looked at Sun Ting, and said directly, Miss, please stop there. Shinshan is my boyfriend now. No matter what happened between you before, he is with me now, so please keep your distance from him. Ding Mei's words caught Shinshan off guard. Initially, Shinshan thought Ding Mei was a quiet and cute girl, or someone who was more reserved and spoke less. But now, Ding Mei's current demeanor surprised Shinshan. Sun Ting, on the other hand, was even more surprised. No one had ever dared to confront her like this before. Thinking this, Sun Ting kindly reminded, Young lady, don't blame me for not warning you. Shinshan has just broken up with his ex-girlfriend. If you only want a pure love, then he is not suitable for you. Of course, Sun Ting did not say one thing. Shinshan was not suitable for Ding Mei, but he was suitable for herself. Shinshan was somewhat stunned. How could he not know what Sun Ting wanted to do? But Ding Mei suddenly smiled. I don't know, but what does it have to do with me? I only know that he is with me now, so there is nothing to discuss. You better leave quickly. Ding Mei's words were like a heavy hammer, hitting hard. Even though Sun Ting had realized it before, she still felt somewhat defenseless now. With a slight movement of her gaze, Sun Ting looked at Ding Mei. You are not suitable for him. Name your price. How much money will make you leave? After Sun Ting finished speaking, she was ready to take out a check. Shinshan did not expect to encounter such a melodramatic situation. And more importantly, such a thing was happening to him. At this moment, Shinshan suddenly didn't know what to say. Miss, this. Beside Sun Ting, someone suddenly stepped forward and spoke to her. However, just as the person beside her was about to speak, Sun Ting waved her hand to stop them. After doing this, Sun Ting looked up at Shinshan again. Her eyes were full of affection. As for Ding Mei beside Shinshan, her attitude was very firm. Ding Mei held Shinshan's arm with one hand and defiantly said to Sun Ting, I'm sorry, no matter how much money you offer, you won't make me leave him. He is mine now. After saying this, people around Sun Ting moved forward, intending to confront Ding Mei. Shinshan couldn't bear to watch this. He directly protected Ding Mei behind him. This action made Ding Mei feel a warm flow in her heart. Rest for 15 minutes, become the leader of the War God Temple, nicknamed Blade War God. When Shinshan heard this voice, he was almost stunned in place. He had actually become the Blade War God? When Shinshan was in college, he had read many novels, and the Crooked Mouth War God was particularly famous. And now, Shinshan had become a war god himself? Would 100,000 soldiers rush over in anger? Just thinking about this scene felt exciting. At this moment, one of them pointed at Shinshan without hesitation and said, Shinshan, our miss takes you seriously, but we do not respect you. If you know what's good for you, leave now, or... Shinshan found it increasingly amusing. Were these people clearly targeting him? However, if Shinshan couldn't even protect those around him, what was the point? Sun Ting saw this and opened her mouth to say something to this side. But for a long time, Sun Ting couldn't speak. These were not the things she wanted to see. And at that moment, screams rang out, and they were continuous. What's going on? Sun Ting's gaze shifted subconsciously towards the distance. Not only Sun Ting, but at this moment, Xinshan and Ding Mei also thought the same. Xinshan saw that not far away, more than 10 people in black were heading towards them. The leader held several darts in his hand, as if to tell the others that he was responsible for what had just happened. Xinshan, I'm really worried, Ding Mei said to Xinshan. But Xinshan gently patted Ding Mei's back. At the same time, Xinshan thought to himself, these people seem formidable and have a strong background. Could they be from the War God Temple? It was no wonder Xinshan would think so. Most importantly, Xinshan had just received a notification from the system, informing him that he had become the leader of the War God Temple, nicknamed Blade War God. Regardless, no matter how you looked at it, they weren't targeting Xinshan. They must be coming for Sun Ting, who had helped Xinshan earlier. Since they had encountered them, Xinshan naturally couldn't stand idly by. Although Sun Ting's subordinates had not been very friendly towards Xinshan just now. Stop. Sun Ting was suddenly stunned by Xinshan's action. Logically, anyone could see that these people meant trouble. Sun Ting was on guard. However, Xinshan stepping forward at this moment was commendable. Ding Mei gestured to Xinshan with her eyes several times, indicating that these matters had nothing to do with them, and Xinshan shouldn't get involved. However, Xinshan didn't dwell on these matters. Since this had happened, it had to be dealt with in the end. What's wrong? The man in the lead glanced at Xinshan, but did not stop him, instead looking at Xinshan with a cold expression. He had noticed what had just happened. The people from the Sun family were not friendly towards Xinshan. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, they couldn't be considered enemies. Could they become friends and cooperate further? Do you all know about the Temple of the War God? Xinshan spoke out directly, regardless of the circumstances. However, as soon as Xinshan spoke, the people around him were suddenly stunned. The Temple of the War God? It was a well-known organization with many skilled individuals. Especially the leader of the Temple of the War God, known as the Blade War God, was a legendary figure. The man in the lead didn't understand why Xinshan was inquiring about this matter. I don't know, what does it matter? Kid, get lost, our target is her. Don't dare to talk back, or I won't be polite to you. The man in the lead was very displeased to see Xinshan like this. What, he wasn't from the Temple of the War God? After all that commotion, did Xinshan get it wrong? This was the first time he encountered such a situation since getting the system. However, Sun Ting was very worried. These matters have nothing to do with them. If you have any issues, come at me. Sun Ting, seeing this scene, was very anxious and stepped forward directly. This was no joke. If something happened to Xinshan just now, Sun Ting didn't know how she would react. In any case, she would regret it. As for the previous matter, she had been too hasty. Sun Ting's words made the man in the lead suddenly smile. I didn't expect the young miss of the Sun family to say such things. Well, since you said that, I think, as you wish, I'll come straight at you. The man in the lead waved his hand, and the people beside him immediately rushed forward without a word. Obviously, in their eyes, they felt that only they could resolve this matter. However, the bodyguards around Sun Ting looked displeased. What did this mean, taking people in front of them? This was absolutely impossible. So now, the people around Sun Ting rushed forward. If you want to take away our young miss, ask us first. Young miss, you go first, we'll handle this. Dealing with these guys is a piece of cake. After those around her spoke, they started fighting directly. Sun Ting took a look and realized that things were not as simple as she had imagined. Be careful, all of you, Sun Ting said and stepped aside. Ding Mei came to Xinshan's side, looking at him with a worried expression. Xinshan, are you okay? Originally, Sun Ting had planned to come to Xinshan's side and talk to him about that matter. But seeing Ding Mei's concern for Xinshan, Sun Ting abandoned the idea of coming over. Xinshan shook his head gently. I'm fine. Xinshan could tell that Sun Ting had something to discuss with him. Originally, if it had just been the two of them, perhaps this matter would have been resolved. But in the end, with Sun Ting's subordinates, plus Ding Mei getting involved, it had turned into the current situation. It wasn't about who was right or wrong, just that the situation was not good now. Xinshan, for the time being, didn't consider these things. Looking at the situation, things don't look good on Sun Ting's side. Staring into the distance, Xinshan muttered to himself. Ding Mei was a bit unhappy. Xinshan, what's going on, and you still care about her? For some reason, Ding Mei was slightly jealous. However, to Xinshan's surprise, Sun Ting showed no intention of leaving and instead remained standing there. Your people won't last long, you should leave first, Xinshan said, looking ahead. Sun Ting, however, shook her head gently. No, I'm not in the habit of abandoning my companions. Although Sun Ting's words sounded somewhat stubborn, they only fueled the determination of those resisting. Yet, their strength was slightly lacking, so they couldn't hold on for long and were defeated directly. Rest for 10 minutes and acquire the god-level skill Control the Crane and Capture the Dragon. Another reward? Previously, Shinshen was granted a status, but now, he was given a skill as well? Your people are not enough. Now, it's your turn. The leader in black looked at Sun Ting and walked straight towards her. When his subordinate approached Ding Mei, he pushed her aside, saying, "Get out of the way, you're in the damn way." However, Shinshen stood in the way and grabbed the man's arm. "Stop, it's not a good idea to lay hands on a woman." That move just now seemed casual but was intentional. With a single move, he directly dealt with the man who tried to push Ding Mei. After these actions, the leader in black was somewhat stunned. The others were too. What was going on here? Control the crane and capture the dragon, you. The leader in black pointed at Shinshen, unable to speak for a long time. Not only the leader in black, but the others were also at a loss for words, staring at this side for a long time, unsure of what to say. "Ding Mei, are you okay?" Shinshen asked suddenly, shielding Ding Mei behind him. Ding Mei shook her head, feeling that Shinshen's move just now was really cool. After all, many people had liked her since she was young, but there were very few who treated her so well. Therefore, Ding Mei only had some fondness for Shinshen. But that move just now made Ding Mei's heart develop a slight affection for Shinshen, and this affection was rapidly growing. Sun Ting also felt some resentment, wishing she was the one standing by Shinshen's side. She wanted to be protected by Shinshen like that. "It's him, there's no mistake." The leader in black's face was filled with astonishment as he stared at Shinshen, muttering to himself. Beside the leader in black, his subordinates asked in confusion, "Boss, who is he exactly?" These people couldn't understand what the leader in black meant by his words. And suddenly, the leader in black came to his senses. "It's him, the Blade War God." What? When the leader in black uttered these 4 words, everyone around him was shocked speechless. This young man in his 20s, who looked handsome, was actually the feared leader of the Blade War God Temple, the Blade War God? This matter felt so surreal no matter how one heard it. "Boss, could you be mistaken?" His subordinates were puzzled and instinctively asked in front of him. After all, no matter how you looked at it, this matter seemed a bit unreliable. But even the leader in black couldn't be sure. Indeed, the Blade War God was well known. How could a young man in his 20s be him? Could it be that he started the War God Temple when he was just 10 years old? These things were quite puzzling. "You guys, go and test him." If this was true, then the Blade War God was definitely not someone to mess with. However, Sun Ting's identity as a billionaire heiress made these people reluctant to give up the tempting opportunity. So, the leader in black spoke directly. "Shen Chen." Ding Mei looked at Shinshen, feeling a bit scared. But Shinshen patted Ding Mei's arm, indicating for her not to worry. Let's not talk about anything else for now, but Shinshen still believes in the system. Products from the system are always top-notch. Dealing with these few people is a piece of cake. "Kid, you." The 2 men came straight towards Shinshen, but before they could finish their words, Shinshen suddenly made his move. Controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, slashing through the air. Before the 2 men could understand what was happening, they fell down without a word. "Boss, this." The person beside him looked at the leader in black clothes, wanting to say something. But the leader in black clothes waved his hand. "The moves are decent, but they lack a bit of finesse. I'm sure, he can't possibly be the Blade War God. Let's all attack together." With these words from the leader in black clothes, the others felt relieved. "Since that's the case, let's make our move first and get rid of Shinshen. Then, we'll deal with Sun Ting." "War God, is it really you?" Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. An old man walked out in front of them. Shinshen was stunned. What's going on here? Initially, when he heard that voice, Shinshen still held a glimmer of hope in his heart. But seeing that the person was actually a 60 or 70-year-old man, Shinshen really wanted to say, "Sir, please don't cause trouble." Shinshen didn't say anything, but the leader in black clothes spoke untimely. "I thought the War God Temple was something special, but I didn't expect even an old man like this to show up. Your War God Temple is deserted." As the leader in black clothes spoke, laughter echoed around. The old man raised his head, looked at the leader in black clothes, and calmly said, "Even if my War God Temple is declining, dealing with you small fries is a piece of cake. War God is in danger, come quickly." The old man took out a small device and said a few words over there. The leader in black clothes didn't take it seriously. What could they do to them? Shinshen, however, always felt that there was something strange about this old man. Is he really from the War God Temple? But the next moment, many people rushed out from all directions. These people looked like tough individuals, and after they swarmed in, the densely packed crowd directly surrounded the leader in black clothes and the others. Sun Ting was dumbfounded, Ding Mei was dumbfounded, and the leader in black clothes and the others were even more dumbfounded. If there was anyone present who was slightly calmer, it was Shin Shen. After all, Shin Shen had already been informed that he was the Blade War God. So now, Shin Shen was the calmest one. Indeed, worthy of being the successor of the old war god, such a calm and composed attitude is not something an ordinary person can have. As the chief steward of the war god temple, Bai Lao naturally cared deeply about the temple's development. The leader in black clothes kept lamenting, "This is bad, we're in trouble now. Kid, ignorance is not a crime, spare me, and I won't provoke you again, how about that?" After the leader in black clothes finished speaking, Shin Shen found it amusing. Previously, he seemed ready to kill him at any moment. Now, knowing Shin Shen's identity, he wanted to negotiate with Shin Shen again? Where in the world does such a good thing happen? These people are too annoying, deal with them as you see fit. Shin Shen waved his hand and said to the people around him. As soon as Shin Shen's words fell, those burly men around him suddenly drew their knives and stabbed directly at the leader in black clothes without a word. A piercing scream rang out, and in the blink of an eye, the leader in black clothes and his companions fell down. Sun Ting stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. And Sun Ting's subordinates, who had mocked Shin Shen as an unknown person who was unworthy of Sun Ting's status, now all fell silent. If even the leader of the War God Temple, the Blade War God, is not worthy, then the others don't even have the qualifications. War God, you came in such a hurry today. Make sure to wear this War God ring. If anything happens, just show the ring. Our people will go immediately when they see it. Hearing Bai Lao's words, Shin Shen nodded repeatedly and kept the ring safe. But now, it was already too late. Shin Shen should also take Ding Mei back. It's too late, I'll take you back. This night was like a dream for Ding Mei. It wasn't until Ding Mei sat in Shin Shen's Bugatti Veyron 16 for Grand Sport Vitesse that she slightly came to her senses. Ding Mei knew that all of this was real. Let me take you back. Shin Shen turned around, looking at Ding Mei, and suddenly said, "Ha, are we going back already?" Originally, they had agreed to go watch a movie together. But now, watching a movie was out of the question. Helplessly, they could only go back. But I don't want to go back. Ding Mei looked at Shin Shen, blinking her big eyes. If not back, then where to go? Seeing Ding Mei like this, Shin Shen smiled bitterly. Then where do you want to go? Watching a movie now was impossible. By the time they returned, the dormitory would have already closed. After careful consideration, Ding Mei said to Shin Shen, "How about we go to a bar together? I know a good one nearby, let's go together." Hearing Ding Mei's words, Shin Shen felt helpless. This woman was really bold. She actually wanted to go to a bar with Shin Shen, whom she had just met not long ago? Did she really trust Shin Shen that much? Shin Shen was not a saint. Wasn't she worried that Shin Shen might take advantage of her later? In fact, that's exactly what Ding Mei was thinking. She was not young anymore, and as the campus belle of Suhang University, she had never had a serious relationship. Before, Ding Mei just felt that she hadn't met the man who truly moved her heart. If she did, even if she had to give her most precious self, Ding Mei would not regret it. Obviously, this time, Ding Mei felt like she had met him. Girls, don't drink too much. Besides, let's go back first, we can talk about it another day. It couldn't be denied that Ding Mei was very beautiful, and every man who saw her couldn't help but have some improper thoughts. But Shin Shen didn't think he should have anything more than a friendship with a woman he had just met. Even though Ding Mei was really beautiful. Well, let's go. Ding Mei was a bit disappointed, but deep down, she was still happy. In fact, even Ding Mei didn't know why she had such thoughts. She admitted that she had been too impulsive just now. Ding Mei's thoughts were somewhat traditional. She believed that if two people liked each other, and if she gave her most precious self, then that person would be the one for her. Of course, after Shin Shen spoke, Ding Mei thought even more that Shin Shen was a good man. Are you really the Blade War God? Ding Mei found it a bit boring and said to Shin Shen. Hearing Ding Mei's words, Shin Shen was also helpless. Honestly, he didn't know this news much earlier than Ding Mei. So now, Shin Shen sighed helplessly, pondered for a moment, as if he had figured something out. Some things can't be explained in a few words. If possible, I actually don't want to have this identity. Shin Shen was sincere. Isn't it good to earn money honestly and continue to enjoy life? Why must he become a war god? Why must he have all this? We are all civilized people. Is fighting really the right way? However, Ding Mei misunderstood. Ding Mei felt that Shin Shen must have a feeling of being unable to control his own fate in the Jianghu. He definitely doesn't want this. He clearly wants a peaceful life, but his little brothers are waiting for him to lead the way. So, does that mean if I'm with Shin Shen, I'll become the big brother's woman? Ding Mei pondered silently, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. Shinshen glanced at her, wondering what was going on with Ding Mei. Oh well, some things are just hard to understand. Don't try to guess a woman's mind, you'll never figure it out no matter how hard you try. So, let's just focus on driving. The journey wasn't long, and soon Shinshen had arrived. We're here. Shinshen's words left Ding Mei slightly disappointed. Oh, we're here already? Ding Mei felt like she hadn't spent enough time with Shinshen. Well, you should go back now. See you when you have time. After Shinshen said this, he saw Ding Mei off and turned to leave. But Ding Mei glanced back and said, "What a pity, the door is closed." What's going on? Closed door? That can't be. Is Suzhou Hangzhou University closing this early? It's not even 10 o'clock yet. Shinshen checked the time and realized it was already 10:05. Well, I guess we'll have to go to a hotel then. Ding Mei sighed helplessly as she said this. Despite her outward appearance, Ding Mei's heart was blooming with joy. If Shinshen had booked one room, then it would be a done deal. If he had booked 2 rooms, she could say her shower was broken or come up with another excuse to get into his room and make it happen. If that was the case, the plan was perfect. Rest for 5 minutes, and the likability of people near Suzhou Hangzhou University will increase to 100%. What's going on? It seems like Shinshen is getting rewarded again? Indeed, that seemed to be the case. I don't know why, but suddenly I feel like Shinshen is getting more and more handsome. Oh dear, what should I do? I feel like I can't control myself. Maybe I should go to Shinshen's car first? Ding Mei didn't know why, but what was just a thought in her mind was now turning into action. Otherwise, she might regret it. Shinshen widened his eyes, looking at Ding Mei standing before him with flushed cheeks. What's going on here? Suddenly, a security guard approached with a flashlight, shining it in their direction. What are you doing? Ding Mei turned to look, feeling a pang of anxiety. Was it a school security guard? If the school found out about this, they would surely criticize them. But what to do now? Shinshen, however, smiled and said, "Security guard, this student is in a hurry to get back to school. She's just a bit late. Can you make an exception and open the gate for her?" Shinshen's words made Ding Mei feel a bit embarrassed. The security guards at Suzhou Hangzhou University were known for their fairness. How could Shinshen expect them to open the gate with just a few words? But the next moment, the security guard nodded. "All right, you don't seem like a bad person. Let the girl in. No need to register, just go back and rest early." Ding Mei was a bit dumbfounded. What's going on? Did Shinshen bribe the security guard to let her in? As she watched Ding Mei leave, Shinshen felt a slight tug at his heart. Strange, why do I feel a sense of loss in my heart? Could it be that I regret it? Shinshen pondered, should he call Ding Mei back? Of course, Shinshen would never stoop so low to do something like that. But now, it's already past 10 o'clock, it's time to tidy up and go back to rest. Suddenly, Shinshen's phone rang. The caller ID showed Chang Lei, and upon seeing this, Shinshen immediately answered. Other calls could be ignored, but Chang Lei was Shinshen's college classmate, and they had a very good relationship. Why would he call so late? Could it be to borrow money? Previously, when Shinshen had no money, he might not have been able to help. But now, Shinshen's financial situation was gradually improving. So, if help was needed, he would definitely provide it. However, looking at the screen, Shinshen just smiled faintly. "Hey, Lao Chang, what's up?" It was the familiar voice, the familiar feeling. Chang Lei sounded slightly melancholic as he said to Shinshen, "Lao Shun, I've just had a breakup. Breakups happen, it's just life, either you break up first or I do. Who hasn't known a few scumbags in their lifetime?" However, Shinshen was deeply touched because he had also recently gone through a breakup. "What a coincidence, I've just had a breakup too. Where are you? I'll come find you." Shinshen came back to his senses and said on the phone. On the other end of the line, Chang Lei was somewhat surprised to hear Shinshen's words. "Wow, even our school's heartthrob is going through a breakup. That makes me feel better. Do you know Red Sister Bar? It's not far from our school." Chang Lei picked up the phone and told Shinshen. The music on his end was deafening. Shinshen nodded, "Okay, I'll be there soon." And indeed, it wasn't far from Shinshen, just the Red Sister Bar. The Red Sister Bar had only become popular in recent years. The landlady's real name was Su Yuhong, nicknamed Red Sister. It was said that a powerful figure once took a liking to Red Sister and wanted her to be his mistress, but not long after, Red Sister got rid of him, and no one ever mentioned it again. However, the Red Sister Bar had become a popular spot for many. Here, as long as you had money and didn't engage in illegal activities, you could have all the fun you wanted. Lao Chang. Shinshen followed his gaze and saw Chang Lei sitting at the bar. "Lao Shen, you're too quick. It's been less than 5 minutes since I hung up the phone." Indeed, Shinshen was already at the door. However, he just smiled without saying a word. What would you like to drink? The bartender at the bar looked at Shin-chan and asked quickly. Give my brother here a fiery drink, put it on my tab. Chang Lei waved his hand and said to the bartender. It seemed like Chang Lei had already had quite a few drinks. Shin-chan couldn't help but worry, could he handle this? Soon, a well-prepared cocktail was placed in front of Shin-chan, its colorful hues shining brightly under the surrounding lights. Rest for 5 minutes, gain divine-level bartending skills. What's going on? Shin-chan was a bit dumbfounded. Just like that, he was being rewarded again in such a short time? Divine-level bartending skills, was this supposed to steer Shin-chan towards becoming a bartender? But now wasn't the time for drinking. Lao Chang, what's going on? Shin-chan felt it was best to clarify things first. Chang Lei had mentioned his breakup on the phone, but he didn't know the specifics. With a drink in hand, Shan Lei said, what else could it be? My girlfriend thought I was a loser and wanted to break up with me. Then, she found someone who could be her father to be her boyfriend. Lao Shen, why am I so unlucky? Chang Lei said, growing angrier and more resentful, tears welling up in his eyes. After all, they had been together for several years. Chang Lei, like Shin-chan, was someone who valued emotions deeply. A real man sheds tears without shame, only when he reaches the heart of sadness. Shin-chan could understand, but he didn't show it so clearly. Because Shin-chan understood very well that what was lost, no matter how hard one tried to regain it, the outcome wouldn't change. Even if one eventually obtained it, that crack would still remain. Instead of that, it was better to live beautifully. It's okay, I understand. Her leaving you is her loss. We are still young, we can find someone else in the future. Besides, didn't I just go through a breakup too? Shin-chan looked at Chang Lei and couldn't help but say. Initially feeling quite sad, Chang Lei was somewhat surprised after hearing Shin-chan's words. I didn't notice earlier. What do you mean, you also went through a breakup? What's the situation? Tell me about it. Chang Lei turned to Shin-chan, looking like he was ready to hear a story at any moment. Shin-chan felt quite helpless about all this. So, Shin-chan began to narrate everything. In fact, it was similar to Chang Lei's situation, so when Shin-chan finished speaking, the two looked at each other, and finally sighed. The prominent figures in the university before, now, were still defeated by reality. The girlfriend who used to be by their side couldn't see hope, so she left, which wasn't a big deal. The most important thing was for them not to tarnish themselves. Can't they part amicably? So, the two of us are now both fallen souls at the end of the world. Shin-chan sighed and said. Chang Lei didn't expect that he and Shin-chan would ultimately not escape the curse of breaking up right after graduating from university. Come on, let's have a drink to celebrate the two of us being heartbroken. Chang Lei's words made Shin-chan find it somewhat amusing. Shin-chan also raised his glass and took a sip. Just one sip. Shin-chan frowned slightly. This wine doesn't taste right. Oh, really? Chang Lei was curious, looking at Shin-chan blankly. Could it be fake alcohol? This action of the two completely attracted the attention of those around them. What's going on? Don't they know where this is? How dare they say there's a problem with the wine here? Not long after, the bartender from earlier came to the two of them, with a stern face, asking, Earlier, did you say there's a problem with this wine? Chang Lei looked at the big guy in front of him and kept apologizing. Bro, it's a misunderstanding, we had a bit too much to drink and said a few extra words, don't compare us to your usual customers. But Shin-chan, on the other hand, looked directly at the bartender. That's right, this wine does have a problem. When Chang Lei said that earlier, it was just brushed off with a laugh. But Shin-chan's words made the atmosphere unusually tense. What does this mean? Are they trying to cause trouble here? Daring to make a scene at the Red Sister bar, the implications were different. How dare you say the drink I made has a problem, kid, are you serious? The bartender came up to Shin-chan, grabbing his collar, saying this. Chang Lei, watching from the side, was quite anxious. Shin-chan, why are you stirring up trouble? Just apologize and let it go. Humph, it's too late to apologize now. The bartender snorted twice. If you don't explain today, don't think you can walk out of here unscathed. As he spoke, the surrounding security guards also arrived, surrounding Shin-chan and Chang Lei. Shin-chan, with a light movement of his hand, effortlessly made the bartender fall to the ground. The surrounding security guards became even more agitated, eager to act at the slightest provocation. Kid, you. The bartender looked at Shin-chan, gritting his teeth and shouting loudly. That move just now was definitely not accidental. After all, they were used to the nightlife, how could they not see that Shin-chan was truly formidable? But Shin-chan, very straightforwardly said, your passion is commendable, the drink you made itself has no problem, but you skimped a bit on the passion fruit. So, if the taste is a bit bland, it falls far short of the fiery passion required. You can deceive the ignorant like this, but if you serve it to someone who truly understands, you're undoubtedly tarnishing your reputation. After Shinshen finished speaking, Chang Lei turned around, staring at Shinshen with widened eyes. Brother, in our 4 years of college, I never expected you to be like this. Judging by the situation, you must have frequented nightclubs quite a bit. In Chang Lei's eyes, it was all a play. The bartender took a glance, hesitantly tasted it, and then looked at Shinshen in confusion. Finally, the bartender apologized to Shinshen. Sir, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please accept my apology. As the bartender finished speaking, the surrounding onlookers were quite surprised. Oh my, was it really his fault? I can't believe it, this kid really has some skills. You couldn't tell? Actually, I knew a long time ago. When did you know? Just now you were saying how he would look terrible if he caused trouble here. The people around were all talking back and forth. The security guards around started to retreat. Since there was no longer any trouble, they might as well leave. Chang Lei gave Shinshen a thumbs up. Bro, well done, old player. What old player? If Shinshen were to say now that he had only recently acquired this god-level bartending skill, would anyone believe it? Of course, Shinshen knew that most likely no one would believe him. So, Shinshen sighed helplessly. Since that's the case, there's really nothing more to say. Shinshen smiled. Never mind, let's go. After speaking, Shinshen planned to leave with Chang Lei. After such a commotion, who would still be in the mood for a drink? With this free time, it would be better to go to a street stall for barbecue and skewers. However, just as Shinshen and Chang Lei were about to leave, a sudden exclamation came from the surroundings. Wow, look, Sister Hong is here. Sister Hong? Which Sister Hong? Who else could it be? The owner of Sister Hong Bar. This conversation caught the attention of Shinshen and Chang Lei. Shinshen wasn't particularly interested, but Chang Lei stood on tiptoes to look into the distance. Before long, Chang Lei started drooling and even patted Shinshen beside him. Old Shin, look, a mature beauty. Following his gaze, not far away, a beautiful woman around 7 meters tall and nearing 30 was walking towards them. Mature yet with a hint of innocence, but just a bit shy of true maturity. In any case, at first glance, one could sense that this woman was extraordinary. In just a moment, the woman had already arrived in front of Shinshen and Chang Lei. Leaving just like this, isn't that inappropriate? After all, it's my fault at Sister Hong Bar. How about having a glass of watered-down wine first? Su Yuhong smiled, looking at Shinshen and Chang Lei. However, her gaze lingered mostly on Shinshen. Chang Lei turned around, his face filled with excitement and anticipation. Old Shin, please agree quickly, this is Sister Hong's wine. Ordinary people can't even dream of tasting it. After all, Sister Hong hadn't shown up for a long time, and now that she had appeared, not only that, but she was personally mixing drinks. What kind of blessing was it to have Sister Hong do this personally? Alright, since Sister Hong has spoken, we won't be polite. Shinshen didn't have any deep-seated grudges with Su Yuhong. The previous incident was just a small misunderstanding. When someone kindly offers you a drink, if Shinshen were to refuse, that would be truly holding a grudge, wouldn't it? It cannot be denied that Shinshen is very capable, but at the moment, he is not at the level where he can look down on everything. Su Yuhong nodded and went straight to the bar to mix drinks. Sister Hong. The bartender from earlier lowered his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, this time, it was an unintentional mistake on his part. But Su Yuhong was in a good mood today and didn't make a fuss about it. In our line of work, mistakes are inevitable. Pay more attention next time. Su Yuhong said lightly and returned to her position to prepare the drinks. She quickly took out the ingredients she needed to mix the drinks. The people around were shocked to see Su Yuhong's actions. Oh my, look at Sister Hong's moves. Is she making the rainbow from the sky? Yes, I can see that too. They say the method to make the rainbow from the sky is extremely complex, and the drink is rich and aromatic. I didn't expect this guy to be so lucky. The people around all looked at Shinshen with envy and jealousy. They even wished they were Shinshen themselves. However, Shinshen was completely unaware. Is the rainbow from the sky really that good? Not to mention anything else, just the drinks that Shinshen remembered in his mind were far superior to the rainbow from the sky, with dozens of varieties. Su Yuhong was also a bit surprised. I didn't expect this kid to be so calm and composed. It seems he does have extraordinary qualities. Su Yuhong thought to herself as she saw this. However, she didn't stop her actions but quickly and skillfully started mixing the fine drinks in her hands. Her techniques were quick, and the seemingly complex art of mixing drinks appeared simple before her. In no time, 2 glasses of fine drinks were ready. The drinks are ready, these are the rainbow from the sky, the signature skill of my bar. Please enjoy. Ha, the rainbow from the sky, then I won't be polite. Chang Lei raised the glass of fine wine and drank it all in one go. The feeling was extremely refreshing. It was as if all fatigue had vanished. Closing his eyes to savor the taste, it felt like dancing with fairies. The feeling was unforgettable. Shin Shen glanced at Chang Lei, feeling a bit helpless. Nevertheless, Shin Shen decided to raise his glass and drink the fine wine in one go. However, at that moment, Shin Shen felt a soft and boneless hand resting on his wrist. The hand gently held Shin Shen's wrist. This wine is meant to be savored slowly to truly appreciate it. Su Yuhong said this and slowly released his hand. Shin Shen smiled knowingly and didn't mind. He lightly sipped the wine. The unique fragrance made Shin Shen feel that this experience was worthwhile. Just this was not enough. It was the subtle aroma emanating from within that was truly precious. This wine is indeed good. Shin Shen smiled faintly and said calmly. It should be noted that Shin Shen had obtained the divine-level skill of mixing drinks. So, to hear the word good from Shin Shen was already quite rare. On the other hand, Chang Lei's cheeks were a bit flushed as he danced around, saying, "Old Shin, how can you just say it's good? It's simply perfect, a masterpiece." Chang Lei felt like he had wasted his life and only now could taste such a good wine. Shin Shen knew Chang Lei was getting carried away. If this continued, he would probably embarrass himself later. So Shin Shen directly said, "Since that's the case, we'll take our leave. Feel free to visit again when you have time." After all, the elegant beauty had graciously invited Shin Shen for a drink, so Shin Shen had to at least say thank you. The people around were looking at this place with envy. Wow, it looks like it's going to be a good drink. Of course, didn't you see that guy's appearance? I wonder when I can drink such fine wine. The people around all looked very regretful. However, Shin Shen didn't think there was anything wrong with this. He just looked indifferent. If he wanted to, Shin Shen could do it anytime, anywhere. But this was not the place to talk, so it was better to leave with Chang Lei first. After Shin Shen and Chang Lei left, Su Yuhong stared into the distance and muttered to herself, "Extraordinary, he indeed has the qualifications." Saying something that no one else could understand, Su Yuhong turned and left directly. Just like that, she came and left lightly. She waved her sleeve and poured a glass of wine. Apart from that, it made the people present imagine more. Su Yuhong did not leave but went to her office. There were already people waiting inside the office. When they saw Su Yuhong, they all stood up. Protector. It had been a long time since she heard that title. Su Yuhong was a little puzzled. In fact, since the old leader passed away, Su Yuhong had been living incognito, waiting for an opportunity in secret. But now, Su Yuhong felt that the time had come. Especially when she saw Shin Shen, this feeling became even stronger. "Protector, have you met the new leader?" The people beside her asked anxiously. Just now, they heard that someone could control the crane and capture the dragon, and they were very excited. Especially with that standard technique, unique way of exerting force, it was just like the old leader. Such a person, without thinking, they knew who it was. He was their old leader, and only he had such strength. Was this person his successor? Yes, I have met him. He is a very promising young man with a sharp edge. After Su Yuhong finished speaking, the people around her brightened up. It seemed very promising. At this moment, Su Yuhong continued, "However, I have not seen Butler Bai yet, so his identity is still uncertain." Butler Bai was the chief steward of the War God Temple, in charge of everything in the temple. He was also the second person under the former old War God in the War God Temple and held high prestige in the temple. He was the one who knew the ins and outs of this matter the best. If they really wanted to know Shin Shen's identity, they needed to find Elder Bai. Su Yuhong waved her hand. "Let's not rush into this matter. If he is really the new leader, then what?" The people around looked at Su Yuhong, not understanding what she meant by those words. They all looked at Su Yuhong. Su Yuhong continued, "Our War God Temple leader is not one to be content with loneliness. If he is really the one designated by the old leader, then it won't be long before he can make a name for himself in Suhang City." When Su Yuhong said this, the people around started talking. "That's right, if that's the case, we just need to wait here. No need to think about it. It's definitely possible. It's better to hurry up, I can't wait any longer." As the people around spoke, they were eager for the new war god to return. However, Su Yuhong waved her hand. "But for now, let's wait a little longer." After all these years, the war god temple had been without a leader, and it was divided. Originally, the two great elders of the War God Temple and the four guardians all fell apart. And now, if the new war god were to return, just dealing with these people alone would be a challenge. Even if we were to join, it wouldn't be of much use, actually. Immediately instruct them to follow. Su Yuhong waved her hand, speaking to the people beside her. After all, in Su Yuhong's eyes, it was necessary to resolve this matter quickly. The people around her nodded repeatedly, although they were not clear about Su Yuhong's thoughts. But for now, they would protect Shin Shen first. They didn't care about the intentions of the other elders and guardians. However, their hearts remained loyal to the war god temple and the new war god. So if this matter was confirmed, they would be ready to return at any time when the war god's command was issued. Handle things here yourselves, I'm tired and going back first. After Su Yuhong finished speaking, she lazily looked at the crowd, then got up and left directly. At that moment, as they watched Su Yuhong leave, the people couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Su Guardian Shi. Now, do you have any thoughts? Xin Chen and Chang Lei had originally planned to go for barbecue. However, for some reason, after drinking that glass of wine earlier, everything they ate seemed tasteless. So Xin Chen decided to stroll the streets with Chang Lei, reminiscing about some things from their school days. Comforting Chang Lei, as Xin Chen wasn't in a hurry to go back. Lao Shun, thanks. I was feeling a bit frustrated, but after your words of comfort, I feel much better now. Chang Lei looked up at Xin Chen, expressing his gratitude. Xin Chen waved his hand, it's nothing. She lacks vision. Work hard and prove to her how wrong she was to leave you in the first place, make her regret it. Xin Chen was about to continue speaking, but he noticed Chang Lei standing there, staring into the distance blankly. What's going on here? Seeing Chang Lei like this, Xin Chen also stopped. Not far away was the grand and majestic Golden Tower restaurant under renovation. And outside the restaurant, a man and a woman walked out together. The woman looked youthful and beautiful, in her 20s, the prime of her life. The man, on the other hand, seemed older, in his 40s or even older. His eyes were lecherous, looking at the woman beside him with a smirk, occasionally making inappropriate gestures. Surprisingly, the woman didn't get angry. Instead, she lowered her head, looking shy and demure. Xin Chen also stopped, and from Chang Lei's reaction, he could guess what was going on. If Xin Chen's guess was correct, this woman should be his girlfriend. Or more accurately, his ex-girlfriend now. Chang Lei, what are you doing here? Li Fei widened her eyes, looking at Chang Lei in disbelief. In this situation, Xin Chen stood there, suddenly unsure of what to say. This woman. Forget it, let's see how things unfold and if there's anything we can help with later. In the past, Xin Chen might have been powerless in such a situation. But now, things were completely different. Xin Chen now had a system, so he was not worried at all. Chang Lei gritted his teeth, looking at Li Fei, about to say something. But Li Fei suddenly smiled. Oh, I see. After we broke up, you held a grudge and followed me here, right? But that's fine. You've seen it too, my husband, he treats me well. When Li Fei finished speaking, she came to the side of the middle-aged man, took his arm intimately. The middle-aged man noticed the situation here and asked, who is this, your friend? Li Fei suddenly laughed. Him? Just an ex-boyfriend, a misunderstanding. It wasn't until I met you, my husband, that I found a reason to continue existing. The middle-aged man smirked and nodded, then turned to look at Chang Lei. Let me tell you, Fei Fei is now my woman, Wang Bei Million's woman. If you're smart, you better scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to you. With Wang Bei Million's words, Li Fei stood by and echoed, yes, dear, I like it when you're like this, very manly. Not only manly but also wealthy. Chang Lei, looking displeased, approached, grabbed Wang Bei Million's collar. Come on, let's see how you can be rude to me. I'm right here today, if you dare, come at me, or you're a coward. Several burly bodyguards nearby, sensing trouble, intended to come help. However, Xin Chen glanced over and came directly to the scene. One of the bodyguards reached out to grab Chang Lei, but Xin Chen firmly held him back. Friends, this is none of your business, be sensible and stay out of it. The nearby bodyguards looked at Xin Chen, realizing his skill, and warned him. However, Xin Chen was straightforward. It's you who should stay put. Keep causing trouble, and I won't be polite. Xin Chen's words made everyone hesitate, realizing his prowess. Xin Chen was undoubtedly a skilled fighter, and even if they all attacked together, they wouldn't be his match. So, they hesitated to act rashly. Chang Lei, you still have the nerve to call for help? Besides, even if you call for help, do you dare to fight? Li Fei, feeling very unhappy, interjected. However, when Li Fei finished speaking, Xin Chen found it increasingly amusing. This Li Fei was too full of herself. Did she really think she could do as she pleased? However, Xin Chen wasn't worried. If that was the case, he didn't mind teaching her a lesson. Wang Bei Million was quite pleased. It's okay, come on, I have money. If you hit me, I can have you jailed. But I'm different, even if I hit you, I'll be fine the next day. Wang Bei Million boasted, while Chang Lei clenched his fists, glaring at him. The onlookers were smug, egging them on. Ha, he's so cocky, go on, hit him. Young people nowadays always think they're tough, but they lack the harsh lessons of society. But it's okay, mister. Wang is just right. He can give them a good lesson and make them understand the cruelty and severity of society. As the onlookers continued to comment, Lei couldn't hold back, swinging his fist directly at Wang Baimillion's face. He didn't care anymore. Even if something happened, it was better than feeling humiliated now. Rest for half an hour, and you'll get the management rights of the Jintai Tower Grand Hotel. Hearing these familiar words, Shinshen felt even more pleased. It was indeed intriguing. Shinshen directly blocked Changlei's fist. Lei looked at Shinshen with some confusion, not knowing what Shinshen wanted to do. If you lay hands on someone like him, it will only tarnish our reputation. Since we are at the entrance of Jintai Building, let Jintai Building handle this matter. Shinshen's words left Lei stunned. But Wang Baimillion laughed. I have some business dealings with Jintai Building. Are you sure you want to bring people from Jintai Building to resolve this? Come on, I'm afraid that when you know my identity later, it will make it hard for you to face me. Shinshen looked directly at Wang Baimillion and Li Fei in front of him, speaking bluntly. This matter is related to Shinshen's classmate Chang Lei, and now that Shinshen has this ability, he naturally has to take charge of it. Also, this woman Li Fei is indeed disgusting enough. Haha, what's your identity? Tell me, could it be that you are a security guard at Jintai Building? Li Fei looked disdainful, even more mocking when looking at Shinshen. Beside her, Wang Baimillion, hearing his woman speak like that, hugged her and laughed heartily. Young man, I see you have a talent for telling jokes. You can consider coming to tell me jokes in the future. Others around Wang Baimillion also chimed in. Mr. Wang is joking. What qualifications does such a person have to tell you jokes? Exactly, I think they are a joke themselves. Why don't you leave now and not spoil our boss's mood? With the surrounding people expressing disdain, Lei couldn't help it, pointing at Li Fei without hesitation. How dare you look down on others? Shinshen is my buddy, and you're just a receptionist at Jintai Building. Now that you can betray me, in the future, you can also betray this old man. Chang Lei's words were a direct slap in the face. Li Fei was shocked. If Wang Baimillion took his words seriously, wouldn't she lose out? After all, these wealthy bosses are just looking for something new. They treat you better if you look pretty. Tomorrow, when they see a young and beautiful girl, they immediately throw themselves into someone else's arms. Honey, please don't listen to his nonsense. Li Fei coaxed Wang Baimillion. Wang Baimillion nodded repeatedly, almost being enchanted. Alright, I understand. You guys, stop the nonsense and teach them a lesson. Wang Baimillion, perhaps angered by the earlier conversation, now looked fierce. Seeing this, Lei planned to leave with Shinshen, but Shinshen took out his phone and made a call. This call was in response to a message Shinshen had received earlier, indicating he was in charge of Jintai Building. Following the message, Shinshen dialed the number directly. The call connected, and Shinshen said, I'm currently at the entrance of Jintai Building. Bring all the senior executives of Jintai Building here to see me within 10 minutes. If anyone doesn't come, they don't need to come again. After saying that, Shinshen hung up the phone. Beside Shinshen, Lei looked at him, somewhat dazed. Shinshen now looked like the male lead from a romantic drama, domineering yet exuding a strong aura. If Lei didn't know Shinshen so well, he would start to doubt if Shinshen was a second-generation rich kid. And the owner of Jintai Building worth 3 billion in market value? This scene left Lei unsure whether to leave or stay. At this moment, Wang Baimillion suddenly laughed. Who do you think you are, the chairman of Jintai Building? I have been cooperating with Jintai Building for so long, and I have never seen the chairman of Jintai Building. Do you think you can? Beside Wang Baimillion, Li Fei saw this and also smiled, saying, exactly, this is really something. You better apologize quickly, or else. Just as Li Fei was still speaking here, not far away, there was a rumbling sound coming from the Jintai Building side. It sounded like footsteps. Moreover, it seemed like quite a lot of them. Wang Baimillion and Li Fei turned to look and were almost scared silly. The high-level executives of Jintai Building, as well as the waiters, security guards, and cleaners, all rushed over. And around them, many people wearing the Jintai Building logo also hurried over. Before long, they had completely blocked off this area. Seeing this, Wang Baimillion's heart skipped a beat. Li Fei, on the other hand, didn't think much of it and said, Honey, you're amazing. I didn't expect that when you were in trouble, all the top executives from Jintai Building would come. After Li Fei finished speaking, Wang Baimillion only felt a surge of blood rushing to his head. Then, Wang Baimillion slapped Li Fei hard. If I had such great ability, would I still be interested in you? Wang Baimillion only had some business dealings with Jintai Building, and for Jintai Building, someone of Wang Baimillion's level was dispensable. If he got into trouble, Jintai Building would send a few security guards, but why would they mobilize everyone? But why were these people here? Could it be because of him? Wang Baimillion thought of this and his gaze fell on Shinshen. Around them, others also realized this and looked towards Shinshen. Chang Lei was very surprised. What was going on? His buddy from university for 4 years suddenly, out of the blue, turned into a big shot? At this rate, Chang Lei felt that if he casually wrote down this experience on a novel website, he would definitely become a legend. Bro, amazing. At this moment, the person in front bowed to Shin-Chen, chairman. Around them, the voices kept coming. Chairman. Chairman. Wait, all of this, is it actually true? Shin-Chen smiled slightly. Is this guy involved in business with our company? After Shin-Chen spoke, the high-level executives of Jintai building beside him nodded in silence. Seeing this person beside him like this, Shin-Chen smiled. Starting today, Jintai building will no longer allow any business dealings with this guy. His conduct is improper, and I'm afraid it will tarnish Jintai building's reputation. Shin-Chen's words made Wang Bei Million's face turn ashen, and he knelt down directly. Chairman, please spare me, I was blind and offended you before. Just let me go, as if I were nothing. Let me go as if I were nothing. Shin-Chen really wanted to say, if his fart looked so bad, wouldn't that be sincerely disgusting, people? As for you, Shin-Chen turned around and pointed at Li Fei. Li Fei's cheeks blushed involuntarily. She hadn't realized just now that Shin-Chen was actually a big shot. If she could please this big shot, wouldn't she benefit a lot? Moreover, this big shot was young, wealthy, and handsome. Jintai building and our allies have issued a notice that there will be no more business dealings with her in the future. What? When these words were spoken, Li Fei widened her eyes. Jintai building and its allies covered the entertainment industry, food industry, hotels, and various other companies. Was this a form of isolation for her? Is this the privilege of a big shot? It felt so good, incredibly good. At this moment, Li Fei's face was filled with astonishment. If Shin-Chen really did this, then Li Fei obviously wouldn't have a place to stand here. Shin-Chen looked at the dazed Chang Lei beside him and smiled slightly. Now, I announce that from now on, Chang Lei will be the general manager of Jintai building. When Shin-Chen said this, it made everyone around look at him in surprise. Obviously, these people had not expected this at all. But Chang Lei was quite surprised by all this. Then, his colleagues at Jintai building started complimenting Chang Lei one after another. General Manager Chang, we hope you can give us guidance in the future. Yes, if there are any work-related matters in the future, we should discuss them with you. General Chang, if you're tired, just let me know. I'll be there at your beck and call. Now, those people around were complimenting him, including some very beautiful women. Much prettier than Li Fei, who knows by how much. Chang Lei felt like he was in a dream. He turned to Shin-Chen. Shin-Chen, Chang Lei opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but now he didn't know what to say. The general manager of Jintai building, a figure earning millions a year. There was a time when Chang Lei didn't even dare to think about it. But now, as Shin-Chen finished speaking, it meant that Chang Lei was now the one. Chang Lei looked at Li Fei, and Li Fei felt some regret in her heart. If she had firmly chosen Chang Lei from the beginning, she would probably be the general manager's wife by now. How did it end up like this? But I still have a chance. As long as I can get Chang Lei's forgiveness, then I still have a chance. Li Fei turned to Chang Lei, her heart filled with excitement. Because this was Li Fei's last chance now. But Chang Lei didn't seem to care at all. Was this useful? Chang Lei, I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me. Li Fei looked at Chang Lei, tears streaming down her cheeks. If it were before, Chang Lei would have cherished Li Fei as the apple of his eye. But now, Chang Lei didn't feel anything. Forgive you? Have you forgotten what you did just now? If it weren't for Shin-Chen, could Chang Lei still be standing here now? It was ridiculous to the extreme and shameless. So Chang Lei raised his head, a smile on his face tinged with a hint of mockery. I'm the general manager of Jintai building now, I'm young. What kind of woman do I want? Do I have to beg for your second-hand goods? Chang Lei was truly hurt, so when he said these words, he felt his whole body trembling with anger. Shin-Chen stood in front of him. Li Fei, why do you have to do this? My buddy, you can't reach his level, so pack up and leave Suzhou City. Shin-Chen knew that Li Fei couldn't stay here any longer, but Li Fei still refused to give up. No, I don't want to, I've finally established myself here, I don't want to leave. Li Fei's words made it unnecessary for Chang Lei to continue. Shin-Chen waved his hand, get her out of here, I don't want to see her again. With Shin-Chen's words, the people around rushed forward and took Li Fei away. Chang Lei felt a bit confused and helpless. How did things end up like this? There have been too many things happening today, take a rest, come to work tomorrow. From now on, Jintai building will be in your hands. Shin-Chen patted Chang Lei's shoulder and said to him, some words don't need to be said too much, just hint at them. And Chang Lei nodded heavily. In fact, he didn't want it to be like this. After all, he and Li Fei used to love each other. Even though they broke up, Chang Lei wouldn't do this without reason. But unfortunately, Li Fei was too infuriating. Fortunately, Chang Lei still had a good buddy, Shin Chen. It was also because of Shin Chen that Chang Lei achieved glory again. Alright, Shin Chen, rest assured, from now on, at Jintai Building, I'll watch over it for you. Chang Lei looked at Shin Chen and said directly. Shin Chen waved his hand, not taking these things too seriously. Such things, once they pass, they pass. Things between men are just that simple and straightforward. It's no big deal if a good buddy loses love, drink together, wake up the next day as if nothing happened. With Chang Lei's current conditions, does he need to worry about finding a woman? As for Shin Chen, he left. Ah, it's a pity, can't drive after drinking. Shin Chen pondered, should he call for a designated driver now? Just as Shin Chen was about to do so, he noticed a few people not far away acting suspiciously, as if planning something there. And their eyes landed on Shin Chen. What does this mean? Am I being targeted? Shin Chen slowly put down his phone, thinking to himself. Soon, these people stopped talking and walked straight towards Shin Chen. Just as they were about to approach Shin Chen, one of them took out a sharp blade from his pocket. After doing this, the leader looked at Shin Chen and coldly said, Brother, in times of urgency, you know what to do, right? It seems Shin Chen guessed right. However, Shin Chen didn't expect to encounter such a situation in such good public order. But Shin Chen remained calm, placing his hand in his pocket, staring directly at the leader. Are you sure you want to do this? Beside him, a skinny man who looked like a bamboo pole was getting impatient. Stop talking nonsense, I'll say it again, hand over the money. Don't play tricks, or I'll show you what enter with a white knife and leave with a red one means. After saying that, the man gestured towards Shin Chen. But at that moment, Shin Chen seized the opportunity and grabbed the skinny man's hand. In no time, a crisp sound rang out as Shin Chen applied a little force, causing the skinny man's arm to droop, and Shin Chen swiftly turned his fist into a claw, grabbing the man's throat. With a crack, the skinny man fell down, instantly lifeless. The person holding the small knife was taken aback. Skilled fighter? Stop standing there, attack. Shin Chen's sudden move caught them off guard. These people suddenly realized that the situation might be more serious than they had imagined. Don't just stand there, attack together. The leader waved his hand, signaling the others to act. They had never expected that they would encounter such a formidable opponent when they had planned to rob and gather some money for the road. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have made a move. However, since Shin Chen had taken down their brother, they had to avenge their good brother no matter what. Thinking of this, they all rushed forward. But in Shin Chen's eyes, their skills seemed far inferior. Shin Chen directly grabbed one person's wrist and coldly said, Is this all you've got? As Shin Chen uttered these words, his gaze shifted slightly as he scanned the people in front of him. However, although Shin Chen said so, his hands did not stop. With a slight force, he directly snapped the man's wrist. After doing this, he looked at the man lying there like a dead dog. In fact, these things had nothing to do with Yi Xian at all. Yi Xian, on the other hand, didn't care about any of this. If you don't provoke me, I won't provoke you. Since you insist on this, don't blame me for being ruthless. When Yi Xian suddenly raised his head to look at these people in front of him, he acted very decisively. The remaining people looked at each other, actually pondering here, what should they do next? Should they act, or do nothing at all? Should they just turn around and run? It was indeed a good idea, but no one dared to move. Their leader hadn't spoken. Would these people dare to run away alone? Are you trying to run? Shin Chen glanced at these people in front of him, saying coldly. As Shin Chen finished speaking, the leader became very angry, turned around and looked at the others. Run? What are you running for? He's just one person. If we don't take him out, how can we face Awei and Ahu? Hearing this, the others who were originally planning to run now all looked determined, ready to take action directly here. However, Shin Chen himself didn't care at all about these people in front of him. These people were just some small-time attention seekers. Shin Chen was considering whether to deal with them quickly and then find a room nearby to handle things for the night. Thinking like this, Shin Chen felt that this could work. However, just as Shin Chen had this idea, a commotion suddenly spread around him. What was going on? Shin Chen looked into the distance, somewhat puzzled. Not to mention Shin Chen, even the people in front of him were very confused and couldn't understand. What's going on? The leader looked around, asking directly. The others were also puzzled. Don't move, hands up. Not far away, a pleasant voice sounded. Before long, a graceful and beautiful female constable walked straight towards them. When she was a few steps away, she stopped. Now, where do you think you can escape to? Lin Kingsnow's gaze slightly hardened as she looked ahead and suddenly spoke. The people around them glanced at each other. Then, the person who had just held the knife suddenly turned to look at Shin Chen. Shin Chen was still puzzled, wondering why these guys were looking at him like that. Suddenly, the leader shouted to Shin-Chen, "Boss, the constables are here. We'll protect you, you go quickly and take the stuff back." What's going on? This rhythm completely caught them off guard. Just now, these guys were at odds with Shin-Chen. But now, they were asking Shin-Chen to leave first? If Shin-Chen left, wouldn't that mean he was colluding with them? However, Lin Qingsno shouted sternly, "Shut up, do you think I'm a fool? If you can't even see through such a small trick, wouldn't that make you useless?" So, Lin Qingsno naturally wouldn't tolerate such things. "Huang Chang, and the rest of you, you've been on the run for so long, and we finally caught you all. Take them all away." Lin Qingsno waved her hand and said to the people beside her. These people rushed forward without a word and directly grabbed these individuals. Lin Qingsno glanced at the people lying on the ground, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Shin-Chen felt increasingly strange. What was going on? What was this situation? When he saw this, Shin-Chen felt a bit awkward. "Did you do all of this?" Lin Qingxue looked at Shin-Chen and asked directly. Shin-Chen felt a little guilty, even though these people were heinous criminals. But as soon as Shin-Chen made a move, he disabled several of them. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't seem like a good thing. However, Lin Qingxue glanced and nodded slightly, saying, "Very good, you did very well." What? Instead of blaming Shin-Chen, Lin Qingxue praised him. What was going on? Suddenly, Shin-Chen felt a bit puzzled about this matter. "By the way, it's strange, why are you strolling on the street so late?" Lin Qingxue asked. After all, Shin-Chen looked handsome and didn't seem like a bad person. Shin-Chen pointed to the Bugatti Veyron 16, 4 Grand Sport Vitesse not far away. "I had a few drinks with a friend, planned to get a designated driver, but then this happened." Worried that Lin Qingxue wouldn't believe him, Shin-Chen pressed the car key. The Bugatti Veyron 16, 4 Grand Sport Vitesse nearby beeped, as if to confirm that what Shin-Chen said was true. The criminals hated it, thinking they should have just acted directly instead of talking so much with Shin-Chen. Lin Qingxue smiled slightly and approached Shin-Chen. "I didn't expect, you're a wealthy man," Lin Qingxue said, blinking at Shin-Chen. What's going on with Lin Qingxue's behavior? Aren't law enforcement officers supposed to be dedicated to the people and not take advantage of them? But why does Lin Qingxue seem like she wants to steal Shin-Chen's heart? "Miss Officer, whatever you need, just tell me. If I can help, I will definitely do it without hesitation," Shin-Chen pledged here. Lin Qingxue nodded, pulling Shin-Chen, "Hurry up, stop talking, drive directly." "What's going on? Drive directly? Are all law enforcement officers so enthusiastic now?" This rhythm suddenly made Shin-Chen feel unpredictable. "Hey, don't you have anything to say?" Lin Qingxue didn't expect this scene either, mainly because of the urgency of the situation. However, Shin-Chen coughed lightly. Miss, it's not necessary." Although Shin-Chen had some drinks, his mind was still clear. So now, Shin-Chen opened the car door, moved from the driver's seat to the passenger seat, opened the door, and sat down directly. This scene left Lin Qingxue dumbfounded. "Oh, his car door can open. How did I completely overlook that just now?" Lin Qingxue pointed to the door subconsciously. Shin-Chen really doubted now whether he was the one who drank or the law enforcement officer did. This couldn't go on. It felt like something was going to happen. "Miss, I have something to attend to. Can we talk about your matter another day?" Shin-Chen felt a little guilty. Can't afford not to feel guilty. Who would have thought they would encounter such a situation? The more he thought about it, the more he felt a headache. However, Lin Qingsno still maintained a businesslike demeanor, looking at Shin-Chen with a stern expression. "Absolutely not. Maintaining social order is the duty of every public servant. And as a courageous and upstanding citizen, how can you stand idly by?" Lin Qingsno's words made perfect sense. Shin-Chen felt helpless. What does this have to do with Shin-Chen? He could have helped, but now, what is this? Having the pretty public servant lady move from the passenger seat to the driver's seat and look down on him? Is this considered cooperating with the public servant lady to complete the task? If Shin-Chen were to speak up about this now, he might get into trouble. "If you don't do as I say, then I have every reason to suspect that you are in cahoots with them." Lin Qingsno pointed at Shin-Chen, speaking directly. "Alright, can't Shin-Chen just help out? Rest for 20 minutes and become a Wing Chun Grandmaster." "What, another reward? It's been over 20 minutes with all this going on? Alright, let's go." Shin-Chen sighed and gestured towards the direction. Lin Qingsno nodded in agreement. Soon, Lin Qingsno drove Shin-Chen's Bugatti Veyron 16, 4 Grand Sport Vitesse away at top speed. Before long, the luxury car stopped at a secluded spot, camouflaged with branches and such. "Hey, this cost several million, and you're doing this?" Shin-Chen pretended not to care, but it was obvious he did. Lin Qingsno waved her hand. "It's fine. Your car is too conspicuous, I'll help you disguise it." Blaming Shinshan when she couldn't do it herself? What should Shinshan say to this woman? Well, they've come this far, should Shinshan turn the car back now? Follow me, be extra careful later, don't alert these people. Lin Qingsno warned Shinshan. Shinshan nodded and followed. Luckily, nothing happened during this time. Otherwise, it would have surely led to trouble. Shinshan realized that he was in a factory. Lin Qingsno led Shinshan to one of the warehouses. Watching this scene, Shinshan couldn't help but feel moved. Nevertheless, Shinshan asked, "What's our target?" Lin Qingsno waved her hand, "Don't waste time talking, you'll find out soon." Lin Qingsno took out a knife from her pocket, cut open a small opening, revealing a black package inside containing the contraband she was looking for. Seeing this, Shinshan was shocked. "My goodness, so much? How much is this?" The warehouse around Shinshan was quite large. If all these were what they seemed to be, then without mentioning the rest, just arresting these people and executing them would be more than enough. No wonder Lin Qingsno said what she did earlier. Shinshan didn't fully understand before, but now, he suddenly did. "What should we do now?" Shinshan asked Lin Qingsno instinctively. Lin Qingsno looked directly at him. "Isn't it obvious? We need to inform the authorities to make arrests." Shinshan nodded repeatedly, realizing that was indeed the right course of action. "Wait, someone is coming over there." Shinshan pointed at a distance, suddenly alert. Lin Qingsno also noticed. "Don't say anything, hide." Shinshan led Lin Qingsno to a hiding spot. After finishing these tasks, Shinshan began to look into the distance. Not far away, a group of people came in directly. There were quite a few people, at least dozens. The person at the front was wearing a floral suit, looking like he was in his 40s, quite flashy. However, when Shinshan saw this, his brow furrowed slightly. It seems that our opponents this time are not easy to deal with. For some reason, Shinshan increasingly felt that such people, no matter how you looked at them, didn't give a simple impression. "Gentlemen, I can assure you responsibly that the goods here are absolutely the best. In the whole city of Suwon, you won't find a second place with goods as pure and prices as fair as mine." Lin Zhongbao walked while speaking to the people in front of him, and with him were several foreigners. These people looked around, occasionally exchanged a few words in English, and nodded from time to time. Shinshan observed this scene. However, deep down, Shinshan found it increasingly amusing. But at the moment, it indirectly confirmed what Shinshan had speculated. Here, it was definitely not as simple as imagined. "Well, Mr. Lin, the goods here are very good, and we have no problem with the price. Let's make the deal now." "Okay, no problem." Both sides were satisfied and ready to proceed with the transaction. Lin Qingsno, upon seeing this, became anxious. "Oh no, what should we do now? They've already started the transaction. If this continues, and these goods spread to the market, how many families in Suwon City will be ruined?" Lin Qingsno was angry but also helpless. Shinshan stood there, feeling a bit unhappy. What was the situation here? Should he just stand by and watch? That would definitely not work. And how could Shinshan not be aware of this? "No, I can't just endure this." After Lin Qingsno finished speaking, she took out her weapon from her pocket and rushed out. "Hey, you!" Shinshan was surprised to see Lin Qingsno act this way. What was going on? Rushing out without a word, and did she even consider Shinshan's feelings before doing so? This really hurt Shinshan. "Everyone, I am a constable, stop your meaningless actions immediately." Lin Qingsno stood up, speaking firmly. However, Shinshan was quite annoyed. After so many years, why were constables still using the same old lines? Sometimes they hadn't even finished speaking, and the other side had already started shooting. As expected, gunshots rang out. No, the firepower is too strong. Lin Qingsno retreated, feeling somewhat helpless. Shinshan had already anticipated this outcome, but now, there was no choice but to leave first. "Let's leave here first," Shinshan said, and Lin Qingsno was somewhat unwilling. "How can we? What about these goods?" Shinshan looked at her, feeling helpless. What was going on? Why was Lin Qingsno suddenly concerned about these goods? "Let's leave first and figure it out later." Shinshan felt that for now, this was the only option. Lin Zhongbo and the foreign businessmen beside him were very angry. "Mr. Lin, I hope you can give us a reasonable explanation for this matter." As the foreign businessman beside him spoke, Lin Zhongbo was very angry. He took out a weapon from his pocket and flicked it lightly. "Damn it, I'll personally go deal with them." After speaking, Lin Zhongbao and his companions chased directly. Meanwhile, Shinshan and Lin Qingsno ran outside together, occasionally hearing noises from behind. At the gate, there were also people guarding to prevent anyone from slipping out. "What should we do? The gate is guarded, we can't get out." Lin Qingsno looked at Shinshan, looking very anxious. These things might be trivial to others, but in front of Shinshen, they were nothing. Let me handle this. Shinshen had just become a Wing Chun master, so naturally, he put his skills to use. Oomph, kid, you won't leave here unscathed, the leader said to Shinshen. Shinshen smiled slightly and threw a punch directly at the man. At that moment, Shinshen seemed to be possessed by a martial arts spirit, his combat power soaring. How could these people be Shinshen's opponents? Soon, they were all defeated by Shinshen. You guys are no match for me, Shinshen said, leaving Lin Qingsno looking dumbfounded. His skills were too impressive. What are you standing there for? Run! If they didn't run now, they would be caught. But as Shinshen turned around, he noticed Lin Qingsno biting her lip, looking like she was struggling. What was wrong with Lin Qingsno? This seemed strange. Shinshen went to Lin Qingsno and found a wound on her back. I got scratched during the fight just now. Don't mind me, just go. Lin Qingsno pushed Shinshen and said directly. She was a constable, her mission was to catch these criminals and maintain city order. But Shinshen was different, just a citizen, so even if he ran, no one would say anything. However, Shinshen's expression changed as he said to Lin Qingsno, "What nonsense are you talking? How could I leave you behind? Come on, I'll carry you." Hearing Shinshen's words, Lin Qingsno blushed slightly. Then, Lin Qingsno leaned against Shinshen's back, feeling secure and comfortable. For some reason, she suddenly felt very tired, sleepy, and wanted to rest. Don't fall asleep, let me tell you a joke. Once there was a fat lady who fell into a ditch. The joke was funny, but Shinshen didn't feel like laughing now, because he had to leave with Lin Qingsno. Lin Zhongbao chased after them, only to find Shinshen had already taken Lin Qingsno far away. Damn it, they actually got away. Lin Zhongbao was very angry, stomping his foot in frustration. His companions kept silent, afraid of incurring his wrath. At that moment, all Lin Zhongbao wanted was to figure out who they were dealing with. A constable? And there seemed to be someone with considerable strength. Boss, I think that kid was using Wing Chun. What, Wing Chun? Lin Zhongbao gritted his teeth in anger. He never expected Wing Chun to be involved. Although unsure of the identity, Lin Zhongbao was determined to find this person no matter what. Even if we have to turn this place upside down, we must find that person. Lin Zhongbao clenched his teeth, looking extremely furious. The people around nodded in agreement, echoing his sentiments. The boss is right, this guy is despicable, we must not let him go. Exactly, no need to say more, hurry up and find them. I saw that woman was injured just now, let's investigate the major hospitals immediately, we can definitely find out. As the people around him finished speaking, Lin Zhongbao's eyes lit up. Can it really be done like this? It seems possible, and Lin Zhongbao also felt that it was necessary to do so. In this way, whoever dares to provoke Lin Zhongbao in the future will probably have to think twice before doing so. Let's do this, let's go down quickly. No matter what, I must find them. After speaking, those people around him began to investigate the matter. No, we can't go to the hospital now. Shinshen suddenly realized the problem at hand, and this matter was even more tricky than Shinshen had imagined. Stay calm, don't be so anxious. Shinshen felt that there might be a better solution now. Rest for 10 minutes, acquire God-level medical skills. Oh, what's going on? Why suddenly give rewards for no reason? But now is not the time for Shinshen to be lost in thought. After pondering for a while, Shinshen felt that it was necessary to solve this matter first. At this moment, Shinshen's mind was constantly racing. Those medical experiences that would take others 10, 20 years, or even a lifetime to understand, Shinshen grasped in the blink of an eye. Looking at Lin Qingsno again, the wound was on her back, fortunately not too deep. But the only difficult part was removing what was inside her back. Ah, this woman, forget it, let her die. Shinshen slowly took off Lin Qingsno's coat, turned her over, took out tools he found at home, scissors, chopsticks, and some of his own clothes, tore them into strips, and bandaged the wound together after treating it. Everything was done in one go. Of course, there were inevitably some physical contacts. However, Shinshen murmured quietly, "Miss, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. I did this to save you, I hope you don't blame me." Shinshen finished speaking and continued to bandage her. However, Lin Qingsno just hummed lightly. Then, perhaps because of the pain, Lin Qingsno actually turned over. Oh, what a great figure. Especially this size, one hand can't even hold it. Ugh, what's wrong with me? How did I suddenly think of this? Shinshen snapped out of it. He knew that now was not the time to consider such things. But with Lin Qingsno looking like this, isn't she provoking someone? If Shinshen really couldn't control himself and ended up in bed with the young lady, then Shinshen was sure that he would have to report to the police station early tomorrow morning. Forget it, Shinshen worried about what might happen, so he found one of his own short-sleeved shirts to wrap Lin Qingsno in. Of course, there were some inevitable contacts again. Miss, don't mess around, if you do, I really won't be polite. Shinshen gestured with his anlushan's claw at Lin Qingsno, grinning mischievously. Whether Lin Qingsno understood or not, she didn't move at all. Shinshen was also exhausted. There were too many troublesome things happening every day. Shinshen felt that his experiences of the day were more colorful and eventful than what others might experience in a year. After finally finishing everything, Shinshen was so tired that he fell asleep immediately. However, Shinshen didn't notice and just lay down next to Lin Qingsno. Because he was used to it, Shinshen took off his coat and casually threw it aside before lying down to sleep. A night of silence. Early the next morning, a series of screams pierced the air. Shinshen was awakened by the screams and rubbed his ears. Who was making such a ruckus early in the morning without resting properly? However, when Shinshen turned to look beside him, he was taken aback. Oh my, what's going on? When did a woman appear next to him? Wait, isn't this Miss Gongcha? Suddenly, Shinshen's memory from last night became clear, and he remembered what had happened. Shinshen looked at Lin Qingsno, preparing to explain. But just as Shinshen was about to speak, Lin Qingsno suddenly said, "What did you do to me last night?" What? Why is this woman so unreasonable? Last night, Shinshen only bandaged Lin Qingsno's wound and then there was some inevitable contact, but nothing more. However, Shinshen couldn't possibly reveal these things. I didn't do anything to you, Shinshen said loudly to Lin Qingsno. You're lying. If you didn't do anything to me, then whose clothes are these on me, and why is your clothing on the floor? And what's with the blood on the floor? Your eyes keep shifting. Are you thinking of how to deceive me with lies? Wow, this Miss Gongcha is hitting hard with a triple attack. What should Shinshen say in this situation? If Shinshen tells her now that things are not as she imagines, will she believe him? Tell me, why are you not saying anything? Or is it that my guess was right? Lin Qingsno looked at Shinshen and asked directly. How should Shinshen respond to this? The current situation is making it hard for Shinshen to explain. What happened between us? If I had known, I would have left you there and not bothered with anything. I risked my life to bring you back, worried that those people would find you and bring you to my place, bandaged your wound. Why would I do anything to you? Shinshen spoke out without hesitation. After all, this building belonged to Shinshen. Would Shinshen worry about being reported for disturbing the peace by others? Of course not. If anyone had a problem, they could pack up and leave. The landlord could be this arrogant. Lin Qingsno suddenly calmed down. She rushed out and entered the bathroom in Shinshen's house. Shortly after, Lin Qingsno came out. She looked at Shinshen apologetically. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. Seeing Lin Qingsno like this, Shinshen waved his hand. It's okay, I'm used to it. Used to it? Actually, thinking back, apart from treating the wound and carrying Lin Qingsno back last night, which was a bit of a hassle, everything else was quite good. At least now, Shinshen carefully savored that feeling, which was really nice. Lin Qingsno stared at Shinshen. For some reason, she felt like she wanted to punch him. This guy, what bad thoughts is he hiding? The more Lin Qingsno thought about it, the more upset she felt. So, Lin Qingsno quietly approached Shinshen and suddenly asked, how did it feel last night? Very good, the touch was nice, elasticity was good, and the skin was very smooth and tender. Shinshen involuntarily recalled that feeling and blurted it out. However, as Shinshen spoke these words, he suddenly realized something. Oh no, why did I say that all of a sudden? Seeing this, Lin Qingsno, embarrassed and angry, said, You jerk, don't you dare run away. So, any news yet? In the forest, Leopard looked at his subordinates who had arrived by his side, instinctively glanced ahead, and didn't forget to ask here. By Leopard's side, his subordinates lowered their heads, unsure of what to say. Boss, still no news. What? Upon hearing this news, Leopard's eyes widened. Are his subordinates all useless? They can't even investigate such a simple matter. This made Leopard furious, his eyes almost shooting fire as he looked ahead. How do you guys handle things? Can't even handle such a simple matter? Angry, Leopard slammed his hand hard on the table and spoke out. In front of Leopard, his subordinates were all lamenting. Boss, we really didn't want this, but we searched all the major hospitals, even some small clinics, but found nothing at all. Yeah, or maybe they didn't even go to the hospital. Thinking about it, that's a possibility. People around were discussing back and forth. However, Leopard didn't think so at all. No, with the woman's injuries, she wouldn't last long without treatment. Let's put this matter aside for now. How about the Sun family over there? In fact, besides these matters, there was one more thing worth Leopard's attention. So at this moment, when Leopard looked ahead, there was a hint of playful smile in his eyes. The people around were curious about what was going on. But at that moment, Leopard's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was the person calling. Leopard answered the phone, hearing a strange man's voice on the other end. Hey, Boss Lin, how are the preparations going? Hearing this, a smug smile spread across Leopard's face. Boss Xiao, rest assured, we have everything prepared long ago. This time, the Sun family is doomed. Leopard's words made the person on the other end suddenly chuckle. That's a good thing to say. So, the person on the phone seemed to remember something and said suddenly, Boss Lin, rest assured, as long as I, Zhao Haishan, get the position of the Sun family head, I promise, nothing will change. And, there will be other benefits as well. After Zhao Haishan finished speaking, Leopard also smiled. At this moment, the two of them seemed to share an unspoken understanding. Since they had already obtained what they wanted, the next steps became much simpler. After hanging up the phone, Leopard looked at the people beside him. Now, all of you have heard it too. Beside Leopard, those people nodded repeatedly. Naturally, they were standing there and heard everything clearly. And this time, it's against the Sun family? Which Sun family is it? How many Sun families are there in the whole city of Suzhou? And it's worth making Leopard act like this. Without thinking, they knew which Sun family it was. Everyone took a sharp breath. Leopard said, this time, our task is to cooperate with Zhao Haishan of the Sun family to deal with the head of the Sun family. As long as Zhao Haishan seizes the position of the Sun family head, our benefits will not be few. Compared to these matters, what happened yesterday was nothing at all. Beside Leopard, his subordinates, seeing this, nodded even more. Their faces were filled with excitement. After all, just thinking about these matters made them feel thrilled. At this moment, Sun Ting was very worried. Originally, she wanted to find Shin Chen, partly to deal with her grandfather's request. Sun Ting's grandfather, Sun Shanhai, intended to arrange a marriage for Sun Ting to establish a connection with the Sun family. This way, those who coveted the Sun family would no longer have any other improper thoughts. However, the current situation was completely different from what she had imagined. Within the Sun family, there were not just one or two people with such thoughts. Sun Ting also knew that her grandfather was deeply troubled. At first, Sun Ting wondered if seeking Shin Chen's help would put him in a difficult position. But since those around Sun Ting witnessed Shin Chen's prowess, they became even more excited. Some even wished for Shin Chen to quickly resolve the matter. Miss, shall we go find Mr. Shin Chen? Yes, besides Mr. Shin Chen, no one else can solve this matter. Miss has exceptional insight. She even knows the new god of war from the War Temple. With his help, we can achieve great things here. The people around were discussing one after another. Sun Ting looked at them, feeling somewhat speechless. Did she not know these things? However, Sun Ting felt a bit proud that the person she valued was indeed powerful, even if others were unaware before. But now, they had seen it, right? Thinking this, Sun Ting raised her head proudly and looked around. Clearing her throat, she addressed the crowd directly. I don't know about this matter either, we can only rely on luck. Hearing Sun Ting's words, others understood they couldn't rush, but they were still anxious. After all, they were Sun Ting's guards, loyal to the Sun family. If the other party succeeded, they would be the first to be targeted. Therefore, they were unwilling to give up easily. They felt the need to take action now. Otherwise, when things escalated, they would be the first to suffer. Sun Ting was well aware of this. So, she sighed helplessly, realizing that haste might not lead to success. Forget it, let's tidy up and go find Shin Chen directly. They needed to involve Shin Chen in this matter. Otherwise, they felt it might not be resolved. Sun Ting herself was also quite anxious. I just don't know if Shin Chen. At this moment, Sun Ting's mind was filled with various thoughts. Soon, she dismissed these thoughts. Talking about it now wouldn't change much. They could only try. If Shin Chen agreed, it would be great. If not, they would have to accept it. With that in mind, Sun Ting sighed and quickened her pace. After parting ways with Lin Qingsno, Shin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness he had managed to deceive her. But Lin Qingsno asked for Shin Chen's phone number and requested him to keep his phone on July 24th and be available at any time. What was this situation? Was she planning for a long-term relationship? Shin Chen was puzzled but shook his head helplessly. Rest for 10 hours, gain god-level driving skills. Oh, he got something good again? With god-level driving skills, Shin Chen could drive with confidence, right? Let's go for a ride. No, let's not drive, safety first. Shin Chen. Just as Shin Chen was immersed in his joy, a voice suddenly sounded not far away. It was a pleasant voice, and somehow familiar. Shin Chen slowly raised his head and looked into the distance. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure. Sun Ting, the heiress of a wealthy family worth billions. Shin Chen had a feeling before that Sun Ting approaching him must be for a reason. And now, it seemed to confirm his speculation. However, Shin Chen felt that he should understand what difficulties Sun Ting was facing. If he could help, he wouldn't refuse. Sun Ting. Shinshin called out. To his surprise, the bodyguards who had previously been indifferent were now polite, nodding respectfully towards Shinshin. What's wrong? Do you need something from me? Shinshin shouted towards Sun Ting, who had been silent. Honestly, Sun Ting had been lost in thought here earlier. Although they hadn't seen each other for a day, Sun Ting now found Shinshin even more handsome. Her feelings for him had grown stronger. However, Sun Ting hadn't forgotten why she had come here. I've encountered a problem, and I hope you can help me, Sun Ting said, tears welling up in her eyes as she grabbed Shinshan's wrist. Shinshan had nothing urgent at the moment. Since Sun Ting had asked for help, he saw no problem in assisting her. Sure, go ahead and tell me. Shinshan waved his hand, reassuring Sun Ting. Seeing Shinshan's response, Sun Ting nodded repeatedly, her face filled with joy. So, Sun Ting began to explain the situation in detail. Before long, the whole story became clear. It turned out that the issue was related to Sun Ting's grandfather, the head of the Sun family. Sun Ting was the only granddaughter in the Sun family, and for a powerful family like theirs to continue, a male heir was necessary. Many in the Sun family were eyeing the position. Initially, Sun Ting's grandfather had chosen a suitable match for her. However, Sun Ting overheard disparaging remarks about her from the chosen suitor, leading her to believe he was not a good match. After much consideration, she set her sights on Shinshan. Why did you choose me? Shinshan asked Sun Ting, curious. Despite having a system now and some wealth, Shinshan knew there was a significant gap between him and the billionaire Sun family, let alone in terms of social status. This situation puzzled him. Sun Ting looked at Shinshan and suddenly said, because you are the leader of the Temple of War, and because I like you. Sun Ting was sincere. Even without Shinshan's status, he had already captured her heart. Of course, all this was thanks to Shinshan's system, which had maxed out Sun Ting's favorability towards him. Shinshan was taken aback. It seemed like he was now expected to confront the elders of the Sun family directly and perhaps even challenge them. But the problem was, Shinshan had met one of the elders before, and he had no idea how to approach them now. However, the bodyguards around them were getting increasingly excited, looking at Shinshan and urging him on. Mr. Shin, you are the war god of the Temple of War. As long as you give the order, the warriors of the temple will come rushing over, won't they? Exactly, we all rely on your insight, and now that you're here, who in the Sun family can match you? This time, it's all up to you. The people around were very excited and couldn't help but speak up. The sooner this matter was dealt with, the better for everyone present. Sun Ting's beautiful eyes flickered as she looked at Shinshan. Alright, stop staring at me like that, I agree. Shinshan had already planned to agree, so now it was just going with the flow. Sun Ting, with tears in her eyes, never expected Shinshan to actually agree. Great, so what do we do now? Sun Ting was so happy that she didn't even know what to do next. However, Shinshan just smiled faintly. In his eyes, this matter needed to be resolved quickly. Hurry, let's go. Shinshan waved his hand and said to Sun Ting beside him. Sun Ting weakly nodded. But at that moment, a voice sounded not far away. Not good, there's an ambush, miss, you need to leave quickly, we'll hold them off here. What's going on? Shinshan followed the gaze towards a large group of people rushing towards them not far away. With a glance, he saw a group of people in black, wielding sticks and heading their way. Shinshan understood their intentions and nodded slightly. Alright, forget about them, leave this to your people, let's head to the Sun family first. Shinshan's words made Sun Ting suddenly realize the seriousness of the situation, far beyond her expectations. But even at this point, Sun Ting was eager to go to the Sun family. She had suddenly realized that these people might have already targeted the Sun family. In any case, no matter what. In Sun Ting's eyes, they must go to the Sun family and resolve this matter. In fact, only by doing so could everything be handled thoroughly. At the Sun family, Zhao Hashan answered the phone, listening to his men reporting on the other end. Hello, boss, we've found them, but it seems they are heading towards the Sun family. What should we do next? Originally in a winning position, now knowing this news, Zhao Hashan was not in a hurry, instead looking mischievously ahead. Was this matter really that important to Zhao Hashan? Obviously, Zhao Hashan himself didn't think so at all. After a glance, Zhao Hashan smirked, it doesn't matter, let them come. But let's see if they have the guts. Zhao Hashan had long set up a trap, all for today. If Sun Ting really came, it wouldn't matter. But if she didn't, Zhao Hashan could better control the entire Sun family. Then, all the billions in assets would belong to him, Zhao Hashan. Where else could such a good opportunity be found? Hello, Boss Zhao, I've got the information, rest assured. My driver Xinglei will make sure they don't return unscathed. Just watch, I'll act immediately. Xinglei hung up the phone, his eyes fixed on the Bugatti Veyron 16. For grand sport vitesse speeding past in the distance. Target spotted, you should know what to do without me saying, right? Xinglei's words were met with nods from the people around him. How could they not know what to do in such a small matter? So at this moment, these people were nodding in agreement. Boss, rest assured, leave this to us, there's absolutely no problem. Exactly, dealing with them is a piece of cake, isn't it? It's just a Bugatti Veyron 16. For grand sport vitesse, nothing to worry about. At this moment, those people around were all talking to each other. Xinglei felt relieved and gestured for them to take action. Meanwhile, Xinshan, who was driving, caught a glimpse of what was happening through the rearview mirror. Several motorcycles zoomed past, and the riders on these motorcycles all had a white silk thread tied around their waists. If he wasn't mistaken, these people were definitely after Xinshan and Sunting. Xinshan, they are. Sunting looked at Xinshan, feeling somewhat worried. Ever since Xinshan agreed to something earlier, Sunting knew that things were far from simple. However, she never expected the situation to be this challenging. But Xinshan remained calm, who they are doesn't matter at all. But do you know what my nickname is? Ha? What's going on? Sunting's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Xinshan, her face filled with curiosity. What does Xinshan's nickname have to do with these people? Sunting looked at Xinshan, her face a mix of curiosity and confusion. Xinshan, on the other hand, confidently said as he gently turned the steering wheel, let me tell you once, my nickname is the Car God. Car is the one in a million car, God is the supreme and unique God. What? For some reason, Sunting felt her heart pounding. Outside, two motorcycles suddenly gathered on Xinshan's side, each holding a hook and knocking on Xinshan's car window from both sides. Seriously, Xinshan's car is a multi-million limited edition sports car, and these guys actually wanted to puncture it directly? Under no circumstances would Xinshan allow such a thing to happen. The next moment, Xinshan opened his car door, reached out, and pulled the person on the left inside. You think you deserve to damage my car? Xinshan said, then stepped on the gas pedal and left in a flash. The person was left half outside, dragging along, leaving a trail of blood on the ground. Ah, my leg. The person's thigh was bleeding profusely, still shouting in pain. Xinshan suddenly smiled, as you wish. At the next corner, Xinshan suddenly let go. Due to inertia, Xinshan flung the person out forcefully. Before long, the person landed directly at the intersection. As for his ultimate fate, it had little to do with Xinshan. Meanwhile, Xinglei hadn't realized yet that his two henchmen had been taken out. One of them died a particularly gruesome death, crushed back and forth by several passing cars. But Xinglei didn't have time to dwell on this, he gritted his teeth, damn bastards, I will settle the score with you today. Xinglei finished speaking, waved his hand, signaling the people around him to act together. The others also looked determined. Sunting was initially frightened, but seeing Xinshan's confident demeanor, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, the loss of 2 lives just now was still unsettling. That scared me. Sunting patted her chest, looking frightened. But Xinshan wasn't as optimistic. Don't celebrate too soon, they are still behind us. Ha! Sunting turned around to see a black Honda racing towards them. Logically speaking, a Honda car shouldn't be able to catch up with Xinshan's Bugatti Veyron 16. For grand sport vitesse. However, the section of the road Xinshan was currently on still had some vehicles, so he couldn't drive too fast. By the time wasted, Xinglei had caught up with Xinshan. Before long, Xinglei's extremely fierce face appeared right in front of Xinshan. Kid, you killed my brother. I want you to pay with your life. Xinshan didn't take Xinglei's words seriously at all. Is that all? Just some tough talk? Watching too many movies, huh? However, after a while, Xinshan suddenly noticed that there were a lot more cars ahead, and the remaining space could only accommodate one person passing through. Oh no, what should we do? Sunting looked at Xinshan, very anxious. On the other hand, Xinglei looked extremely pleased. Ha, now let's see where you can run. But at that moment, Xinshan remained remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed. Why panic? Have you forgotten my nickname? Xinshan turned to look at Sunting, appearing nonchalant. Sunting, however, was a bit annoyed. What else can we do? Can you fly over? Sunting couldn't believe that with so many vehicles there, Xinshan could still get through. But Xinshan raised an eyebrow. How do you know if you don't try? With that, Xinshan stepped on the gas pedal, then suddenly turned the steering wheel, heading straight towards the nearby wall. No, this will cause a collision. Sunting watched in horror, screaming incessantly. But the next moment, Sunting froze, as did everyone else. What's going on? In such a narrow road, with 2 wheels against the wall, they passed through like that? Wow, a driving god. Damn it, that bastard. Xinglei was very angry, slamming his hand on the steering wheel. The henchmen who arrived upon hearing the commotion all stopped when they saw Xing Lei in that state. "Boss, what should we do now? What to do? If this continues, everyone will run away." Xing Lei got out of the car directly, pulling one of his henchmen off the motorcycle. "You stay here, the rest, follow me. I won't let this kid off the hook." After saying that, Xing Lei, with his men, raced towards the direction of the Sun family. However, in the process, Xing Lei didn't forget to call Zhao Hushan and inform him of the situation. "Hey, Boss Zhao, it's a big deal." They weren't stopped and went straight towards the Sun family. "Right, when the time comes, your men should intercept them." After speaking with Zhao Hushan, Xing Lei hung up the phone directly. His men were ultimately a step behind and stopped at a distance from the Sun family. It wasn't that Xing Lei gave up, but the situation was unclear at the moment. If Xing Lei rushed in recklessly, he might be seen as an enemy by both sides and get wiped out. "Boss, what should we do?" The people around Xing Lei looked at him curiously and asked. Xing Lei waved his hand. "Hide for now, wait and see what happens, then make a decision. If later on, Zhao Hushan's men charged in, Xing Lei would decide to go help. If later on, Zhao Hushan's men ran out, then Xing Lei would leave with his men. After all, Xing Lei was the leader of the street racing gang. If he didn't act smart, he wouldn't have survived until now." At the Sun family, many people had gathered. Most of them were the elders who had once worked together with the Sun family. And sitting among them was the head of the Sun family, Sun Shanghai. Back in the day, they were all young and ambitious, fighting together in the business world. They had endured hardships, worked hard, been bullied, and even gone hungry. But in that environment, they had all persevered, never expecting to end up in the current situation. Sun Shanghai looked at the people beside him and couldn't help but ask, "How is it? Still no news of the young lady?" Seeing his expression, the person beside him stepped forward and said directly, "Master, the situation over there has been resolved, but they said the young lady is already on her way here. As for why she hasn't arrived yet, it's very likely," the person beside him said, but suddenly stopped. Because of this matter, he couldn't continue. Sun Shanghai turned to look aside, gesturing for the person to step back. In the presence of everyone, panic was permissible, but as the head of the Sun family, he couldn't afford to. In the venue, a middle-aged man in his 40s approaching 50 stood there. He held a phone in one hand and placed the other on his waist, looking quite imposing. "All right, I understand. Your task has been completed. Now, leave the matters here to me." This man was none other than Zhao Hushan, an elder of the Sun family. Over the years, he had been actively expanding his influence. Now, Zhao Hushan's power was gradually surpassing that of the Sun family. Therefore, there was a sense of restlessness in his heart. Sun Shanghai glanced around at the people and cleared his throat softly. "Is everyone here? If so, let's begin the meeting." This meeting was mainly to discuss the future development direction of the Sun family. However, at this moment, Zhao Hushan swaggered over. As he walked forward, Zhao Hushan declared, "Wait, the meeting today is indeed necessary, but it's not about discussing the Sun family's development direction. It's about selecting a new leader to guide us again." After Zhao Hushan finished speaking, Sun Shanghai turned to face him. Although Sun Shanghai had anticipated it earlier, he hadn't expected the situation to unfold as it did now. "Zhao Hushan, what do you mean?" Sun Shanghai turned around, pointing at Zhao Hushan, and said angrily. Zhao Hushan, on the other hand, raised his head with a smug look on his face. "Nothing much, it's just that when we all started out together, you were the oldest, so you were made the leader. Now, it's time to decide. Hand over the position of the head of the family and let someone truly capable lead us all." After Zhao Hushan spoke, the people around started discussing. Sun Shanghai was very angry, feeling a surge of anger rising in his chest. Beside Sun Shanghai, his men stepped forward, pointing at Zhao Hushan. "Zhao Hushan, what do you mean? This is the Sun family, not a place for you to cause trouble. If you want trouble, we won't let you off." These people beside Sun Shanghai were guards he had trained for many years, loyal to the Sun family. But as they finished speaking, Zhao Hushan laughed. "Ha, cause trouble? In terms of seniority, you're just a dog raised by the Sun family. What right do you have to speak here? Ask everyone, do they support you more or me more?" With these words, Zhao Hushan, the people around him stood up one after another. "Brother, we absolutely support you. That's right, you're just older in age, but in terms of ability, why should you hold this position? You're right, there's no one to succeed the Sun family. It's better to step down and benefit everyone." The people around them stood up one after another. Zhao Hushan was very pleased. In fact, he had already mobilized them beforehand. And now, Zhao Hushan's actions were even more certain of success. Sun Shanghai was in despair, looking at these former blood brothers who had once sworn allegiance together. Sun Shanghai felt deeply saddened and hopeless. Could it be that I don't want to hand over this position to you all? If any one of you can manage this vast estate well, I will immediately hand over this position to him. However, Sun Shanghai knew that these people were a group with a strong sense of grassroots. It might not be a problem to have them move goods and mobilize their subordinates. But modern times are no longer the era that requires physical strength. Many things in modern times are decided by the brain and computers. Sun Shanghai felt heartbroken that these people still didn't understand even now. But Zhao Hashan, with a smug look on his face, raised his head and said, "Let me tell you, stop wasting time here. If you know what's good for you, sign the contract quickly. I still consider you my big brother. Otherwise, if I lose my temper, I won't care who you are." After Zhao Hashan finished speaking, those around him began to accuse Sun Shanghai. "Didn't you hear, old man? My boss is talking to you. Sign the contract quickly, or I'll ruin you." Shinshen and Sun Ting finally arrived. However, they were stopped directly at the door. "Stop, what are you doing?" Standing at the front, a young man with red hair said directly. Sun Ting stepped forward and said, "I am Sun Ting, the young lady of the Sun family, and this is my boyfriend. Let us in immediately, I want to see my grandfather." After Sun Ting said this, these people glanced at each other. The young lady of the Sun family? They had been waiting for half a day just to see this young lady of the Sun family. They didn't expect that she had finally arrived. The young man at the front showed a greedy look on his face. "I've heard that the young lady of the Sun family is beautiful. Today, seeing her confirms the rumors. But if you want to go in, you have to please me. As long as I'm happy, I'll let you in." After the young man finished speaking, those around him burst into laughter. Sun Ting felt embarrassed and annoyed. How could she not understand what the young man meant? However, at this moment, Shinshen had already figured it out. Setting aside other issues for now, Shinshen stepped forward and grabbed the young man's hand. "Did your parents not teach you manners when they raised you? If they didn't, let me teach you." After Shinshen finished speaking, he slapped the young man's face hard. The slap knocked out several of the young man's teeth, and blood flowed from his mouth. "My teeth! Don't let him off, get him." After the young man spoke, those around him rushed forward. "Rest for 10 minutes, and you'll become the head of the Qingmu branch." The Qingmu branch? What was that? Shinshen didn't care about these details for now, but with so many people attacking him, were they planning to lay hands on him? "Shinshen, be careful," Sun Ting shouted. Because at that moment, someone behind Shinshen pulled out a stick, intending to attack him from behind. However, Shinshen, as if he had eyes on the back of his head, swiftly dodged the blow. The stick landed directly on another person's head. Shinshen continued to act, grabbing the person behind him and throwing him towards the crowd in front of him. Another group of people fell down. Dare to cause trouble at the Sun family's doorstep, everyone, get him, don't let him go. At this moment, the young man with red hair from before pointed at Shinshen and shouted. Many people who had received the news inside the Sun family's gate came directly here, intending to lay hands on Shinshen. "Stop, I am the young lady of the Sun family, and he is my boyfriend. Whoever dares to touch him is disrespecting my family." Sun Ting stood in front of Shinshen, facing the young man with red hair directly. "Haha, interesting. Whether your Sun family can still exist after today is uncertain. Why are you so pleased?" The redhead youth chuckled, and the others joined in. However, at that moment, footsteps approached from behind the crowd. There were not many, around 20 to 30 people, but each exuded a fierce aura. "Who dares to make a move?" The leader of the group shouted as he walked towards them. Some puzzled individuals were about to confront them but were stopped by the redhead youth. "Don't! They are from the Qingmu branch." "What, the Qingmu branch? That's one of the 5 major branches under the Sun family, a prominent clan in Xia country." Since the Qingmu branch had a wide range of activities, their presence here wasn't surprising. Upon hearing this, the others stopped in their tracks. Why would members of the Qingmu branch come here while the Sun family was discussing the appointment of a new family head? Even though they shared the same surname, it seemed unrelated to them. "Everyone, I don't know." The redhead youth smiled, though his words seemed somewhat insincere, making him appear comical. However, the leader of the Qingmu branch approached Shinshen respectfully and said, "Leader, we are late. Please forgive us. What's going on?" Everyone turned to look at Shinshen. Sun Ting was also taken aback by the sudden turn of events. Wasn't Shinshen the new war god of the war temple? How did he become the leader of the Qingmu branch in the blink of an eye? How many identities does Shinshen have? This was truly puzzling. Shinshen nodded and turned to face the group, asking, "I wonder if my current status qualifies me to enter?" Upon hearing Shinshen's words, everyone fell silent, unsure of how to respond. The member of the Qingmu branch beside Shinshen repeated, "What's the matter? Do you still want to stop us?" Seeing this, the redhead youth quickly made way, allowing them to pass. The others beside him also stepped aside. They were no match for the Qingmu branch, a mere gesture from them could crush them completely. Sun Ting looked at Shinshan, her eyes sparkling. Shinshan, thank you so much. Already fond of Shinshan, Sun Ting's heart swelled with joy. Shinshan waved his hand, feeling somewhat puzzled himself. However, one thing Shinshan needed to understand was that he was no longer the same as before. He was now the leader of the Qingmu branch, one of the 5 major branches under the Sun family in Xia country. How would the Sun family react when they learned about this? However, the upcoming events were no longer Shinshan's concern. So, he gazed at the path leading to the Sun family hall in the distance. The people around him made way for him. At that moment, Shinshan's eyes fell on the individual standing in the middle. It's so lively here. I wonder if I can join in. Shinshan knew he needed to exude a commanding presence. Only then could he gradually take control of the situation. Among the crowd, a path cleared, and Zhao Heshan and Sun Chenghai looked at Shinshan curiously. They were eager to know who this person was. Meanwhile, Sun Ting called out, "Grandfather." Sun Chenghai was quite surprised, but a look of joy appeared on his face. However, Zhao Heshan was very angry, and this situation was somewhat unexpected. Beside Zhao Heshan, one of his men stepped forward and pointed at Shinshan. "Stop, who are you? Do you have the right to speak here?" Crack! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. For a moment, everyone around was stunned. The man slapped by Shinshan looked at him with great anger. "How dare you hit me?" Such a thing was completely unexpected. The people around seemed inclined to act against Shinshan at the slightest provocation. Shinshan, on the other hand, turned around to face the people in front of him. What did it matter to hit them? Do you know why I hit you? As Shinshan's words fell, the others were stunned. Isn't hitting someone just hitting someone? What's the reason behind it? However, puzzled as they were, they still looked towards Shinshan. You have no right to speak to me in such a disrespectful manner. A slap from me is nothing. Shinshan's words made Sun Chenghai secretly admire him. This young man was indeed impressive. The more Sun Chenghai looked at him, the more he felt that this young man had his own youthful style. Sun Ting also came to Sun Chenghai's side at this time. "Grandpa." Sun Chenghai looked at her and couldn't help but ask, "Ting Ting, who is this young man to you?" Hearing Sun Chenghai's question, Sun Ting blushed. "Grandpa, he is my boyfriend, Shinshan." After Sun Ting finished speaking, she even dared not look at Sun Chenghai. In fact, Sun Ting was extremely nervous. After all, she didn't know if Sun Chenghai would approve of her relationship with Shinshan. But at this moment, Sun Chenghai smiled and said, "Alright, this young man is very good, I appreciate him a lot." What? Sun Ting looked at Sun Chenghai with some suspicion. Did her grandfather really mean what he just said? Does he really appreciate Shinshan? Sun Ting didn't know, but Sun Chenghai waved his hand and said, "Let's see how it goes." After all, now was not the time to discuss these matters. Currently, these issues were not resolved yet, so it was pointless to say more. At this moment, Zhao Heshan suddenly smiled. "Don't think that with the support of the Qingmu branch, you can do whatever you want. I, Zhao Heshan, have been in the business for so long, I haven't put someone like you in my eyes." After Zhao Heshan finished speaking, his men nodded in agreement. This was what they admired about Zhao Heshan, his domineering attitude. Following such a boss was what his men aspired to. However, Shinshan shook his head the next moment. "I am the leader of the Qingmu branch, do I still need the Qingmu branch to support me?" After Shinshan's words, the people from the Qingmu branch behind him moved closer. The people around were dumbfounded watching this scene. Is this for real? He is actually the leader of the Qingmu branch. This is a bit embarrassing, suddenly feeling a bit unacceptable. But the people from the Qingmu branch are already here, could they be fake? These people stared ahead, not forgetting to voice their thoughts. However, Zhao Heshan quickly recovered at this moment. It was absolutely impossible to strike him with such a small blow. So, when Zhao Heshan looked at Shinshan, he directly said, "According to the rules of the Sun family, whoever inherits the position of the family head must be proficient in the 9 turns of the Flying Dragon. Can you perform the 9 turns of the Flying Dragon? Flying Dragon 9 turns?" Shinshan was very puzzled upon hearing this. Sun Chenghai furrowed his brows. "Even if my current strength cannot perform the 9 turns of the Flying Dragon, what about you?" Sun Chenghai's health has been deteriorating over the years, so he couldn't even perform the Flying Dragon 9 turns technique. This point is beyond doubt. Shinshan, on the other hand, was quite curious. What is the Flying Dragon 9 turns? Shinshan truly had no idea. The people around Zhao Heshan looked at Shinshan with a hint of mockery. How dare he compete for the position of family head without even knowing what the Flying Dragon 9 turns was? Did Shinshan have the qualifications for this? They actually wanted to say this. However, Shinshan remained calm in the face of it all. Just because he didn't know didn't mean he couldn't do it. Zhao Hushan looked at Shinshan and said directly, looking up, since that's the case, let me tell you directly what Flying Dragon 9 turns is. It's simultaneously throwing 9 darts, and all 9 darts hit the target at the same time. This move was originally Sun Qinghai's unique skill. So, when Zhao Hushan mentioned it, many supporters of the Sun family couldn't help but feel desolate. What used to be Sun Qinghai's specialty had now become Zhao Hushan's way of showing off his power here. Seeing this unfold, one couldn't help but feel a chill. Sun Qinghai, looking ahead, gritted his teeth, even if I can't do it, can you? Me? With darts. Zhao Hushan said as he walked forward. The people around him took out darts directly. Everyone around looked on. Shinshan was puzzled. The Sun family was a wealthy family worth billions. Shouldn't the competition for the family head position be about discussing one's contributions to the family and how to lead it to glory? Why were they competing over something like the Flying Dragon 9 turns? Even if one was skilled with throwing knives, what difference would it make? Would they just throw knives at business competitors in the future to take them out? This habit was also a flaw. However, Shinshan was curious to see Zhao Hushan's true strength. Zhao Hushan smoothly threw the darts. The 9 darts landed on the wooden stake with a thud. On the stake were 9 small red dots. A slight deviation from these red dots would cause the darts to miss. This unparalleled skill of the Flying Dragon 9 turns was not just an empty reputation. As Zhao Hushan had just finished, there were continuous cheers from the surrounding crowd. But after looking at it, Zhao Hushan shook his head. It's a pity, 7 out of 9 hit, not a perfect score, still a bit lacking. Although Zhao Hushan said so, those around him were all flattering, praising him. Boss, you are already very impressive. Hitting 7 out of 9 darts with the Flying Dragon 9 turns is already amazing. Exactly, with so many people present, everyone admires you greatly. Who else can achieve such results? Yes, this time, you will definitely secure the position of family head. We, your many brothers, will surely look up to you. At this moment, those around couldn't help but speak out. Many in the Sun family lowered their heads, unsure of what to say. This outcome was unexpected for many. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Shinshan's mind. Rest for 25 minutes, obtain the unique skill Flying Dragon 9 turns, which has automatically been enhanced to divine level. Is that all? I can do it too. Shinshan glanced at Zhao Hushan with a hint of disdain and suddenly spoke. What? Shinshan's words surprised Zhao Hushan even more. Did he mishear? What was Shinshan saying? Shinshan could do it too? He wasn't even part of the Sun family, and at just over 20 years old, with little skill, could he learn the Flying Dragon 9 turns? Are you kidding me? Zhao Hushan looked at Shinshan with undisguised contempt. Others around them burst into laughter. Ha, who does this kid think he is? Can he be more skilled than our boss? Our boss, Filong Zhozhuan, can hit 7 targets. What about him? Can he hit 8 or all of them? In my opinion, I've seen many young people like him. If he can hit 2 targets, I'll call him dad. Laughter and mockery filled the air, and Shinshan became the target of ridicule. Sun Ting, witnessing this, couldn't help but feel worried. After all, she didn't know if Shinshan was truly capable. However, beside Sun Ting, Sun Qinghai gazed resolutely into the distance. Suddenly, Sun Qinghai said, Ting, your boyfriend might really be able to do it. With these words from Sun Qinghai, Sun Ting's beautiful eyes flickered slightly. Grandpa, are you serious? Sun Ting looked at Sun Qinghai, somewhat excited. Sun Qinghai didn't answer the question because he felt there was no need. Whether it was true or not would soon become clear. Shinshan, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, bring the darts. Zhao Hushan looked at Shinshan and couldn't help but smile. However, Zhao Hushan waved his hand and said directly to the people around him, give him the darts. Zhao Hushan's dart had a blue emblem on its tail. The dart handed to Shinshan had a red emblem on its tail, very eye-catching and unsettling. Any deviation would be clearly visible. However, Shinshan remained calm. Taking the darts, he glanced into the distance. Zhao Hushan gestured, go ahead. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. If you really have the skill, there's no need for more words. I believe most people here have sharp eyes. Zhao Hushan's words were direct. If Shinshan's Filong Zhozhuan could hit 7 or more targets, it would be commendable. But if Shinshan failed, then sorry. He would have to leave as he came. Shinshan took a glance and then raised his hand lightly. The 9 darts in his hand swiftly flew towards the distance. Sounds of impact followed. The onlookers all turned to the target, stunned. At that moment, all 9 darts hit their targets, and not only that, the 7 darts previously on the target all fell to the ground. This, Zhao Hushan stared blankly, unsure of what to say. Previously, he and his men had mocked Shinshan, saying he couldn't do it. Now, witnessing Shinshen's actions, they all widened their eyes, speechless, not knowing what to say. The situation was more terrifying than they had imagined. Was this serious or a joke? Many wanted to ask. However, Shinshen didn't bother to answer. He took out 9 darts and threw them towards the distance again. More impacts followed, all hitting the bullseye. Shinshen then took out another set of 9 darts and threw them, hitting the target once more. Everyone present was utterly shocked. Oh my god, what is happening? I don't know what to say anymore. Yeah, we said no one could do it, but he did it 3 times, all bullseyes. Moreover, he had already knocked down the leader's dart, which was quite embarrassing. Seeing this scene, the people around started talking to each other. After they finished speaking, Shinshen looked into the distance and couldn't help but smile. Now, can it be proven that I am not all talk? Shinshen's words made Zhao Hashan's face darken. Kid, you are too arrogant, get him, take him down. Zhao Hashan's words made Sun Shanghai look over, very direct. Zhao Hashan, willing to accept defeat in a bet, are you really so ashamed and angry to turn against me, the head of the family? You set the rules, now you're breaking them. Even if you become the head of the family, what do you think you can bring to us all? Sun Shanghai's words made many of those with wavering beliefs wake up. Indeed, others started standing on this side of the camp. Since the decision was made, they could now directly go against Zhao Hashan. Zhao Hashan frowned, you dare to turn against me, huh? Fine, I have plenty of brothers. Today, anyone opposing me, I won't spare a single one. Zhao Hashan's words were followed by a large group of people rushing in from a distance. As these people quickly arrived, they completely surrounded the place. At this moment, Shinshen took out a dart from beside him. With so many people on Zhao Hashan's side, even if he randomly threw it, he would hit many. Shinshen wasn't worried at all. Sun Shanghai looked around, his face dark, and asked, this is no ordinary matter, are you sure you want to start a fight? Sun Shanghai was clearly stalling for time. The people around looked at each other. Suddenly, someone said, if you want to fight, then let's fight. Do you really think we're afraid? With that, the people around rushed in. Shinshen didn't stop, quickly throwing the dart in his hand. Soon, screams filled the air. The flying dragon 9 turns was no joke. Combined with Shinshen's strength, many people were injured on the spot. Seeing this, Zhao Hashan gritted his teeth, hurry up, take down this kid first. Zhao Hashan, how dare you act recklessly in front of our Qingmu branch? One of the Qingmu branch members next to Shinshen pointed angrily. Others joined in. Previously, Zhao Hashan might have had some fear, but now, he was determined. He planned to deal with the Qingmu branch first, then Sun's family a month later. With a month to prepare, would he still fear Sun's family? Sorry, I haven't considered your Qingmu branch yet. Zhao Hashan signaled his men to attack. However, Shinshen remained calm, as if he didn't care at all. I think you will die, and it will be a gruesome death. Shinshen stopped the Qingmu branch members, saying directly. Because Shinshen knew that if his guess was correct, those people would be coming next. Sure enough, not far away, a large group of people were approaching. As they walked, they said, such big words, I want to see who dares to act recklessly here. Shinshen looked at the person in front of him, who appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with a head full of white hair. This person was none other than Bai Lao. As Bai Lao raised his head to look at Shinshen, a hint of disdainful smile played on his lips. Bai Lao naturally took note of these things. Old man, who do you think you are? Just based on you, you dare to come and cause trouble. Zhao Hashan had his face challenged by Shinshen before, and now another one had emerged. What was going on? It was one thing for the young ones not to give him face, but now even this older person was not showing him respect. Did they really think that Zhao Hashan's reputation wasn't loud enough for anyone to step on him? If that was the case, then this matter was really getting on people's nerves. I am not an old man, I am called by Qinkuan, the steward of the War God Temple. What? The War God Temple? At this moment, everyone around turned their gaze towards him. What, someone from the War God Temple is here? I don't know, what should we do now? Listen to the boss, see what the boss says. Those around Zhao Hashan were whispering to each other. After all, the situation had escalated to a point where they could no longer control it. So, how to resolve the situation next was beyond doubt. But at this moment, Zhao Hashan suddenly smiled. It seems that there is no direct conflict between us and the War God Temple, right? Zhao Hashan's words were clearly a sign of submission. After all, unless there were any surprises, Zhao Hashan didn't really want to provoke the formidable War God Temple. So, if it could be avoided, it should be. Others were surprised as well. But Bai Lao suddenly smiled, we don't mind, but you dared to provoke our War God Temple's new War God, this account must be settled. What's going on? The War God Temple's new War God? Who is it? Sun Shanghai also said, strange, who is the new War God of the War God Temple? Why have I never heard of it? Besides Sun Shanghai, Sun Ting smiled lightly with her head down. Perhaps among those present, only she knew who that person was. And the next moment, Bai Lao turned to Shin Chen and clasped his fists, saying, Bai Qiankuan of the War God Temple is late, hoping for the War God's forgiveness. What? At that moment, the eyes of those around all fell on him. Obviously, they had not expected such a turn of events. Wasn't he the leader of the Qingmu branch? When did he become the War God of the War God Temple? Zhao Hushan's reaction was the most exaggerated, his pupils contracted, his eyes widened. After all, he was the one most affected by this matter, so Zhao Hushan couldn't afford not to care about it. And at that moment, Shin Chen stepped forward. I am not only the leader of the Qingmu branch, but also the War God of the War God Temple. Do you have any objections? After Shin Chen finished speaking, Sun Shanghai behind him seemed to suddenly understand. But at the same time, he turned to look at Sun Ting, secretly feeling fortunate that his granddaughter had good luck. This was a person with great fortune, and what was even more rare was that despite her young age, she had a dignified appearance and no airs in her interactions. But when it came to methods, this person could be ruthless, probably beyond what ordinary people could handle. In any case, judging from Sun Shanghai's many years of experience, he believed that the young man in front of him was definitely a rare talent among his peers. Among his peers, there were very few who could surpass him. If our Sun family can form an alliance with such a young person, should we still worry about being coveted by others? The more Sun Shanghai thought about it, the more he felt that this matter was promising. In that case, did he still need to worry so much? Careful consideration reveals that it's not necessary at all. The current Sun Shanghai is actually looking forward to how Shin Chen will handle this next. You already know my identity. So, shouldn't you do something next, like, say, end it all? Shin Chen looked at Zhao Hushan, then suddenly changed the subject. Shin Chen's words were like a slap in the face, hitting Zhao Hushan directly. This made Zhao Hushan even more furious. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Hushan glared at Shin Chen, wishing he could tear him to pieces. Yet, Zhao Hushan was also weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Is this worth doing? Finally, Zhao Hushan made up his mind. Let's go for it. After Zhao Hushan spoke, he gestured for the people around him to take action. It was now a critical moment. Not fighting was a dead end, but at least fighting gave a glimmer of hope. So, Zhao Hushan was also testing his luck. However, at this moment, how could Shin Chen not know what Zhao Hushan wanted to do by looking at him like that? After observing for a while, Shin Chen shook his head helplessly. Well, you shouldn't have done this in the first place. Since that's the case, let's team up against the members of the War God Temple and the Qingmu branch. After Shin Chen's words, the members of the War God Temple and the Qingmu branch started fighting against the people around them. Originally, a mere Qingmu branch might not have been able to resist. But now, with the addition of the War God Temple, would they still fear these people? Upon careful consideration, it was clear that this fear was unfounded. Zhao Hushan's face became increasingly ugly. What should he do now? Zhao Hushan, stop struggling, you have no chance left. Shin Chen stepped forward and said directly. As Shin Chen finished speaking, Zhao Hushan kept retreating. While retreating, Zhao Hushan continued to speak. What's so great about ganging up on someone? If you're capable, face me one-on-one. After Zhao Hushan spoke, Bai Lao directly said, Leader, it's not advisable. Others also agreed, as they could just fight directly without wasting words. Bai Lao disagreed because he felt that although Shin Chen had the inheritance of the old war god, he was still young and inexperienced. Dealing with an old Jianghu like Zhao Hushan might put him at a disadvantage. On the other hand, Shin Chen remained calm. It's okay, come on, let's go one-on-one. After Shin Chen spoke, others looked surprised. But since Shin Chen had already said so, they could only step aside. Looking at Zhao Hushan in front of him, Shin Chen remained indifferent. Don't worry, it will be settled soon. Shin Chen's words made Zhao Hushan feel ridiculous. Sun Shanghai, seeing this, felt a bit worried. Although Zhao Hushan was wrong in this matter, his experience in the Jianghu was vast. This young man might be at a disadvantage. However, Sun Ting was confident. Grandfather, rest assured, Shin Chen won't lose. After all, Sun Ting had witnessed Shin Chen's strength before. She knew that it was hard for ordinary people to harm Shin Chen. Seeing his granddaughter's confidence, Sun Shanghai no longer insisted rashly. Everything would be decided later on. Seeing Shin Chen like this, Zhao Hushan directly drew his knife, gritted his teeth, and swung it towards Shin Chen's left shoulder. The speed of this strike was so fast that it left a residual image in the air. Seeing this, everyone began to worry about how Shin Chen would handle it. But the next moment, Shin Chen smiled faintly, gently dodging the attack by moving his body to the side. Is that all? Shin Chen smiled faintly, directly using a move called controlling the crane and capturing the dragon to grab Zhao Hushan's arm. exerting a gentle force. A crisp sound suddenly rang out, followed by Zhao Hashan's piercing scream. "Ah, my hand!" Zhao Hashan's arm drooped down, evidently broken by Shin Chen. Controlling the crane and capturing the dragon, boy, the reputation of the War God Temple is indeed well deserved, but I have seen through your moves. Next, I will surely kill you. Zhao Hashan wielded a knife with his other hand and once again moved towards Shin Chen. Zhao Hashan felt that, with his vast experience, dealing with a young punk like Shin Chen would be a piece of cake. Just as Zhao Hashan was about to approach Shin Chen changed his palm into a fist and struck Zhao Hashan's chest with a punch. Wing Chun? Moreover, it is evident that the skill is very profound. Some experienced people around immediately noticed the issue. This punch, not to mention in Wing Chun, even some elderly martial artists might not be able to deliver such force. Blood gushed out of Zhao Hashan's chest as he grimaced in pain. "Ah, I'll kill you." Injured, Zhao Hashan swung the knife faster. However, Shin Chen stepped back, grabbed Zhao Hashan's hand, and exerted a slight force. The next moment, Zhao Hashan's hand holding the blade stabbed directly into his own chest, blood flowing out continuously. "Ah, you!" Zhao Hashan pointed at Shin Chen, opened his mouth, wanting to say something. "I said it would be resolved quickly." After Shin Chen finished speaking, the onlookers were dumbfounded. They were at a loss for words, as the scene had unfolded too quickly for them to react. On the other hand, Shin Chen turned to Zhao Hashan's men and said, "Your leader is dead. Now, will you continue to fight or surrender?" Continue? Only a fool would continue. Besides, they were just forced into this situation. Isn't surrendering the better option? "We surrender, sir, master, we were coerced. We hope you can forgive us." "Yes, master, we are just trying to make a living. Please don't exterminate us." "Master, give us a chance to reform ourselves." As these people dropped their weapons and knelt down, they pleaded. Now, those with a keen eye could naturally discern which side was stronger. Unless these people were truly foolish, they would choose not to resist. Sun Chunghai glanced at Shin Chen and approached him, saying, "Thank you, young man. It was nothing, just a small effort." Shin Chen waved his hand, then looked at Sun Ting. "Since the matter here is resolved, I will take my leave. If there is anything in the future, feel free to come find me," Shin Chen said, then turned and left. Sun Ting nodded, feeling grateful towards Shin Chen. As for why Shin Chen left, it was because he knew that the next step would involve rewarding those who contributed. Some of these people were close to Zhao Hashan and would need to be dealt with. Either eliminate them directly or have them retire from managing their assets. In any case, it had nothing to do with Shin Chen. "Boss, what should we do now?" Outside the Sun family's gate, Xing Lei's men asked. After all, they had come here to seek benefits, but ended up with nothing, and several of their brothers were injured. They couldn't swallow this humiliation. Xing Lei raised his head to look into the distance, silently contemplating the situation. His men were right, but with the current unclear circumstances, Xing Lei was unsure of what to do next. "They're here, they're coming out," someone suddenly said beside Xing Lei. Xing Lei glanced into the distance and saw many figures, the same ones who had been standing outside the door earlier. Does this mean that things inside have been settled? With this thought, Xing Lei felt a surge of excitement. Since that's the case, is it our turn to take action next? Thinking this, Xing Lei suddenly saw a familiar figure. It was none other than Shin Chen, the man who had caused the deaths of several of Xing Lei's brothers before. With new grudges and old hatred, coupled with Shin Chen's appearance at this moment, anger flared up in Xing Lei's heart. "Let's go, we attack." With these words from Xing Lei, he and the people around him headed straight towards Shin Chen. "Kid, this time, there's nowhere for you to run. Everyone, attack." Shin Chen looked at Xing Lei in front of him and couldn't help but smile. Weren't these people helping Zhao Hashan before? Now that Zhao Hashan is dead, why are they showing up? "Kid, didn't expect this, did you? I've been waiting for you here for a long time." Xing Lei looked at Shin Chen and said directly. Shin Chen didn't take Xing Lei's words seriously at all. "You've been waiting for me, are you sure?" Shin Chen glanced at Xing Lei with a smirk. Xing Lei looked up, feeling very pleased. It was natural, after all, Xing Lei was the one who had planned this. "That's right, so today, you're doomed." As Xing Lei said this, he suddenly noticed a large group of people coming towards them from a distance. Who were these people? Why did Xing Lei feel a heavy sense of oppression the moment he saw them? Not only were there many of them, but their momentum was also very strong. It seemed like any one of them could easily crush Xing Lei completely with a single move. "Leader! Leader!" The two groups of people respectfully saluted Shin Chen. "Leader?" At this moment, Xing Lei realized that something was wrong. "Who exactly are you?" If Xing Lei hadn't realized it by now, he would truly be a fool. But at this moment, the person beside him said directly, "This is our new war god from the War God Temple. He is the leader of our Qingmu branch. What, War God Temple, Qingmu branch? Any one of them was not someone he could afford to provoke. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Without saying another word, Xing Lei apologized directly. At this point, all he could do was apologize and beg for Xin Shen's forgiveness, otherwise, Xing Lei wouldn't stand a chance. However, Xin Shen just glanced at him, his lips slightly upturned with a hint of mockery. I don't want to see this person and his organization anymore, deal with them. Once it's done, you can all disperse. After Xin Shen finished speaking, the people around him nodded in agreement. Xing Lei's face showed fear. No, this can't be. Xing Lei needed to resist, he had no choice but to resist. However, Xing Lei's resistance was futile in the face of these people. As for what happened next, it had nothing to do with Xin Shen, and he didn't want to get involved either. With this matter finally resolved, Xin Shen left the Sun family, feeling relieved. This is a big family, their methods are more cunning than I had imagined. If it weren't for my luck in having the system, I probably would have died countless times by now. Xin Shen looked ahead, feeling a lingering sense of fear. Rest for 30 minutes, upgrade the Bugatti Veyron 16. For Grand Sport Vitesse to the final version. What, his Bugatti Veyron 16? For Grand Sport Vitesse had been upgraded? Xin Shen came over to take a look, to see how far the upgrade had gone. After taking a look, there didn't seem to be any changes on the surface, but the glass appeared to be thicker than before. Bulletproof glass? Xin Shen could tell, and many areas had been reinforced. If that was the case, Xin Shen's safety factor would be much higher if he encountered someone like Xing Lei again. However, Xin Shen felt that he wouldn't encounter Xing Lei again, as he had already taken care of him. Just as Xin Shen was pondering quietly, footsteps approached from not far away. Hurry up! The voice sounded very familiar. Looking up, not far away, Lin Qingsnow in uniform was leading a team towards them. Xin Shen, what are you doing here? Lin Qingsnow asked, her face showing a hint of concern. After all, no matter what, the relationship between Lin Qingsnow and Xin Shen was there before. As for Xin Shen, he pointed to his car. It seems like my car has some issues. I'll take a look first. What about you guys? Xin Shen wasn't sure what was going on here, so he decided to ask first. Lin Qingsnow, without hesitation, said, I heard there will be a major operation at the Sun family, so I came to take a look. After hearing Lin Qingsnow's words, Xin Shen almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. These subordinates, their efficiency is too slow, right? The situation at the Sun family is almost over, and they are just arriving? It can only be said that their intelligence capabilities are top-notch, but their initiative is zero. At this rate, they will probably just go for a meal and then come back. Oh, then you guys go first. I have some things to take care of, so I'll head back first. Xin Shen didn't want to bother with the matters here, as he had already taken care of what needed to be solved long ago, and as for the rest, it had nothing to do with him. So Xin Shen couldn't be bothered. Lin Qingsnow nodded, about to greet Xin Shen and go straight over. But Lin Qingsnow received a call, and her expression became increasingly surprised. What did you say? How could this happen? After Lin Qingsnow finished speaking, the subordinates beside her also looked at Lin Qingsnow with curiosity. What exactly is the situation here? No need to go, it's already over there. As Lin Qingsnow finished speaking, the others were completely at a loss as if deflated balloons. What's the rhythm here? They haven't even gone over, and it's already over there? What's going on? Damn it, we finally got this intelligence, only to find out they've already finished. Yeah, what should we do now? Should we just go back like this? Otherwise, what should we do? There are many cases waiting for us to handle. We can't just waste time here, right? These people looked very angry. Obviously, they had intended to show off their skills, but encountered such a situation. Anyone would be very angry. So their current state was understandable. At this moment, Lin Qingsnow seemed to suddenly think of something. Right, since the Sun family's mission can't be completed, we can go deal with Lin Zhengbao. After Lin Qingsnow's reminder, the other subordinates all looked eager to take action. After all, idle hands were the devil's tools, and compared to the Sun family's affairs, everything at Lin Zhengbao's place was insignificant. After discussing, they were all ready to take action directly. After all, whether this matter could be resolved also involved many aspects. So all of them were eager to get started. And at that moment, Lin Qingsnow turned around, smiling at Xin Shen. Xin Shen, there's something I'd like to ask for your help with. I don't know. I can't, I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Stop kidding around. Last time dealing with the panther in the forest almost went wrong. Xin Shen doesn't have time to play with them. It's better to leave first. I didn't expect Zhao Heshan to fall too. The panther sat there, reminiscing about certain things, sighing involuntarily. Beside the panther, the others nodded in agreement. It was supposed to be a sure thing, but who would have thought it would suddenly turn out like this? All they could do was lament the unpredictability of life, how everything changed so quickly, catching them off guard. The panther shook his head, unable to help but say, "However, I always feel something is amiss." His words made the others around him look at him with suspicion. What did the panther mean by that? A burly man beside him, known as Bold, looked at the panther and asked, "Boss, what are you worried about?" Bold was the panther's right-hand man, known for his courage and daring deeds. "I'm worried that the authorities might investigate us." The events that had transpired before had left the panther uneasy, and now, he was genuinely concerned. Bold, being his direct self, said, "Don't worry, boss. If those authorities dare to come, I'll knock their heads off with one punch." Bold was known for his audacity, fearless in any situation. The panther knew the kind of person Bold was. Though his words were brash, the panther was touched. "Very well, but no need to worry for now. They shouldn't come so quickly. I'll go check on the goods, you guys take care of things here." The panther gestured to his men. Bold patted his chest and reassured, "Boss, rest assured, with me here, no one will dare to cause trouble." The others echoed similar sentiments. "That's right, with Bold here, no one will dare to mess around. Let's keep watch this time. Once the trade is done, our mission will be complete. Our boss is good to us, entrusting us with the goods. We'll surely be rewarded handsomely." While the others spoke, Bold remained serious. "Guard well, no whispering. Once the task is done, you can do as you please." The others nodded in agreement. Since they had discussed it, they knew what to do next. However, Bold couldn't shake off a strange feeling. Strange, what's wrong with the surveillance? After a quick check, Bold's heart skipped a beat. Not good, someone tampered with the surveillance. Realizing this, Bold shouted to alert the others. Everyone snapped back to attention, looking at Bold. What was going on? The panther had just left, and now someone was breaking in? What should they do now? All eyes were on Bold. Acting decisively, Bold said, "There's no time to think about it now. Pack up and follow me." It wasn't clear what was happening, but if it was a thief, they could catch them. However, if it was the authorities, it would be more complicated. "Bold, what about the goods?" someone asked anxiously. Bold knew exactly how to handle the situation with the goods. So at this moment, boldly spoke up, "Deal with that batch of goods first, the rest of you, follow me." After boldly finished speaking, he led these people out with sticks in hand. Just then, outside, a group of constables rushed in directly. "Everyone, quickly surrender your weapons." Lin Qingsno stepped forward, addressing the people in front of her directly. Shen Chan was somewhat speechless. What era was it, still using the same old tricks? Dealing with these vicious people, just act directly, why so much nonsense? However, after this delay, those people in front rushed towards them. Boldly wielded his stick, swinging it directly towards them. Several constables were caught off guard and fell to the ground. This guy is really strong. Lin Qingsno and Shen Chen were walking behind just now, so they were not affected. But even so, she still felt a lingering fear. Shen Chen, on the other hand, directly shielded Lin Qingsno behind him. "Step aside, leave this to me." Lin Qingsno also knew that she was no match for Boldly. So, Lin Qingsno just nodded lightly. "In that case, I'll leave it to you." As Lin Qingsno finished speaking, Shen Chen smiled without saying a word. Shen Chen didn't have much to say about these matters, just act directly. When those constables saw Shen Chen, they became worried. "Kid, don't come over, this guy is too powerful." Obviously, these constables didn't know how powerful Shen Chen was. But Shen Chen didn't need to explain anything. Anyway, Shen Chen just needed to act directly now. "It's okay, don't worry, I can handle it." Shen Chen patted his chest and reassured the constables. The constables were half believing, looking at Shen Chen with curiosity and puzzlement. They were guessing Shen Chen's identity, who he was, and how he had the confidence to say such things. Boldly had just knocked out 2 constables and was now eager for more. Seeing Shen Chen arrive, Boldly didn't waste any time and swung his stick directly at Shen Chen's head. If this blow landed directly, Shen Chen would surely pass out. Boldly was quite confident in his own strength. "Kid, let me show you how powerful I am." Boldly was full of confidence with this strike. However, Shen Chen swiftly dodged the blow. Boldly looked at Shen Chen in astonishment, not understanding how Shen Chen had done it. But when Boldly was about to retract his stick for the next attack, he was surprised to find Shen Chen already gripping it tightly. "Let go quickly." Boldly gritted his teeth, looking angrily at Shen Chen. Shen Chen just smiled faintly. "Alright, as you wish." Shen Chen let go, and Boldly couldn't even stand steady before falling down. Boldly never expected to be defeated, let alone so miserably. Thinking about this, Boldly gritted his teeth and quickly charged towards Shen Chen. "Damn it, watch how I deal with you." Suddenly, a loud bang was heard in the distance. Looking back, they saw Boldly, who had just been full of bravado, lying on the ground, completely drained of strength. Is it done? Lin Qingsno looked at Shinshen, curious. It's not that she didn't believe, but the speed at which the scene unfolded completely exceeded Lin Qingsno's expectations. Shinshen raised an eyebrow slightly, smiling mysteriously. You'll see for yourself. Well, Shinshen didn't know for sure, but he figured he had probably taken care of it. As everyone approached, Bold was indeed out of strength. Among these people, only Bold was a bit formidable. After taking down Bold, the rest of them couldn't hold on for long and surrendered one after another. After finishing all this, Shinshen didn't have time to dwell on it at all. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Shinshen really felt that what was to come next was the duty of the police. But Lin Qingsno didn't think so. Don't rush off, since you're here, I must treat you to a meal. After Lin Qingsno finished speaking, the other police officers around also nodded in agreement. Yes, Mr. Shin, we owe you a lot this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to take down these people so smoothly. Of course, I didn't believe it when the captain said it before, but now I finally see it. Mr. Shun, please bear with us for a while. Once we're done here, we'll definitely treat you well when we return. Well, since things had come to this point, how could Shinshen not stay? Oh well, let's stay and see for now. Although Shinshen always felt that being invited to dinner by Lin Qingsno didn't seem like a good thing. However, there was something that made Shinshen feel very strange. According to Lin Qingsno's intelligence, this time they should have come to deal with Lin Zhongbao. But why wasn't Lin Zhongbao here? Search around, see if you find anything. Lin Qingsno waved her hand and said to the people around her. After that, the other police officers around Lin Qingsno began to search around. Shinshen, on the other hand, crossed his arms and watched, smiling but saying nothing. Lin Qingsno did notice Shinshen's reaction and came over here to ask in confusion. Shinshen, what's with that expression? Do you think we'll come back empty-handed? It wasn't that Shinshen thought so, but Bold had a smug look on his face. Just look at him, you'll understand. Shinshen pointed at Bold, who looked as if he was saying, I've hidden something, and you won't find it. Lin Qingsno also noticed something was off, but she didn't say anything and decided to wait for the police officers to return. Captain, we didn't find anything. Yes, it's the same here for us. As the police officers around them returned one after another, they all said the same thing. Lin Qingsno never expected the outcome to turn out like this. When she looked back again, Lin Qingsno asked directly, tell me, where did you put the things? Confess and you'll be treated leniently. With Lin Qingsno's words, Bold snorted twice. He didn't care at all about such matters. Shinshen, on the other hand, stepped forward and grabbed Bold by the collar. Confess quickly, or you'll suffer the consequences. Lin Qingsno hurriedly intervened. No, we police officers can't use torture, you can't hit him. Perhaps hearing Lin Qingsno say that, Bold raised his head even more arrogantly. Shinshen didn't expect this and couldn't help but ask, in the movies I've seen, all of you police officers are like this. And then the criminals confess quickly, why can't you use it here? The other police officers also smiled bitterly. If it were that easy, would they be so helpless now? You must have watched foreign movies. In the future, watch fewer of these kinds of movies. Our country's police officers are very rule-abiding, as for the rest, we don't know. I see, Shinshen nodded, having a rough understanding. But now, they couldn't act, and if they wanted to ask for evidence, it would be difficult to handle. Can I give him acupuncture? Shinshen asked, piquing Lin Qingsno's curiosity. Do you still practice acupuncture? Other colleagues were also filled with curiosity. Oh my, the captain has brought in quite a skilled individual. Such dexterity, and to know acupuncture as well? Why hasn't such talent appeared in their department? It seems like they need to apply to recruit such a person under their command as soon as possible. But at this moment, Daring suddenly realized that something was amiss. What are you going to do? Shinshen walked forward, gesturing with the silver needle in his hand. Since you won't confess, then don't blame me. After Shinshen finished speaking, the silver needle in his hand swiftly pierced into Daring's arm. Daring widened his eyes, glaring fiercely at Shinshen. You! Others were puzzled, not understanding what was happening, but only Daring knew clearly in his heart. At this moment, it felt like there were millions of insects crawling all over his body. And currently, this situation would only continue to spread here. In comparison, other issues seemed trivial. But by Lin Qingsno's side, some colleagues seeing this were curious. Hey, does this count as a violation of the rules? However, Lin Qingsno gently shook her head. No, Shinshen is not one of us in the department. Ah, is that so? If they had known, they would have let Shinshen teach Daring a lesson or two. After all, this guy had a stubborn temper. If not disciplined firmly, he wouldn't talk. Shinshen, standing tall and looking down at Daring, said, aren't you going to confess honestly? I believe no one understands the pain in this better than you. As Shinshen finished speaking, Daring gritted his teeth, displaying a determined look. I advise you to give up. No matter what, I will never tell you. Hearing Daring's words, Shinshen was not in a hurry. It's okay, if Daring had good endurance, then let it continue. Shinshen remained calm and added, over time, your kidneys will fail first, followed by your heart, liver, spleen, and lungs. You can continue enduring. I really am not in a rush. Isn't this too cruel? Lin Qingsno looked at Shinshen and asked subconsciously. Other colleagues also glanced over. Indeed, it was quite ruthless. How could they disable the other party at the drop of a hat? Shinshen waved his hand. What's the problem? I'm not a colleague. What? Is that allowed too? But upon careful thought, it seemed to be the case. Daring, whether out of fear or unbearable pain, shouted directly, can't I just confess honestly? After persisting until now, this Daring was indeed a significant figure. Then just confess honestly. After Shinshen spoke, Daring pointed towards a distant warehouse. In the innermost part of that warehouse, there's a hidden layer where those things are stored. What, there's still such a thing? Shinshen turned around and left directly. Don't go, my. Daring wanted to say, what about the injuries on his body? But Shinshen just lightly patted Daring's shoulder. The next moment, the pain that troubled Daring vanished without a trace, as if everything that happened just now was all his illusion. Lin Qingsno, however, was somewhat curious. Hey, how did you do that just now? After all, Shinshen's move was truly extraordinary. Shinshen remained calm. I hit his acupoint just now, causing him to have hallucinations. So, if I tap his temples lightly, he naturally regains consciousness. Shinshen's words made Lin Qingsno suddenly realize that she had been deceived. You dare to lie to me. Lin Qingsno raised her small fist, ready to teach Shinshen a lesson. However, Shinshen waved his hand. Come on, we are law-abiding citizens, how could we harm others? Others might believe Lin Qingsno if she said that, but coming from Shinshen, she didn't buy it. After all, Shinshen was so powerful that even if she did such a thing, it would be understandable. But now, Lin Qingsno didn't dwell on these matters at all. Because right in front of her, a trapdoor appeared. Be careful. Shinshen waved his hand, cautioning those around him. As Shinshen finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. The situation was clear. The next steps became much simpler. Opening the secret compartment revealed a hidden world inside. This underground space was like a warehouse, containing all sorts of things, even food. In other words, staying here for 10 days or half a month would be no problem at all. Shinshen, looking around, shook his head helplessly. But all this is actually nothing. Shinshen continued his search. Beside him, Lin Qingsno said with concern, be careful. Shinshen turned, gave Lin Qingsno a slight smile, and continued his investigation. Why am I so concerned about this guy? Lin Qingsno didn't understand why she had become like this. After watching for a while, Shinshen found nothing at all. Strange, why is there nothing? Lin Qingsno looked ahead, feeling uneasy. And Shinshen? He looked ahead calmly. Shinshen saw everything clearly. So, he remained silent. That guy just now, either he lied or his people deceived him. After Shinshen spoke, Lin Qingsno nodded and headed outside. If that guy dares to lie to me, I won't let him off. Lin Qingsno naturally detested such behavior. Shinshen looked around but found nothing and prepared to leave. Rest for 10 minutes, get the void mirror, usable 30 times. Void mirror? What was that? Shinshen read about the void mirror and roughly understood it. The void mirror allowed one to see past events in a scene. Now, Shinshen was using the void mirror to witness what had happened here before. It turned out that after Bold and his men spoke, they embezzled and hid the items. When Shinshen tried to close the void mirror, he accidentally glimpsed a scene. I didn't expect a murder to have taken place here, this person. Shinshen tried hard to see the person clearly but could only make out a rough image. Then, the void mirror closed. Shinshen shook his head. Forget it, why bother with these things? Let's not dwell on this for now, let's find a way to deal with these matters first. Shinshen thought this and looked into the distance. Lin Qingsno was still questioning Bold. Bold, however, was very angry. I've told you everything I know, what more do you want from me? Otherwise, just kill me. After boldly speaking out, the constables around looked at each other in astonishment. As constables, they had no reason to kill someone, making the situation even more serious. How could they not be aware of such a thing? But now, if they didn't do something, would this matter remain at a standstill like this? Damn it, where could it be? Lin Qingsno was a bit annoyed, not expecting such a small matter to take so long. However, Shinshen also walked out at this moment. No need to be in such a hurry, I know where the thing is. What? Shinshen's words left everyone around stunned. Lin Qingsno looked at Shinshen in surprise. Shinshen, do you really know? After all, this matter was very important to Lin Qingsno. So now, Lin Qingsno was very eager to find out about it. Shin Shen shrugged indifferently, of course, you'll know when you come with me. Others looked at Shin Shen, half believing and half doubting. But now was not the time to dwell on these things. Other constables followed Shin Shen one after another. As for Shin Shen, he remained calm, because Shin Shen knew that these people hadn't gone far, and it was still possible to catch up. The others followed Shin Shen, and soon they found the target and began to apprehend them directly. Trying to escape? You're thinking too simply. Lin Qingsno didn't hesitate and went forward to catch someone. Shin Shen was a bit surprised to see this scene. Is it so crazy? Alright, you found your things, caught the person, I should go now. After Shin Shen finished speaking, Lin Qingsno looked at him and blinked twice. Don't rush to leave, want to come sit with me for a while? Although Lin Qingsno said it politely, Shin Shen had no intention of doing so. Joking around, where Lin Qingsno was, that was the constable bureau, who would just go there for no reason. No, another day. Shin Shen waved his hand at Lin Qingsno, got up, and left directly. Alright, another day? Lin Qingsno waved at Shin Shen, but felt something was off. Lin Qingsno shook her head and stopped thinking about it. Shin Shen, on the other hand, breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I'm out. Shin Shen was really worried. What would happen if he stayed longer? He might end up becoming part of the Constable Bureau, dealing with major cases with Lin Qingsno. And Shin Shen felt that if he had such a superior, he didn't know what would happen. In any case, it wouldn't be fun, at least Shin Shen wasn't used to it. While Shin Shen was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was Ding Mei calling. Is it that beautiful school flower? Shin Shen pondered for a moment and answered the call directly. Although Shin Shen didn't know why Ding Mei was calling him at the moment. Hello, Shin Shen, do you have time now? A beautiful woman inviting him out, of course, he had time. He just didn't know why Ding Mei was looking for him in this manner. I told you, Xiao Mei, you definitely don't have a boyfriend, you guys don't believe me. Just hearing this sudden sentence over the phone, Shin Shen already had a rough idea of what was going on. If Shin Shen and Ding Mei didn't know each other, he might not have cared about this matter. But they had met before, and they got along well. The only downside was that Ding Mei occasionally had some inappropriate thoughts about him. This needed to change. Where are you? I'll come over right away. Shin Shen's words made Ding Mei's eyes light up. I'm at the site of Suwon University now. Just give me a call when you arrive, Ding Mei said, sounding somewhat excited. Initially, Ding Mei was worried that Shin Shen might reject her, which would be quite embarrassing. But now that Shin Shen had agreed, it reignited hope in Ding Mei's heart. Alright, you see, my boyfriend will be here soon. Ding Mei lacked confidence. After all, Shin Shen's status was truly prominent. Initially, Ding Mei thought they were a perfect match. The talented scholar and the beauty together would make a great story. However, the subsequent developments deviated completely from Ding Mei's imagination, even sparking a hint of inferiority in her. The war god's temple, the heiress with a family fortune of billions, pursuing him. Even his car, a Bugatti Veyron 16. For Grand Sport Vitesse worth over 80 million, a car that money alone couldn't buy. So, Ding Mei naturally had such thoughts. But other classmates noticed and gathered around. Xiao Mei, what does your boyfriend do? Is he very impressive? Well, my boyfriend is currently a senior executive in a company, earning 30,000 a month. Oh, your boyfriend is impressive. Unlike mine, who just runs a small company with an annual profit of only a few million. When the girls' dormitory started gossiping, it was beyond what ordinary people could imagine. They were eager to know the specific identity of Ding Mei's boyfriend. After all, Ding Mei was the campus belle of Suwon University, beautiful and academically excellent. If she found a boyfriend who was not only rich and handsome but also capable, it would make them feel inadequate. But what if Ding Mei's boyfriend turned out to be an ordinary person with nothing special? In that case, their boyfriend's status would completely overshadow hers. People always have aspirations. What if they come true? I'm leaving, won't chat with you anymore. Ding Mei didn't want to engage with these classmates anymore. Why were they all so superficial? Status, position? Were those what Ding Mei valued? What's the point of a boyfriend being a senior executive earning 30,000 a month or running a company with an annual profit of a few million when compared to Shin Shen? Of course, Shin Shen didn't mention these things to them, to spare them from feeling ashamed. Considering the time, he should be arriving soon, right? Ding Mei pondered for a moment before heading towards the entrance of Suwon University. If Shin Shen was coming, he would definitely come from there. Thinking about this, Ding Mei's heart was suddenly moved. As the campus belle, Ding Mei naturally attracted countless gazes at the entrance of Suwon University. However, these onlookers dared not approach her. The young masters of Suwon University had warned that anyone who dared to pursue Ding Mei would face consequences. Therefore, these people could only admire from afar. Suddenly, a supercar stopped there. Its black exterior and elegant posture parked right in the middle of the road. Although some students were a bit displeased, they dared not show it, because the owner of this supercar had enough status to silence others. The car door opened slowly, and a young man in his 20s stepped out. Wow, a Porsche. This car is worth millions, and the owner is Deng Yun, the young master of the Deng family. Deng Yun's father is a shareholder of Haodai Group, a true aristocratic family. Yes, if one could be his woman, it would surely be the happiest thing in the world. Around them, many women were infatuated, looking ahead and talking excitedly. Deng Yun, on the other hand, simply ignored all of this. In his eyes, there was only one person, the girl in front of him, Ding Mei. Ding Mei didn't like Deng Yun at all because she found him too flashy and insincere. Compared to Shinshen, Deng Yun seemed to have nothing going for him. Strangely, Ding Mei found herself missing Shinshen even more when she saw Deng Yun's behavior. She wondered where Shinshen was and why he hadn't arrived yet. Ding Mei, seeing you again, I like you even more. Be my girlfriend, Deng Yun said directly to Ding Mei. I'm sorry, but I don't like you, Ding Mei replied, turning to leave. But Deng Yun chuckled, why don't you like me? Is it because of my status? Who else is more suitable for you than me? He asked. Wow, what a beautiful car. A scream came from the crowd at that moment, drawing everyone's attention. Ding Mei's face lit up with joy when she saw the luxury car because she knew the person she had been waiting for had arrived. Deng Yun noticed Ding Mei's expression and felt displeased about the imminent appearance of his rival. He knew he had to handle this situation properly. A Bugatti Veyron 16. For Grand Sport Vitesse performed a beautiful drift and came to a stop. Shinshen found it odd that Suzhou University had become so lively. Could it be because there were beautiful girls, even campus beauties, at the entrance? That seemed to be the only possibility. Shinshen knew these guys too well. Another possibility was that his presence had caused the commotion. I think the second possibility is more likely, Shinshen said as he adjusted his coat. Rest for 30 minutes, acquire shares in Haodai Group, and become the chairman of Haodai Group. What? Was that considered resting? Shinshen had been driving all the way here, how was that considered resting? But he decided to let it go since the system said so. Shinshen took the opportunity to look into Haodai Group. With a market value exceeding 1 billion, Shinshen found it interesting that he had become the chairman of the company. I've unknowingly become the chairman again. Can I be a little proud of myself now? Shinshen thought as he opened the car door and walked out. It had been a while since he had been back to Suzhou University, and now that he was back, Shinshen felt a surge of emotions. Seeing the enthusiastic younger students, he knew this was youth. Especially the girls in short sleeves, showing off their arms and a glimpse of their fair legs, exuding youthful vibes. Shinshen smiled faintly, nodding in greeting. Suddenly, the girls became extremely excited. Wow, it's Senior Shinshen. I can't believe it's been so long, and he's still so handsome. Shinshen, from the previous batch, the most handsome one. I know him too. Yeah, compared to Senior Shinshen, the campus heartthrob of our batch is nothing. He's the real deal, they're just a bunch of boys. Shinshen didn't think much of the compliments. At that moment, he saw Ding Mei standing there. In front of her stood a young man, dressed in splendid attire, exuding a playful and arrogant demeanor. Shinshen noticed a pleading look on Ding Mei's pretty face. Sensing the underlying issue, Shinshen spoke up, Ding Mei, I'm here. He walked straight towards them, leaving the onlookers bewildered. What? The former heartthrob of the previous year at Suwon University was here for the current year's campus bell, Ding Mei? Nevertheless, both being the campus idols of their respective years, they made a striking pair. Deng Yun, however, felt extremely displeased as he observed the scene. Approaching Shinshen a few steps away, Deng Yun halted and blocked his path. What's up? Shinshen asked curiously, looking at Deng Yun. Deng Yun's intention was clearly to provoke Shinshen. So, without beating around the bush, Deng Yun spoke up, of course, there is something, Shinshen. I don't care who you are, but let me tell you, my father is a shareholder of Haodai Group. With a proud expression, Deng Yun finished his statement. Ding Mei, feeling anxious, knew Shinshen's true identity as the god of war in the Temple of War. If things turned physical, no one would be a match for Shinshen. However, in front of the crowd, a physical altercation was out of the question, leaving Ding Mei worried. Surprisingly, Shinshen remained composed and confronted Deng Yun boldly, just a shareholder, so what? Even if your father holds a prestigious position, it's his achievement, not yours. What's it got to do with you? Shinshen didn't elaborate further. A shareholder of Haodai Group? Wasn't that the company Shinshen had just acquired? Was this a case of enemies crossing paths? Shinshen's female juniors around him gazed at him affectionately, expressing their excitement. Senior Shinshen is right, that's so cool. Exactly, thinking you're all that just because of some money, show some real ability. That's right, it's obvious. Dang Yun always bullies others in school, I've had enough of him. If Senior Shinshen could teach him a lesson, it would be even better. These students were not oblivious. Someone who could afford a Bugatti Veyron 16. For Grand Sport Vitesse like Shinshen couldn't be without status. Moreover, Shinshen's background might even surpass Dang Yun's in significance and terror. Dang Yun, hearing the comments around him, remained unfazed. He was rather pleased with Shinshen's grandiose words. You said my father being a shareholder of Haodai Group isn't prestigious enough. But who do you think you are? Do you believe you're the chairman of Haodai Group? Undeniably, Dang Yun was quite formidable to have guessed correctly. However, Shinshen raised an eyebrow and calmly responded, You're right. I am indeed the chairman of Haodai Group. So, think about how you'll seek my forgiveness next. Maybe if you kneel, I'll consider it. Shinshen glanced at Dang Yun, smiling faintly as he spoke. Amused, Dang Yun chuckled, Haha, what joke are you playing on me? You claim to be the chairman of Haodai Group, does that make you one? Why not say you're the Jade Emperor? Dang Yun's subordinates beside him burst into laughter. To them, this situation was nothing but a joke. At that moment, Ding Mei glanced over and her face changed. Principal, why are you here? Principal? Ha, Ding Mei, don't joke around, how could the principal be here? Dang Yun raised his head with a very proud look, speaking directly here. However, as Dang Yun was still speaking, a cough sounded behind him. Dang Yun, why can't I be here? Shinshen had already seen the middle-aged man approaching from the beginning. Shinshen was not unfamiliar with the principal of Su-Hang University, Zhang Shixian. However, Shinshen deliberately remained silent at that time. He just wanted to see if Dang Yun was aware of the problem. But now, it was obvious that Dang Yun had no clue. It didn't matter though, he was not on their side, and he had been trying to target Shinshen before. Young people always have to endure some trials and tribulations, even wealthy second-generation individuals. Principal, I'm sorry. Dang Yun opened his mouth, intending to say something to Zhang Shixian. However, Zhang Shixian didn't even bother with Dang Yun at that moment. Right now, Zhang Shixian's eyes were fixed on Shinshen in front of him. Then, Zhang Shixian pushed Dang Yun aside and hurried to Shinshen, his eyes showing a hint of excitement. Oh, I didn't expect the chairman of Haodai Group to visit our school in person. It's a bit of a neglectful welcome. Zhang Shixian said, shaking Shinshen's hand with some excitement. But Shinshen didn't think much of the compliments from the school principal, maintaining his composure. Principal, you're too kind. I am also a recent graduate of Su-Hang University, so it's only natural for me to come back and visit my alma mater. Ha! Zhang Shixian was stunned, looking at Shinshen. He never expected that the chairman of Haodai Group was actually a recent graduate of Su-Hang University. How come he only found out about this now? It should have been publicized earlier if he had known. However, Dang Yun was now terrified, recalling Shinshen's words. As Shinshen turned around, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally swept over Dang Yun, as if saying something. Dang Yun remembered Shinshen's previous words. What's so great about being a shareholder of Haodai Group? Are you still the chairman of Haodai Group? If so, kneel down and apologize, maybe I'll consider forgiving you. This voice lingered in Dang Yun's mind. The next moment, Dang Yun didn't hesitate at all. With a thud, he knelt down directly. This sudden turn of events startled those around him. Zhang Shixian never expected such a situation to arise out of nowhere. Dang Yun, can't you see Chairman Shen from Haodai Group here? Your behavior is disgraceful. This situation made Zhang Shixian feel embarrassed. However, Shinshen remained indifferent. Principal, it's nothing. I think he must not be feeling well. That's why he couldn't help but kneel down, right? Ding Mei almost burst out laughing upon hearing this. If she thought Shinshen's words were giving Dang Yun a way out, she was completely mistaken. The exchange between Shinshen and Zhang Shixian was like rubbing salt in Dang Yun's wound. Dang Yun knelt there, head bowed, not daring to speak. It was truly embarrassing, but one was the principal of Su-Hang University, and the other was the chairman of Haodai Group. Offending either of them was not an option. The onlookers around, however, found this scene extremely entertaining. This is so satisfying. I never expected to witness such a scene. Exactly, when Dang Yun bullied other students before, did he ever think he would end up like this? All of this, in my opinion, is entirely his own doing. At this moment, all the past grievances and resentments erupted. Dang Yun felt mocked by thousands of people, all because of Shinshen. Shinshen, I will settle the score with you sooner or later. Meanwhile, Zhang Shixian sighed helplessly. These students nowadays have such poor physical fitness. They collapse at the slightest trouble and even kneel down directly. These students will definitely need to enhance their training in this aspect in the future, and I will personally oversee it. What, Zhang Shixian personally handling this matter? Just the thought of it almost made Deng Yun faint from fear. This was no joke. If the upright Zhang Shixian really took action, Deng Yun would undoubtedly meet his end. Principal, these are just minor issues. I am actually very interested in collaborating with Su Hang University. Let's discuss it further. Xin Shen was now the chairman of Haodai Group, and with that statement, how could Zhang Shixian not show some respect? Moreover, Xin Shen was accompanied by Ding Mei. Zhang Shixian praised Ding Mei repeatedly, saying Xin Shen had a good eye and Ding Mei excelled academically. Ding Mei felt like she was dreaming even now. All of this felt almost unreal to Ding Mei. Wasn't he the war god of the War God Temple? How did he become the chairman of Haodai Group in the blink of an eye? The plot twist was so intense, even a drama wouldn't dare to portray it like this. However implausible it seemed, it was happening right there. After listening to Zhang Shixian's praises, Xin Shen knew he had to promise some benefits. Otherwise, Xin Shen worried that Zhang Shixian lingering around as a third wheel wouldn't be good. Principal, rest assured, I will have my company start working on the plans we discussed earlier as soon as I return. As for the follow-up, Haodai Group will take full responsibility. Hearing Xin Shen's words, Zhang Shixian's eyes lit up. Zhang Shixian then said a bunch of flattering words about Su Hang University being a beacon of talent and nurturing talents, and then he left. Watching Zhang Shixian leave, Xin Shen felt somewhat helpless. Finally, he's gone. If this continues, we will soon be delayed in our proper business. Proper business? Ding Mei raised her head to look at Xin Shen and then around. This was a school. How could they conduct proper business here with people coming and going? But since Xin Shen proposed it, Ding Mei found Xin Shen intriguing. In a way, it wasn't a big deal. Then, let's go to the small grove over there. There are fewer people, and it will be more convenient. More convenient? What was the connection here? Xin Shen said they were going to do proper business, so why take him to a small grove? Were they going there to study? However, Xin Shen didn't dwell on this issue because there was something more important he needed to do now. Your classmates were mocking you on the phone earlier, right? Now, it's time to teach them a lesson. Meanwhile, inside the female dormitory, when these girls had nothing to do, they sat around chatting. Their conversations revolved around makeup products and how their new boyfriends treated them. Eventually, the topic shifted to Ding Mei. One of the girls, heavily made up and exuding pride in her words, said, I always knew Ding Mei was being deceived by her boyfriend. If Ding Mei agrees, I'll have my boyfriend introduce her to someone. With her looks, finding an excellent boyfriend should be a piece of cake, right? What's wrong with being a bit older? She has money, after all. After Ji-min finished speaking, the other girls nodded in agreement. That's right, a woman's prime years are so short, why not enjoy them to the fullest now? Why wait? So, what's the big deal about being the campus belle? Once we enter society, we'll realize it's worth nothing. Exactly, it's better to make the most of our value now and find a sugar daddy. The girls in the dormitory chattered on. Their voices grew more excited by the moment. Just then, a voice from outside interrupted them. Breaking news, the campus belle and her boyfriend are here. What, is this for real? Without further ado, everyone rushed outside to see for themselves. Peering from the balcony, they spotted a young couple walking towards them from a distance. The man was tall and handsome, while the woman was stunningly beautiful. They looked so perfect together. However, Ji-min couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. Why did the campus belle have a tall, handsome boyfriend while hers was old and unattractive? But a guy that good-looking surely doesn't have much money. Convinced, Ji-min muttered, I knew it, the campus belle is still living in her fairy tale world. When looking for a boyfriend, it's about finding someone with power, looks don't matter, she added. Another girl beside her nodded in agreement. Exactly, what looks glamorous now will lead to regrets later. Money is essential in this day and age. As they spoke, others who shared their views also nodded in approval, while those who disagreed remained silent. Suddenly, someone nearby who found them disagreeable spoke up. You don't know what you're talking about, stop making baseless assumptions. This handsome guy is Xin Shen, the former campus heartthrob. What, Xin Shen? The most handsome guy from the previous year? He's here, finally here, striding towards them. But even if he was the former heartthrob, it didn't change the fact that he was broke. Just this fact alone proved that Ji-min and her friends were one step ahead in choosing boyfriends. Upon this realization, they felt a surge of happiness. Meanwhile, Xin Shen and Ding Mei had arrived. Xin Shen glanced at Ding Mei's classmates on the balcony. Most of them seemed amused, while a few gazed at him admiringly. After all, Xin Shen was undeniably handsome. Xin Shen sighed and shook his head. Your roommates have a different mindset from you. Find some time to move out. Ding Mei nodded in agreement. I understand, don't worry, I'm already planning to move out. All they ever talked about were cosmetics or finding an old, wealthy boyfriend. If they were looking for a sugar daddy, they didn't need to come all the way here, did they? Suddenly, a group of people approached Shin and Ding Mei from behind. Men and women dressed in suits, clearly corporate elites. The burly man in the front, also in a suit, respectfully addressed Shin. Chairman, I'm Xia Jiang, head of security at Haodai Group. The company sent us to see if you need anything, Chairman. What, Chairman? Moreover, he is the chairman of the Haodai Group, the company worth $1 billion in market value? At this moment, those women who were mocking Ding Mei's lack of vision all obediently closed their mouths. If this is considered a lack of vision, then no one's vision is more appropriate. Shin glanced over and nodded slightly. Yes, bring out all the belongings of this young lady. Then accompany this young lady to select the most expensive house nearby and buy it in her name. After Shin finished speaking, Ding Mei reached out to stop him. No, don't. You don't want to? You know, when a beautiful woman says no to the opposite sex, how attractive is that? Do you think you can just say no and that's it? This matter is not up to you. Listen to me, charge it to the company's account later. After Shin finished speaking, the people beside him nodded repeatedly and immediately rushed in. The security department of the Haodai Group also has women, and their skills are no worse than those of ordinary men. Ding Mei's roommates, upon seeing this scene, felt even more regretful. Ding Mei, we've been roommates for so long, how can you just move out like this? Yes, even if you don't say anything else, you should at least consider our friendship as roommates, don't leave. Ding Mei, I was wrong, please don't go, can't I apologize to you? As these people spoke, Ding Mei looked at them and couldn't help but smile. Superficially mocking me, talking behind my back, do you think I don't know? Advising me to find an old and ugly boyfriend, isn't it because your boyfriends have given you benefits? You all pretend to be roommates on the surface, but by treating me like this, do you think I will stay in this dormitory? Ding Mei didn't say anything before, not because she didn't know anything, but ironically, Ding Mei's roommates thought she didn't know anything at all. So now, until the moment Ding Mei was about to leave, they began to regret deeply. If they had known earlier, they would have treated Ding Mei better. Besides, those much older boyfriends they found are just for fun. What will happen in the future, no one can say for sure. But Shin is different, the chairman of the Haodai Group, young, handsome, and wealthy. This requirement is simply impeccable. With a bang, the door closed, and Ding Mei left. In the face of all this, Ding Mei couldn't help but feel a bit sad. However, Ding Mei is already a senior now, staying or leaving school doesn't really matter. Looking at Ding Mei, Shin smiled slightly. I have some time now, so I'll accompany you for a stroll nearby. Ding Mei nodded, grateful to have Shin by her side. Thinking this way, Ding Mei felt much more at ease. I'm a bit tired, I want to find a place to rest. Ding Mei was indeed tired, dealing with these people had left her physically and mentally exhausted. But fortunately, it's all over now. Rest for 15 minutes, and you'll get a villa at Tianping Real Estate. No. 3. Tianping Real Estate? Isn't it right next door? And Shin remembers that the villas here are worth millions. Some even reach over $1 billion. Shin isn't sure how much his property is worth. Anyway, going over to take a look will clarify things. Okay, I happen to have a property in Tianping Real Estate nearby, let's go check it out. Shin words surprised Ding Mei. You also have property in Tianping Real Estate? But, thinking of Shin identity, the war god of the War God Temple. And then, there's Shin position as chairman of the Haodai Group. That's a company worth $1 billion in market value, and as the chairman, Shin owns a mansion worth millions. Well, I don't know either. I guess so. We'll know once we go in, Shin said calmly here. After speaking, Shin walked straight ahead. After all, in Shin eyes, it was his first time back. The staff at Tianping Real Estate were shocked when they learned of Shin purpose. Sir, you said you are a guest at Building 3 of Tianping Real Estate? After the staff here finished speaking, many salespeople from Tianping Real Estate all gathered here. They became very enthusiastic, treating him as eagerly as they would their own parents. Shin found out that although Building 3 had been sold, it had not been determined who it belonged to. This villa was worth billions, with commissions alone amounting to millions. So, Shin chose a very beautiful girl and handed over this achievement to her. Firstly, she was a beautiful woman, and secondly, women were more meticulous, making it more convenient for Shin to find her in the future if needed. After doing this, Shin brought Ding Mei to Villa 3. Did you buy this? Ding Mei was very surprised to see it. Shin also did not expect the villa to be so large, with everything one could ask for. I guess so. If there's nothing else, you can go back first. Then, arrange a few bodyguards to protect Miss Ding's safety. Shinshen suddenly said to the head of the security department, Xiao Jiang, beside him. Xiao Jiang nodded and said a few words to the security guards next to him, who all nodded in agreement. Now, only Shinshen and Ding Mei were left here. Shinshen waved his hand and said to Ding Mei, from now on, this place is yours. You can look around, or would you like to experience it properly? Shinshen half-jokingly, half-seriously said. Ding Mei, on the other hand, was not shy at all. Sure, thank you then. In fact, Ding Mei's heart was moved. Ding Mei smiled slightly as she looked ahead. She did not refuse Shinshen's gestures, but she was very grateful to him in her heart. If it weren't for Shinshen, Ding Mei wouldn't have taken this step. Strange, here. Shinshen looked around and suddenly noticed something different here. According to the beautiful saleswoman in the sales office, these were specially prepared for guests. However, it seemed a bit strange in this way. Am I someone who needs these things? Shinshen glanced at Ding Mei, who was approaching him. The fragrance was intoxicating, making people involuntarily look over. No, we are progressing too fast. Seeing Ding Mei about to approach, Shinshen waved his hand. But Ding Mei blinked at Shinshen. Why are we progressing so slowly? Meeting an outstanding man like you, Shinshen, if I don't speed up a bit, won't I regret it? It seemed like a reasonable thing to say. So, everything developed naturally. The room, already filled with a romantic atmosphere, was further embellished. The hearts of the young man and woman gradually merged. On the other side, Dang Yun felt somewhat unwilling. Damn, why did it turn out like this? After Dang Yun said this, the people around him all looked at Dang Yun. Young master, what should we do now? When Dang Yun's men asked, Dang Yun clearly didn't think it was a big deal. Dang Yun felt that even if the other party was the chairman of Haodai Group, so what? Haodai Group had been run by Dang Yun's father, Dang Jiang, for many years. In fact, the goal is clear without saying it's the position of the chairman of the Haodai Group. So now, for Dang Yun, what he wants to do is teach Shinshen a lesson. I have a plan, come over here. Dang Yun waved his hand, speaking to the people beside him. As Dang Yun explained his plan, the others around him widened their eyes in surprise. What, can it really be done this way? Deng Daxiao is really amazing, to come up with such a plan. Of course, let's all teach that kid a lesson together, I've had my eye on him for a while. With that, everyone around Dang Yun expressed their indignation. As these people finished speaking, a faint smile played on Dang Yun's lips. He had already seen through these matters. How could Dang Yun not be clear about this? So now, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Dang Yun's eyes. Shinshen, you think you're so great, this time, I will make sure you fall from grace. If Shinshen's reputation is tarnished, then the Haodai Group will have to vote again. In that case, who will be the chairman of the Haodai Group is uncertain. Dang Yun felt that his plan was seamless and flawless. It was time to set it in motion, and Shinshen would be doomed for sure. Pleased with his thoughts, Dang Yun smiled. I'll just wait here for the good news. Early the next morning, Shinshen stretched his muscles. Perhaps due to excessive exercise the night before, Shinshen was still feeling a bit off. But now, Shinshen needed to go out and stretch his muscles. Looking at Ding Mei still asleep, Shinshen approached her, lightly kissed her cheek, then got ready and left. Shinshen wasn't worried about Ding Mei's safety. If possible, Shinshen planned to visit the Haodai Group. However, the Haodai Group shouldn't be open yet, so I'll just wander around the area near Suzhou University. Shinshen thought to himself as he aimlessly walked. Before long, a moderately attractive girl in a short skirt hurried over to Shinshen. Hey, can you please help me? What's going on? Seeing the pitiful look on the woman's face, Shinshen couldn't help but feel suspicious. Do we know each other? A woman appearing out of nowhere on the street and finding Shinshen was quite odd. But she said, I'm a student at Suzhou University, my name is Sun Tsuetsue. A student at Suzhou University? She didn't quite look the part. Although the woman looked pretty after makeup, to Shinshen, she seemed a bit too dolled up, almost like she could work in a nightclub. A student at Suzhou University? Or a repeat student? Alright, what's the matter? Shinshen waved his hand, asking Sun Tsuetsue. Sun Tsuetsue took Shinshen's hand and suddenly said, It's over there, you'll see once you come with me. Go with her? Over by the corridor? Shinshen immediately used the void mirror. The void mirror had 30 uses, one of which Shinshen had used before to investigate Lin Qingsnow, leaving 28 uses. Shinshen could clearly see what had happened before. So that's how it is. Shinshen could have left at this point. However, since he was already there, it would be a shame not to stay. Besides, Shinshen wanted to see what these people were up to. Just in time, this segment has been directly recorded by Shinshen. Anyway, everything has been recorded, so there's no need to worry about her playing tricks later. Trying to set me up, you guys are still too green. Shinshen and Sun Tsuetsue arrived at the entrance of the alley together. Sun Suetsue was still planning to continue pulling Shinshen inside, but Shinshen stopped. It's fine to talk here, but if they go directly into the alley, wouldn't it be like walking into a trap? So now, Shinshen stopped. Young man, what's wrong? It's just ahead. Sun Suetsue looked at Shinshen, with a hint of a smile on her face. However, Shinshen, who knew the truth, had a smug expression on his face. No need to waste your tricks anymore, just bring out all your means. If you don't make a move, then I'll leave. Shinshen smiled ambiguously, looking at Sun Suetsue, raising an eyebrow and saying to the people in front of him. After Shinshen finished speaking, Sun Suetsue also seemed unsure. But at this moment, Sun Suetsue slightly lowered her clothes and shouted, "Indecent, someone is being indecent." This rhythm made Shinshen somewhat suspicious. How abnormal must his mind be to be indecent to her? Moreover, everyone Shinshen had contact with was exceptionally beautiful. Unless Shinshen had lost his mind, why would he be indecent to her? However, just as Sun Suetsue spoke, suddenly many people rushed out from all directions. These people immediately blocked Shinshen's path. Standing at the forefront, a burly young man glared fiercely at Shinshen. In broad daylight, how dare you be indecent, what audacity! It seems I must teach you a lesson today. After speaking, the young man came in front of Shinshen and threw a punch at him. In their eyes, these people joining forces to take down Shinshen should be an easy task. However, at this moment, while these people were acting this way, Shinshen remained calm. Not to mention these people, the experts Shinshen had dealt with before included Zhao Hashan and those of a similar level. These were just students pretending to be tough. Shinshen couldn't muster any interest. Yes, hurry up and act, don't let this guy get away. Sun Suetsue stood there, still inciting the situation. But for Shinshen, it didn't matter. Before the punch could land, Shinshen effortlessly blocked it. After doing so, Shinshen looked ahead, smiling ambiguously. Is that all? Shinshen casually struck the man in front of him. Due to the intense pain, the man collapsed to the ground. Shinshen didn't care about him. The others around didn't last long either, falling one by one. Shinshen shook his head helplessly at the people. Why bother with this? Tell me, who sent you here to deal with me? Shinshen's eyes showed a hint of killing intent as he spoke. After Shinshen's words, the people in front looked at him, unsure. For them, the next priority was to resolve this matter properly. You're talking nonsense, you were indecent first, yet you're playing the victim. These people were angry. Sun Suetsue was the same. But Shinshen didn't care. You say I'm talking nonsense, then look at this. Shinshen took out his phone and played a video. In the video, the actions of these people were crystal clear. Seeing this, these people looked at each other, evidently feeling a bit moved. How did this video get leaked? Faced with this situation, these people suddenly didn't know what to say. At this moment, they exchanged glances, suspicion arising in their hearts. Who could have done this? It was quite doubtful. However, right at this moment, Shinshen spoke up. Now, come clean, who sent you here? If you don't speak, don't blame me. After saying this, Shinshen found a number on his phone. It was Lin Kingsnow's number, and with just one call, she could come over immediately. Humph, what are you planning? Sun Suetsue, feeling uneasy, asked. Report to the authorities, let them handle this matter. You're really going to report this? Sun Suetsue, feeling uneasy, asked again. That's right, once I report this, you'll be looking at least 10 to 8 years behind bars. Think about it, you all have bright futures ahead, is it worth risking it all for that person? Shinshen's words made them hesitate. Yes, Shinshen was right. But just then, a voice behind Shinshen interrupted. What are you all doing? This voice sounded familiar, as if they had heard it not long ago. Shinshen turned around to find Lin Qingsnow standing there with a group of officers. How did you get here? Shinshen was curious. Lin Qingsnow seemed to appear out of nowhere. It felt like she was everywhere. I saw you from afar and didn't know what you were up to, so I followed. What's going on? Do you need help? After Shinshen explained the situation to Lin Qingsnow, she immediately responded, this is serious, someone is attempting to kidnap a billionaire. This is a major case that must be dealt with severely. Saying this, the officers moved forward to take the young men and women away. Hearing they were going to be taken away, they were immediately terrified. What was happening? Why were they being taken away? This was not what they wanted. Wait, I'll talk, can't we just talk it out? Sun Suetsue, being a woman, didn't have the courage and confessed. It turned out that all of this was related to Deng Yun. Shinshen, I may not know the full story, but if you need anything, just say the word. Lin Qingsnow had some free time and decided to help Shinshen with this matter. She realized that wherever Shinshen went, there seemed to be unsolved cases. But Shinshen felt it wasn't the right time to ask for Lin Qingsnow's help. Not necessary for now, but if needed, I won't hesitate to ask for your help. After Shinshen said this, Lin Qingsno and the others had to back off. As for the young people, they breathed a sigh of relief. What should we do now? They looked at Sun Suetsue, feeling anxious. Provoking Shinshen again would be foolish. So, after careful consideration, Sun Suetsue spoke up. Let's forget about everything for now. I have a strange feeling in my heart. Deng Daxiao is done for. Were all these true? But thinking about it, he even knew the officers, and their relationship seemed good. If they revealed Deng Yun's actions, he would be doomed. You're right, Suetsue, you're amazing. We'll follow your lead. With that, they decided to leave for now. At this moment, Shinshen pondered carefully and suddenly realized something. What I lack now is a team. If I had a group of lawyers helping me, I would be much more efficient. Shinshen felt that he must find these people as soon as possible. Lost in thought, Shinshen looked up and gazed at the distant Qingyi law firm. I remember this law firm being quite reputable, with very professional lawyers. Since that was the case, Shinshen decided to recruit them first. Rest for 10 minutes, increase goodwill of Qingyi law firm personnel by 50. What, is this a coincidence? Shinshen didn't care much now and headed straight to the Qingyi law firm. Inside the Qingyi law firm at that moment, everyone turned to look at Shinshen. They didn't know what Shinshen was up to, but now, Shinshen's unique aura made them feel something different. This gentleman has a unique aura. Yes, he looks different from others, makes me want to get to know him more. I don't know if it's a coincidence, but I really want to meet him, and my sister is single. I wonder if this handsome guy is interested in meeting her. Is this the effect of increasing goodwill by 50? Why does Shinshen feel like his goodwill has increased by 500? Nevertheless, Shinshen walked straight towards them and slammed the table. Is this Qingyi law firm? I'm very interested in you. How much? I'll buy it. Shinshen was well versed in negotiation. So, as soon as he arrived, his first sentence caught everyone off guard. What's going on? This young man who made their goodwill skyrocket, with his first sentence, made everyone gasp. Unexpectedly, this extraordinary young man was here to buy their Qingyi law firm. Thinking of this, everyone's gaze turned to the office of the top lawyer in the distance. The owner of the Qingyi law firm was also a top lawyer named Li Qingyi. Well known in the industry, achieving such success in her early 20s was extraordinary. Although there were no issues in these aspects, she was a person with high standards and wouldn't take on low-quality cases like spying or investigating infidelity. So, despite the firm's reputation, the income situation was quite bleak, with Li Qingyi mostly funding it herself. Now, she was struggling a bit. Suddenly hearing that someone wanted to buy her law firm, Li Qingyi thought it was an arrogant person. I want to see which ignorant fool wants to, Li Qingyi shouted as she came out. But when she saw Shinshen, Li Qingyi felt her cheeks flush. Such a handsome young man. Li Qingyi's voice, from a strong woman, suddenly turned into a gentle lady. This voice was enchanting. Shinshen didn't expect the lawyers at Qingyi law firm to be so young and beautiful. Excuse me, are you the owner of this law firm? I intend to acquire your law firm. How much are you willing to offer? After Shinshen spoke, Li Qingyi raised a finger. Actually, Li Qingyi hadn't thought about this before, but who could resist Shinshen's charm? A 50% discount, around 1 million, would be enough. In front of Li Qingyi, Shinshen nodded. No problem, I didn't bring that much cash. I'll write you a check for 10 million. The others were stunned. 10 million? What's wrong? Not enough? Otherwise, you name your price, and I'll write you a check. Shinshen's words left everyone speechless. This was definitely a big spender, catching them completely off guard. But now, Li Qingyi regained her composure. That's enough. 10 million is sufficient. Good, that's settled. Shinshen had expected the acquisition process to be extremely difficult. However, it turned out to be much smoother than he had imagined. Although I'm willing to acquire, I won't engage in illegal activities. If you do, I won't assist you. I hope you understand. As Li Qingyi finished speaking, she pondered silently. Would this scare the young man away? She wished she had been gentler just now. However, Shinshen just smiled faintly. Okay. Shinshen's response made Li Qingyi's eyes light up, a look of joy on her face. She had never expected this matter to go so smoothly. But there's something I hope you can investigate for me. I want you to look into some information about a shareholder named Deng in Haodai Group, preferably some evidence of his crimes. Initially, Shinshen had no intention of going in this direction. But his son, Deng Yun, knew how to deal with Shinshen using such methods. Like father, like son. Therefore, Shinshen now dared to assert that Deng Yun and his father were definitely up to something. Li Qingyi was surprised. You mean Deng Jiang, you want to investigate him? Who exactly are you? As Li Qingyi spoke, the people around them all turned to look at Shinshen. Throughout, besides Shinshen offering 10 million to acquire them, he had shown no other signs. At this moment, Shinshen looked at everyone and slowly said, "As for me, I am Shinshen, the chairman of Haotai Group." "What, Shinshen is the chairman of Haotai Group?" At this moment, everyone was stunned. I always felt this handsome guy was extraordinary, never thought he was the chairman of Haotai Group. And I heard that Deng Jiang of Haotai Group has long been eyeing the position of chairman, now it seems to be true. "That's right, boss, let's investigate quickly." The people around them all seemed fully committed. After they finished speaking, Li Qingyi was deeply shocked. This matter was completely beyond her expectations. Even now, Li Qingyi had not recovered from the shock. "Can you tell me why you're doing this?" Li Qingyi felt it wasn't right to act without reason. Although Deng Jiang wasn't a good person, Li Qingyi still wanted to understand Shinshen better. So Shinshen explained the previous events, especially upon learning that Shinshen intended to cooperate with Su Hang University and had plans to help impoverished students, among other things. In Li Qingyi's mind, Shinshen's stature grew even taller. Therefore, in Li Qingyi's eyes, anyone daring to go against Shinshen was simply seeking their own demise. "Alright, I can do it, it will be done within 3 days." Li Qingyi's words relieved Shinshen. Since Li Qingyi had agreed, it was clear that Shinshen was satisfied. 3 days would be enough. By now, Deng Jiang probably knew about the information concerning himself and was likely contemplating how to deal with Shinshen. Since that's the case, let you bounce around a few more days. Shinshen thought to himself, but on the surface, he said, "I'll talk to Haotai Group and arrange for some security guards to ensure the safety over here. Or, you can hire your own. Normally, I wouldn't restrict you from taking private jobs, but most of the time, you'll have to take responsibility for some of my companies." Shinshen felt that when necessary, he had to make things clear to everyone present. As Shinshen finished speaking, those around him nodded in agreement. This was natural. "Dad, something big has happened." At this moment, Deng Yun hurried back in a fluster. Deng Jian was somewhat curious about what had happened. Seeing Deng Yun's anxious appearance, he felt that something was amiss. "Son, what's wrong? What happened?" Deng Jian felt that Deng Yun still lacked in cultivation in this aspect. But his own son was only in his 20s, young and spirited, so it was understandable. "Dad, I met the chairman of Haotai Group, and he is a graduate of our Su Hang University." Deng Yun directly told Deng Jiang about this matter. Originally calm Deng Jiang, upon hearing this, widened his eyes in shock. What, the chairman of Haotai Group? If all these things were true, it was completely unexpected. Seeing this, Deng Jiang's eyes held a hint of anger. "I've been diligently investigating the chairman of Haotai Group, but there has been no information. I never expected that he was actually a student of Su Hang University." Deng Jiang pondered in his heart about what to do next, but Deng Yun explained his plan, and Deng Yun admitted that he had failed. Deng Yun was now confused, unsure of what to do. So now, he wanted to ask Deng Jiang for any better solutions. However, Deng Jiang suddenly smiled. "Son, you're thinking too simply. You've been thinking of him as a student, neglecting his identity as the chairman." As Deng Jiang finished speaking, Deng Yun was taken aback. It seemed that was indeed the case. But if that was the situation, what should they do? At this moment, Deng Yun looked to Deng Jian for help. But Deng Jian just smiled. "Don't worry, this matter is nothing. Leave it to me, I'll handle it." As Deng Jian finished speaking, Deng Yun's face was filled with anticipation. If it was really like that, it was a good thing. Deng Yun felt more and more pleased. "I won't let this guy off. After we deal with him and reclaim the position of chairman of Haotai Group, I will definitely humiliate him severely." Deng Yun's words didn't concern Deng Jiang. But now, some matters needed to be resolved. Rest well, wait for news from there. After leaving the law firm, Shinshen had originally planned to go to Haotai Group. But in the end, Shinshen held back. From the current situation, it seems that many within Haotai Group are Deng Jiang's people. "If I go now, it seems like I can't do anything." Thinking this, Shinshen wasn't as anxious as before. Since it was already clear now, Shinshen felt there was no need to go. Moreover, even if Shinshen went directly now, he wouldn't be able to do anything. So now, Shinshen felt it was better to wait. Just as he was thinking, Shinshen's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar phone number, but Shinshen decided to answer after some consideration. "Hello, may I speak to Mr. Shinshen? I am the steward of the Situ family. Our master has sent you an invitation to attend our Situ family banquet at noon. Are you available?" Upon hearing this, Shinshen pondered the matter silently. He had no reason to refuse such an invitation. Since the Situ family had kindly invited him, Shinshen decided to go directly. "By the way, what about my invitation?" Shinshen thought that one should have an invitation to attend a banquet, right? For other guests, they need an invitation, but for a distinguished person like Mr. Shin, you naturally do not require one. You can just come in directly when the time comes. Oh, is that so? It seemed they were genuinely polite. Shinshen's current status was that of a behind-the-scenes owner of 2 enterprises. These 2 enterprises also had a certain reputation in Suzhou and Hangzhou City. Therefore, what the other party said was understandable. Shinshen nodded. All right, I will be there on time. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shinshen hung up the phone. Since they were giving him face, Shinshen felt obliged to reciprocate. In this world, mutual respect was essential. As Shinshen's status and wealth increased, he believed that most people would show him more respect. Lost in thought, Shinshen suddenly noticed someone was following him. Strange, what's going on? Shinshen furrowed his brows slightly and turned to look behind him. He saw the individuals looking somewhat guilty. When they noticed Shinshen looking at them, they quickly averted their gaze. Really, even if you send someone to deal with me, at least find someone more competent. By hiring these mediocre individuals, are you short on budget? Shinshen sighed helplessly after some thought. However, since they had encountered each other, Shinshen decided to go and assess the situation before making a decision. With this in mind, a faint smile appeared on Shinshen's face. Shinshen approached the 2 individuals directly, looking at them with a half-smile. The individuals seemed eager to leave. What's the matter, leaving so soon? Isn't your target me? Shinshen raised his head to look at the 2, speaking calmly. Even the most foolish person would understand the situation now. Consequently, these individuals became very angry and decided to attack Shinshen directly. Shinshen placed a hand on the shoulder blade of one of them. With a slight force, the person fell down without a sound. The other person, realizing Shinshen's skill, drew a knife and faced Shinshen. I didn't expect you to be so skilled. Since that's the case, don't blame me. With that, the person brandished a sharp blade and lunged at Shinshen, gesturing in midair before thrusting towards him. Before the blade could reach Shinshen, he dodged the attack with a slight movement. Shinshen then delivered a swift chop to the person's neck. Ah, you! The person tried to say something but quickly lost consciousness, falling to the ground unconscious. Shinshen glanced around and saw that there were currently no other people on the street. But Shinshen decided to deal with the 2 individuals first. Looking around, he spotted 2 trash cans nearby. Shinshen walked over, grabbed each person by the arm, and tossed them directly into the trash cans. Don't blame me. If you have to blame someone, blame yourselves for messing with the wrong person. I haven't killed you, which is already showing mercy. Initially, Shinshen wanted to investigate further to find out who had sent them. But it turned out to be quite simple. With a little thought, it was easy to deduce the likely suspects. Currently, those who harbored deep hatred towards Shinshen and stood to gain the most from his demise were clear. Thinking about it, he could quickly eliminate most of the suspects. Deng Jiang? Shinshen thought of this person with a hint of resentment. Unexpectedly, before Shinshen could confront him, the man had come knocking on his door. What should Shinshen say in response to this? Considering this, Shinshen decided it was best to have Li Qingyi and the others speed up their investigation. Only with evidence in hand could Shinshen use his methods to deal with them. For now, it was pointless to say more. Let's go to the banquet first. Shinshen drove his Bugatti Veyron 16 for Grand Sport Vitesse towards the destination. Today, there were quite a few families hosting banquets. However, the Situ family's banquet was unique. Shinshen quickly found the location and arrived at the Situ family's residence. Surprisingly, the banquet was being held at the Situ family's home. As Shinshen approached, he noticed a constant stream of guests coming and going. He parked his car and stepped out directly. At that moment, all eyes were on Shinshen. Rest for 5 minutes and receive a shock value of 100 from the audience. What's going on? Did he just win a prize for parking and getting out of the car? It seems I'm truly lucky. Shinshen noticed that many people's attention was now on him. At that moment, a butler-like figure approached Shinshen and respectfully said, "You must be Mr. Shinshen, right? I'm Afu, the steward of the Situ family. The banquet is about to begin. Please follow me, Mr. Shen." Shinshen nodded and followed Afu. The surrounding people were astonished. Who was this person that the steward of the Situ family personally received? Shinshen walked slowly towards them. The guests' gazes all fell on Shinshen. A steward in a family could represent many things. Firstly, he could represent a certain appointment by the family head. So when Afu spoke, the people around started to discuss. How can this handsome young man be treated so respectfully by the Situ family steward? Could it be that he is the chosen son-in-law of the Situ family? No, I know a little inside information. This young man is Shinshen, the owner of Joyful Times, Jintai Tower, and Haodai Group. Wow, at such a young age, he has such a strong capital. I suddenly find him very interesting. Don't make a fuss. My daughter is about the same age as him, so if anyone is going to pursue him, it will be me. Before anything substantial happened, things were already chaotic. Shinshen overheard the discussions. However, he just shrugged, feeling that it didn't really matter. For Shinshen, these things didn't have much impact at all. Mr. Shin, don't pay attention to those idle gossip. Mr. Shin, you shine brightly like a star in the sky, and naturally, those around you want to befriend you one by one. This steward was really good with words. Source text, it is impolite to receive without giving in return. Since the steward of the household said so, Shinshen naturally had to praise a few words. Fubo, you are also very capable. You can manage such a huge family by yourself and arrange the matters instructed by the Situ family master so well. Shinshen's words brought a slight smile to Afu's face. Oh, Mr. Shin, you are too kind. Please come this way. Not sure about others, but Afu thought Shinshen was quite nice. Shinshen noticed that the Situ family's banquet was quite grand. At least in Shinshen's eyes, it was indeed so. At least from the outside to the innermost part where Shinshen walked, there were tables and chairs everywhere. After Afu explained, Shinshen understood. It turned out that the people outside were some guards from various major families or some small vendors. The Situ family master was kind-hearted, so everyone was well arranged. When Shinshen entered the hall, he realized that there were many people there. Master, Mr. Shin has arrived. As Afu finished speaking, the guests around all turned their gaze toward Shinshen. At that moment, Shinshen felt a bit surprised. Many members of the prominent families in Suzhou and Hangzhou were gathered here, but when they looked at Shinshen one by one, their first impression was that Shinshen was very young. Thinking about what the Situ family master had said, these people immediately had the idea of befriending Shinshen. So, one by one, they came over to greet Shinshen. Mr. Shin, hello, I am Martin Wei from the Ma family, here is my business card. Mr. Shin, I'm Lu Yongxiang. My 4S store is among the top 10 in Suzhou and Hangzhou. You'll get the best discounts if you buy a car from us in the future. Nice to meet you, Mr. Shin. Let's have a few drinks later and have a good chat. Some older and more influential figures also came over to greet Shinshen. After all, Shinshen's rise had indeed been quite rapid. But from the current perspective, it was obvious that Shinshen just nodded in response. Not far away, a middle-aged man looked at Shinshen and waved. Shinshen, come, sit here. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, Shinshen nodded and walked over. If Shinshen's guess was correct, this person was the host of this event, Situzhua, the master of the Situ family. Sure enough, Situzhua said next, the purpose of inviting Mr. Shin here this time is because we heard about Mr. Shin's talent as a young prodigy, so we wanted to make your acquaintance. I hope Mr. Shin doesn't mind that we didn't inform you in advance? Naturally, Shinshen didn't mind. Master Situ, it's my honor to be able to attend the Situ family's banquet. In any case, polite words are spoken by everyone. Situzhua had a good impression of Shinshen. After all, he was young and had a wealthy background. Most importantly, Shinshen was modest and unpretentious. This was what people truly appreciated. Hello, Shinshen, nice to meet you. You are really handsome. A pretty girl beside Shinshen said to him. Moreover, her eyes were filled with stars. No matter how you looked at it, Shinshen felt a bit strange. Who was this girl? Situzhua beside him began to introduce her. Let me introduce, this is my daughter, Situing. You are all young people, you should get to know each other more in the future. Why was Situzhua so kind to Shinshen, inviting him to the banquet and introducing his daughter to him? Shinshen couldn't believe that such a good thing could happen. Alright, thank you, Master Situ, for your kindness. Shinshen was about to exchange pleasantries with Situzhua, but Situing was pulling Shinshen aside, saying, why bother being polite with him? My father and your company have business dealings. So naturally, I wanted to get to know you. As for me, I simply think you're handsome, stylish, and I really like you, Situing said, blinking at Shinshen. Ah, so that's how it is. With that said, Shinshen finally understood. The people around them were quite shocked as they watched. Oh my, the Situ family's young lady is actually taking the initiative to interact with this young man. Yeah, does this mean he's the designated son-in-law of the Situ family? If that's the case, then the rest of us won't have a chance, will we? Ah, the most beautiful flower of the Situ family has been picked just like that? As the people around them spoke, Situ Ying's cheeks blushed even more intensely, but she remained composed, serving food to Shinshen. Come, eat. Don't be shy. This roast goose and jade platter are specialties of our Situ family's chef. Give them a try, Situing said, and Shinshen smiled faintly. Amidst the gazes of the crowd, Shinshen took a bite. Surprisingly, the taste was quite good. The guests enjoyed themselves, chatting about various matters and even discussing business deals over the meal. This was said to be the Situ family's annual banquet, more like a business gathering for everyone. Of course, Shinshen's company showed great potential, so collaborations naturally arose. After we finish eating, accompany me somewhere. Situing leaned close to Shinshen's ear and whispered. Shinshen furrowed his brows slightly, glancing at Situing beside him. Her enthusiasm was a bit overwhelming. He had met many friendly girls before, but Situing's warmth was quite rare. Could it be that she wants to use me as a shield? Shinshen glanced sideways at Situing, suddenly having this thought. Upon careful consideration, it wasn't entirely impossible. Finally, when the banquet ended, Shinshen and Situjua, along with members of other families, discussed some business matters. The atmosphere was pleasant as Shinshen, with his potential, mingled with influential businessmen. However, there was now a beautiful woman by Shinshen's side. The host of the banquet, Situing, had a meal and brought a beauty out. Isn't this a win for me? Considering the cost of attending the banquet this time, the gifts he bought were probably worth tens of thousands. The Bugatti Veyron 16. For Grand Sport Vitesse he drove here, considering fuel costs, might have been a few $100. But who was Situing? The jewel of the Situ family, with a net worth of over $1 billion. This made Shinshen feel quite honored. Where are we going now? My father said you have to take care of me. You've already promised. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Situing blinked at Shinshen, her expression and demeanor captivating. The way she looked at him was truly enticing. Shinshen met Situing's gaze and couldn't help but say, isn't this moving too fast? Fast? What's fast? Situing frowned, looking at Shinshen, one hand linked with his arm, a faint smile on her face. Not fast at all. When my grandfather was your age, my father and uncle were already born. So, we need to act quickly now. What's going on? Isn't this implication a bit too obvious? Shinshen couldn't help but feel embarrassed. What's with this rhythm? Miss, after all, we've just met. The guests around them all looked at Shinshen and Situing. Their faces were filled with envy. Mr. Shin is really impressive, to have Miss Situ favor him so much. Exactly, I never expected this. If I could be half as good as Mr. Shun, I would consider it worth it. Don't think too much, Mr. Shin is not someone we can easily speculate about. As long as Mr. Shin feels familiar with us in the future and gives us some business to do, we'll be satisfied. These people outside are just small business people, far below the status of those inside. In short, the big shots inside are talking business to make big money, while these people outside are just following along. As long as they behave, they won't be left out. If they don't behave, things will get very unpleasant. Rest for 5 minutes, endurance boost. Shinshen didn't expect to be rewarded so soon, and with endurance at that. Now, Shinshen is sitting on his Bugatti Veyron 16, for Grand Sport Vitesse limited edition sports car. Situing, the young lady from the Situ family, is sitting next to him. Especially Situing, playing with her hair, occasionally blinking at Shinshen. This flirtatious look is quite enticing. How about it? Feeling good, thrilling. Want something even more thrilling? How should Shinshen respond to this woman? If it were a man with weak willpower, he would probably eagerly agree. After all, these words are quite seductive to anyone of the opposite sex. But Shinshen is different. He's a man who has just enhanced his endurance. What's most important for a man is to have endurance, to have good skills. Shinshen has both, so what is there to worry about? Tell me, where are we going next? Shinshen was straightforward, asking directly. Situing nodded, took out her phone, and opened the navigation. Follow this address. When we reach the destination, you'll know. You can relax, it will definitely make your blood boil. After Situing finished speaking to Shinshen, his face was full of curiosity. What's going on? Making Shinshen's blood boil? Such bold words, this little girl really doesn't know her place. Since that's the case, Shinshen will indulge her. Hold on tight, I'm going to drive, Shinshen said, pushing the car to full throttle. Situing didn't think much of it, just driving a car, why make such a big deal out of it? However, Situing was slightly interested in Shinshen before. He was just as stylish as when Situing first saw him. He was even more charming than before. And Situing is a woman with a lot of taste, so she prefers men who can drive well. Alright, I'd like to see, Situing was about to speak when she felt the scenery around them rushing by. As she spoke, her face was filled with surprise. Because now, Situing never expected Shinshen to drive so fast. What's wrong? It's just driving. Is there a need to shout so loudly? Shinshen turned to Situing, speaking unconsciously. Situing looked a bit innocent. I didn't mean to, but you're driving too fast. Could you promise me something? What is it? Does she think Shinshen is driving too fast and wants him to slow down? In this situation, it's actually understandable. Fortunately, Shinshen's endurance has improved a lot now. Otherwise, at the pace set by Situing, Shinshen was really worried that he might find a secluded place to show her what a real man is. No, what real skill is. Alright, I'll slow down immediately, Shinshen said, preparing to gradually reduce his speed. But at that moment, Situing shook her head. No, can you go faster? Faster? Well, why does this woman always seem to have an unusual meaning in everything she says? No choice, since this beauty wants him to go faster, Shinshen decided to oblige. So, he sped up, his car swiftly passing on the long runway. At that moment, Situing stared at Shinshen in disbelief, her cheeks slightly flushed, lost in her thoughts. It's just driving a car, why get so excited? Shinshen thought to himself as he looked at Situing. The car slowly came to a stop. Shinshen was unfazed, after all, he was a master driver now. This level of driving was nothing to him. But when Situing got out of the car, her legs were almost giving out, her face turning pale. She looked like she had just been through something. How was it? I told you I would go slower. Shinshen felt it was his fault. If he hadn't driven so fast, how could someone like Situing, who was inexperienced, endure it? However, Situing looked at Shinshen and a lazy smile appeared on her face. Ha, but I just like you to go faster. Do you know what life is like? Life? At her age, without any older sisters, she was talking about life now? Shinshen knew that no matter what he said now, the answer might be wrong. But since that was the case, Shinshen wanted to see how Situing would respond. What do you think life is like? When Shinshen asked this, Situing blinked at him and said, life is like a constantly turning wheel, you can go faster, faster, and even faster. That expression, that gesture, definitely a seasoned driver. Shinshen couldn't help but think, if it weren't for the inconvenience of the place, he would have taught Situing a lesson right there. After all, meeting someone who loved cars so suddenly, Shinshen couldn't resist discussing various driving techniques with her. Yes, Shinshen was such a dedicated young man when it came to learning. By the way, why did you bring me here? Are we not here to discuss this issue specifically? Shinshen felt that it would be more convenient to discuss this at a place like Home Inn or Green Tree Inn. Situing nodded, follow me. Situing then led Shinshen to a venue. It looked like a martial arts hall. This is a place where people in our circle like to come. Usually, everyone enjoys sparring here. Situing said, and Shinshen nodded. It was surprising to see that Situing was so passionate about Xia country's martial arts. In fact, Shinshen himself was very fond of martial arts. So, if he got more familiar with Situing, Shinshen would definitely show her his real skills. Xiaoying. Just then, a voice came from not far away. As these words echoed, everyone's gaze fell on the scene. What was going on here? Some people understood the reasons behind these events. A tall and burly young man, standing at least 1.8 meters tall, walked towards them. Shinshen, that's him. Help me teach him a lesson, show him how formidable you are. Situing was about to speak, but for some reason, possibly due to the fast speed she felt while sitting in Shinshen's car earlier, she felt nauseous. I can't take it anymore, it's all your fault, too fast. I need to go to the restroom first, you guys continue. What was too fast? Yan Xingfeng widened his eyes, staring fiercely at Shinshen. At that moment, a surge of anger erupted in Yan Xingfeng's heart. This incident truly made him feel uncomfortable. What did you do to Xiaoying? What have you done to her? You see, Situing is the goddess in Yan Xingfeng's heart. But now, Yan Xingfeng learned that his goddess had been involved in some unspeakable things with another man. And it seemed there were complications. How could Yan Xingfeng swallow this? So, with anger burning inside him, Yan Xingfeng said, I can't forgive you. Therefore, I will teach you a lesson. After Yan Xingfeng finished speaking, the people around him nodded in agreement. You're right. I used to think Yan Xingfeng was too overbearing, but in this matter, I stand with him. How could he do such a thing? This time, he's done for. Wait and see, Yan Xingfeng is going all out. As the people around continued to talk, Shinshen found it somewhat baffling. What were these guys talking about here? At least for now, Shinshen couldn't quite understand. But now, Shinshen glanced over and began to assess the situation in front of him. You guys, we just went for a drive. What are you all imagining? Damn it, just went for a drive, and people are still imagining things? Yan Xingfeng rushed towards Shinshen, gritting his teeth, and threw a heavy punch at Shinshen. However, just as the punch was about to reach Shinshen, he easily dodged it. Watching this scene, Shinshen's face showed an indescribable sense of frustration. Oh well, there was no point in trying to reason with these people. Instead of this, it would be better to settle things now. Otherwise, continuing to linger here would be meaningless. Shinshen sidestepped and grabbed Yan Xingfeng's fist with one hand. Friend, there might be some misunderstanding between us. But Shin Chen's words couldn't stop Yan Xingfeng's determination. Yan Xingfeng gritted his teeth and looked at Shin Chen, his heart burning with anger. There's no misunderstanding between us. You took away the girl I liked. So, I want you to know what the consequences are for offending me. With these words from Yan Xingfeng, he was extremely angry and quickly made a move towards Shin Chen. However, Yan Xingfeng's punch did not land on Shin Chen at all. Shin Chen, on the other hand, decisively struck back. I didn't have any intention to harm, but you've been pushing me, so, don't blame me. As Shin Chen's words fell, this punch was much stronger than before. But at that moment, a scream pierced the air. Looking again, Yan Xingfeng, who had been so proud before, now looked like a kite with a broken string, flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Shin Chen didn't think these events would have any impact on him, but the people around were all stunned. Oh my god, he actually defeated Yan Xingfeng. Who on earth is he? As these people spoke, Shin Chen was puzzled, wondering, is this Yan Xingfeng really that strong? I'll fight you. Yan Xingfeng gritted his teeth, preparing to make a move against Shin Chen again. Shin Chen, on the other hand, seemed quite indifferent. These things were nothing to him at all. However, not long after, the voice of Situing suddenly rang out. Stop it! What are you doing? With these words, both Yan Xingfeng and Shin Chen stopped in their tracks. Yan Xingfeng instinctively looked at Situing, his cheeks turning red involuntarily. Xiaoying, you. What about me? I have nothing to do with anything. I came here in Shin Chen's car this time, wanting you two to have a friendly match. But look at you actually went all out. Situing was speaking the truth, but there was something she didn't say. That was that she did indeed have feelings for Shin Chen. As for why she didn't say it, it was because Situing felt that being so upfront might not be appropriate. Emotions, well, it's better to take things slowly. Being too direct all of a sudden might actually affect the relationship between the two. Shin Chen was puzzled. What's the deal with this woman? But in this situation, Shin Chen didn't have much to say. However, Yan Xingfeng turned to look at Shin Chen. Then, a smile appeared on Yan Xingfeng's face. Brother, I'm really sorry. I misunderstood you just now. I thought you and Xiaoying. Yan Xingfeng felt a bit embarrassed as he said this. But now, Shin Chen just waved his hand. It's nothing, I said. It's all a misunderstanding. Right, that's correct. But brother, you're really amazing. Do you have time? I'll treat you to dinner later. Yan Xingfeng looked at Shin Chen and suddenly said. The surrounding onlookers were completely caught off guard. We thought we were going to see a good show, but in the end, how come everything's back to normal? Exactly, this rhythm is so unpredictable. What are you guys talking about? I just arrived. I don't know anything. At this moment, the people around were all saying. Shin Chen was also confused. Initially, Shin Chen thought it was to deal with Situ Ying's pursuers. But now, Shin Chen didn't know what was going on. The pace of events changed too quickly, to the point where even Shin Chen couldn't understand it at all. But now, Situing started speaking. It's nothing, my father said not to bother me all the time in the future. We're really not suitable. But I can introduce you to my good girlfriend. You two are quite compatible. This plot twist left Shin Chen suddenly at a loss for words. Is this a forced happy ending scenario? However, Shin Chen felt a bit helpless and even a bit confused. Forget it, let's not dwell on it for now. Even if we continue to dwell on it, it's useless. Shin Chen didn't say anything now, just quietly watched here. And in front of him, Yan Xingfeng had an excited look on his face. Really, that's great, Xiaoying, thank you so much. Yan Xingfeng's transformation left everyone else nearby puzzled. Wasn't this change too sudden? What about your bottom line, your persistence? Why have they all disappeared now? At this moment, the supporters of Yan Xingfeng around couldn't help but speak out. Shameful, how can you do this? Exactly, Lao Yan, how can you just give up like this? It's disgraceful. Be a man, face it head on. The people around couldn't help but speak out. Yan Xingfeng scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Actually, I think if I've been chasing for so long and still can't catch up, it means it's not meant to be. Besides, she also mentioned introducing me to her best friend, which is quite nice. I haven't lost anything anyway. Well, can things really go this way? This pace is catching me off guard. Shin Chen stood by, feeling quite helpless. After chatting for a while and exchanging contact information, Shin Chen decided to leave directly. What else could he do if he stayed here? After careful consideration, it seemed like there was nothing he could do. So, it was better to leave now while he could. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Shin Chen's face. You seem very happy. Situing looked at Shin Chen and suddenly remarked. Shin Chen nodded. Just a little bit. Just a little bit? Situing leaned closer to Shin Chen, her unique fragrance captivating, leaving a lingering sensation. Situing blinked and said, How about the scent, is it pleasant? Situing smiled slightly, a hint of cunning in her expression. Shinshen was about to say something when Situing leaned in and lightly kissed him. Is this the right pace? And is it really happening? Even though Shinshen's endurance had increased, he couldn't resist Situing's actions. At this point, Shinshen had to demonstrate his Xia country kung fu skills. But suddenly, Situing said, "No, I'm not ready yet. Let's save it for next time, things are moving a bit too fast." Too fast? Wasn't it Shinshen who said something similar before? Why was Situing suddenly bringing this up now? Shinshen was at a loss for words. He just looked at her, a faint smile on his face. Now, where should we go? Shinshen could tell that Situing didn't want to go back so soon. Normally, they would go to a bar, KTV, or a movie theater. But Shinshen could sense that those weren't the places Situing had in mind. Unable to come up with a suggestion himself, he decided to ask her. But at that moment, Situing suddenly said, "Or, let's go to a martial arts gym." I don't know why, but I suddenly want to go there. A martial arts gym? A woman so passionate about martial arts? If he had known about her love for martial arts, Shinshen wouldn't have backed down earlier, he should have persisted. But since Situing had already suggested it, Shinshen nodded. Okay, which one? Situing had set the navigation on her phone. The route is all set, let's go. With Situing's words, Shinshen drove off towards their destination. The speed wasn't too fast this time, but Situing's face still showed a hint of excitement. Was it for driving or for martial arts this time? Finally, they arrived at their destination. Looking at the sign of the Wing Chun martial arts gym at the entrance, Shinshen began to doubt if he had come to the right place. Shinshen was somewhat shocked. Not because it was a martial arts gym, but because it might not be appropriate for him to be here in his current capacity. After all, Shinshen was a Wing Chun master now. The masters here, even if they were at the level of the gym owner, still had a long way to go to reach the level of a master. What was Shinshen doing here? Was it like a postdoctoral student going to a kindergarten to learn advanced knowledge? Shinshen pondered for a long time, but he really didn't expect to learn anything. Rest for 5 minutes, increase the intensity. Another reward? Endurance before, now intensity? The combination of the two is indeed complementary. However, Shinshen did not dwell on this matter, because in Shinshen's eyes, there are more important things to deal with now compared to these. Here we are, come with me. The master here is very powerful. Situing held Shinshen's hand and directly entered the Wing Chun martial arts hall. The one who received Situing was a man in his 30s. He seemed familiar with Situing and hurriedly entertained Shinshen upon seeing him. Ah, a new friend? Since you're here, let's start with a trial class. Trial class? Shinshen found it quite fresh. Nevertheless, Shinshen entered a room with Situing. There were over 10 people in the room, all students learning Wing Chun. The lecturer was a man in his 40s, speaking passionately. I am Cui Dali, I have been studying at the Wing Chun Hall for 3 years. My qualifications may not be high, but my strength is not weak. Next came a series of hand-raising and hand-dropping movements in Wing Chun. It seemed to have been slightly improved. So when Cui Dali demonstrated, it appeared somewhat fluid, even giving off a sense of a kung fu master. The people around applauded after Cui Dali finished demonstrating. Great, really great, Teacher Cui is amazing. Exactly, a master's move reveals everything. This technique is superb. If we can learn Teacher Chui's moves, then I believe we can also be called masters, right? The people around were talking to each other. However, Shinshen just glanced and smiled slightly. If moves like these can be called masterful, then masters are really not worth much. Of course, Shinshen just thought so in his mind. After all, he didn't want to be so high profile. But Cui Dali didn't forget to say, work hard, maybe in 3 years, you will be like me. After Cui Dali finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. Their faces were filled with excitement. Is this the power of Wing Chun? It seemed quite good upon closer inspection. But Shinshen felt a bit depressed. Wait 3 years for this? At this point, Shinshen's strength had already reached the level of a Wing Chun master. Become like Cui Dali in 3 years? If that's the case, would Shinshen cry in the bathroom? However, Cui Dali also noticed Shinshen. Tall and thin, quite handsome. Perhaps he didn't feel the passion for Wing Chun so strongly. In that case, let him experience it well. Hey handsome, are you also a lover of Wing Chun? Come out, it's okay, let's have a simple exchange and let others feel Wing Chun. As Cui Dali finished speaking, Shinshen felt a bit helpless. Suddenly becoming the center of attention, what should Shinshen do now? Thinking about this, Shinshen subconsciously looked around and pondered silently. Alright, since that's the case, then let's begin. Shinshen clasped his fists and said. At that moment, many moves flashed in Shinshen's mind. But now, Shinshen decisively gave up. In fact, it was not impossible to do so. But as a Wing Chun master, it's better not to reveal it. Shinshan thought to himself, then looked at Cui Dali in front of him. The gestures are quite standard. I can tell you've done some research. However, we are just exchanging pointers. I will gradually share some experiences with you. After Cui Dali finished speaking, he quickly approached Shinshan, intending to demonstrate his skill with a Wing Chun starting move. However, Shinshan remained calm, understanding the situation naturally. So Shinshan made a casual move as well. Cui Dali's move missed, leaving him somewhat surprised. How did you dodge that so skillfully? Was it luck or genuine skill? Regardless, let's continue. Initially, Cui Dali wanted to defeat Shinshan to impress others. But now, he found himself unable to do anything to Shinshan. Shinshan, on the other hand, did not attack Cui Dali. The onlookers were all astonished. Wow, is this Wing Chun? It looks really impressive. Yes, I didn't expect Wing Chun to be so graceful, even more beautiful than dancing. I will definitely learn it, take more classes, I believe it will be worth it. As the bystanders commented, Cui Dali was surprised by the unexpected turn of events. However, Shinshan remained indifferent to the reactions. Master Cui is indeed skilled. Despite all this, I haven't been able to shake him. Hearing Shinshan's words, Cui Dali blushed. Upon reflection, he felt embarrassed. Just then, a commotion nearby caught everyone's attention. What's happening? Curious, the onlookers turned to see. A group of people rushed in without a word. All Wing Chun practitioners, get out, or face the consequences. What's going on? This sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. Shinshan furrowed his brows. Is it them? Shin Tuing, intrigued by Shinshan's reaction, asked, do you know them? Shinshan didn't confirm, just shook his head at Shin Tuing. It wasn't the time to discuss this, as the people had already arrived. Oh no. At that moment, the burly man who had attacked earlier threw a fierce punch towards a young boy under 10, who stood there in shock. If the punch landed, it would have caused serious harm. Unable to stand by, Shinshan swiftly moved and shielded the boy, grabbing the man's hand. Martial arts are not meant for bullying. Training in martial arts is for physical fitness, not for bullying the weak. Shinshan's words ignited a fire within everyone present. The students around, puzzled, looked at Shinshan with curiosity. Didn't he just start learning Wing Chun today? How did he become so skilled after just one class? Could it be that he had an epiphany? Is he a rare martial arts genius? It's possible. Is Wing Chun about to rise to prominence? The bystanders discussed excitedly. Cui Dali was astonished to realize that the person he had just sparred with was a martial arts prodigy. If that were the case, Cui Dali would have bragging rights in the future. A martial arts prodigy rising from his own class. As Shin Tuing watched, a hint of melancholy flickered in her beautiful eyes. No, that's how it was at the time. Situing felt even more palpitations in her heart when she saw this. In the Wing Chun Hall, there were indeed some powerful martial artists. However, these martial artists were either knocked unconscious just now or were conscious but unable to speak. I didn't expect that there would be such powerful people in the Wing Chun Hall. But Leopard Brother ordered that no one from the Wing Chun Hall should be spared. Gung Tai waved his hand and said directly when he saw this. Behind Gung Tai, a group of people holding sticks rushed in. Inside the Wing Chun Hall, everyone looked at each other. Wasn't this too overbearing? Just directly attack anyone from the Wing Chun Hall? This made everyone deeply touched. However, Shinshan, after Gung Tai finished speaking, guessed their identities. Lin Zhongbao's men? Shinshan had almost been captured by Lin Zhongbao's men with Lin Qingsno before. At that time, Shinshan was using both the crane capturing dragon technique and Wing Chun. Not many knew the crane capturing dragon technique, so it was not easy to find. But Wing Chun was different. There were at least dozens of Wing Chun halls in Suzhou City. With Lin Zhongbao's dominance, encountering such a situation, he would naturally not miss this opportunity. Humph, you know our brother Leopard? Gung Tai looked at Shinshan with some doubt. Was this guy one of them? The people around Gung Tai were the same. But the next moment, Shinshan stepped forward, grabbed one of them, and suddenly punched him, knocking him down. I know him, and I hate him to the core. I can't forgive him. What's going on here? Gung Tai gritted his teeth at this. Alright, since you know we are Brother Leopard's men and still dare to attack recklessly. In that case, don't blame us. After Gung Tai finished speaking, the people around him swarmed up and started attacking Shinshan directly. In their eyes, if Shinshan was not dealt with, they could not dispel their hatred. And behind them, the crowd was very excited. This rising martial arts genius came from their Wing Chun Hall, which made them extremely proud. In a short while, Shinshan had already dealt with most of the intruders. Now, only a few people, including Gung Tai, were left. Gung Tai was not panicked at all after looking at Shinshan. I'll tell you, I am Brother Leopard's man. If you offend Brother Leopard, I'll make you. Ah. Deng Tai was about to say something, but the next moment, Shin Shen directly punched him fiercely. Deng Tai flew out, smashing a hole in the Wing Chun Hall's door and rolling out. The others saw Shin Shen's actions, glanced at each other, and finally pointed at Shin Shen. You've got guts, just wait and see. After saying that, these people left dejectedly. Shin Shen had not shown any reaction from start to finish. He just stood there and sighed helplessly. These people were really too stubborn. Beside Shin Shen, Cui Dali came over and patted Shin Shen's shoulder. I didn't misjudge you. I didn't expect you to be a one-in-a-million martial arts talent. Master, Cui Dali turned around, intending to say something to a middle-aged man in his 50s next to him. However, before he could speak, the middle-aged man sternly said, Shut up, you must not be disrespectful to the Grandmaster. What's going on? Grandmaster? Where did this Grandmaster come from? Thinking of this, everyone's gaze fell on the person in front of them. Who exactly was this Grandmaster? It was beyond doubt. Master has arrived, and we have not been hospitable enough. Please forgive us, Master. When the middle-aged man's words fell, it surprised everyone even more. Oh my, this genius is actually a Wing Chun master. Could it be that all masters are this handsome? Yes, and he seems to be rejuvenated. He's actually in his 60s or 70s, right? No way, have you ever seen such a handsome old man before? As the people around continued to chatter, Shin Shen had already taken note of it all. But for the middle-aged man, there was a hint of excitement on his face. Master, I never thought that after living half a lifetime, I would finally meet you. At this moment, Situ Ying's heart was filled with excitement. The man she liked turned out to be a master, and he seemed quite formidable. This only strengthened Situ Ying's feelings even more. Meanwhile, Shin Shen spoke directly, the situation outside is very dangerous. Innkeeper, please maintain order here. I will handle this matter first. After Shin Shen finished speaking, the middle-aged man beside him became visibly excited. Alright, Master, please be careful. Those people have been challenging the Wing Chun Academy recently. Please help restore our reputation, Master. Upon hearing the innkeeper's words, Shin Shen nodded and headed straight outside. Even without the innkeeper's request, Shin Shen would have taken care of the matter. Lin Zhongbo was truly despicable, and it was necessary for Shin Shen to resolve the issue. Master Leopard. At this moment, Deng Tai and the others came running out with bruised faces. Seeing this, Lin Zhongbao furrowed his brows slightly, showing displeasure. Didn't I tell you to teach them a lesson? Why are you running out like this? After Lin Zhongbao spoke, Deng Tai explained what had happened while holding his face. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, the truth had to be told now. Lin Zhongbao, despite feeling angry, understood that this matter couldn't be rushed. Therefore, he suddenly thought of something. If even Deng Tai could be defeated, it indicated that the person or people inside were very powerful. The consequences of acting recklessly would be dire. With this in mind, Lin Zhongbao waved his hand. Let's go. Boss, are we really leaving like this? Deng Tai looked at Lin Zhongbao and asked suddenly. After all, Deng Tai had planned to wait for Lin Zhongbao to redeem himself here. But now that Lin Zhongbao had spoken, Deng Tai had no choice but to give up. They're lucky this time. Next time we meet them, they will have no place to bury their dead. Deng Tai said, and the others nodded in agreement. Lin Zhongbao quickened his pace. In reality, Lin Zhongbao was not concerned about these matters. Compared to these issues, he was more worried about his goods. If something happened to his goods, the consequences would be unimaginable. We'll deal with these people later. My batch of goods worth 30 million must not be compromised. After Lin Zhongbao spoke, those around him nodded in agreement. At this point, there was no need for further discussion. They already knew what needed to be done next. Shin Shen rushed out to find those people. But the next moment, Shin Shen suddenly saw that they had already left. And the figure in the distance looked very familiar. Soon, Shin Shen realized, it's Lin Zhongbao, indeed. With this thought in mind and seeing his nervous demeanor, Shin Shen immediately guessed the reason. Shin Shen called Situing to explain that he had to leave for something important, so she should handle things on her own. Situing understood and advised Shin Shen to be careful. After hanging up, Shin Shen called Lin Qingsno directly to brief her on the situation. Come out, there's important news. Lin Qingsno was curious about what Shin Shen wanted to tell her. I found Lin Zhongbao, Shin Shen added, knowing what Lin Qingsno was thinking. Lin Qingsno's face showed disbelief. What? Shin Shen found Lin Zhongbao. That was indeed big news. Where are you? I'll come find you right away, Lin Qingsno said, getting ready to leave. Shin Shen gave her an address and shared his location. I'm already tracking him, just come over when you can. After speaking with Lin Qingsno, Shin Shen immediately started following Lin Zhongbao in his car. At this point, Shinshin couldn't be sure what Lin Zhengbo was up to, but based on past experiences, he could make some guesses. Slowly, as Shinshin looked into the distance, a faint smile played on his lips. Although I don't know what these people are up to, Lin Zhengbo is definitely involved in illegal activities. Just follow him, Shinshin thought, looking into the distance again. At that moment, a smile spread across Shinshin's face. Not knowing what was going on, he had to sneak in and find opportunities bit by bit. With that in mind, Shinshin shared his location with Lin Qingsno and sneaked in. The place Lin Zhengbo entered was a large factory. Shinshin slipped in to see what Lin Zhengbo was planning. Brother Bao, someone greeted Lin Zhengbo. Lin Zhengbo was visibly upset. Thinking about the situation, he was even more frustrated. Damn it, I didn't expect to encounter a formidable opponent this time, Lin Zhengbo vented about what had happened earlier. The people around him couldn't understand why Lin Zhengbo didn't take action against the Wing Chun martial arts hall people. Sensing their thoughts, Lin Zhengbo suddenly said, I don't know why, but I feel like something is about to happen. Everything's fine on our end, right? This reassurance from Lin Zhengbo made the others smile. Boss, rest assured, nothing will happen here. We've installed many security measures after what happened with Big Dan before. Wait, something's not right. It seems like someone has broken in. What? How did this happen? Lin Zhengbo frowned at the unexpected turn of events. This scene was eerily similar to a previous incident. Fortunately, Lin Zhengbo had no intention of making deals with the others. Could it be that cop and that kid again? For some reason, anger surged within Lin Zhengbo at that moment. Regardless, it was necessary to resolve this quickly. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's go, we must find them. Hearing these words, Shinshin felt a sense of urgency. Oh no, Lin Qingsno and the others were unaware that Lin Zhengbo had discovered their whereabouts. This meant that Lin Qingsno and the others were in great danger. Now, if Shinshin really wants to solve this matter, the best way is to go back and fight alongside Lin Qingsno and the others. Sigh, I'm afraid of you guys. Shinshin was quite a headache, but in the end, he had no choice but to turn back. In other words, if Lin Zhengbo runs away later, it will be their own fault. But now, Shinshin has no other choice. If it weren't for Shinshin, Lin Qingsno and the others would never have come here in the first place. So, Shinshin actually has a very significant responsibility. At the moment, it's not the time to dwell on these matters. Not good, it's dangerous. Lin Qingsno shouted from the side, and the people around her were getting anxious. What should they do? Don't just stand there, hurry up, prepare for battle. After Lin Qingsno finished speaking, the other constables all joined the fight. You're all doomed. At this moment, the leader looked ahead with a sinister smile and suddenly spoke. Lin Qingsno was anxious. What do you dare to do? We are constables. If you lay a hand on us, do you know the consequences? Indeed, laying a hand on constables would have serious consequences. But one thing is that the other party must know they are constables. If they all stay here, who would know about it? So, when these words were spoken, it ignited the anger in the hearts of those around them. Damn, we are completely surrounded now, there's no way out, or shall we fight them? Yeah, we can't just surrender, let's figure out a way to leave from here first. That's right, don't waste time, come on. With these people in front of them speaking one after another. Obviously, these constables were very angry. Lin Qingsno was the same, but she wasn't thinking about that now. I wonder how Yi Xian is doing. Lin Qingsno was really worried. Would Shinshin be in trouble by now? But at that moment, a scream came from in front of Lin Qingsno. She thought it was those people attacking them. But when Lin Qingsno saw clearly, she took a deep breath. Is that Shinshin? Lin Qingsno was somewhat surprised to see Shinshin. After all, just now, she thought Shinshin would be in trouble. Yes, it's me, Shinshin said, and the people in front of him all stared at him. Kid, mind your own business. If you know what's good for you, you better leave now, or else. The leader looked at Shinshin, about to say something to him. But the next moment, Shinshin suddenly made a move. A piercing scream followed. Looking again, the person who was speaking earlier fell down. Don't worry, I've got your back, Shinshin said as he patted his chest, addressing the others. Hearing Shinshin's words, everyone found it amusing. But considering Shinshin's skills, all the constables turned to him one after another. We'll rely on Mr. Shen later. That's right, I'm sure Mr. Shen can handle it. My bonus for this month is on Mr. Shen. With the surrounding constables speaking one after another, Shinshin himself felt a bit helpless. Well, as long as everyone is happy. Thinking about it, Shinshin waved his hand. Don't go that way, follow me. By now, Lin Zhengbo should have seen Shinshin. So, if Shinshin just went over like this, he would only be blocked directly. Therefore, Shinshen needed to change his location now. At this moment, Lin Zhongbao furrowed his brows slightly. Especially beside Lin Zhongbao, Gung Tai pointed excitedly towards the distance. It's him, it's this person. The one at the Wing Chun martial arts hall just now, it's him. Hearing Gung Tai's words beside him, Lin Zhongbao's face darkened. After a while, Lin Zhongbao looked at the people beside him and said directly, "All of you, go over and take care of this kid for me." Upon hearing Lin Zhongbao's words, the people around him nodded heavily. This was something they should do. So, seeing the situation, they nodded repeatedly and headed straight towards the distance. The boss has spoken, this matter is a piece of cake. Isn't that kid very arrogant? Now let's see how long he can hold on. Don't waste too much time talking to them. Either they come over, or we go over. Between us, only one side can survive. The people around them spoke with a sense of resignation, facing the situation in front of them. Lin Zhongbao felt the same way, and he didn't want to run away. Right now, all the people around Lin Zhongbao were his elite subordinates. If they all acted together now, then perhaps Lin Zhongbao still had a chance. Therefore, Lin Zhongbao didn't want to miss this opportunity. Since that's the case, let's do it. I really want to see who will come out on top this time. As Lin Zhongbao spoke, the people around him nodded in agreement. In fact, they were also eager to see this unfold. However, not long after Lin Zhongbao finished speaking, Shinshen arrived with Lin Qingsno and other constables. Lin Zhongbao, you can't escape now. I advise you to give up and surrender quickly. Lin Qingsno's goal was to capture Lin Zhongbao. So now, Lin Qingsno would not miss this opportunity no matter what. The constables beside him also thought the same way. If they let such a good opportunity slip by, wouldn't they regret it later? And if they captured Lin Zhongbao, there would be rewards. In other words, if they let him slip away for nothing, once their superiors found out, they might be implicated. So, instead of being passive, it was better to take the initiative now. Otherwise, delaying would be of no use. Shinshen pointed at Lin Zhongbao. You schemed and planned everything before, but in the end, what good did it do? You really think you can solve everything like this, but have you realized that, in the end, you were wrong? Shinshen's words made Lin Zhongbao very displeased. The person least qualified to say such things now was Shinshen. If it weren't for Shinshen, how could Lin Zhongbao have ended up like this? Boss, what do we do now? The people beside him looked at Lin Zhongbao, curious. But at this moment, Lin Zhongbao stared fiercely at Shinshen in front of him. If Lin Zhongbao had to name the person he hated the most right now, he could say it without hesitation. That person was Shinshen. But now that Shinshen had appeared before him, a surge of killing intent rose in Lin Zhongbao's heart. The moment he looked at Shinshen, Lin Zhongbao gritted his teeth. Damn it, you bastard, I'm going to kill you. After Lin Zhongbao finished speaking, the people beside him rushed towards Shinshen in a frenzy. At that moment, Shinshen glanced around and waved his hand. Come on, bring it on. The scene descended into chaos for a while. However, Shinshen did not forget his purpose this time. He came here not just to deal with Lin Zhongbao. Moreover, Shinshen faintly felt that the identity of this panther in the forest was definitely not that simple. These people are too strong. I'm worried we won't be able to hold on. Lin Qingsno looked at the people rushing from all directions and suddenly said to Shinshen. On the other hand, Shinshen remained calm at this moment. It's okay, rest assured, leave these people to me to deal with. Shinshen finished speaking and then looked towards the panther in the forest. Catch the ringleader first, these small fries are just secondary. The most important thing is actually how to deal with the panther in the forest. So, when Shinshen's gaze shifted and landed on the panther in the forest, Shinshen went straight towards him. Protect the boss. These people looked at Shinshen and suddenly said. After speaking, they rushed towards Shinshen from all sides. However, Shinshen didn't pay it any mind. The person who first reached Shinshen hadn't even had the chance to make a move. This time, Shinshen slapped him hard, sending him flying. Before the man could react, he fell to the ground. Seeing this, the others hesitated for a moment, then became even more determined than before. For them, the priority was to take down Shinshen. If the panther in the forest died, wouldn't their means of survival be jeopardized? Following the panther in the forest would definitely bring them benefits. So now, they didn't want to miss this opportunity. But Shinshen, his gaze was fixed firmly on the panther in front of him. Your men are loyal to you. But unfortunately, they can't stop me. Shinshen finished speaking, then without another word, rushed towards the panther in front of him. The panther in the forest, on the other hand, gritted his teeth and roared at Shinshen. Bastard, come on. The panther in the forest shouted, facing Shinshen. But as soon as the panther in the forest finished speaking, the people around him rushed forward. In their eyes, the most urgent task now was to take down Shinshen. However, Shinshen didn't think at all that these people could pose any threat to him. Just seeing this, Shinshen suddenly found it very amusing. You guys are very confident, but still not enough. Shinshen finished speaking, swiftly incapacitating the person blocking his way. After doing this, in the blink of an eye, Shinshen was already in front of the panther in the forest. Panther in the forest, I've already told you why don't you believe me? Shinshen finished speaking, then without another word, he took action and directly subdued the panther in the forest. The panther in the forest struggled for a moment, but was eventually subdued. The other guards also drew their weapons and aimed at the heads of those people. Don't move, if you do, you'll bear the consequences. Lin Qingsno pointed at these people, speaking harshly. After Lin Qingsno finished speaking, these people suddenly fell silent. Because at this moment, they really didn't know what to say. This was simply too powerful. From start to finish, it seemed like Shinshen was the one controlling the situation. After watching for a while, Shinshen then appeared very calm. Alright, the people are already captured. Do what needs to be done, don't be too polite. Shinshen's words made the panther in the forest roar in anger. Shinshen, you bastard, if you have the guts, release me. You see, the goods here are all his hard work. Now, being exposed like this, the losses for the panther in the forest today were truly significant. Shinshen, on the other hand, glanced at the panther in front of him, appearing indifferent. Why should I release you? What benefits do I gain from releasing you? Shinshen finished speaking, and the other guards nodded in agreement. That's true. These guys probably never dreamed that they would end up in our hands. You're right. The bonus for this month is definitely secured now. But we still need to find the item first. Without it, everything else is useless. The people around were chatting excitedly. Lin Qingsno quickly returned. It's confirmed, everything is here. Upon hearing Lin Qingsno's words, the others' faces lit up with excitement. Finally, things were falling into place. Initially, Lin Qingsno had some doubts in her heart, but now she felt more at ease. Shinshen, thank you so much this time. And I made a new discovery inside. After Lin Qingsno finished speaking, Shinshen looked puzzled. Was there something else in the panther's den? Lin Qingsno suddenly produced a black badge. Look at this, I found it in the panther's room. And it was neatly packaged in a small box. This seemed quite strange. Why would it be packaged in this small box? It could only mean that the person valued it greatly. While others were analyzing the situation, Shinshen furrowed his brows and looked serious. He had already figured out the reason. This badge clearly belongs to the Temple of War. What kind of relationship do these people have with the Temple of War? Of course, Shinshen knew that this was something Lin Qingsno should not find out under any circumstances. So, he shook his head. I'm not sure about this. We need to investigate further. Seeing Shinshen's reaction, Lin Qingsno was convinced that he truly didn't know. This reassured her. In fact, Lin Qingsno had been quite worried. She thought Shinshen would know more, but now it seemed he was clueless. Alright then, I'll take my leave. I'll leave this to you guys. Shinshen and Lin Qingsno parted ways, with no further purpose in staying there. Shinshen decided it was best to leave. As he sat in his Bugatti Veyron 16, for Grand Sport Vitesse, he pondered over what had just happened. Why would the badge of the Temple of War appear here? Recalling what Bai Lao had said earlier, Shinshen felt more certain that something had happened at the Temple of War. If he could find Bai Lao now and ask him, perhaps he would gain more insight. While Shinshen was lost in his thoughts, his phone suddenly rang. Glancing at the caller ID, it was Li Qingyi calling. Shinshen answered the call and heard Li Qingyi on the other end. Hey, boss, I've completed the investigation you asked for. Do you have time to come over and take a look now? Shinshen wasted no time and soon arrived at Qingyi Law Firm. I didn't expect them to be so efficient. I just hope that what they found is useful. Shinshen's desire to know more grew stronger, but now was not the time for that. He entered the meeting room where Li Qingyi and her team were waiting. Boss, you're finally here. We've completed the investigation. Take a look. Li Qingyi pushed the investigation report towards Shinshen. Taking the folder, I carefully opened it and looked through its contents. Inside were Deng Zhang's personal background and how he entered the Haodai Group and became a shareholder. Shinshen finally understood these details. However, deep down, Shinshen seemed to have already grasped something about them. It seems like this matter is not simple, Shinshen thought to himself. After reading for a while, a faint smile appeared at the corner of Shinshen's mouth, hinting at a profound meaning. But now was not the time to dwell on these matters. Shinshen had already sensed that there was something off about Deng Zhang, and now it was confirmed. Good job, you've done well. I'll give you another 50 million later to expand as much as possible, Shinshen praised. I need your team to become stronger and stronger so that my safety can be guaranteed. Shinshen looked at Li Qingyi and nodded slightly, indicating his approval. As Shinshen finished speaking, Li Qingyi and the others were truly amazed. What, 50 million for us? With that, we can expand rapidly? They exclaimed in disbelief. Our new boss is really good to us. But come to think of it, our previous boss was also nice to us. They seemed quite compatible, maybe they should be together, someone joked. Together? Li Qingyi had thought about it too. But being teased like that made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. What should she say in this situation? However, deep down, Li Qingyi understood more and more that to get Shinshen's attention, she needed to excel. Only by actively completing the tasks assigned by Shinshen could she impress him. This way, her dream of becoming the boss's wife might come true. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. From the current situation, Li Qingyi felt that Shinshen had started to pay a little more attention to her. Oh, there's one more thing. I hope you can help investigate something. Shinshen mentioned the matter of the War God Temple. Since Shinshen had a very professional team under him, he decided to entrust this task to them. Boss, just give us your orders, no need to be so polite, Li Qingyi said subconsciously, blinking her eyes at Shinshen. Shinshen was unaware of Li Qingyi's thoughts but asked, do you know about the War God Temple? The mention of the War God Temple silenced the previously chatty group, and they all turned to look at Shinshen. Clearly, they hadn't expected this topic to come up. Why would the boss investigate the War God Temple? That organization used to be quite powerful, they murmured among themselves. It's risky to look into it. Although they were unsure of the details, they mentioned a past calamity that had led to the decline of the War God Temple. Shinshen was aware of these facts but wanted more detailed information. Contemplating whether to reveal his identity as the new war god of the temple to the group, he wondered how they would react. But he remained composed, not showing any signs of his true identity. After watching for a while, Shinshen still said, investigate as much as possible, and make sure to complete this matter safely. After Shinshen finished speaking, the others looked at each other, hesitating here. But Li Qingyi, on the other hand, directly agreed. Alright, I'll take care of this matter. What? Li Qingyi's straightforward agreement completely stunned those around her. Alright, then we'll leave this matter to you. After Shinshen finished speaking, he got up and left directly. And after Shinshen left, those around him looked at Li Qingyi one after another. Boss Li, although the big boss ordered it, why did we agree so readily? This doesn't seem like a good thing. Others around also thought the same. But Li Qingyi suddenly smiled. Do you think? Why does the big boss want to investigate the Temple of War? Could it be that he wants to seek revenge on the Temple of War? After Li Qingyi finished speaking, she left everyone present completely stunned. Revenge? How could that be possible? So, Li Qingyi continued, don't you think this is a great opportunity to get to know the big boss? Li Qingyi's words left those around her puzzled and confused. Although what Li Qingyi said seemed reasonable. But the question is, what's the benefit of getting to know the big boss? Or is it to increase our salary? Li Qingyi propped her chin with one hand and looked subconsciously into the distance. As for other matters, Li Qingyi didn't say much. The moment Li Qingyi saw Shinshen, she felt a sudden palpitation in her heart. Coupled with Shinshen's kindness towards them, Li Qingyi was very eager to do something for Shinshen. And now, it seems that the opportunity has come. So, Li Qingyi coughed lightly, don't say much, just do as I said. Anyway, I can't tell you now, you'll know when the time comes. Since Li Qingyi said so, the others felt somewhat helpless and began to do as Li Qingyi had said. However, the incident at the Temple of War took a little longer to unfold. If they really wanted to investigate, it probably wouldn't be a short time before they could. But Shinshen was not in a hurry, so they didn't need to rush the investigation, it had to be done step by step. Meanwhile, Shinshen unexpectedly received a phone call. Ah, Shinshen, help me. Hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Shinshen felt a bit anxious. This voice belonged to Ding Mei. What happened to Ding Mei? What's wrong? Don't panic, tell me slowly. Although Shinshen was also very nervous, Ding Mei needed to explain the situation clearly. Shinshen, today I received a call from a high school classmate, planning to come to Starry Sky KTV to sing, but then ran into Deng Yun, and now Deng Yun. The rest of the story was already clear. But from now on, it made Shinshen very angry. This Deng Yun was simply a jerk. Wait for me, I'll be right there. Shinshen quickly got ready and prepared to rush over. Rest for 10 minutes and become the chairman of Starry Sky KTV. Another reward? But now, Shinshen had no interest in this matter. Now, Shinshen's mind was more focused on Ding Mei. Ding Mei, please don't get into trouble. Shinshen drove his Bugatti Veyron 16, 4 Grand Sport Vitesse and sped away. On the other side, in the corridor of Starry Sky KTV, Ding Mei's face was filled with fear as she looked at Deng Yun in the distance. Deng Yun, I've already told you, we're not suitable for each other. So, you better not come here to pester me. When Ding Mei uttered these words, for Dang Yun in front of her, it sounded like a joke. Why, is it because of that Shinshen? I treat you so well, what do I lack compared to that Shinshen? Dang Yun looked at Ding Mei in front of him, speaking with even more excitement. But when Dang Yun spoke, Ding Mei didn't feel how devoted he was. Presently, Dang Yun only made Ding Mei feel disgusted. So, Ding Mei directly stated, I am Shinshen's woman now, Shinshen is my boyfriend. Please behave yourself, it's better for us to keep our distance. After Ding Mei finished speaking, 2 bodyguards in front of her also stood up. Young Master Dang, please stop bothering Miss Ding. Otherwise, what? Dang Yun looked at the 2 bodyguards in front of him and bluntly said, you are also part of my Haodai group. Are you going to lay hands on me? As Dang Yun spoke, the bodyguards remained composed. Regardless of Dang Yun's actions, they only remembered one thing, only the chairman of Haodai group could command them. No one else had that authority. At this moment, Dang Yun gazed at Ding Mei with a hint of greed in his eyes. I can't stand it anymore, no matter what, I must have you today. No one can stop me. Dang Yun's words signaled those around him to pull the bodyguards away. The bodyguards, looking at Ding Mei, said, Miss Ding, there are too many of them, you should leave first, we will handle this. Hearing this, Dang Yun looked proud. Ridiculous, do you think you can leave here unscathed? Today, no one is leaving here. After Dang Yun finished speaking, those around him nodded in agreement. Young master, rest assured, we will take care of this. Exactly, these women are no match for us. In any case, today, we must ensure our young master takes the beauty home. As his subordinates spoke, they began to act. The situation at the scene quickly became chaotic. However, this was not the main issue. At least for now, it seemed that way. Ding Mei bit her lip lightly, intending to leave. But now, as Ding Mei tried to leave, a few more people suddenly rushed out behind her, completely blocking her path. Miss Ding, without our young master's orders, you won't leave here. Ding Mei turned to look at Dang Yun, only to find him still looking smug. That look, as if he had everything under control. Dang Yun walked towards them, saying, what's wrong now? Is there anything else you want to say? You better give up hope, Shinshen won't come to save you. Everyone here is on my side, even if he comes, what can he do? Dang Yun spoke with a smug smile on his face. Do you think he can handle my men alone? As Dang Yun spoke, he approached Ding Mei. His men beside him, seeing this, also chimed in. Miss Ding, stop thinking about that Shinshen of yours, he's not right for you at all. Exactly, soon Shinshen's position will be taken over by our Mr. Dang, and Shinshen won't stand a chance. That's right, so Ding Miss, you better think it over. Despite what those around her said, Ding Mei's heart remained unchanged. At this moment, Ding Mei lifted her head and looked ahead with an unprecedented determination. Even if you ask me 1,000 times, 10,000 times, my answer will still be the same. The person I like is Shinshen, not you, Dang Yun. Hearing this, Dang Yun was consumed by anger. How could this be? This was not the outcome Dang Yun wanted. Thinking this, Dang Yun raised his hand as if to strike. But Ding Mei, far from being afraid, instead showed a hint of joy. Go ahead, hit me if you want. It will only strengthen my resolve. After saying this, Dang Yun couldn't bring himself to strike, retracting his hand. Don't worry, I won't hit you. And, I will take good care of you later. If I can have your heart, I will have you. As Dang Yun spoke, he grabbed Ding Mei's wrist, ready to pull her closer. Let go, you bastard, let me go. Ding Mei struggled, but it was futile. For Dang Yun, there were no other considerations now. From now on, all that mattered was getting Ding Mei and striking Shinshen. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly interrupted from a distance. Stop. These words made Dang Yun turn around to see who it was. The more he looked, the angrier he became. Shinshen, you finally showed up. In that case, it's time to settle our scores. How do you want to settle this? Shinshen looked at Dang Yun and asked directly. Hearing Shinshen's words, Dang Yun couldn't hide a sense of satisfaction. He had long anticipated this turn of events. After a moment, Dang Yun raised his head proudly. If you want me to spare Ding Mei, you better kneel down and beg. Dang Yun's arrogant words only fueled the flames in Shinshen's heart. The situation was becoming increasingly unpleasant. Ding Mei, anxious, shook her head repeatedly. No, don't. She wouldn't agree to such torture just to spare Shinshen. Don't expect help, everyone here is on my side. I am a VIP at this KTV, so tell me, will they help you or me? Dang Yun looked up arrogantly at Shinshen. His words only boosted the confidence of those around him. That's right, kneel down quickly and beg for forgiveness from our young master. If you don't kneel, we won't be so kind to you. Stop the chatter, let's act now that the decision is made. Dang Yun saw the KTV security guards approaching with batons. He smirked, look, they're here. You're done for this time. However, the next moment left Dang Yun speechless. The security guards, upon reaching them, showed utmost respect to Shin Chen. Chairman, what's going on? Dang Yun was stunned, Ding Mei was stunned, even the onlookers were stunned. The sudden change caught them all off guard. At this moment, what should they say? It left everyone present speechless. No, this is absolutely impossible. How could you be the chairman here? Dang Yun widened his eyes, pointing at Shin Chen, unable to speak for a while. As for the others around, they were just as stunned as Dang Yun. However, Shin Chen coldly smirked, even a playboy like you can be a VIP here. Can't I be the chairman here? There was nothing wrong with what he said. Dang Yun's face changed when he saw this scene. No, stop standing there, get him, take him down. After Dang Yun's words, the people around him snapped out of it and started moving towards Shin Chen. However, Shin Chen looked at Dang Yun with a cold expression. Are you too full of yourself? I gave you a chance before, but alas, you didn't know how to appreciate it. After Shin Chen finished speaking, the people beside him rushed towards Dang Yun. The people around Dang Yun were no match for Shin Chen's side. So, before long, Dang Yun's people were either subdued or surrendered. At this moment, only Dang Yun and Ding Mei were left. Shin Chen walked straight towards Dang Yun. You are quite arrogant, now, it's time to make a decision. Shin Chen's words made Dang Yun swallow nervously. Dang Yun turned to Ding Mei and placed a hand on her neck. Don't move, or else I won't be polite to her. Ding Mei was anxious, wanting to say something, but before Dang Yun could finish, Shin Chen approached her. Don't worry, I will protect you. After Shin Chen's words, he acted without hesitation. Dang Yun didn't even have a chance to react before he was hit hard with a punch. Soon, Dang Yun was sent flying and crashed heavily to the ground. Shin Chen looked at Dang Yun and a faint smile appeared on his lips. You dared to touch my woman, how do you think I should deal with you? Originally, Dang Yun and his father Dang Jiang had planned to scheme against Shin Chen. So, in Shin Chen's eyes, it was necessary to resolve this matter properly. Shin Chen, don't! Ding Mei shouted in worry suddenly. Shin Chen stood there, glancing sideways. Not take action? If that was the case, Shin Chen would never let go of his grudge. Right, since that's the case, let them live for now. Tomorrow, we'll take care of them all. Shin Chen looked ahead, a smirk playing on his lips, leaving a tantalizing smile. After all, Shin Chen had considered this matter. Actually, it was not wise to act too hastily now. Shin Chen remained calm. You did well, each of you will receive a bonus of 10,000. Shin Chen knew that the female bodyguards had done their best. Therefore, Shin Chen, being fair, knew how to reward them. Those bodyguards were Shin Chen's people. So, Shin Chen's gesture made them even more grateful. Shin Chen pondered for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. Do you think at this moment, Dang Jiang is considering how to deal with me? After Shin Chen spoke, the people around him were curious, not knowing what Shin Chen intended to do. However, Ding Mei couldn't help but ask Shin Chen, what do you want to do? Ding Mei always felt that Shin Chen must be planning something. At this moment, Shin Chen smiled slightly and made a phone call directly. Hello, this is Shin Chen. Cancel a share of our Haotai group over there. Yes, cancel the one related to Deng Jiang first. After Shin Chen finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Others were puzzled. Why did Shin Chen do this? But Shin Chen said, we should let others have a good night's sleep. Even if we have to deal with him, it can wait until tomorrow. Hearing this, others found it even more amusing. Because they thought if Shin Chen did this, the other party wouldn't have a peaceful sleep. However, these matters didn't concern them much. They should rest now because tomorrow would be physically demanding, and they needed to be prepared. Damn it, that bastard. I never expected Shin Chen to dare to do this to me. Dang Jiang pointed angrily ahead. This incident was indeed quite tricky, catching Dang Jiang off guard. People around Dang Jiang looked over. President, what's wrong? What happened exactly? They were on the same boat as Dang Jiang now, so if his interests were harmed, they wouldn't be spared either. Hence, they were naturally concerned. Dang Jiang was reluctant to discuss this matter as it was embarrassing. However, he had to explain. Shin Chen, using his position as the chairman of Haotai Group, gave away all our shares outside. What? How could this happen? This was a difficult situation for those around him. They had planned to use Haotai Group's resources to develop external companies and gradually sideline Haotai Group. Since the chairman of Haotai Group was absent, their actions seemed justifiable. But now, Shin Chen, the chairman, had returned and immediately thwarted their crucial step. Damn, this guy is despicable to do such a thing. Why fear? We've almost completed our plans. We can just get rid of him directly. Exactly, with so many of us, do we need to fear this brat? At this moment, those around them were getting more excited, exchanging words and feeling more agitated. Deng Jiang understood what these people were thinking. However, at this moment, Deng Jiang's mind was somewhat clear. It seems everyone has made up their minds. If that's the case, the next steps will be much easier. After Deng Jiang spoke, everyone looked at him with solemn expressions. They knew Deng Jiang's words were not without purpose. Since Deng Jiang had spoken, it meant it was time for them to act. Thinking about this, others glanced at each other. Tomorrow, Xin Chen should come to the company. At that time, we will force him to step down, citing a decrease in business volume and Houtai Group's losses this year. Once he's no longer the chairman, it will be easy for us to control him, right? After Deng Jiang finished speaking, those around him exchanged glances. If that was the plan, it indeed seemed like the best solution. After all, if Deng Jiang became the chairman of Houtai Group, they would benefit more. Therefore, they were ready to take the risk. Alright, let's get rid of this Xin Chen now. Upon hearing Deng Jiang's words, the people around him nodded in agreement. Naturally, others wouldn't miss such an opportunity. And from the current perspective, they might not necessarily lose in this matter. Tianpong Real Estate Villa No. 3. Xin Chen smiled faintly and looked at the person in front of him. Is what you said true? Did they really make this decision? After hearing Xin Chen's words, the person in front of him nodded heavily. Everything is absolutely true, Chairman. I heard it with my own ears. There is no mistake. As the people around him spoke to Xin Chen, he subconsciously looked ahead and paused slightly. Is that so? After Xin Chen finished speaking, the bodyguard beside him became a little anxious. Chairman, what should we do now? If we go to the company tomorrow, they will definitely not let us off. As the bodyguard in front of him spoke directly to Xin Chen, he couldn't help but find it amusing. Deng Jiang wouldn't let Xin Chen go, that's for sure, right? After all, one is the chairman of Houtai Group, and the other is the second largest shareholder of Houtai Group. In other words, as long as Deng Jiang deals with Xin Chen, the chairman of Houtai Group will be his. So, as long as Deng Jiang has some ambition, he will definitely not miss this opportunity. It's just a pity that Deng Jiang won't let Xin Chen go, and likewise, Xin Chen will not let him go either. So, in terms of accuracy, at present, Xin Chen's top priority is to contain these people. Now, let's not talk about other things for the time being. There is something I think I should entrust to you to handle. Xin Chen's words made the faces of these people show seriousness. The more critical the situation, the more each step becomes crucial. Chairman, whatever it is, just give us the order. We will do our best to handle this matter. The bodyguards in front of him all clasped their fists and said to Xin Chen. Although the vast majority of Houtai Group's people support Deng Yun, there are only a few exceptions, including the security and cleaning departments. The security and cleaning departments are naturally the main focus of each chairman, and if they want to control them, the difficulty is undoubtedly too great. As for the second one, there is no need to control the cleaning department. So, this has made it convenient for Xin Chen. I want all of you to guard the homes of these shareholders. If they try to escape, catch them directly. What? Xin Chen's words stunned the surrounding bodyguards. Escape? They haven't even resolved Deng Jiang's matter yet, and now they are worried about the other party escaping? Does this sound too confident? Many of the people around had a lot to say about this matter, but they were clear in their hearts that since Xin Chen had arranged it this way, there must be a reason behind it. Rest assured, I am not ignorant of everything. You will understand my arrangement when the time comes. Tomorrow, I will deposit 10,000 yuan into each of your accounts as a reward for following me. If I win tomorrow, there will be additional bonuses. If I lose, you can leave. After Xin Chen finished speaking, these people became extremely anxious. Chairman. But Xin Chen waved his hand to stop others from speaking further. It's okay, have some confidence. This time, we will definitely win. His previous words were just to create a sense of urgency among the crowd. Now, seeing that urgency fully aroused in these people by Xin Chen. So next, it's time to take a good rest and be ready to face the upcoming challenges. Thinking about this, Xin Chen felt eager. Alright, I'm setting off. Xin Chen tidied up and prepared to head to Houtai Group. After all, today was a very important day for Xin Chen. Whether Xin Chen would successfully take over Houtai Group or be driven out by Deng Jiang and others, it all depended on the present moment. No, I'm very worried about you. Ding Mei hugged Xin Chen tightly, burying her head in his chest. Xin Chen just smiled faintly. It's okay, there's nothing to worry about. Wait for me here. Just as Xin Chen was pondering silently, a notification sounded in his mind. Rest for 8 hours and win a Porsche 911 Collector's Edition worth 35 million. Another reward? In Xin Chen's pocket, there was a set of keys. Xin Chen glanced at them and then handed the keys to Ding Mei in front of him. I've prepared this car for you. You can take a drive if you feel bored. Since you're still an intern, I won't assign you any work for now. Hearing Shinshen's words, Ding Mei's nose felt a bit sour. She felt that she might never be able to leave Shinshen in this lifetime. But Shinshen knew that he couldn't delay any longer. When Shinshen came out, the bodyguards around him had already been replaced. Are you guys from the Temple of War? Shinshen looked at the leader and quickly remembered. They were the people from the Temple of War he had seen before. The person in front of him clasped his fists and said to Shinshen, "Leader, we heard that you are in danger, so we came to protect you." Is that so? However, Shinshen didn't mind. Alright, let's go. At this moment, in the meeting room of Haotai Group, Deng Jiang sat there, feeling uneasy for some reason. How is it? Any news? Deng Jian looked at the person beside him and couldn't help but ask. The person beside him shook his head at Deng Jiang. This matter wouldn't be so simple. So now, Deng Jiang naturally felt afraid. At this moment, the person beside Deng Jiang shook his head at him. No, there's absolutely no news. What? This statement was actually the worst news for Deng Jiang. One of the department managers beside Deng Jiang asked, "President, what's wrong with you? Why are you so anxious?" Now, everyone was waiting for Shinshen to arrive. But Deng Jiang, looking so anxious, made it seem like something had happened. Looking at everyone, Deng Jiang said, "My son Xiaoyun didn't come home all night yesterday." After Deng Jiang finished speaking, the people around him breathed a sigh of relief. Young people, they tend to enjoy themselves. It's normal not to come home all night. Indeed, if it were any other time, Deng Jiang wouldn't be so worried. But happening at this critical moment made it abnormal. Deng Jiang looked at the people in front of him, sighed helplessly, and said, "But why did it have to happen just when Shinshen is about to come to the company?" Thinking back to some events from yesterday, everyone's heart skipped a beat. If it was true, then this matter was indeed very serious. Everyone looked at each other, their minds racing. Could it really be Shinshen? This is despicable. Bringing trouble to one's own family. I never expected him to go to such lengths just to become the chairman of Haotai Group. Exactly, he's breaking all the rules. Around, those people were all talking. Deng Jian watched and nodded along. Originally, among these people, there might have been some who were neutral, but now, they were being pushed towards Deng Jiang's side. Deng Jiang was very pleased, as this was what he hoped to see. Shinshen, in the end, you're just a hot-blooded young man. You're far from being a match for me. Deng Jiang looked ahead, his eyes revealing an indescribable fervor. Just then, not far away, an assistant hurried over. "President, Shinshen and his group have arrived, they are downstairs." They have arrived? That's good. Deng Jiang had long been prepared for this. Alright, let them in. We've prepared for so long, now we can finally get started. As Deng Jiang finished speaking, those around him looked eager to try. Chairman, everything has been arranged. However, Deng Jiang and his group suddenly replaced all the security guards. My brothers told me that Deng Jiang brought in a group of security guards at the last minute. The head of security department, Xiao Jiang, said to Shinshen. Shinshen smiled knowingly. Got it. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Jiang didn't mind, it was his honor to serve Yixian. Moreover, Xiao Jiang believed that only Shinshen could make Haotai Group better and better. Otherwise, if Haotai Group really fell into Deng Jiang's hands, it would mean that Haotai Group would gradually decline. But Shinshen was quite indifferent to these matters. How could Shinshen not understand these things? Xiao Jiang, after this mission is over, you will be in charge of the cleaning department, and we will recruit more staff for the security department. I will double your salary. After Shinshen finished speaking, Xiao Jian was overjoyed. He never expected Shinshen to give him such great authority. Indeed, it is crucial to have the right talents by your side. As for Shinshen not being able to control everything, just thinking about it made it seem impossible. Shinshen had the War God Temple's bodyguards here, and he also had absolute evidence in his hands. Even if these shareholders were powerful, what could they do? Could these people still distort the truth and turn black into white? And now, Shinshen was fully confident. Stop, this is Haotai Group. As two security guards blocked Shinshen's way and spoke. Before they could finish, Shinshen laughed. Interesting, how come I, Shinshen, the chairman of Haotai Group, can't even enter my own company now? As Shinshen finished speaking, these people were stunned. But the next moment, Shinshen directly said, well, since that's the case, I have a list here. If they don't come, they will bear the consequences. Business Department Manager Tang Jianzhong, Personnel Department Manager Dong Hua. As Shinshen read each name, these people all fell silent. The security guards, however, remained unfazed. What could they do in this situation? But not long after, a group of uniformed personnel rushed in. Don't move, hands up. What's going on? Even if they wanted to make things difficult for Shinshen here, was it necessary to directly arrest people? Lin Qinsnow arrived and looked at Shinshen, asking directly, Shinshen, where are we going now? The security guards hadn't recovered from their shock. What's going on? Why are they arresting us? After hearing them, Shinshen suddenly smiled. Why are they arresting you? The people on the list just now are suspected of embezzling values exceeding tens of millions. You are also accomplices, so if not you, then who should be arrested? Shinshen's words left the security guards looking ashen-faced. No, we are innocent. It's only our first day here, we don't know anything. Don't know? You were quite tough on Shinshen just now. Shinshen teased them on purpose, planning to release them once things here were settled. Although Lin Qingsno saw through it, she didn't rush to expose them. Finally getting a chance to have some fun, how could she miss this opportunity? But speaking of which, Shinshen, we've done everything you asked us to do. When do we start taking action? Lin Qingsno felt that if what Shinshen said was true, it would be a significant achievement. With such a big credit falling directly on Lin Qingsno, her bonus for this month would definitely not be small. So, she was very eager. Before long, with a bang, Shinshen pushed open the door of the meeting room. Many people were sitting inside the meeting room. When they saw Shinshen enter, everyone turned to look in their direction. How lively, can I join in? After Shinshen spoke, the others looked at him with displeasure. But Deng Jiang suddenly smiled. Chairman? Sorry, the seats in our meeting room are fixed. There are probably no extra seats available. We can't accommodate you. Deng Jiang's words were very direct. Shinshen, however, didn't mind at all. It's okay, I didn't expect our company's situation to be so serious. Because of perennial losses, the company doesn't even have money to buy chairs. It seems it's time to clean up some people. Now, let's arrest people according to the list. After Shinshen finished speaking, he quickly read out several names. As each name was called out, the bailiffs behind him would come over and arrest that person. Just as Deng Jiang had said earlier, the seats here were fixed. Just need to arrest people according to their seats, no need to consider much else. Before long, more than 10 people were arrested. These people expressed their dissatisfaction. What are you doing, arresting people out of nowhere? Exactly, Mr. Bailiff, you can't just believe this guy's words. Chairman, you're amazing, we're going to impeach you directly now, because since you became chairman, the company has been losing money year after year. The people around them stood up to condemn Shinshen. They were all very vocal, but only Deng Jiang sat there calmly, looking like he was just watching a show. Shinshen could tell this person was not simple. It seems you won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. In that case, here's a document, take a look before you say anything. After Shinshen finished speaking, he threw the document in front of them. These people were skeptical, but they took it out and examined it carefully. After they read it, they were shocked. Because the documents in front of them listed all the evidence of their crimes in Haodai Group, including embezzling company funds, even poaching talents to their own companies, everything was clearly listed. If they were to be judged, the lightest sentence would be at least 10 years. As for the most serious one here, it was Deng Jiang. As for you, President Deng, your charges are much more serious, not only embezzlement but also murder. What? After Shinshen finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Deng Jiang. No, this is impossible, how could President Deng commit murder? Someone couldn't help but say. After all, this matter was completely unexpected. 3 years ago, you and your good brother joined forces to eliminate the competitor of your Jiangshan group that you established. Your good brother ran away with a sum of money, yet you remain carefree. Shinshen's words made Deng Jiang find it even more amusing. Although Shinshen was right, what did it matter? He had no evidence. Even if Shinshen went into every detail, what could he do? But beside him, Lin Qingsno coughed softly twice. Sorry, the person you mentioned, we caught him a few days ago. Moreover, he confessed everything clearly. What? How could this be? Deng Jiang stared at Shinshen with wide eyes, finding it hard to believe. Actually, this was quite a coincidence. Among the people Shinshen and Lin Qingsno encountered when they first met, there was Deng Jiang's good brother who tried to rob them. So now, one could only say that the net of heaven was wide and tight. This was Deng Jiang's own fault. Well, I lost. Deng Jiang wanted to argue a few more points, but after some thought, he sighed. However, Deng Jiang seemed to remember something and looked up at Shinshen. You took my son, didn't you? Where have you kept my son? Upon hearing Deng Jiang's words, Shinshen waved his hand. I've already released your son, but he's forbidden from setting foot in Suwang City again. Otherwise, I will break his legs. After Shinshen finished speaking, Deng Jiang was furious. Damn, you're ruthless. Although Deng Jiang was caught, he still had some assets left, which he intended for his son. But now, his son couldn't even step into Suwang City. What would happen to his assets? Rest assured, all the assets you embezzled from Haodai Group will be returned in full to the group. Thank you very much for this generous gift. After Shinshen said this, Deng Jiang wished he could kill Shinshen. Lin Qingsno couldn't help but pat Shinshen's shoulder. You don't have to be so blunt. We're all in this together. If you say that, he'll go crazy. Whether Deng Jiang went crazy or not had nothing to do with Shinshen. If he wanted to go crazy, let him. Alright, thank you for this time. If you have time, I'd like to invite you for a meal. After Shinshen finished speaking, Lin Qingsno rolled her eyes and left. After resolving the company's affairs, Shinshen promoted some people who hadn't colluded with Deng Jiang. Looking at the empty seats in the meeting room, Shinshen smiled faintly. Who said there weren't enough seats? Look, now there are plenty available. Shinshen hadn't arranged everything yet, as he couldn't be sure about some people's reliability. Some were obviously diligent, and by promoting them now, they would be more grateful to Shinshen. And now, Shinshen was waiting for someone here. Before long, Li Qingyi arrived. Boss, you wanted to see me? Shinshen nodded and gestured. It's nothing, feel free to sit. Li Qingyi and the others looked around the spacious meeting room, feeling curious about everything. This place was indeed huge, and one could imagine that regular meetings and decisions were made here. This was a crucial place determining the future development of Haodai Group, so as they sat there, each face revealed a hint of excitement. Who would have thought that not long ago, a fierce battle had taken place here? The second shareholder of Haodai Group, along with other small shareholders and department managers, had joined forces to try to pull Shinshen down from his position. Unfortunately, they had failed. Because of Shinshen, he wouldn't give them this opportunity, and he even personally sent them to prison. In the future, arrange for a few people to stay here to replace the legal department. There used to be people from the legal department here, but the minister of the legal department also sided with Shinshen. So, Shinshen actually had no trust in those from the legal department. Coincidentally, Shinshen acquired Li Qingyi's law firm, so he arranged for them to come in. Li Qingyi and the others nodded. Becoming the company's legal team was their dream. After all, this way, they could also receive the company's dividends every year. Moreover, what they were responsible for was not really a big deal compared to their work at the law firm. It was much more comfortable. Shinshen looked at Li Qingyi and said directly, "Don't feel surprised. You are all my people, and I won't mistreat you." Hearing Shinshen say this, Li Qingyi was deeply moved. To be able to follow such a handsome boss, and he even said just now that they were his people? Thinking like this, Li Qingyi suddenly felt very happy. As for Shinshen, he had no idea what Li Qingyi was thinking. After watching for a while, Shinshen continued, "As for your dividends, they will be deposited into your accounts every quarter. Apart from that, we will also provide you with some funds for operations and activities." As Shinshen finished speaking, Li Qingyi and the others were thrilled. Such a handsome young man, and he was suddenly so good to them? At that moment, they were so touched that they didn't know what to say. However, at that moment, Shinshen seemed to suddenly remember something. "Oh, by the way, how did the investigation I asked you all to conduct go?" Previously, Shinshen had asked these people to investigate, so now he wanted to know the results. Li Qingyi suddenly smiled. "Boss, it's a good thing you had me investigate." Not investigating would have been fine, but it turns out that Haodai Group and the Wang family have some cooperation. Moreover, the Wang family has shown enough interest in the Haodai Group, even wanting to invest or even acquire it. Hearing what Li Qingyi said, Shinshen suddenly felt uneasy about this matter. If what Li Qingyi said was true, then this matter was indeed suspicious. However, this alone seemed insufficient. After watching for a while, Shinshen remained calm. "So, am I now holding a hot potato?" After Shinshen finished speaking, everyone around couldn't help but laugh. In their eyes, Shinshen was so powerful, how could he worry about the Wang family? The boss is just joking. Although the Wang family is strong, we are not weak either. Exactly, and this is entirely between Deng Jiang and the Wang family. It has nothing to do with us. Who says it isn't? And I also think that the Wang family is likely just a paper tiger, all bark and no bite. At that moment, with everyone around speaking up, Shinshen understood even more. In fact, all of this was due to Shinshen's current weakness in power. If only Shinshen's strength could be a bit stronger, that would be great. But Shinshen still wanted to know more about the Wang family. This Wang family. Shinshen hadn't finished speaking, but Li Qingyi had already handed him a file that had been prepared earlier. "Boss, this is the information we gathered about the Wang family, please take a look." Looking at the file Li Qingyi handed over, Shinshen carefully examined it. He hadn't thought much about it before, but after taking a look, Shinshen learned that the person currently responsible for the Wang family's external business negotiations with other companies was someone named Wang Dejiang. And recently, the Wang family had been constantly in contact with some promising companies. Obviously, they were not satisfied with their current position in the third tier. They wanted to expand their strength and break into the second tier. And in recent years, Haotai Group had been thriving. Clearly, in terms of potential, Haotai Group was about to break through the barrier of the third tier. So, if the Wang family wanted to progress further, then their next target naturally fell on Haotai Group. How could Shinshan not understand such a thing? So, as Shinshan looked ahead, he remained calm. The Wang family is quite impressive. Find an opportunity for me to meet this Wang Dejiang. Since he wanted to understand the Wang family, mere speculation was not enough. So, Shinshan definitely needed a substantial opportunity to understand more. In this case, leaving aside other issues for now, Shinshan felt that it was necessary to deal with it as soon as possible. Alright, this matter is quite simple, and I believe Wang Dejiang will be very interested. As Li Qingyi finished speaking beside him, Shinshan nodded in agreement. This was good. Shinshan thought he might refuse. Since he agreed, it couldn't be better. Alright, arrange it quickly. I am quite eager to see what abilities this Wang Dejiang really possesses. Moreover, some matters needed to be resolved at this time. Isn't the chairman of Haotai Group Deng Jiang? Wang Dejiang sat there, somewhat displeased. When Wang Dejiang uttered these words, it completely caught others off guard. But one person spoke to Wang Dejiang. Boss, according to the information we have received, Haotai Group has undergone some changes, and Deng Jiang and others have collapsed. What? Upon hearing this news, Wang Dejiang was visibly upset. If Deng Jiang had collapsed, then the money he lent to him would be lost, right? Who is this chairman of Haotai Group? Wang Dejiang looked at the person beside him and couldn't help but ask. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you shall not be defeated in 100 battles. Therefore, Wang Dejiang was very eager to know this information. Suddenly, the person beside him chuckled. Based on some information we obtained earlier, this person named Shinshan is just a recent graduate from Suhang University. There were some opportunities before, that's all. After the person beside him finished speaking, Wang Dejiang was no longer worried at all. Such a person seemed insignificant. Just a small fry. If he wants to see me, then let's see. Wang Dejiang waved his hand, showing a straightforward attitude. The others nodded in agreement. However, we can extort some money from him. This kid is just a greenhorn. I reckon he should be easy to fool. This time, we might make a fortune. The people around them said one after another. Wang Dejiang, however, showed no intention of stopping them. If it were Deng Jiang, then perhaps I would be somewhat worried. But who is this kid? Why would I even bother with him? For Wang Dejiang, this was truly the most ridiculous joke in the world. Seeing this, the people around him nodded in agreement. Alright, let's go directly to the agreed location, and remember, bring more people. After Wang Dejiang finished speaking, the people around him immediately began to make arrangements. On the other side, Shinshan looked at the people beside him. Is what you said true? When Shinshan finished speaking, the people around him nodded in agreement. Boss, it's true. I saw that person go in to inform, but quickly came out with a smile on his face. As the people around him finished speaking, Shinshan probably already understood. How could Shinshan not understand these things in his heart? It seems like these guys are taking us for fools. If I'm not mistaken, they are probably planning to wait for us to arrive and then ambush us directly. As Shinshan finished speaking, the faces of the others showed signs of worry. Now, what should be done? After all, Shinshan had just taken control of Haotai Group. In this state, the internal loyalty to Shinshan was not yet complete. And externally, there were many family forces watching Shinshan closely. However you look at it, this situation seemed very tricky. But now, Shinshan was not worried. Instead, he waved his hand at the people around him. Come here, help me prepare. Shinshan whispered a few words in the ears of these people, which made everyone else freeze. What is going on here? Although they didn't know, they still followed Shinshan's instructions. Boss, it's ready. Before long, a bodyguard approached Shinshan and handed him a prepared note. After carefully reading the note, Shinshan nodded. Okay, that's it. In fact, these were all secondary matters. The most important thing was to see if Wang Dejiang would behave. If he could keep to his own territory, then everyone could coexist peacefully. But if Wang Dejiang became aggressive and provocative everywhere, Shinshan wouldn't be afraid of a confrontation. We're almost there, just wait outside. After Shinshan finished speaking, the bodyguards looked hesitant. Chairman, we. As the people around him wanted to say something to Shinshan, he waved his hand. Alright, I already know what you want to say. Don't worry, I know what to do. Besides, Shinshan's current strength was evident. Even if Wang Dejiang really wanted to make a move against Shinshan, he needed to consider his own strength first. Rest for 20 minutes, then head to Tianfu Tower. What, another reward? Shinshan was increasingly surprised, but he decided to first see what Tianfu Tower was all about. He didn't pay much attention to it before, but now he understood completely. Tianfu Tower, worth 20 billion, so I earn 1 billion every minute of this break. Shin-Chen wondered, how many people could make money faster than him? Moreover, Tianfu Tower was not just about money. The most important thing was that various major families were stationed there. These were all connections. With proper management, he wouldn't be inferior to ordinary people. So now, Shin-Chen felt more confident. The Wang family, what can Wang Dejiang really do? Dare he say that his Wang family can have a tower on the level of Tianfu Tower? Shin-Chen smiled proudly, realizing that it was simply impossible. In front of Shin-Chen, the Wang family's bodyguards stopped him. After a thorough search, they let Shin-Chen pass directly. However, this person's actions had no significance for Shin-Chen. If Shin-Chen really wanted to take down Wang Dejiang, why would he make things so complicated? If Shin-Chen wanted to make a move now and eliminate Wang Dejiang, it would be as easy as pie. But Shin-Chen didn't need to tell these small fries at the door about these matters. At least in Shin-Chen's eyes, it wasn't necessary. Alright, that's enough, you can go in now. But I must remind you, it's best to agree to our boss's request, otherwise, the consequences will be severe. Obviously, in their eyes, they didn't think much of Shin-Chen. So, they believed dealing with Shin-Chen would be a piece of cake. After some thought, they had nothing to worry about. As for Shin-Chen, he didn't need to prove anything. Now that he was here, everything was left for Shin-Chen to handle. As for what Wang Dejiang wanted, Shin-Chen felt confident he could handle it. I hope you don't do something that will haunt you and the Wang family for a lifetime. Shin-Chen looked around and found the environment quite pleasant. It was clear that Wang Dejiang was someone who enjoyed the finer things in life. When Shin-Chen arrived, he sat down directly. One of the people next to Wang Dejiang said to Shin-Chen, "Has my boss allowed you to sit?" That was quite rude, but Wang Dejiang didn't seem to object. Shin-Chen glanced at the person. "Did I give you permission to speak?" "What?" The person was about to say something when Shin-Chen casually threw a chair towards him. The chair itself wasn't heavy, but Shin-Chen added some force when he threw it. This force was not something anyone could easily handle. So when the chair flew towards him, the person failed to catch it and fell to the ground. "Boss!" The person struggled to get up and shouted to Wang Dejiang. But Wang Dejiang just glanced at him and said, "Useless, can't even catch a chair, leave." The person left dejectedly. After all, upon reflection, this incident was quite embarrassing. Wang Dejiang was also somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Shin-Chen's strength to be greater than he had imagined. The stronger Shin-Chen appeared, the more determined Wang Dejiang became. "Mr. Wang, is this how you treat your guests? If this is all you have to say to me, then I think we don't need to continue this conversation." Shin-Chen finished speaking and was about to leave. But Wang Dejiang suddenly smiled. "Good, a hero indeed. Since that's the case, I'll be frank. You probably already know how powerful my Wang family is, it's quite evident." Shin-Chen nodded silently as he knew Wang Dejiang had more to say. Curious to see what Wang Dejiang had in store, Shin-Chen wanted to see what would come next. "We had a previous collaboration with the Haodai Group, and your Haodai Group owes us 5 billion. Here's the IOU, please confirm. If it's convenient, it's best to repay the 5 billion first, if not, the consequences will be severe." Wang Dejiang looked at Shin-Chen, completely confident in his control over the situation. The people around them looked at Shin-Chen with smirks, finding the situation quite entertaining, while Shin-Chen looked at Wang Dejiang and suddenly smiled. Despite knowing Wang Dejiang was shameless and capable of anything, he hadn't expected him to stoop so low as to make such claims. An IOU for 5 billion? Quite a hefty sum, but Shin-Chen was prepared. And upon inspection, he saw that the IOU was signed by Wang Dejiang in Dengjiang. Shin-Chen also took out a piece of paper from his body. "Coincidentally, I also have an IOU from the Wang family, totaling 1 billion. "What? 1 billion? The people around Shin-Chen suddenly found it very funny. For them, they felt that Shin-Chen was joking here. 1 billion, and it was signed by Deng Jiang of Haodai Group on behalf of the Wang family? Let's not talk about whether our Wang family has 1 billion or not. Why should Deng Jiang represent us? That's right, if you want these 5 billion, you have to return them first. If you ask me, if Haodai Group has no money, they might as well mortgage the company to us." As the people around started to speak one after another, Shin-Chen suddenly found it amusing how crucial this matter had become. "Mr. Wang, I would like to ask, why did Deng Jiang sign this IOU on behalf of Haodai Group and you? Moreover, lending out 5 billion all at once, it seems like I wasn't informed about this, right? If you can't provide some specific data, we might think that you are extorting me, and extorting 5 billion at once." Shin-Chen calmly put the IOU he wrote in his pocket after saying this. Wang Dejiang and Shin-Chen locked eyes, but he didn't say anything. because Wang Dejiang really didn't expect Shinshan to be so ruthless to think of such a thing. But now, this matter was becoming quite difficult. Wang Dejiang's gaze shifted, and he smiled slightly. It's just a little joke, Mr. Shin, please don't mind. Is that so? Then I was joking too. After speaking, Shinshan sat down directly. Wang Dejiang was a bit headache. He had planned to take the initiative, but now, it seemed like he had been led by Shinshan all along. Since that's the case, let me get straight to the point. I believe you know my goal, which is Haodai Group. Our Wang family has several companies in Tianfu Building. Offending us, I believe you should know what the consequences will be. As Wang Dejiang finished speaking, Shinshan was somewhat surprised. What surprised Yixian was not how strong the Wang family's background was. It was the words Wang Dejiang had just said. The Wang family actually had a share of industries in Tianfu Building? This was really good news. Shinshan had been unsure how to deal with Wang Dejiang before. Now, he was completely unconcerned, because he was the secret owner of Tianfu Building. When the time came, it wouldn't be impossible to make the Wang family move out of Tianfu Building. Thinking this, Shinshan felt much more at ease. So, you better think it over. Although Haodai Group has some potential, this kind of potential is not worth mentioning in front of my Wang family. When Wang Dejiang finished speaking, it was even more of a smile or not for Shinshan. This statement was quite interesting, threatening Shinshan to show their strength. However, how could Wang Dejiang know that what he was showing here was nothing at all? Do you want to know my answer? Well, I'll tell you directly now, my answer is, no. After Shinshan finished speaking, he stood up to leave. However, Wang Dejiang coldly said, in the eyes of my Wang family, it's either friend or foe. For friends, we can have good wine and food, but for enemies, don't blame me. After Wang Dejiang finished speaking, he clapped his hands, and many people immediately rushed out and surrounded Shinshan. Shinshan suddenly smiled. Wang Dejiang, it was your Wang family who broke the rules first, so don't blame me. Wang family, do you have no face left at all? Shinshan looked at Wang Dejiang and asked directly. Around them, Wang family's people surrounded Shinshan in the crowd. Some were worried and asked Wang Dejiang, boss, isn't it a bit disrespectful to act like this? After all, we invited Shinshan here. If things don't work out, we can always be enemies next time we meet. No one would say anything. But now, Wang Dejiang's actions are a bit out of line. However, Wang Dejiang didn't care at all. We don't need to be respectful to him. Get rid of him for me, then let's go directly to Haodai Group and take over. As Wang Dejiang spoke, those around him brightened up. If it was true, then this was indeed a good plan. Those around him praised him repeatedly. The boss is really amazing, to come up with such a plan. Of course, look at who our boss is. Dealing with this kid is a piece of cake. Should we wait here for a while and see this kid being taught a lesson? People around looked at Wang Dejiang curiously and jokingly suggested waiting here. Wasn't that a waste of time? Leave it to the subordinates. Enjoy life at this moment, isn't that better? Let's go, leave this to you guys. Wang Dejiang waved his hand and said to the others. After speaking, Wang Dejiang got up and left directly, followed by his bodyguards. As Wang Dejiang left, only Shinshan and a large group of people remained. I didn't expect the Wang family to go to such lengths. It seems that sometimes dealing with shameless people like you doesn't require manners. Shinshan felt there was no need to waste time with them. Did these people really think they had everything under control? Thinking this, Shinshan looked into the distance. Now, Shinshan found it even more amusing. Alright, you can come now. Shinshan took out his phone, dialed a number, and said on the other end of the line. In a moment, the people from the War God Temple arrived. It's you guys, daring to lay hands on our leader, you're seeking death. After speaking, the warriors of the War God Temple quickly took action. Some of Wang family's guards were still trying to figure out what was happening. But at this moment, these people swarmed in to attack. Obviously, they wouldn't give the Wang family any chance. And in Shinshan's eyes, they didn't need to give them a chance. Humph. Are you too confident? Do you really think this will work? When Shinshan glanced up with disdain, his contempt was evident. After Shinshan finished speaking, the person he caught started yelling with gritted teeth. How dare you offend our Wang family? The Wang family will never let you go. The Wang family won't let Shinshan go? But before that, the Wang family should probably worry about whether Shinshan will let them go. Thinking this, a faint smile appeared on Shinshan's lips. Let's not talk about other things for now. But here, Shinshan felt the need to speed up. Resolve the battle quickly. Shinshan said to the warriors of the War God Temple around him, and they acted even faster. Before long, all the people from the Wang family present were taken care of. After doing this, the deputy leader of the War God Temple stood in front of Shinshan. Leader, it's been resolved here, how should we handle them? When Shinshen heard these words, he turned around and glanced at the people around him, making a gesture of slitting his throat. The members of the Wang family around him all widened their eyes, staring blankly at Shinshen. What's going on here? This doesn't seem right. According to the routine, shouldn't he first inquire about some information regarding the Wang family? Then they would be stubborn for a while, and after some back and forth, they would reveal it, right? Why is it a sudden killer move? How should they react to this? There's no choice but to beg for mercy directly. We are willing to say anything, just don't kill us. Yes, as long as you spare us, we will completely change and start anew. The Wang family has a secret passage that leads directly to the Wang family. As these people spoke one after another, Shinshen also got a rough idea. It didn't seem to be of much use, but keeping these minor characters around wouldn't be a bad thing either. As for getting rid of these people, it would take some time to clean up. Shinshen didn't want to waste too much time on these people. So at this moment, Shinshen waved his hand decisively and said, "Get lost. If there's a next time, I won't spare you." With Shinshen's words, the people in front of him naturally felt grateful. Their originally doomed situation had now been averted. Naturally, they were overjoyed. As for Shinshen, he was silently planning his next move. "Leader, what should we do now?" A warrior from the Temple of War beside Shinshen asked respectfully. They were warriors of the Temple of War, and Shinshen was the god of war of the Temple of War. At the same time, Shinshen was also the hope of the Temple of War. Therefore, no matter what, the Temple of War must ensure Shinshen's safety. Shinshen, on the other hand, was muttering to himself as he stared into the distance. Wang Dejiang is so eager to get rid of me, it's nothing more than wanting to take over the Haotai group now. But can he easily take over the Haotai group from me? After Shinshen finished speaking, the other warriors of the Temple of War nodded in agreement. It made sense, indeed. And then what? Shinshen continued, the Wang family's biggest reliance is nothing but their industries under the Tianfu Tower. Since they care so much, let's go over there now, destroy what they care about, and shatter their hopes. Shinshen's words further excited the other warriors of the Temple of War. In their eyes, this matter needed to be resolved quickly starting now. However, they were curious. What would Shinshen do next? None of them knew. But at this moment, Shinshen was confident. Let Wang Dejiang have his moment of triumph for now, and then we'll take care of them all at once. I've always said that kid wouldn't make it. At this moment, inside the Tianfu Tower, Wang Dejiang gestured and spoke. For Wang Dejiang, Shinshen's failure was already expected. These things didn't even need to be thought about, they were just known. Beside Wang Dejiang, a manager of the Tianfu Tower was still complimenting him. Isn't it because of your greatness, Mr. Wang, that ignorant kid can't be compared to you? We still rely heavily on your care here at Tianfu Tower. After the manager finished speaking, Wang Dejiang waved his hand dismissively, clearly not taking these matters seriously. After all, who was Wang Dejiang? He was a significant figure in the Wang family. All these external matters were under his control. As for the rest, Wang Dejiang preferred not to meddle. However, starting now, there was something he felt he must inquire about. At that moment, Wang Dejiang turned to the person beside him. By the way, Xiao Shang, about what you mentioned before, taking over Tianfu Tower, how confident are you? If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll assist you when the time comes. As Wang Dejiang finished speaking, Zhang Gang by his side had a sudden idea popping into his mind. In the past, he would never have dared to do such a thing. But over the past few months, Zhang Gang had colluded with the Wang family, reaping many benefits. So now, Zhang Gang already had some influence at Tianfu Tower. Moreover, the hidden owner of Tianfu Tower had long neglected its management. If Zhang Gang took advantage of this situation to make a move, seizing Tianfu Tower, it was not impossible. Alright, since Boss Wang has said so, I do have such thoughts. Zhang Gang explained his plan to Wang Dejiang, who pondered carefully. Wang Dejiang actually found Zhang Gang's proposed method feasible, with a high chance of success at present. Thinking about this, Wang Dejiang waved his hand. No problem, I will use the Wang family's power to assist you. However, after it's done, I want 51% of Tianfu Tower's shares. What? Wang Dejiang's words caught Zhang Gang slightly off guard. If he agreed to Wang Dejiang's request, didn't that mean Zhang Gang would not be the chairman of Tianfu Tower but rather a shareholder? This was something Zhang Gang found hard to accept. However, Zhang Gang was well aware that his own strength was insufficient. There were crucial factors he couldn't control. Besides, even if Zhang Gang succeeded, he couldn't handle it alone. Okay, since Boss Wang has said so, everything will be done as Boss Wang instructed. As Zhang Gang spoke, Wang Dejiang smiled slightly. In fact, when Wang Dejiang had just spoken, he was observing Zhang Gang's expression. If Zhang Gang showed even a hint of reluctance after the success, Wang Dejiang would take the opportunity to eliminate Zhang Gang. But now that Zhang Gang had agreed, Wang Dejiang thought it might be worth giving this young man some opportunities. Good, Xiao Zhang, you are wise. Go ahead and do it with confidence. You don't need to worry about anything. Following me, you will not be treated unfairly. Wang Dejiang patted Zhang Gang's shoulder and reassured him. Zhang Gang's face also revealed a hint of joy. Thank you, Boss Wang. It seems that everything is within our control. After Zhang Gang finished speaking, Wang Dejiang nodded repeatedly. However, he was puzzled as to why his subordinates had not returned yet. Could something have happened to them? Upon careful consideration, Wang Dejiang found it unlikely. He knew the capabilities of his subordinates very well. Therefore, Wang Dejiang did not believe that they would encounter any trouble. Well, you're right. You go ahead and get busy. I still have some matters to attend to here. After Wang Dejiang finished speaking, Zhang Gang nodded repeatedly. Since they were going to take over Tianfu Tower, certain procedures had to be followed. For example, obtaining information about the hidden owner of Tianfu Tower, confirming it, and then spreading the news of the owner's demise. By a specified time, if the owner did not show up, under a series of measures, they would turn this place into theirs. Zhang Gang knew exactly what to do in such situations. So now, he went straight to the chairman's office. He had been working here for some time, but today, to his surprise, he found someone sitting in the chairman's office. The person had their back to Zhang Gang, making it impossible to see their face. This puzzled Zhang Gang, who pointed at the person. Who are you, and are you allowed to sit here? Security, get him out of here, Zhang Gang said. The boss's chair turned around, revealing a very young face. Handsome and in his 20s, he smiled charmingly, his eyes playfully fixed on Zhang Gang. I can't sit here, can you? It was Xin Chen. He turned around, lightly tapping the table in front of him, locking eyes with Zhang Gang and suddenly spoke. Then, Zhang Gang opened his mouth, about to say something. But before he could, he realized something was amiss. If he answered the question, he would fall into Xin Chen's trap. However, Zhang Gang now seemed uninterested in engaging with Xin Chen. Security, come quickly and throw him out for me. As Zhang Gang spoke, two security guards in uniform came flying towards them. The guards landed heavily on the ground behind Zhang Gang, unconscious. This. Zhang Gang stared blankly ahead, unsure of what to say. Meanwhile, Xin Chen smiled faintly. Zhang Gang, the manager of Tianfu Tower, suspected of colluding with Wang Dejiang from the Wang family to take over Tianfu Tower in the past few months. If I hadn't returned, Tianfu Tower would have been taken over by you, wouldn't it? Xin Chen slammed the table, his smile gone, speaking directly. Xin Chen's words made Zhang Gang's expression subtly change. Are you the owner of Tianfu Tower? How could this be? How could the hidden boss be so young? You have no right to know about this matter, but now, officers, arrest him for me. Strange, why isn't it settled yet? Wang Dejiang furrowed his brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss. At that moment, one of his men hurried over. Wang Dejiang recognized him as one of his subordinates. Why are you only coming now? How did things go? Wang Dejiang inquired, the man looking at him with a frightened expression, stuttering as he spoke. Boss, the mission failed. What? This news was like a bolt from the blue for Wang Dejiang. He had never expected this turn of events. But why did it fail? It didn't make sense. With so many of his men attacking Xin Chen, how could they fail? What happened exactly? Tell me the whole story of this matter. Wang Dejiang turned stern, directly questioning the man beside him. As Wang Dejiang spoke, the man beside him was about to say something. But at that moment, a group of people approached from behind Wang Dejiang. They held various positions: administration, finance, security, cleaning, and more, but they all shared one thing: they were employees of Tianfu Tower. As these people arrived, Wang Dejiang furrowed his brow slightly, puzzled. What was going on? Just as Wang Dejiang was about to speak, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure among the group. This person is none other than Xin Chen, the one whom Wang Dejiang wanted his men to take care of before. The moment he saw him, flames seemed to flicker in Wang Dejiang's eyes. Xin Chen, I can't believe you have the guts to come here. Are you looking for trouble? Wang Dejiang's words were barely out of his mouth when his men moved forward, ready to act against Xin Chen. However, Xin Chen just smiled faintly. Mr. Wang, thanks to you, I'm doing just fine now. But you, on the other hand, are not so lucky. Pack up and get out of here. Xin Chen pointed at Wang Dejiang, speaking bluntly. Wang Dejiang frowned at Xin Chen's words. What makes you think you can make me leave? Who do you think you are? Wang Dejiang pointed fiercely at Xin Chen, speaking arrogantly. His demeanor exuded arrogance. Xin Chen, on the other hand, remained calm. Does Wang Dejiang still not understand the situation? It seems you haven't figured out the situation yet. And I'm not asking just you to leave, I want you and the entire Wang family business to get out of here. Xin Shen's tone grew more intense, surprising Wang Dejiang. This turn of events was indeed unexpected. Ha, ridiculous. You want me to leave? Who do you think you are? Wang Dejiang pointed at Xin Shen, continuing to speak. It was a battle of wills now. Although Wang Dejiang was unsure why the staff from Tianfu Tower had come here, perhaps they were just here for the show. Wang Dejiang couldn't quite grasp the situation. Xin Shen raised an eyebrow. Why did Wang Dejiang have to make things so difficult? Xin Shen had wanted to give the Wang family some face, but since they didn't appreciate it, he saw no need to do so anymore. Turning around, Xin Shen addressed those behind him, "Tell him who I am." After Xin Shen spoke, the people behind him shouted in unison, "Chairman." Chairman? Wang Dejiang's expression turned sour. Even those around him found it hard to believe. This can't be true. How could he be the chairman of Tianfu Tower? Yes, this change is too drastic. He owns Haotai Group and Tianfu Tower. Does this mean we've stepped on a hornet's nest? After those around him spoke, Wang Dejiang felt like his world was crumbling. These were things he had never considered. Although the chairman of Haotai Group had some potential, there was still a gap between him and the Wang family. Offending such a company was not a wise move. They could just eliminate them if needed. But now, what kind of entity was Tianfu Tower? The market value of Tianfu Tower exceeded 2 billion. While the Wang family was influential, they were only a third-tier family in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Even if the Wang family wanted to come up with 2 billion at once, it was beyond their means. Therefore, Wang Dejiang dared not offend Tianfu Tower. "We have rented this place. Even if you want us to leave, kindly pay the breach of contract fee first, totaling 3 billion. Wang Dejiang looked at Xin Shen, indifferent. However, Xin Shen, looking at Wang Dejiang, suddenly produced a contract. The contract here shows that it expired 2 months ago. You and the former manager Zhang Gang colluded to cause significant losses to Tianfu Building. I give your Wang family 10 days to transfer the money to Tianfu Building's account. Otherwise, I will directly apply to freeze your Wang family's assets." Since Wang Dejiang wanted to play, Xin Shen would play along thoroughly. Since everything was in place, Xin Shen was not afraid, he wouldn't be played to death. However, Wang Dejiang also knew how to deal with these situations. When he heard that Zhang Gang had been arrested, Wang Dejiang knew that their secret was out. "We owe you 2 months' rent, and we will definitely pay it. As for the Wang family members, pack up your things, we're leaving." With a wave of his hand, Wang Dejiang intended to leave with his people. Since things had come to this point, was there any point in staying? Wang Dejiang didn't want to lose face like this. Besides, Wang Dejiang had already lost everything now. The other Wang family members exchanged glances and then looked at Wang Dejiang. They silently packed up and left. There was no point in staying here any longer. Instead of that, it was better to think of another solution. After this incident, the Wang family was bound to suffer. And the one responsible for all this was Xin Shen. "Kid, I'll remember this debt. Sooner or later, I will settle the score with you." Wang Dejiang gritted his teeth, silently planning his revenge. A gentleman avenges his enemies, these matters would surely be repaid 100-fold in the future. "What else do you want?" Wang Dejiang looked at Xin Shen, asking coldly. After all, Wang Dejiang was already planning to leave Tianfu Building with his family members. Why was Xin Shen still being so stubborn? Xin Shen pointed towards a distance. "What, is it not clear enough? I mean, I'm telling you to get out of here, now." Xin Shen's words made Wang Dejiang's face alternate between pale and red. "Xin Shen, don't push your luck. If provoked, my Wang family is not easy to mess with." Wang Dejiang was furious, and when he looked at Xin Shen, he seemed ready to strike at any moment. In Wang Dejiang's eyes, this matter needed to be handled properly no matter what. But Xin Shen didn't seem to care. "You say I'm pushing my luck, but what about you? I approached you with good intentions to discuss business, and how did you respond? You were aggressive at every turn. I refused, and you wanted to kill me. Compared to you, do you think my actions were excessive?" Xin Shen's words sparked discussions among the onlookers. "I didn't expect the Wang family to be like this. Relying on being a third-tier family, they act recklessly. There are many forces in Suzhou City stronger than the Wang family. By acting like this, Wang family is clearly hastening its decline." People around were expressing their opinions. Obviously, they did not approve of the Wang family's actions. Xin Shen observed this but didn't want to dwell on it now. Because compared to the current situation, Xin Shen only wanted to see one thing: Wang Dejiang rolling out of here. "Why should I leave? Attack!" Wang Dejiang waved his hand, signaling his people to attack Xin Shen directly. Soon, Wang Dejiang's men rushed toward Shinchen. However, Shinchen didn't even look at them, maintaining an indifferent demeanor. Clearly, this matter was insignificant to Shinchen. Surrounding Shinchen were a group of burly men, the warriors of the War God Temple. Their appearance quickly resolved everything. Although the guards of the Wang family were formidable, they were no match for the people from the Temple of the War God. Soon enough, these individuals were defeated and lying on the ground. Shinchen then said, "If you don't leave, it's fine. Just throw these people down. Surviving will be your luck. Otherwise, if you die, it won't be a loss." Shinchen's words filled the faces of the Wang family's men with fear. What, throw them from such a height? No, that absolutely cannot happen. However, Wang Dejiang didn't seem to mind. "If you want to throw them, go ahead. I won't leave." After all, it had nothing to do with him. Let Wang Dejiang leave? Absolutely not. As for the lives of the others, what did it matter to him? But Shinchen naturally saw through what Wang Dejiang was thinking. Did he really think Shinchen would let him off the hook? Throw him down first. Shinchen waved his hand and said to the people beside him. Hearing this, Wang Dejiang, who had initially seemed indifferent, was suddenly stunned. What was going on here? Throw himself down first? No, I'll leave. Wang Dejiang said directly upon seeing this. At least this way, he could save some face. Otherwise, if Shinchen really threw him down, not only would it be embarrassing, but he might also end up dead. So now, after Wang Dejiang spoke, Shinchen smiled and said, "Since that's the case, fulfill your promise quickly and just leave." Shinchen waved his hand and said directly to the person in front of him. The surrounding onlookers seemed to be enjoying the scene. Normally, Wang Dejiang had bullied many people. Therefore, other merchants held a deep grudge against him. Now, suddenly witnessing this scene, naturally, it attracted a lot of attention. Who would have thought Wang Dejiang would face this day? Exactly, relying on being from the Wang family, he acted arrogantly. Today, he's reaping what he sowed, right? The Wang family has now lost the shops in Tianfu Tower. Next, they will roll down from the third tier, it's just a matter of time. The people around were all commenting. Wang Dejiang just felt that his reputation, built over the years, had been completely ruined. Now, he was being mocked by others. And all of this was because of Shinchen. If it weren't for Shinchen, how could so many things have happened? Kid, I will settle this score with you sooner or later. Just wait for me. Wang Dejiang finally managed to roll to the entrance of Tianfu Tower. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and larger. Wang Dejiang was covered in bruises from head to toe. Finally, with the help of his subordinates, Wang Dejiang managed to stand up. Can I leave now? Wang Dejiang was filled with anger, but he couldn't show it yet. Shinchen, on the other hand, waved his hand and said, "Yes, of course you can. After all, you've rolled so well. If I don't let you go now, wouldn't that be unfair of me?" Shinchen's words ignited a flame in Wang Dejiang's heart. He felt that no matter what, this matter needed to be resolved. Facing Shinchen, Wang Dejiang turned and said, "Let's go." After all, whatever Wang Dejiang said now was futile. To be precise, anything he said now would only further embarrass himself. So now, Wang Dejiang didn't say anything, he just got up and left. Shinchen, on the other hand, didn't care at all. "It's okay, I know you're angry. But rest assured, your Wang family won't last much longer." What? Shinchen's words felt like a direct slap, hitting Wang Dejiang hard. Wang Dejiang almost spat out blood, feeling he couldn't swallow this insult. This score must be settled with Shinchen, no matter what. But not now. With gritted teeth, Wang Dejiang left the place, planning to report this to the family head without waiting 10 years. Soon, your death will be gruesome. Shinchen sat in the office, dealing with some corrupt individuals. At the same time, he promoted some others. Having investigated them before, Shinchen wasn't worried. The accounts are in order. Following this trend, Tianfu Tower will thrive, he nodded. The others looked at him with admiration, believing in the promising future Shinchen offered. A warrior from the War God Temple approached Shinchen. "Leader, someone is here claiming to have urgent matters. Who could it be?" Shinchen found it strange. Was it someone from the Wang family? Wang Dejiang had left, so they shouldn't be here so soon. Shinchen frowned, pondering the odd situation. The person is a woman, a very beautiful one. A beauty? Shinchen was intrigued. "Let her in," he said. Curious if the Wang family was using seduction against him, he wanted to see this woman first. Then he would accept and later reject their request, making them regret their actions. This thought made Shinchen quite content. Now, he just had to wait. Soon, the woman arrived, disappointing Shinchen as she wasn't from the Wang family but the messenger Lin Qingsnow. "Oh, what a pity," Shinchen sighed. Seeing his reaction, Lin Qingsnow felt a bit displeased. "What's wrong? You seem unhappy to see me?" If that's the case, I'll leave, Lin Qingsno said, preparing to go. Shin Chen nodded, alright, goodbye, and closed the door. This woman, why couldn't she take a joke and just left like that? Shin Chen felt frustrated. Should he call Lin Qingsno now? Thinking about it, he took out his phone, but before he could dial, the door opened again, and there stood Lin Qingsno. I left, but then I came back, she said, leaving Shin Chen speechless. What should Shin Chen say in this situation? Is this a joke? This lame joke doesn't seem funny at all. Alright, enough joking around. I'm here to talk to you about the Wang family. I heard there were some conflicts between you and the Wang family, so I came to check on it. Seeing Shin Chen's expression, Lin Qingsno quickly spoke to him. So that's how it is. But Shin Chen didn't think much of it and explained the situation straightforwardly. Hearing Shin Chen's explanation, Lin Qingsno smiled. So that's how it is. I suspect there's something wrong with the Wang family. That's why I'm here, hoping you can help. Lin Qingsno looked at Shin Chen, smiled slightly, and moved closer. A fragrant breeze suddenly hit him. Shin Chen didn't know what to say to this woman. Don't you have many experts in your bureau? Why do you always come to me when I'm busy too? Shin Chen looked at Lin Qingsno and said somewhat annoyed. But Lin Qingsno replied matter-of-factly, but among the people I know, you're the expert. So, who else should I turn to if not you? Well, that makes sense. But, Yi Xian looked at Lin Qingsno and thought to himself that he wouldn't be swayed by these sweet words. If Yi Xian believed Lin Qingsno, then he knew this operation would be very dangerous. However, Lin Qingsno blinked at Shin Chen. If you agree to accompany me, I can give you some of the movies men like to watch. Ha! This woman always comes up with appealing things. Lin Qingsno continued, don't men like to watch those foreign movies and Bollywood ones? Oh, this woman is quite knowledgeable. But why is Lin Qingsno saying these things? Do you like them too? Shin Chen asked Lin Qingsno. Of course, and sometimes I watch alone or even go to the cinema. Lin Qingsno revealed a cunning smile to Shin Chen. Shin Chen was puzzled. Cinema? Which one still shows movies? Maybe a decade or two ago, cinemas might have shown them, but now, wouldn't they get caught for that? You don't know this. I'm a cop, specialized in investigating various cases. Wherever I go, it's clean. Help me with this task, and we can watch to our heart's content later, how about that? Lin Qingsno approached Shin Chen and said, oh, this looks promising. Actually, Shin Chen didn't agree to watch movies with Lin Qingsno. He wanted to seize his youth to learn more advanced knowledge from both domestic and international sources. Yes, that's right, the perfect answer. Alright, let's go. Shin Chen waved his hand and said directly. Lin Qingsno nodded, sure, wait for me. I haven't told you about the task yet. No rush, you should trust my professionalism. We've cooperated many times, you doubt my abilities? After Shin Chen spoke, Lin Qingsno shook her head helplessly. Nevertheless, she followed Shin Chen directly. Ding, take a 30-minute break and gain God-level stealth. Oh, another reward? And this reward seems quite good. It's closely related to this mission. Shin Chen felt even more eager about this task. Great, it's possible. The next step is to proceed like this. You have to listen to me this time. Lin Qingxue looked at Shin Chen with a serious expression. Shin Chen was slightly curious when Lin Qingxue spoke. What was going on? The rhythm was completely confusing. Will you listen to me? Shin Chen thought he could handle things himself, but because Lin Qingxue was a bit reckless, he felt that following her advice might lead to trouble. However, Lin Qingxue was very satisfied. Yes, very good. I am pleased with your attitude. Do as I say. Don't worry, I am fully prepared. Hearing Lin Qingxue's confident tone, Shin Chen decided to trust her this time. If things didn't work out, he could still intervene. By the way, how many people are participating in this operation? Shin Chen was curious about this matter. After all, infiltrating the Wang family was a major operation. In Shin Chen's opinion, having a few more people wouldn't hurt. If they were discovered by the Wang family and there were too few people, they wouldn't stand a chance. I think the two of us are enough this time. Shin Chen was stunned. Only the two of them? He had expected at least a dozen people, like in the movies where a team swoops in, accomplishes the mission, and leaves smoothly. But now, with only Shin Chen and Lin Qingxue, how could they pull it off smoothly? I have a feeling that tonight will be a bloody night, Shin Chen suddenly said, looking at Lin Qingxue. He thought Lin Qingxue would understand his warning, but he soon realized he had been careless. Whether Lin Qingxue understood or not was unclear to Shin Chen. But the next moment, Lin Qingxue handed Shin Chen a black mask. Why are you giving me this? Shin Chen asked curiously, looking at Lin Qingxue. She blinked at him and said, you mentioned a bloody night. With the mask on, you won't see it. So even if there is bloodshed, it won't affect you much. As Lin Qingxue spoke, Xinchen nodded, suddenly finding her reasoning sound. But in reality, it wouldn't make much difference. Xinchen felt helpless. "Alright, let's go," he said, getting up to leave. Seeing Xinchen's reaction, Lin Qingxue encouraged him, "Come on, this is a good opportunity to prove yourself. If you perform well, I will recommend you to join our bureau, maybe even as a team leader." As Lin Qingxue spoke, Xinchen felt a sense of unpredictability. Was this what he needed? With so many industries under his command and substantial funds at his disposal, did he really need to join the bureau? "Thank you for your offer, but I'll pass on joining the bureau. Forgive my rebellious nature." Xinchen waved his hand, declining Lin Qingxue's offer. "Well, that's a shame," Lin Qingxue sighed. She seemed genuinely disappointed that Xinchen didn't want to join. Xinchen felt a bit uneasy. Had their roles and statuses been mixed up? "Tell me quickly, how do we proceed this time?" Xinchen asked Lin Qingxue directly. Lin Qingxue took out a map and began explaining. "This time, we'll enter directly through the side door of the Wang family. When the time comes, we'll find a way to sneak into the Wang family, steal the account book, and complete the mission." In Lin Qingsnow's plan, this matter seemed like something that could be easily accomplished. "Alright, let's go," Xinchen said to Lin Qingsnow, somewhat bored. Lin Qingsnow nodded and swiftly climbed up the wall. Xinchen, on the other hand, leaped up the wall upon seeing this. Compared to Lin Qingsnow, Xinchen's movements appeared more graceful. "How can your movements be so smooth?" Lin Qingsnow looked at Xinchen in slight astonishment. However, Xinchen remained calm. He was a master of stealth, akin to a thief saint or god in ancient times. Therefore, stealth like this came naturally to him. "Don't come down yet, someone's coming." Xinchen's ears twitched, hearing footsteps approaching. Lin Qingsnow, watching Xinchen, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly, couldn't help but feel curious. How do you do it? In the Bureau of Constables, there were skilled individuals, but Lin Qingsnow had never encountered someone like Xinchen. If she didn't know Xinchen so well, she might have thought he was a habitual offender. "Hurry up, stop dawdling," Xinchen said, taking Lin Qingsnow with him, leaping towards a distance. Xinchen walked directly along the wall in this section, his movements so light that Lin Qingsnow was terrified. "Brother, slow down, you're scaring me." "This isn't your first time doing this, is it?" Lin Qingsnow asked Xinchen after a long pause. "Not the first time?" Did Lin Qingsnow know about Xinchen and Ding Mei? "No, it was about this matter." "Believe it or not, this is the first time," Xinchen said directly to Lin Qingsnow. Lin Qingsnow had some doubts, but she followed Xinchen nonetheless. "So, where is the item?" Lin Qingsnow finally realized that Xinchen was an expert in these matters. Although she didn't know how Xinchen did it, she had to rely on him now. At that moment, Xinchen waved his hand. "Hurry, someone's coming." "Someone? What next?" While Lin Qingsnow pondered this, Xinchen led her along the pillar, up onto the ceiling. "My goodness, he's definitely not an ordinary person. I'll investigate when I get back, see if he has a criminal record." The more Lin Qingsnow observed Xinchen, the more she felt that his identity was far from simple. However, at that moment, the door outside suddenly opened. Walking towards them was a middle-aged man. Xinchen didn't recognize the man in front, but the one behind him was very familiar to Xinchen. "Is it him?" Xinchen glanced over, slightly curious. Beside Xinchen, Lin Qingsnow's eyes flickered, blinking twice, feeling puzzled. "What's wrong? Do you know him?" Xinchen nodded, but gestured for Lin Qingsnow to remain silent for now. "Let's first see what's happening here. As for other matters, they could address them later." At that moment, the middle-aged man looked at Wang Dejian beside him, somewhat angry. How did things suddenly turn out like this? After all, the entire Wang family was affected by this incident. Wang Dejian lowered his head, unsure of what to say. Indeed, he had made a mistake. The middle-aged man in front of Wang Dejian was none other than the head of the Wang family, Wang Chong. Wang Chong looked ahead and sighed. "Forget it. I know I can't blame you for this." Hearing Wang Chang's words, Wang Dejian also breathed a sigh of relief. However, Wang Dejiang still gritted his teeth and said, "If it weren't for that kid, I wouldn't be in such a mess." On the side, Wang Chong suddenly realized the problem. "What's wrong? What happened?" Wang Chong looked ahead, feeling curious. Seeing Wang Chang's reaction, Wang Dejiang couldn't help but recount what had happened earlier. It turned out that all of this was because of Xinchen. Lin Qingsnow finally understood. At that moment, Lin Qingsnow looked at Xinchen and said with a smile, "I didn't expect it to be like this. So, stop talking nonsense and watch before you speak," Xinchen suddenly said, looking ahead. Lin Qingsnow nodded upon hearing Xinchen's words. They were here to investigate confidential information, not to waste time on these matters. So, in Lin Qingsnow's view, if this matter could be resolved here and now, it would be the best outcome. Meanwhile, Wang Chong glanced over and pondered to himself. Shortly after, Wang Chong waved his hand and said to Wang Dejiang beside him, "There's no need to rush with this matter for now. These are minor issues, as long as they don't affect our upcoming plans, it's fine." After Wang Chong finished speaking, Wang Dejiang suddenly realized something. As expected, the next moment, Wang Chong slightly twisted something in front of him. Soon after, a secret passage opened. Wang Chong took out a small box and looked at it. "This is a confidential item of our Wang family. If it's lost, it would have a huge impact on our Wang family." When Wang Chong finished speaking, Wang Dejiang stood aside, not daring to speak, knowing that Wang Chong would open it next. It's a good opportunity. When he opens that thing, we can grab it and leave. Lin Qingsno looked at Xin Shen, looking very happy. However, Xin Shen couldn't bring himself to be happy, because Xin Shen knew that this possibility was very slim. "Are you sure?" Xin Shen's words made Lin Qingsno curious. Why would Xin Shen say that so confidently? Could it be that the likelihood was very low? Thinking this, Lin Qingsno looked at Xin Shen, about to say something. But before Xin Shen could respond, Lin Qingsno's eyes flickered. "What's wrong? Can't it be done?" Lin Qingsno said, while Wang Chong below was speaking. "Rest assured, this is our Wang family's territory. Even if those officials have the ability to come in, they won't be able to take anything out." Hearing Wang Chang's words, Wang Dejiang beside him showed a joyful expression on his face. "Impressive, master, you have everything under control. This truly makes Dejiang admire you." Despite Wang Dejiang's flattery, Wang Chong remained unaffected by the sweet talk. At this moment, Wang Chong waved his hand and said, "Let's not dwell on this. What's coming next is crucial for our Wang family, so you must not mess it up." After Wang Chong finished speaking, Wang Dejiang nodded repeatedly, indicating that he would do well. "Thank goodness, the item is still here. Since that's the case, we don't need to worry so much." Wang Chong breathed a sigh of relief, then locked the box again. Wang Dejiang also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that losing the contents inside would be as Wang Chong had described. Moreover, if the things are not lost, then when the time comes, dealing with Xin Shen will be a piece of cake, right? "Xin Shen, I will settle all scores with you sooner or later. Just wait for it." Wang Dejiang thought to himself, feeling more and more excited as he thought about it. The two of them left, and the people outside also withdrew. "It's good that they are far away." Lin Qingsno glanced around and said to Xin Shen. However, after Lin Qingsno finished speaking, she directly opened the secret room as Wang Chong did before, and finally took out the box. "The box is found, but the problem is how to open it?" Lin Qingsno looked a bit puzzled. Even if Lin Qingsno didn't understand, she could tell that the box was specially made. To open it, a special key was needed. Otherwise, forcibly dismantling it would not only make a lot of noise but also trigger an alarm. What to do? I should have brought the unlocking expert from the Public Security Bureau. Unlocking expert? Xin Shen thought it was unnecessary. With Xin Shen's strength, bringing in one person was still manageable. If another person was brought in, it would inevitably be discovered. Therefore, Xin Shen felt that it was better not to mention this matter for now. "I think I should think of another way first." Xin Shen felt that it was not appropriate to discuss this issue with Lin Qingsno. Rest for 10 minutes and acquire the god-level lockpicking skill. It's really like asking and receiving. This skill is exactly what Xin Shen needs now. Just when Lin Qingsno was anxiously waiting, Xin Shen turned to look at her. "How about it? Do you really want to open this box? If I can find a way to open this box, how would you thank me?" Xin Shen looked at Lin Qingsno and asked subconsciously. After all, now Xin Shen could really do it. But at this moment, Lin Qingsno approached Xin Shen and then kissed him on the cheek. This left Xin Shen completely stunned. What on earth was going on? This rhythm was completely unexpected. Aren't all you men thinking like this? So now, I just did it directly. Lin Qingsno looked at Xin Shen and said straightforwardly. Recalling the feeling just now, Xin Shen thought it wasn't bad after all. But there was something Xin Shen needed to clarify. Xin Shen was different from those lustful men. In Xin Shen's mind, there was absolutely no such thought as what Lin Qingsno had just done to him. "Alright, I'll borrow a strand of your hair." Saying that, regardless of whether Lin Qingsno agreed or not, Xin Shen directly plucked a strand of her hair. Lin Qingsno pretended to be angry but still looked curious. "Xin Shen, what do you want my hair for? This is a special lock, can you really open it with just a strand of hair?" After Lin Qingsno finished speaking, Xin Shen smiled faintly. "How would you know if you don't try? Try it?" This was not something that could be tried casually, right? However, Lin Qingsno didn't say anything. She was really curious to see how Xin Shen would do it. If he couldn't do it, Lin Qingsno would definitely hold Xin Shen accountable. After all, she had just kissed Xin Shen. Even though it was on the cheek, it was still not acceptable. "Alright, How do you plan to try it? Lin Qingsno looked at Shinshan, opened her mouth, and was about to say something. However, before Lin Qingsno could finish her sentence, there was a click, and the lock opened. Lin Qingsno stared blankly at this scene, even suspecting that all of this might be fake. But just now, Shinshan did it in front of her. This is absolutely impossible to fake. So, Lin Qingsno was very shocked to see this. Is this really opened with my hair? Although Lin Qingsno witnessed the whole process, she still found it hard to believe. Shinshan, on the other hand, was calm. Mission accomplished, we got what we came for. Once you confirm it's what you wanted, we can pack up and leave. Hearing Shinshan say this, Lin Qingsno nodded and looked around. At the moment, what was presented in front of her was crystal clear. Lin Qingsno naturally saw that these were the Wang family's criminal evidence. Seeing this, Lin Qingsno took out her phone, intending to take a picture directly. But Shinshan was curious. What are you doing? Lin Qingsno, seeing Shinshan's reaction, said directly, of course, I'm taking pictures. Are we supposed to take these things back? Of course we have to take them back. Why take pictures? Are you worried they'll find out? Shinshan's words completely overturned Lin Qingsno's imagination. Thinking back, Lin Qingsno felt more and more that her inherent thinking was playing tricks on her. Alright, I can't deny it, you're right. Lin Qingsno looked at Shinshan and suddenly said. However, Lin Qingsno was very curious. Now, how are she and Shinshan going to get out? Before, they might have been able to rely on Shinshan. But now, with such tight security here, it wouldn't be easy to leave recklessly. So, in this situation, things seemed very bad. But Shinshan didn't think much of it. It's fine, follow me. Shinshan was not worried at all. With his god-level stealth skills, leaving here would be a piece of cake. So, Shinshan didn't think that the Wang family, a small entity, could trap him. Therefore, Shinshan now looked indifferent. Follow me. Shinshan dodged left and right with Lin Qingsno, quickly bypassing the Wang family's guards. For Lin Qingsno, the whole process felt like a dream. Is it really that easy? Lin Qingsno looked at Shinshan in a daze, her eyes filled with disbelief. Shinshan just shrugged in front of Lin Qingsno, completely indifferent. He had already anticipated all of this, so what was there to worry about? It would be truly laughable if he failed. Thank goodness, we finally escaped. Shinshan, I'm really grateful. I don't know how you did it. I almost suspected you had a criminal record. After all, Shinshan's behavior seemed quite extraordinary. So, it was natural for people to have some doubts. Shinshan could understand this. But the problem now was that Shinshan himself couldn't explain this matter. Forget it. Think what you want, let's go back first. After all, it was time for Lin Qingsno to fulfill her promise. Meanwhile, at the Wang family, Wang Chong hadn't gone far when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Wait, Wang Chong said, and Wang Dejiang beside him felt something was off. Master, what's wrong? Wang Chong immediately turned and said, go back and check. The Wang family guards around them followed suit. But Wang Chong said, seal off all exits immediately, under no circumstances should anyone be allowed to pass through here. As Wang Chong spoke, Wang Dejiang waved his hand. Did you not hear? Quickly seal off all exits, not even a fly is allowed to escape. The people around nodded in agreement. Wang Chong swiftly made his way to the location. When he saw the box, he realized it had already been opened, and its contents were nowhere to be found. Those bastards, who are they? They must be caught and punished severely. After Wang Chang's words, the Wang family plunged into a busy state. Deep down, everyone knew the significant impact the loss of that item would have on the Wang family. Wang Chong, anxious as ever, only hoped for one thing. Whoever has this item, it must not fall into the hands of the constables. If it does, we are all as good as dead. Wang Chang's anger intensified at the thought. Setting aside other matters for now, this issue needed to be resolved quickly. Master, someone was seen running towards the back door. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong gestured with a big hand. Quick, go after them. No matter what, we must see the person alive or their corpse. The task is completed. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, right? Shinshan looked at Lin Qingsno and suddenly asked. Sure, I've been ready, here you go. Lin Qingsno handed Shinshan a black plastic bag. Indeed, they were like-minded individuals. However, Shinshan never expected such a beautiful girl like Lin Qingsno to be interested in this. But when Shinshan carefully examined the contents, he was stunned. Isn't this a Marvel superhero? Shinshan exclaimed, and Lin Qingsno nodded. Yes, don't all you men like this kind of stuff? These foreign blockbusters are all about tough guys, I thought you might like it. As Lin Qingsno spoke, Shinshan felt a bit dumbfounded. This was completely different from what he had imagined. He had been deceived. But Shinshan, I really have to thank you this time. Without you, this mission would never have been completed. Lin Qingsno looked at Shinshen, speaking earnestly. At that moment, Shinshen had nothing more to say. It's nothing, it's what I should do. Shinshen felt he deserved a bonus for this mission. After all, it was a life-threatening task, and it was all thanks to him that they were now gathered for a meal. So, what should we do now? Shinshen was unsure how Lin Qingsno and her group would handle things, but he could guess to some extent. Once the procedures were approved, they could directly apprehend the culprits, and the process would be swift. Actually, we can go and arrest them right away. Shinshen, I don't know if you. Lin Qingsno blinked at Shinshen, hinting at something. Upon hearing her, Shinshen shook his head repeatedly. No, there's no need. Was she joking? Completing such a dangerous mission and just being given a few Marvel movie DVDs as a reward? Shinshen had expected something more. But now, he decided to let go of that thought. Alright then, if that's the case, I won't insist. After the mission is over, there will be a celebration, you must come. As Lin Qingsno finished speaking, Shinshen wasn't particularly looking forward to it. For now, it was essential to swiftly resolve the matters concerning the Wang family. Otherwise, if this continues to drag on like this, no one knows what will happen next. As for Shinshen, although a bit frustrated, he is clear. If given another chance, Shinshen estimates he would do the same. Forget it, let's go out for a while. Shinshen feels that staying here is not a solution. Damn it, if it weren't for this kid, how could it have turned out like this? Wang Dezhong's heart burned with anger at the thought, and even those around Wang Dezhong thought the same. Clenching his teeth, Wang Dezhong slammed his fist directly on the nearby table. This kid, if I ever come across him again, I won't let him off. Those around Wang Dezhong also thought the same. In their eyes, the key to resolving this matter lies here. After Wang Dezhong finished speaking, his men pointed to a distance. Boss, look over there. What's going on there? Following the direction pointed out by his men, Wang Dezhong immediately saw that familiar figure. It was none other than Shinshen. Seeing Shinshen, Wang Dezhong's anger flared even more. You little brat, when there's a way to heaven, you don't take it. When there's no way to hell, you come on your own. I was just thinking of finding you, but you've conveniently come to me. If before, Shinshen had the people from the Temple of War by his side, then perhaps, Wang Dezhong would have been a bit wary. But now, Shinshen was alone. Wang Dezhong still had many well-trained men by his side. Who was stronger and who was weaker was clear at a glance. Seeing this, Wang Dezhong had already reached Shinshen's side. When Shinshen saw Wang Dezhong, he suddenly smiled. What a coincidence, meeting you here. Shinshen was very indifferent, not taking Wang Dezhong seriously at all. After a moment of staring at each other, Wang Dezhong waved his hand. Today, you won't leave here unscathed. Get him, teach him a lesson. With Wang Dezhong's words, for those around him, this was their best opportunity to show their skills. But Shinshen was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he stopped in his tracks. What's the matter? Are we going to fight? With Shinshen's words, for Wang Dezhong in front of him, he didn't mind at all, ready to send Shinshen on his way. That's right, even if I send you on your way, so what? Shinshen, you ruined my plans last time, this time I'll kill you. As Wang Dezhong finished speaking, those around him swarmed forward. For them, the primary goal now was to deal with Shinshen. Shinshen had already noticed this scene, but he was not in a hurry to deal with them. Oh, you want to kill me? Let's see if you have what it takes. With those words, Shinshen acted without hesitation. But Wang Dezhong in front of him was unfazed. In Wang Dezhong's eyes, no matter how skilled Shinshen was, this time, he wouldn't stand a chance. So, at that moment, Wang Dezhong wasn't really worried. But the next moment, the outcome in front of him felt like a slap in the face. One by one, Shinshen took care of Wang Dezhong's men. Shinshen stood there, looking very indifferent at the scene before him. These people were nothing to Shinshen. Now, your men have been taken care of by me. Next, it's your turn. As Yi Xian's words were spoken, Wang Dezhong's face was filled with horror. How could this be? Wang Dezhong did not want to see such a thing happen. He did not want to die. If you kill me, the Wang family will never let you go. Why not just let me go, and from now on, we won't interfere with each other. At this point, Wang Dezhong still didn't forget to negotiate with Shinshen. However, what Wang Dezhong said was actually not attractive to Shinshen at all. So, if I don't kill you, will the Wang family spare me? Therefore, you must die. Shinshen finished speaking and suddenly made a move. Strange, why is there still no news? Wang Chong looked for a while, feeling a bit anxious, and couldn't help muttering to himself. And those around Wang Chong, upon seeing this, didn't know what to say at the moment. But not long after, a thought suddenly occurred to Wang Chong. Could it be that something happened to Dezhong? As Wang Chong finished speaking, the hearts of those around him skipped a beat. What? Something happened to Wang Dezhong? It's worth noting that Wang Dejiang's position in the Wang family is crucial. If even Wang Dejiang is in trouble, then this time, the Wang family is probably in real trouble. So now, Wang Chang is very worried. But at that moment, not far away, a voice suddenly rang out. That's right, congratulations, you guessed correctly, Wang Dejiang is dead. Who is it? As this statement echoed, those around looked at each other in astonishment, raising their heads to look into the distance. Not far away, a young man in his 20s slowly walked towards them. Wang Cheng frowned. Who are you exactly? Are you talking about me? My name is Xin Chen, and the things from your Wang family before were taken by me. I advise you not to make trouble, it's useless, your Wang family is finished. Xin Chen continued walking forward, speaking as he went. Xin Chen's words only fueled the anger of those around him. How dare he think so highly of himself? He even dares to speak so arrogantly. Kid, it seems like you're asking for trouble. Beside Xin Chen, a burly man raised his fist and fiercely struck towards Xin Chen. In this man's heart, there was a strong sense of confidence. If this punch landed on an ordinary person, that person would surely pass out immediately. However, Xin Chen was no ordinary person. Just as the punch was about to land on Xin Chen, he caught it directly. Everyone else looked at Xin Chen in disbelief. How did Xin Chen do that? Others were also very surprised. But Xin Chen, holding the man's hand, exerted a little force. Is this all you've got? Even the servants in my house are stronger than you. After Xin Chen finished speaking, he sneered and threw the man out as if he were throwing out trash. Shortly after, there was a loud thud on the ground as something was thrown out. Everyone looked and saw that it was the burly man. Although Wang Chong was angry, he could also see that Xin Chen was no ordinary person. So Wang Chong asked directly, "What is your purpose? How much money do you want? Just name your price." When Wang Chong said this, Xin Chen in front of him waved his hand. "It's nothing. Maybe I would have done that before. But now, your Wang family provoked me first, and I only want to do one thing, which is to see your Wang family fall from grace." Xin Chen gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. When Xin Chen's words were spoken, Wang Chang's gaze slightly narrowed. After a long silence, Wang Chong finally spoke. "Are you that Xin Chen?" This matter was mentioned by Wang Dejiang and Wang Chong before. Therefore, Wang Chong still remembers. Xin Chen nodded, looking non-committal. Wang Chang's anger surged, feeling like he almost wanted to kill Xin Chen at that moment. Damn it, if it weren't for Xin Chen, the Wang family wouldn't be in this state. So now, in Wang Chang's eyes, leaving other matters aside, Xin Chen must die. Thinking of this, a raging anger surged in Wang Chang's heart. After all, from the current perspective, it seemed necessary to resolve this quickly. It's indeed you, then there's nothing more to say. What are you all standing there for? Kill Xin Chen, there will be a hefty reward. Under a hefty reward, there will be brave men, especially in such a situation. So now, the people around Wang Chong swarmed towards Xin Chen quickly. Let's all attack together, he's just one person, what do we have to worry about? You're right, he won't last long anyway. Just wait and see, this time he's doomed. At this moment, as the people around were talking one after another, for Xin Chen, he felt increasingly indifferent. Come on. Anyway, for Xin Chen, he didn't care about these people at all. Originally, everyone could have coexisted peacefully. But alas, these people kept plotting against Xin Chen, so this matter had to come to an end. Alright, what you all said is exactly what I want to do. Since that's the case, bring it on. Anyway, in Xin Chen's view, this matter was almost over. As for Wang Chong, he had a mocking expression. It seemed like in his eyes, he had already figured Xin Chen out. But the more Wang Chong acted this way, the more Xin Chen found it interesting. Relying on just yourself, you still want to cause trouble for our Wang family. You're underestimating us too much and overestimating yourself. Wang Chong raised his head, smiling smugly as he said this directly. Shortly after Wang Chong finished speaking, a voice came from not far away. Who said there's only Xin Chen alone? This voice belonged to none other than Lin Qingsnow. After Lin Qingsnow spoke, many constables followed behind her. They quickly surrounded Wang Chong and the others. Wang Chong, you are suspected of multiple criminal offenses. The evidence is conclusive now. This is an arrest warrant. Please come with us. Lin Qingsnow's words made the Wang family members stunned. What's going on? What should they do now? Did I lose? Wang Chong looked ahead and suddenly said. Two constables stepped forward and directly arrested Wang Chong. Throughout the process, no one dared to resist. After all, even though there were many constables here, who knew how many were outside? Defying them at this moment would be seeking death. Alright, Wang Chong has been arrested. Now, the Wang family is almost done for. Lin Qingsnow looked at Xin Chen and suddenly said. However, Xin Chen shook his head. No, I came back to prove this point. the Wang family has already split into several factions. By capturing the head of the Wang family, you will only make the internal strife among those under the Wang family continue. As Shinshen spoke, Lin Qingsno suddenly paused. What? How did things suddenly turn out like this? What should be done next? Don't worry, I know what to do. After Shinshen and Lin Qingsno parted ways, Shinshen felt a bit bored. So, from now on, this place is mine? After all, the head of the Wang family was taken away, and many other members of the Wang family were also taken. So, in a way, this place truly belonged to Shinshen. Therefore, Shinshen estimated the situation and decided to make a phone call first to have the people from the Temple of War come over. Before long, the warriors from the Temple of War rushed over. Leader! These warriors from the Temple of War were unsure why Shinshen had called them here. However, based on previous events, it was clear that he wanted them to handle some matters. Shinshen nodded. Yes, from now on, you will stay here. This place is mine now. After Shinshen finished speaking, the warriors from the Temple of War were puzzled. Is what you're saying true, leader? They knew that this was the residence of the head of the Wang family. So why did it now belong to Shinshen? No one could explain why. Nevertheless, Shinshen remained calm. Yes, it is. The other warriors from the Temple of War were excited, even though they didn't understand how Shinshen had managed it. Just this move alone was quite impressive. Shinshen, on the other hand, seemed indifferent as he observed the scene before him. Alright, for now, clean up this place, Shinshen instructed, and the other warriors from the Temple of War nodded and busied themselves. The head of the Wang family has been captured, so now I can only target the others. Shinshen thought that this matter needed to be resolved quickly. Otherwise, if the Wang family retaliated, the consequences would be dire. With this in mind, Shinshen had a plan forming in his mind. Rest for 20 minutes, and gather evidence against Wang Minghai. What's going on? This reward seemed different from the usual. Before long, Shinshen had evidence against Wang Minghai in his hands. He glanced at it briefly. Wang Minghai, a key figure in the Wang family hierarchy. With the head of the Wang family gone, most of the family's affairs would fall on Wang Minghai. Instead of dealing with the Wang family bit by bit, it would be better to control Wang Minghai and gradually take over the family's assets. Leader, we just checked. The head of the Wang family has been captured. If we want to stabilize the situation, we need to deal with the other members of the Wang family. Should we tidy up now and take care of the other Wang family members? The warriors from the Temple of War suggested, startling Shinshen. Did these warriors really not know? The guards had barely left, and now they were discussing going to the Wang family branch to eliminate its members? No need to complicate things. I have a better solution, Shinshen reassured them, leaving the warriors from the Temple of War puzzled. They looked at Shinshen, curious about his intentions. As Shinshen showed them the evidence against Wang Minghai, they began to understand his plan. I didn't expect the leader to have evidence against Wang Minghai. Yes, if this information is made public, Wang Minghai is as good as dead. But I believe the leader's goal is to gradually control the Wang family. After all, the Wang family's power is not to be underestimated. Initially, the warriors from the Temple of War had suggested dealing with the Wang family out of necessity. If possible, they also wanted to control the Wang family. However, they were more skilled in destruction than control. Shinshen waved his hand. No need to rush. Let Wang Minghai know about this news later. I believe he will know what to do next. As Shinshen finished speaking, the warriors of the War God Temple beside him nodded in agreement. They immediately made arrangements, leaving the situation regarding Wang Minghai for the time being. Meanwhile, at the Wang family branch, Wang Minghai was resting with his eyes closed. How could he not know about the news of the capture of the family head? The discussions among the people below were becoming bothersome to Wang Minghai. Shut up, have you all talked enough? Wang Minghai couldn't hold back anymore and shouted towards them. After his words, everyone paused and looked at Wang Minghai. His actions took them by surprise. Everyone quieted down. I am deeply saddened by the capture of the family head. However, what we need to do now is to take advantage of this opportunity and deal with the guy who framed the family head. As Wang Minghai spoke, those around him nodded in agreement. His words were like a wake-up call, especially in such a situation. They were words of wisdom. Second young master is indeed formidable, analyzing everything so systematically. Exactly, the priority now is to find that guy quickly. We cannot let him off this time. No need to say more, let's all act together this time. Does he really think he can withstand us? To those around, this matter seemed like a joke. Wang Minghai gestured for the others to make arrangements and they all went down to do so. As for Wang Minghai, he looked into the distance, pondering deeply. What will be the next target of that guy? While Wang Minghai was lost in thought, one of his subordinates approached. Second young master, this was given to us by someone. What is it? Wang Minghai was curious, and upon looking inside a sealed bag, he saw something unexpected. I didn't expect them to make a move, and the target of their attack is me. Wang Minghai was taken aback and then grew angry. If Shinshen were here, Wang Minghai would not hesitate and would definitely take action against him. Damn it, what the hell do you want to do? Wang Minghai stared fiercely ahead, gritting his teeth. However, shortly after Wang Minghai spoke, his phone rang. An unfamiliar call. At this moment, the ringing made Wang Minghai feel uneasy. Nevertheless, he answered the call. On the other end of the line, a young voice said, "Second young master of the Wang family, I hope you are well. Who are you, Shinshen?" Wang Minghai stared intently into the distance, his hand gripping the phone tightly. Shinshen, on the other end of the line, was quite surprised. Upon careful consideration, these events seemed to fall into place. Shinshen remained calm in dealing with this situation, realizing that something was amiss with Wang Minghai. Yes, so let's discuss some matters face to face. As Shinshen looked ahead, the situation with Wang Minghai seemed increasingly tricky, but there was nothing else to be said about other matters. Since these things have already happened, now looking at it, this matter must be resolved quickly. Wang Minghai was also pondering the words spoken by Shinshen in secret. Time and place. Wang Minghai said, trying to trap Shinshen with his words. However, Shinshen did not give Wang Minghai any chance. You name the place, I'll come directly. Very well, this is exactly what Wang Minghai hoped for. Alright, let's go to Building 8, the environment there is better. After the two finished speaking, Wang Minghai hung up the phone directly. After doing this, the people around Wang Minghai looked at him, unable to help but feel curious. Boss, do we really have to agree to that kid's request? In this situation, what if the other party makes some unreasonable demands? What should we do then? And this kind of thing, no matter how you look at it, doesn't seem impossible. But Wang Minghai suddenly smiled. Who said I have to agree to that kid's request? After Wang Minghai said this, the people in front of him were slightly stunned. But when the people around him came to their senses, they suddenly realized the problem. Wang Minghai mentioned the agreed location, but it didn't necessarily mean going out to eat, right? The place has a nice view, not necessarily suitable for sightseeing, but perhaps also suitable for burying? So here, Wang Minghai waved his hand, arrange it with the brothers, if he dares to come, show no mercy. Wang Minghai's words made those around him even more pleased. Boss, you are really amazing, everything is arranged perfectly, admirable. With that kid won't escape. As the people around him finished speaking, Wang Minghai raised his head, looking rather self-assured. Others increasingly felt that, so far, there was really no need to worry about this matter. Meanwhile, Shinshen didn't think much of it. Sitting there, Shinshen looked calm and content. The warrior from the Temple of War beside him was curious. Leader, is it really settled like this? What if the other side is secretly plotting against us? What should we do? Such a thing is not impossible. So now, the people around him felt that they had to be cautious about this. But here, Shinshen was unconcerned. The Wang family will definitely not let it go so easily. And this time, we are definitely going. In Shinshen's view, this was beyond doubt. In other words, if Shinshen didn't go, the situation would not be favorable for him. If Wang Minghai really plotted against Shinshen, then Shinshen could ruin Wang Minghai's reputation with the recordings he had. So this time, to be precise, would be very risky. This time, you guys stay, I can go alone. Shinshen waved his hand, indicating for the warriors of the Temple of War to stay. However, as soon as Shinshen said this, the warriors of the Temple of War in front of him became very excited. No, leader, we can't let you go alone on this risky mission. That's right, it's just the Wang family, we can handle them easily. What rules are there to follow between us and them? As the warriors of the Temple of War around him spoke, Shinshen didn't really think much of it. In fact, how could Shinshen not understand such things? But let's not talk about other matters for now. From the current perspective, there is one thing that cannot be avoided. That is, Shinshen must definitely go and meet Wang Minghai. Alright, you guys don't need to think about these things for now. In my opinion, these things are actually far from enough. Shinshen waved his hand, speaking to the crowd. However, since these people are so insistent, in Shinshen's view, it actually wouldn't make much of a difference if they went over now. Alright, tidy up, let's get ready to go. Shinshen said to the warriors of the War God Temple beside him, and the others immediately began to prepare. In fact, the opponent Shinshen was facing now, the Wang family, could be easily dealt with in one go by Shinshen. However, in this situation, other families friendly with the Wang family would definitely help them, that much was certain. But now, Shinshen's actions might seem foolish to outsiders. Naturally, no other forces would target him. because in their eyes, Shinshen's appearance meant that the Wang family could handle it themselves. However, when they eventually realized that Shinshen was playing possum, they would all be caught off guard. As for Shinshen, he had already planned everything out perfectly. So now, Shinshen was the least worried person about these matters. Shinshen slowly raised his head to survey the scene before him. Let's not dwell on other matters for now, but deep down, Shinshen's thoughts were becoming clearer. Alright, we're almost there. Look around first. If there's any situation later, remember to inform me immediately. Shinshen waved his hand, speaking to the people beside him. The others around Shinshen nodded repeatedly. They naturally knew about these matters. At this moment, Shinshen looked around. The style of Building 8 was quite unique. So, when Shinshen arrived here, he looked around, pondering something in secret. However, not long after, a voice suddenly rang out. Are you Shinshen? This voice was quite distinctive. Shinshen looked up and saw a person standing not far away, their expression serious, seeming hesitant when looking at Shinshen. Shinshen nodded. Yes, that's me. What can I do for you? As Shinshen spoke, the person in front of him revealed a sinister expression. Since you admit it, don't blame us. Everyone, attack, kill him. This situation, this pace, was it too fast? Shouldn't you have waited for me to go upstairs first before making a move? You guys think you can deal with me like this? Watching the person suddenly approaching him, Shinshen couldn't help but shake his head and speak out. After Shinshen finished speaking, many people suddenly rushed out from all directions. Among them, a middle-aged man walked towards Shinshen. This man was burly, his face showing no expression at all. When he looked over here, the feeling he gave off was as if he was facing a group of dead people. Such an opponent was actually the most terrifying. Shinshen slowly raised his head to look at the man in front of him and couldn't help but smile. You're their leader? Shinshen asked, and the man waved his hand. Whether I'm a leader or not is irrelevant. Actually, you should feel honored. The person you've encountered is me, Chao Yadong. What's going on? He's going to kill someone and make them thank him? Just these words alone made Shinshen feel that this guy was definitely crazy. However, Chao Yadong didn't care about that. At this moment, when Chao Yadong looked over here, there was a hint of killing intent in his eyes. And beside Chao Yadong, others were talking among themselves. Even Chao Yadong, the big boss Chao, doesn't know. Kid, you're really pitiful. That's right, Chao Laude is the underground boxing king. Who knows how many experts have died at his hands. But it doesn't matter, now that we've told him, we can move on to the next step. Amidst the crowd, everyone was talking incessantly. There was an indescribable fervor in their eyes, intensifying as they looked. Regardless, it was necessary for them to resolve this matter properly. Shinshen sighed helplessly. It seems you haven't realized your position and the gap between us. If you are so confident in your strength, then come. Shinshen felt no need to explain to these people. They hesitated for a moment before rushing towards him. In Chao Yadong's eyes, a fiery determination shone. Let's not talk about anything else for now. But you can't escape now. With that, Chao Yadong and the others headed straight for Shinshen. Shinshen placed his hand on one person's head and with a slight force, the person fell. Shinshen continued calmly, taking down one after another effortlessly. The onlookers soon realized Shinshen was a master, not just skilled but also intimidating. In no time, over 10 people had fallen. Shinshen raised his head and pointed at Chao Yadong. Is this the strength of the Wang family lackey? I can take on 10 like him. Shinshen spoke the truth, finding the fights effortless. However, after his words, the onlookers turned their gaze towards him, finding the situation increasingly tricky. Chao Yadong felt challenged. Kid, I underestimated you before. I didn't expect you to be this strong. Shinshen remained unfazed. There are many things you didn't expect, like the fact that dealing with you is a piece of cake. Enraged, Chao Yadong charged towards Shinshen without hesitation. In a blink of an eye, Chao Yadong was in front of Shinshen, who remained unperturbed. The spectators commented, this kid is too arrogant, thinking he's invincible. The outcome seems clear already. Let's see, Chao Yadong will surely knock him out with one punch. Despite the crowd's remarks, Shinshen paid no attention. As Chao Yadong approached again, Shinshen gripped his incoming fist with ease. How is this possible? Chao Yadong stared at Shinshen in disbelief. Although Chao Yadong hadn't used his full strength before, this punch wasn't something anyone could easily withstand. Yet, Shinshen not only effortlessly blocked it but also seemed to subtly suppress Chao Yadong's power, a feat not easily achieved. As time passed, Chao Yadong grew angrier at the sight before him. His other hand clenched into a fist and struck viciously towards the other side of Shinshen's face. However, just as Chao Yadong's fist was about to land, Shinshen sighed, forget it, I don't have time to play with you guys. With those words, Shinshen swiftly grabbed Chao Yadong's neck before his fist could reach, applying a slight pressure that resulted in a loud thud. A spurt of blood gushed from Chao Yadong's body. His pupils contracted as he stared blankly ahead. Finally, Chao Yadong collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Shinshen turned around, scanning the surroundings with a raised eyebrow. "What's the matter? Anyone else wants to give it a try now?" Shinshen's words left the onlookers stunned. Heavens, he's too terrifying. Since Shinshen had displayed such strength, it would be foolish to provoke him unless they were out of their minds. It was clear to them that challenging Shinshen would be a death wish. Quick, run! The people tried to flee, but the warriors of the War God Temple had already set up an ambush. Without needing Shinshen to say anything, they swiftly resolved the situation. "Stop, leave them alive." Seeing the warriors of the War God Temple ready to strike, Shinshen gestured to halt them. The person in front of him was sweating profusely. If not for Shinshen's words, he would likely be dead by now. Shinshen's gaze fell on him. "Who sent you? Tell me everything you know truthfully. If you miss a single detail, don't blame me for being ruthless." Shinshen pointed at the person without hesitation. The person, already terrified, divulged all he knew without holding back. It turned out that Wang Minghai was behind the whole thing. So it was him? Upon hearing this, Shinshen struck the person unconscious with a swift chop. After these actions, a fierce light gleamed in Shinshen's eyes. Setting aside other matters for now, it was clear that this situation was far from simple. "Leader, should we just go and attack now?" A warrior from the War God Temple asked Shinshen. Shinshen shook his head. "No, not for now." That was indeed Shinshen's initial plan. However, he caught sight of a familiar figure. Sun Ting, what was she doing here? Sun Ting smiled at Shinshen. "Shinshen, what are you doing here?" Sun Ting held a special fondness for Shinshen, especially after he helped resolve a major issue for the Sun family. Her grandfather had praised Shinshen numerous times, which had left Sun Ting in a dilemma. Fortunately, they had finally met here. "Just wandering around, what about you?" Shinshen casually brushed off the question with an excuse. He didn't want to tell Sun Ting about the recent events. "This is my family's property, so of course I'm here." Sun Ting's words surprised Shinshen. Upon seeing the Sun family's emblem near Building 8, Shinshen realized there might be some discoveries to be made. But before Shinshen could speak, Sun Ting said, "Yes, the people from the Wang family came to us earlier, saying they wanted to expand the market together. It's strange, we don't usually have much interaction, but I never expected them to make such a request. Take a look at their list." That's when I found it really strange. As Sun Ting spoke, Shinshen couldn't help but feel even more puzzled. "Let me see." Shinshen took the procurement list handed to him by Sun Ting and started reading it directly. After a brief moment, Shinshen's expression turned serious. It seems that the Wang family is up to something sinister indeed. Shinshen's words left Sun Ting stunned. What's going on here? Why does it sound like a dangerous situation according to Shinshen? If it's really dangerous, then Sun Ting needs to warn the family members to be cautious. Shinshen looked at Sun Ting and explained the situation to her. The Wang family wants to drag down the Sun family and also strike at Shinshen in the process. It's a clever plan, but unfortunately, Shinshen saw through it. So, what should we do now? Sun Ting looked at Shinshen, her face filled with curiosity. If everything is as Shinshen described, then it's indeed necessary to handle this matter properly. You should wait a little longer, consider this matter again after some time. As Shinshen spoke, Sun Ting's beautiful eyes flickered slightly, but she didn't interrupt him because she knew Shinshen hadn't finished speaking. As expected, Shinshen continued, "Next, after I deal with the Wang family, we can consider cooperation between us." Shinshen's words made Sun Ting take a deep breath. Are Shinshen's words all true? Sun Ting was curious about this. Shinshen didn't hide much and explained the previous events to Sun Ting in detail. Upon hearing this, Sun Ting realized, so that's how it is. It seems the Wang family is indeed scheming. But the question is, how will you deal with them? Sun Ting didn't know what Shinshen planned to do next. Will he just go straight to confront them? This puzzled her. Shinshen, however, waved his hand. "It's fine, I'll go over there first." Shinshen was about to leave when someone approached him and said, "Leader, there's news from the Wang family that they've been attacked. The situation is not good." For the Wang family, this might not be good news, but for Shinshen, it was quite the opposite. Shinshen smiled faintly. "Then we should go and take a closer look." The Wang family was just about to make a move against Shinshen, so how did things suddenly go wrong for them? Although it's not clear for now, Shinshen knew that everything would soon become clear. Therefore, he wasn't in a hurry. Everyone got up and headed straight there. From a distance, they could see many bodies lying in disarray outside. It seemed like a big battle had taken place here not long ago. But what caught Shin Chen's attention the most was whether Wang Minghai was inside. If Wang Minghai was here, then all the information Shin Chen had gathered would be useless. If he wasn't here, where could Wang Minghai have gone now? Leader! A warrior from the Temple of War beside him called out to Shin Chen. They were responsible for the attack just now. Shin Chen pointed to the distance and asked, "Have you found anything here?" "Leader, there's nothing here. When we entered, all the main members had left, only these small fries remained," a warrior from the War God Temple reported truthfully by Shin Chen's side. This was getting interesting. All the main members of the Wang family had fled. If Shin Chen had some shares of the Wang family at this moment, it would be effortless to take control here. Rest for 10 minutes and gain 53% of the Wang family's shares. What? Shares were being given just like that, and it was 53%. Did this mean that the Wang family now belonged to him? "Leader, where are we going now?" The people around Shin Chen looked at him curiously, asking. Shin Chen smiled knowingly and pointed towards a distance, to the Wang group. "Damn it, if it weren't for this kid, how could we be in such a passive situation now?" Wang Minghai gritted his teeth, looking ahead with an indescribable excitement. Beside Wang Minghai, the others felt the same way. They all seemed to have a sense of surviving a disaster. At this moment, Wang Minghai looked around and asked, "How are things here now?" As Wang Minghai spoke, those around him looked devastated. After all, no matter how they thought about it, they felt they were being taken advantage of. If it weren't for this kid causing trouble, how could our Wang family have encountered so many strange things? In Wang Minghai's eyes, all the blame fell on Shin Chen. The people around Wang Minghai actually agreed with what he said. They just didn't know what they should do now. Wang Minghai didn't forget to say, "Now, let's go back to the Wang group first. Let's inform the other families and join forces to take down this kid." As Wang Minghai spoke, the others nodded heavily. "Great, we should have done this a long time ago." "Exactly, we've been wasting time here, and now we finally have this opportunity. Anyway, no matter what, now that our chance has come, joining forces with the major families to deal with him is a piece of cake, right?" These people seemed to think that no matter how powerful Shin Chen was, he was no match for the major families. Wang Minghai had actually planned it this way. After all, only by shifting the focus would others target Shin Chen. This way, Wang Minghai would be safe. Only by getting rid of Shin Chen could Wang Minghai's secret be buried deep underground forever, never to be known by anyone else. That's why Wang Minghai was in such a hurry. Just as they arrived at the Wang group, Wang Minghai said directly, "If there are any unauthorized people entering without notice, stop them immediately." The security guards were puzzled by Wang Minghai's words, but since it was his order, they naturally knew what to do next. "Yes, Mr. President, we understand," they said and stood guard here. Although they didn't know why Wang Minghai had said that, based on their understanding of him, they knew that something big was about to happen. Let's not talk about other things for now, but starting now, it was necessary to resolve some issues. So, they all stood guard here, waiting for news. Did he leave? Shin Chen looked at the people around him and asked directly. Shin Chen's words made the warriors from the War God Temple nod repeatedly by his side. "Boss, we saw it with our own eyes," he went in directly. As the person next to him finished speaking, Shin Chen felt quite pleased. Very good, this news was exactly what Shin Chen wanted. So here, Shin Chen waved his hand. "Since that's the case, let's just go in directly." Shin Chen's words made the people around him suddenly pause. But now that Shin Chen had said so, these people naturally followed behind. At the entrance, loyal security guards stood guard, alert for any possible sudden situations. Suddenly, the attention of these people shifted towards Shin Chen. Seeing Shin Chen and his group approaching aggressively, it seemed to be the sudden situation their CEO had mentioned before. At this moment, two security guards blocked Shin Chen's path. "Sir, I'm sorry, this is the wine group. If you don't have an appointment, please stay here." One of the security guards looked at Shin Chen and said suddenly. However, as these words were spoken, Shin Chen suddenly smiled. "What, do I need your approval to enter my own company? His own company?" The others looked at each other, all turning their gaze towards Shin Chen. For some reason, this situation made them suddenly feel like they couldn't quite understand. What was going on here? Such a thing shouldn't be happening here. "Sir, please don't make it difficult for us, otherwise, the consequences will be dire." At this moment, one of the security guards looked at Shin Chen and said directly. However, Shin Chen knew that now was not the time for such talk. If this person didn't believe him, then Shin Chen couldn't be blamed for being impolite. "Don't waste time with them, let's just break in," Shin Chen said, and the warriors from the Temple of War behind him surged forward without a word, swiftly taking action. As for Shin Chen, he didn't think there would be any problem at all. Just looking ahead, Shin Chen shook his head helplessly. "Overestimating yourselves. Even if these security guards did their best, they wouldn't be able to hold out for long. So, in no time, the situation here was brought under control. Shinshan, after observing for a while, walked straight in. As he passed the front desk, Shinshan couldn't help but ask, "Is Wang Minghai upstairs?" Shinshan's words seemed casual. However, recalling the terrifying scene from before, the receptionist couldn't help but feel a shiver down their spine. So, the receptionist nodded, "Yes, in the CEO's office on the top floor." As the receptionist finished speaking, Shinshan smiled faintly. "Very well, those who recognize the situation are the wise ones. Add 500 yuan to this month's bonus." After saying that, Shinshan headed straight to the CEO's office. From now on, Shinshan was going to directly control the Wang Group. This could be considered as achieving Shinshan's small goal. However, at this moment, Shinshan seemed to suddenly remember something and said to the warriors from the Temple of War beside him, "I'm worried he might escape from the back door, so later, you guys go guard the back door and don't let anyone slip through." Shinshan finished speaking, and the warriors from the Temple of War hastened their steps and went straight to their positions. As for Shinshan, his eyes were fixed on the distance. Compared to others, Shinshan's task was actually the most crucial. "Wang Minghai, you said it yourself, everything was fine and no one wanted to make a big fuss. But now, should I say that you're digging your own grave?" Shinshan looked over, speaking very calmly. But now, that wasn't the point. What mattered was that the Wang Group now belonged to Shinshan. "Everyone, follow me." Shinshan led his people, surging forward, heading straight towards the distance. Some things, for Shinshan, must be personally dealt with. Just like this time, it's no different. For Shinshan, what to do next is actually quite exhilarating in itself. "After today, Wang's group will belong to me," Shinshan said confidently, leading his warriors from the War God Temple straight to the meeting room. At this moment, in the meeting room, Wang Minghai was giving his final rallying speech. "Everyone, you've all seen what's happening. This guy is being aggressive, trying to destroy our Wang's group. It's time to put an end to this." As Wang Minghai spoke, the people around him grew more excited. This was exactly what they wanted to see. So now, they looked at each other, ready to face the challenge ahead. Wang Minghai, however, was unfazed. He knew exactly how others would react to his words. And indeed, not long after, one person beside Wang Minghai angrily slammed the table. "Humph, Shinshan has gone too far, daring to provoke us like this. Yeah, he wants a fight, then let's give it to him. No need to say more, let's show him the power of Wang's group." The people around them were all fired up, expressing their determination. Wang Minghai was intrigued by their reactions. How would Shinshan feel when he saw the united front of Wang's group against him? Would he regret making enemies with them? Thinking about this, Wang Minghai felt less worried. In fact, he was starting to look forward to Shinshan's arrival. However, he still asked, "Any updates from outside?" His companions shook their heads. They had seen nothing unusual outside before. As for the current situation, they were clueless. But they didn't bother to inquire further. "Good, then we have more time to prepare," Wang Minghai said with a smile. "If that guy dares to come, I'll show him what it means to face death." His companions chuckled in agreement. Crossing Wang's family or Wang's group meant facing dire consequences. While they were discussing how to deal with Shinshan, the door suddenly burst open. Shinshan, accompanied by bodyguards, strode in. Wang Minghai's eyes locked onto Shinshan, his heart burning with fury. "Shinshan, I didn't expect you to actually show up. If it weren't for Shinshan, how could Wang's family have ended up like this?" Wang Minghai wished he could tear Shinshan apart. Shinshan, however, remained nonchalant. The others continued their conversation as if Shinshan was irrelevant. Shinshan's main purpose in coming here was to resolve the situation. So, at this moment, he simply smiled without saying a word. The members of Wang's group glared at Shinshan, their anger simmering. "Is that Shinshan? He looks decent, but I can't believe he would do such hypocritical things. Why waste time talking to him? Since he's here to die, let's send him on his way." At this moment, the people around were all talking. Wang Minghai was no exception. He turned to look at Shinshan and asked directly, "What are you doing here out of the blue? I didn't come looking for you, yet you came looking for me. But you're running into death here. Frankly, I don't quite understand this behavior." As Wang Minghai finished speaking, others also turned to look in their direction. As long as Wang Minghai gave the order, they would immediately step forward and deal with Shinshan. However, Shinshan suddenly smiled. What were these people thinking? Did Shinshan not know? Not only that, Shinshan was well aware that Wang Minghai harbored deep hatred towards him. "You want to kill me, I know that. But this is between you and me. What's the point of calling these Wang group people here?" Shinshan's words made Wang Minghai feel ridiculous. It left Wang Minghai unsure of what to say. Should he say Shinshen was naive, or should he say Shinshen had no idea about the rules of the game? This is the Wang Group. I, Wang Minghai, am a shareholder here. You are an enemy of our Wang family. Daring to intrude here, we have the obligation to deal with you. Wang Minghai looked at Shinshen, solemnly stating this. However, Shinshen, looking back at him, chuckled lightly and shook his head. Conceited fellow, it seems you are the naive one here. If being a shareholder of the Wang Group gives you free rein, what if I am also a shareholder of the Wang Group? Moreover, I am the largest shareholder of the Wang Group. Shinshen stared directly at Wang Minghai, stating firmly. Shinshen's words were like a drop of water falling on a calm surface, creating ripples. It made everyone burst into laughter. Ha, this guy is really funny. He actually claims to be the biggest shareholder of the Wang Group? Exactly, even if it's a lie, at least come up with a better reason. What's this nonsense? If you are the biggest shareholder of the Wang Group, does that mean I'm the world's richest person? At this moment, others were mocking even more vigorously. If they didn't speak harshly now, when would they? If they didn't vent their anger now, they would find it hard to bear. However, Shinshen found it increasingly amusing. You are all so enthusiastic now, but when you know the truth later, I wonder if you can still laugh. Shinshen's gaze was unwavering, looking around, and suddenly spoke here. As Shinshen finished speaking, the others fell silent. They were unsure of what Shinshen was up to, and the next moment, Shinshen suddenly produced a property ownership contract. Since you don't believe it, then you should know what this is, right? Shinshen looked at Wang Minghai in front of him, with a playful expression. The members of the Wang Group beside him gathered around. They wanted to confirm if what Shinshen said was true. However, once they saw it clearly, these people could confirm that all of this was real. But now, these people were even more astonished. How is this possible? Wang Minghai took 2 steps back, pointing at Shinshen. Others were equally incredulous. But Shinshen, walking forward, said, I said it before, why wouldn't you believe me? Who just said I'm the biggest shareholder of the Wang Group, and he's the world's richest, dare to step forward? As Shinshen's words fell, all those around stood there, not a single one daring to step forward. Originally, they wanted to slap Shinshen's face. As a result, they now realized that they were the ones who had truly been slapped in the face. In this moment, these people suddenly felt a burning sensation on their cheeks. What should we do? I didn't expect him to be the major shareholder of our Wang Group. Yeah, after what we did to him earlier, do you think he will retaliate? We don't know about that, but let's be cautious now. We can't afford any mistakes. These people looked at each other, exchanging words and opinions, not forgetting to speak here. And for these people, Wang Minghai found it quite troublesome. Earlier, these people were on Wang Minghai's side. But now, the sudden change in the situation caught Wang Minghai off guard. What should he say now? And at this moment, Shinshen looked at Wang Minghai and said directly, let's settle our accounts properly. As Shinshen spoke, some others who were close to Wang Minghai came forward to help. However, at this moment, Shinshen looked over here. Obviously, Shinshen bluntly said, Wang Minghai, are you going to confess your own affairs, or should I tell them? Shinshen's words made Wang Minghai's heart skip a beat. Could it be because of that matter? While Wang Minghai was still pondering here, Shinshen had already taken out a thick file and slammed it directly on the table in the meeting room. After doing this, Shinshen said, now, take a look for yourselves. After Shinshen finished speaking, the other members of the Wang Group gathered around. When these people saw clearly, it was obvious that they had completely understood. Wang Minghai felt a pang in his heart and wanted to come over. But Shinshen waved his hand, stop him. The warriors of the War God Temple beside Shinshen rushed up and stood in front of Wang Minghai. The people around the Wang Group were all stunned to see this scene. Because now, they had never expected the truth of the matter to be like this. Let's not talk about other issues for now. But in their eyes, they were somewhat astonished. I didn't expect you, Wang Minghai, to be such a person. We trusted you so much, never did we expect you to do such a thing. Shinshen pointed at Wang Minghai in front of him and spoke directly to him without holding back. The other members of the Wang Group all looked embarrassed. Shinshen had said everything they wanted to say. Now, how should they respond? But they had to say something now. Otherwise, the anger was foreseeable. No, this account must be settled with him. Wang Minghai, as a shareholder of the Wang Group, how can you do such a thing? Do you have any conscience? Enough said, you must explain today's matter. Otherwise, you won't leave here unscathed. As the surrounding members of the Wang Group pointed at Wang Minghai and spoke, Shinshen, on the other hand, found it increasingly amusing as he looked at Wang Minghai in front of him. This is getting interesting. Now, either you make the call to surrender yourself, or... After Shinshen finished speaking, a hint of killing intent flashed in Wang Minghai's eyes. Soon, Wang Minghai drew out a knife and rushed towards Shinshen. Shinshen, I'll kill you. The people around were shocked by this scene. What, he's actually wielding a knife? Although the members of the Wang group had said so before. But if they were to do something to Wang Minghai, actually, they didn't have the courage at all. The warriors from the Temple of War around them stepped forward, intending to help. But when Shinshen saw them, he waved his hand towards the distance. It's okay, don't worry, let me handle this. After Shinshen finished speaking, the other warriors from the Temple of War looked at each other and stopped in their tracks. Naturally, they admired Shinshen's skills. Wang Minghai was somewhat surprised. What was going on? Why was no one stopping him? Now, Wang Minghai had already reached Shinshen, and the knife he tightly held was thrust straight towards Shinshen. But in the next moment, Shinshen's left hand reached out and firmly grabbed the knife coming at him. Are you curious why no one is stopping you? And, you have a murder case on your hands, yet you dare to attack me. Now, even if I kill you, no one will do anything to me. As Shinshen spoke, he exerted a little force with one hand. Soon after, a heart-wrenching scream came from that direction. Ah, my hand. A crisp sound came from Wang Minghai's right hand. Looking again, it was clear that his hand was broken. The others were shocked to see this. Wang Minghai, holding his limp hand, fell to the ground in pain. This time, he had no chance at all. Every family has its rules, and every enterprise has its own regulations. You've broken the rules of the Wang Group, and now that I am the major shareholder of the Wang Group, I will clean house. When Shinshen looked at Wang Minghai, a hint of killing intent appeared on his face. Wang Minghai was sweating profusely. No, please don't kill me. Do you think that's enough? Since Shinshen had already said so. No matter what, Shinshen would not give him any chance. That was beyond doubt. Just then, not far away, a voice rang out, "Stop, spare his life." Lin Qingsno, why are you here? Shinshen instinctively looked at her, curious. Actually, Shinshen really wanted to ask now, why did it seem like he could meet her anywhere he went? This rhythm, isn't it a bit off? Lin Qingsno walked towards Shinshen. A fragrant breeze followed her. When she was a few steps away from Shinshen, Lin Qingsno stopped, because I've realized that you are actually my biggest benefactor. So, following you, I'll uncover more things. Lin Qingsno's words were fine, but combined with the onlookers around, the situation changed. Shouldn't we step aside? Someone weakly suggested at this moment. Others looked around and agreed. The largest shareholder of the Wang Group, handsome and elegant, and the beautiful lady, a perfect match. So, it was better for these people not to be third wheels here. Mr. Shin, I suddenly remembered I have something to attend to, we'll take our leave. Yes, Mr. Shin, you're busy, don't mind us. Mr. Shin is truly amazing, handling these matters perfectly. Such ability is worth learning from. After saying that, they all got up and left. Shin Chen, on the other hand, felt somewhat helpless. What was going on here? For some reason, it felt like these people were up to something. You all can leave first. There are some things I need to discuss with Shinshen alone, Lin Qingsno said as she looked at Shinshen and gestured to the people around her. A man and a woman alone in a room? Why does that sound so exciting? Upon careful thought, it was indeed quite thrilling. After everyone had left, Lin Qingsno's beautiful eyes flickered slightly as she looked at Shinshen and suddenly spoke, "Alright, now it's just the two of us here. If there's anything you need to say, now is the time." As Lin Qingsno finished speaking, Shinshen seemed a bit puzzled. What exactly was going on? Why did he suddenly feel like he couldn't quite understand? This puzzled Shinshen greatly. If there's something, just say it, Shinshen said, and Lin Qingsno placed a list in front of him. Take a look at what's on this list. Upon hearing Lin Qingsno's words, Shinshen became very curious and looked at the list. Finally, Shinshen understood. However, these things made Shinshen's head ache more and more as he thought about them. What was really going on here? For some reason, Shinshen was very curious about all this. Just as Shinshen was pondering silently, Lin Qingsno said directly, "This list contains some recent cases under investigation and important criminals." Oh, so that's it. Shinshen nodded, feeling a bit enlightened. However, soon after, Shinshen felt frustrated. I'm not one of your constables, so why are you showing me this? Shinshen was puzzled. What did this woman want to do? But Lin Qingsno paid no attention to these thoughts. Although you're not one of our constables, your investigative skills are impressive. Since I started following you, the cases you've solved almost match my monthly record, Lin Qingsno said, blinking at Shinshen. However, Lin Qingsno's words left Shinshen feeling helpless. What did she mean by all this? Am I so excellent that it's a problem? Shinshen subconsciously looked at Lin Qingsno, pondering these matters silently. However, as Shinshen thought about it, a smile crept onto his lips. You can take it, I don't need this. Shinshen's words surprised Lin Qingsnow. Really? I didn't expect your skills to be this strong. That's great, I'll rely on you for all my future tasks. Wait, hold on, did Shinshen agree to this? Why was Lin Qingsnow still acting this way? This made Shinshen a bit uncomfortable. Stop, I didn't say I would help you. Shinshen felt that he had to crush her expectations right from the start. Otherwise, what would he become in the future? Chasing criminals all over the country with Lin Qingsnow? I have a system to follow, and if I don't, people might get the wrong idea about me. Shinshen couldn't help but feel a bit helpless at the thought. However, Lin Qingsnow looked pitifully at him. But if you don't help me, who will? Shinshen decided to be straightforward with her. No, I absolutely won't help you with your tasks. After Shinshen's words, Lin Qingsnow was displeased. If that's the case, then I'll have to offend you. After saying this, Lin Qingsnow swiftly moved towards Shinshen, her movements precise and sudden. If one wasn't careful, they might get hit directly. However, the person she was facing was Shinshen. How could Shinshen possibly fall for it? This was something that didn't even need to be thought about. Shinshen's body slightly leaned to the side, directly avoiding Lin Qingsnow's strike. After doing so, Shinshen gently patted Lin Qingsnow's arm. A sharp pain shot through her. Ah, it hurts, Shinshen, you're too rough. You scoundrel, have no regard for women. After Lin Qingsnow finished speaking, Shinshen didn't seem to care. Come on, you were the one who attacked me first, and now you say I have no regard for women? Otherwise, should I give you another chance to come at me? Shinshen waved his hand, feeling indifferent. Since Lin Qingsnow was so interested, Shinshen didn't think there was anything wrong with this situation. But Lin Qingsnow, biting her lip lightly. I didn't expect Shinshen to be so powerful. It seems that if I want to surpass him, I'll have to put in more effort. Lin Qingsnow pondered silently, then gave up the idea of continuing to compete with Shinshen. After all, she wasn't enemies with Shinshen, and what Shinshen said was right. You're good, let's have another battle next time. After Lin Qingsnow finished speaking, Shinshen nodded. For some reason, Shinshen always felt that something was off. As to what exactly was wrong, he couldn't say, he just felt strange. I didn't expect the captain to be like this. At this moment, outside, a group of people gathered there, trying to eavesdrop on something. What they heard next made them gasp in shock. And this was just the beginning? What are you all doing? Just as these people were murmuring, they suddenly heard a familiar voice. When these people turned around, they saw Shinshen and Lin Qingsnow standing there. See, Captain, These guards looked somewhat embarrassed as they glanced at Lin Qingsnow. And Lin Qingsnow, her cheeks turning red, asked, how's the investigation going? It's been investigated, but these people said they need the approval of the person in charge here if they are to cooperate. The guard next to her said to Lin Qingsnow, the person in charge here? Isn't the person in charge of the Wan Group Wang Minghai? Do we need to find him? But Shinshen coughed lightly. Forget it, let me handle it. I am now the largest shareholder of the Wang Group. Shinshen's words surprised Lin Qingsnow and the guards. In just a short time, how did Shinshen's identity change to become the largest shareholder of the Wang Group? By the way, aren't you? Lin Qingsnow pointed at Shinshen, about to say something. But before she could speak, Lin Qingsnow stopped herself. Forget it, let's leave it at that for now. The situation here should be almost investigated. Wait, let's go investigate the building across the street. Is that also yours? You know, that's the Mingda building across the street. And what kind of place is the Mingda building? You can imagine. So that's why Lin Qingsnow said that. Rest for half an hour, become the owner of the Mingda building. It really is as you wish. If Lin Qingsnow had asked this a minute ago, Shinshen really wouldn't know what to say. After all, Shinshen had no connection with the Mingda building at that time. But now, it was completely different. The current Shinshen, among many identities, was about to add another one, that of the owner of the Mingda building. Sorry, that place is also mine. Shinshen pointed to a distance, smiled slightly, and said to Lin Qingsnow. Shinshen's words surprised the guards around him. When these guards came to their senses, they couldn't help but exclaim, Mr. Shin, this is not a joking matter, you can't just say whatever you want. Exactly, this time we are investigating something important, so Mr. Shin, you are really wasting our time. Mr. Shin, this is between our captain and you, sort it out after work, don't make it difficult for us. These constables spoke to Shinshen one after another. And as they finished, Lin Qingsnow blushed even more. Why are these guys suddenly talking nonsense out of the blue? Thinking about this, Lin Qingsnow suddenly didn't know how to respond. But this might actually work out well. Alright, you said you are the owner of Mingda building, right? In that case, take us there for a visit. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Lin Qingsno thought Shinshen was definitely bragging here. Wait, she would expose Shinshen's lie later. After thinking about it, Lin Qingsno suddenly felt her mood lighten. As for Shinshen, he didn't seem to mind. Sure, let's go. Great, I've never been to Mingda building before. What, never been there before? Is he going to be exposed this time? Lin Qingsno stood there, smiling to herself. But she didn't say anything, just waiting for Shinshen to make a fool of himself later. The group got up and headed to Mingda building, where the security guard at the entrance stopped Shinshen. Hold on, need to register. Upon hearing this, Lin Qingsno and the constables behind her remained silent. But at this moment, Shinshen smiled slightly. Alright, my name is Shinshen. Shinshen? The security guard looked up in shock. What's going on here? Lin Qingsno and some of the constables were all very puzzled by this situation. What's happening here? But the next moment, the security guard said directly, please wait, I'll make a call. What's with this rhythm? Why make a call now? Others were even more confused seeing this. However, while they were still puzzled, before long, many people arrived at Mingda building. These people were all dressed in suits, clearly corporate elites. While Lin Qingsno was still puzzled, one of them approached Shinshen. Chairman, hello, I'm Chowan, the general manager of Mingda building, very pleased to have you visit amidst your busy schedule. Others also complimented him. Chairman, nice to meet you for the first time, you are even more handsome than in the photos. Yes, as soon as we received your information, we were ready to receive your inspection anytime, anywhere. If you need anything, please instruct us, we will do our best to fulfill it, with the spirit of overcoming difficulties even if there are none. Listening to what these people were saying, Shinshen felt they were all a bunch of jokers. But Shinshen didn't dwell on this matter, because at that moment, Lin Qingsno had arrived behind him. Are you really the chairman of Mingda building? The other constables were also amazed. Shinshen was the largest shareholder of the Wang Group across the street, and it turned out he owned all of Mingda building as well. How could they compare to that? They felt they couldn't continue like this, or they would feel inferior. But now, there was no time to dwell on this matter. Well, it's nothing, these constables are my friends, they can investigate whatever they need to. And if there's anything, remember to call me, otherwise, just go about your own business. Shinshen said this to Chowan and Lin Qingsno. Lin Qingsno remained silent, her mind filled with nothing but shock. Apart from being shocked, Lin Qingsno didn't know what else to say. And the same goes for Chowan and the others. I never expected the chairman to be friends with such a beautiful woman. It seems like the chairman has quite a background. It looks like there will be continuous expansion in the near future. Mingda building will definitely grow stronger. Will I also rise with the chairman at that time? Shinshen didn't know what these people were thinking. However, Shinshen had to leave after a while, because Ding Mei's call came in, and he didn't know what was going on. Hello, Ding Mei, what's up? Shinshen answered the phone, slightly curious, inquiring on this end. On the other end of the phone, Ding Mei smiled slightly and said to Shinshen, Shinshen, it's like this, I just found out that someone was asking about you. I just picked this up. After Ding Mei finished speaking, she also sent a photo to Shinshen. Shinshen didn't pay much attention at first, but when Shinshen saw the photo, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. What, this is? Shinshen carefully recalled in his mind. Soon, Shinshen thought of something. It was Lin Zhongbao. This badge was seen by Shinshen at Lin Zhongbao's place. But why would this thing appear here out of the blue? Shinshen couldn't quite figure out the reason for this. However, his intuition told Shinshen that this matter was definitely not that simple. Slowly, as Shinshen looked around, he suddenly realized something. Ding Mei, there might be danger. Something was fishy about this. Shinshen thought it would be better to go back first. So, Shinshen said to Ding Mei, listen to me, stay where you are and don't move around. Remember, you must wait for me to come over before saying anything. After Shinshen finished speaking, Ding Mei nodded heavily. Okay, Shinshen, I know what to do, you, be careful. After Ding Mei finished speaking, the video call was soon disconnected. Fortunately, Shinshen had just seen a prominent sign through the video. He knew where that place was. So, Shinshen drove directly towards that place. I wonder what's going on now. Shinshen stared into the distance, muttering to himself involuntarily. Shinshen was quite anxious in his heart as he spoke. If all this was true, then there would probably be no good things happening in the time to come. How's it going? Any news? At this moment, inside a warehouse in Suhang City, a middle-aged man sat there, looking into the distance, and subconsciously asked. As soon as the middle-aged man spoke, a subordinate hurried to his side and respectfully said to the middle-aged man, Boss, there's news, that kid is rushing over here. As the person next to him finished speaking, a fierce look flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes. In fact, this matter had long been within his expectations. At this moment, The middle-aged man stared fixedly into the distance and suddenly spoke. If it weren't for him, Ah Bao wouldn't have had an accident. I promised Ah Bao that I would avenge him. I, Lin Zhonghu, swear that I will personally deal with him. As Lin Zhonghu spoke, he slammed the table heavily with one hand. Because of the excessive force, the table in front of him became shaky. But the people around him were curious. Boss, what about that woman? The person next to him asked, looking at Lin Zhonghu, eyes filled with anticipation. If Lin Zhonghu gave the order now, they would spare no effort to go and capture Ding Mei directly. Now, Lin Zhonghu looked ahead, his eyes slightly narrowed as if he was sizing something up. After a moment of silence, Lin Zhonghu suddenly spoke, "It's okay, no need to rush. We don't have to worry about that woman for now. Our top priority now is to deal with this kid." As Lin Zhonghu uttered these words, the others nodded in agreement. They knew exactly what to do in this situation. Boss, rest assured, we all know how to handle this. Exactly, no matter how strong that kid is, he's no match for us. This time, we'll take it easy. Why worry about dealing with her? In their eyes, this whole situation seemed like a joke. However, Lin Zhonghu couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Isn't it said to be miraculous? So now, he would take action and teach Xin Chen a lesson. Thinking about this, those around him were eager to give it a try. But Lin Zhonghu waved his hand, "You all go prepare first." However, that kid is definitely not simple. Be extra careful, everyone. As Lin Zhonghu spoke, the others nodded in agreement. It was natural, they were well aware of this. If they didn't even know this much, there would be no point in continuing. So now, it was only natural for them to start preparing as soon as possible. When Xin Chen arrives, he will have no way to escape. Xin Chen was unaware of all this as he hurried to his location and answered a call. It was from Lin Qingsno, informing him that everything was done. Good, since it's done, let me know in advance if there's anything next time. After exchanging pleasantries with Lin Qingsno, Xin Chen was about to hang up. However, Lin Qingsno seemed to remember something and said to Xin Chen, Lin Zhangbo has a brother, Lin Zhonghu, do you know? What's going on with this woman? Why would she suddenly tell Xin Chen about this? Xin Chen shook his head, I'm not sure, what about it? Upon hearing this news, Lin Qingsno couldn't believe it either. But for Xin Chen's safety, she reminded him, Lin Zhonghu has threatened to take you down to avenge his brother. He always follows through on his words, so be careful during this time. Xin Chen, however, paid no attention to what Lin Qingsno said. Would this little piece of information be useful to Xin Chen? It was clear that it was not. So when Xin Chen thought about it, he didn't see much use in it. Don't worry, if Lin Zhonghu dares to come, I will make him regret it. Don't you know my strength? Under normal circumstances, this statement would be nothing special. But because of the previous events, it made Lin Qingsno blush. How could I possibly know your strength? After saying that, she hung up, leaving Xin Chen somewhat puzzled. What's going on? This woman is quite peculiar. Forget it, never mind her. Let's go see if Ding Mei is here. Xin Chen muttered to himself and looked into the distance. Suddenly, Xin Chen saw a familiar figure. Although it was just a back view, it looked a lot like Ding Mei. Ding Mei, I'm here. Xin Chen shouted towards the distance and quickly walked over. Xin Chen approached Ding Mei, but just as he was about to say something, the figure suddenly turned around. Xin Chen was taken aback. Isn't that Ding Mei? Just as Xin Chen was contemplating here, that figure grabbed a handful of sand and threw it directly at Xin Chen. Not good, ambushed. Xin Chen's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. This incident was a heavy blow to Xin Chen. People around rushed towards this direction. Quick, over here, let's all attack together and take him down. The boss will reward us handsomely. As the person beside him finished speaking, Xin Chen felt increasingly challenged. At this moment, more than 10 people came directly towards Xin Chen. If it were on a spacious road, Xin Chen wouldn't worry at all. But now, the narrow path and being surrounded here posed a difficulty, especially with Xin Chen temporarily blinded. Who are you people, and why are you after me? Xin Chen covered his eyes with one hand, speaking to the surroundings. These people were truly professionals, not ordinary mercenaries. It was clear they held deep grudges against Xin Chen. Otherwise, they wouldn't act so decisively. Xin Chen could sense their intense anger, almost wishing to tear him apart. You don't need to know that. Our boss gave us the task to take you over, regardless of life or death. As one of them spoke, Xin Chen realized this matter was far from simple. Soon, one of them rushed towards Xin Chen with a blade in hand. If that blade struck Xin Chen's chest directly, he would surely bleed to death. Others mocked Xin Chen as they watched. In their eyes, Xin Chen had no way to escape now. You want to deal with me? Although my eyes are temporarily blind, you're still lacking to take me down. Just a little longer, and Xin Chen would regain his sight. By then, his combat strength would significantly increase. At this moment, as the blade was about to pierce Shinchen's body, he grabbed it with one hand. Shinchen decisively struck back with a punch. Since you want my life, then I'll take yours first. Shinchan lived by the principle of not harming others unless provoked. They had crossed his bottom line, and he wouldn't spare them. Shinchan didn't give them any chance, striking without hesitation. A series of punches hit the closest ones, ending their lives instantly. Others who were planning to attack Shinchan hesitated. What should we do? One of them looked at the others, asking suddenly. They were in a dilemma. If they didn't deal with Shinchan now, they wouldn't be safe once he recovered. But if they acted now, they had no guarantee of success. Everyone was caught in a difficult situation. However, one person gritted their teeth. Why hesitate? With so many of us, can't we handle one temporarily blinded person? As this person spoke, the others nodded and began to attack. Right, fortune favors the bold, let's go all out. Together, if we can take him down, we'll be rich. Of course, let's go, deal with him first. The people around quickly moved to attack. But at this moment, Shinchen's vision slightly recovered. Humph, you didn't take me out just now, you won't have any chance. Seeking wealth in danger depends on whether you have the strength. Shinchan had never been afraid before, let alone now. So at this moment, Shinchan directly grabbed one of them and asked coldly, speak up, who sent you? However, the man showed no fear at Shinchan's words. Humph, give up, I will never tell you. What? Shinchan frowned slightly upon hearing this. How dare he refuse Shinchan directly? Since that's the case, he can't blame him for being rude. Thinking this, Shinchan acted without hesitation. Soon, a cracking sound followed. Looking at the person who fell in front of him, Shinchan was not concerned. After dealing with him, Shinchan's next goal was to find this person. However, not long after, Shinchan noticed a large group of people coming from a distance. He's over there, let's go after him. With this voice, the people around swarmed towards them. Leaving other matters aside, at least here, Shinchan had to fight. So, thinking about this, the people's speed increased. However, Shinchan remained unfazed. Come on, my vision has recovered now, do you think I'm still afraid of you? Shinchan's words only made the people in front of him angrier. But just then, a woman's voice sounded from the side, quick, this way. This woman had a red scarf covering her face, making it impossible to see her clearly. But with her perfect figure, she stood out. Shinchan was curious about who she was. He had a feeling he had seen her before. Thinking this, Shinchan followed the woman, getting up and leaving directly. The people behind continued to chase Shinchan relentlessly. Finally, at a corner, Shinchan and the woman managed to shake off the pursuers. Thank goodness, we finally got away, the woman said, patting her chest. But Shinchan was very curious. Who are you exactly? Shinchan asked as the woman lowered her red scarf, revealing a flawless face. Shinchan was stunned when he saw her face. Red Sister? The woman in front of him was none other than Su Yuhong, the owner of the Red Sister bar. She was the woman who had previously made fine wine for Shinchan. Su Yuhong smiled when she saw Shinchan. Yes, why have you been staring at me? Is there something on my face? Who are you exactly? Shinchan asked Su Yuhong directly. From the moment he saw her, Shinchan knew her identity was not simple. Su Yuhong smiled when Shinchan asked, one of the four guardians of the Temple of War, Su Yuhong. Shinchan was stunned when Su Yuhong revealed her identity. What? One of the four guardians of the Temple of War? The Temple of War? Wasn't that Shinchan's organization? So, she's on my side? Shinchan realized his mistake. But now, he didn't know what to say. So you knew my identity all along? Shinchan asked Su Yuhong curiously. Su Yuhong nodded, looking indifferent. Of course, for Su Yuhong, these things were not difficult at all. But for now, there's nothing else to worry about. Judging from the current situation, Shinchan knew that only one of the four guardians of the War God Temple had appeared. This meant that Shinchan still needed to find the other three. Why did you choose to appear at this moment? Shinchan was puzzled by Su Yuhong's sudden appearance. It wasn't that there was anything wrong, but Shinchan himself didn't pay much attention to these things. Su Yuhong suddenly smiled, because I've been observing the leader. Observing me? Shinchan pointed to himself, curious about Su Yuhong's statement. This made Shinchan very curious. After all, what was there to observe about him? But after Su Yuhong finished speaking, Shinchan finally understood. It turned out that, ultimately, it was still related to him. In the end, it was because Shinchan was new and young, which made Su Yuhong suspicious. Although Shinchan seemed extraordinary, if the leader of the War God Temple was like this, it was hard to say whether he could lead the temple successfully. So, what do you think after observing until now? Shinchan asked directly, looking at Su Yuhong. Su Yuhong shook her head slightly, apart from being too impulsive just now, everything else is fine. It's worth noting that Su Yuhong was not one to easily praise others. Now, for Su Yuhong to say such words to Shin Chen, it showed how extraordinary he was. I see, this means I'm reliable. I'm the kind of person who will never abandon any of my own. Even if you're captured, I will definitely come to rescue you. As Shin Chen finished speaking, for some reason, Su Yuhong's cheeks blushed slightly. In fact, Su Yuhong didn't know how to respond at this moment. Seeing this, Shin Chen was a bit curious. If you're fine, then what about Ding Mei? Shin Chen was very worried about Ding Mei's safety now. If this incident really affected her, Shin Chen would never feel at ease in his heart. However, Su Yuhong suddenly smiled. Don't worry, she'll be fine. My people have already saved her before I came. Hearing Su Yuhong's words, Shin Chen felt relieved. Thank goodness, as long as she was safe, Shin Chen would now focus on investigating these people. Thinking about this, a faint smile appeared on Shin Chen's face. Don't be too happy too soon. Although I acknowledge your strength, the other three may not. Su Yuhong reminded Shin Chen when she saw his joy. Ha! What's going on here? Seeing Su Yuhong's serious expression, it didn't seem like she was joking. However, Shin Chen didn't think much of it. In fact, he found it somewhat amusing. Don't worry, I'll make sure to deal with them properly. Shin Chen wanted to say, just like you. But before the words could leave his mouth, he stopped himself. As for Su Yuhong, she looked at Shin Chen and couldn't help but smile. Well, do you want to know who's investigating you? Su Yuhong's words piqued Shin Chen's curiosity. It seemed like Su Yuhong knew everything. If that was the case, it would be much more convenient for Shin Chen now. After all, Shin Chen was currently in the dark about many things and didn't know where to start. However, with the help of Su Yuhong, everything changed completely. At least in Shin Chen's eyes, the results were now achieved with half the effort. What's wrong, do you know? Shin Chen felt like he was talking nonsense. And in front of Shin Chen, Su Yuhong nodded heavily. Yes, I know, of course. For Su Yuhong, these things were nothing special. Actually, I know all about this. And in this aspect, I am a professional. As Su Yuhong spoke, the feeling was as if all of this was as simple to her as eating and drinking. On the other hand, in front of Su Yuhong, Shin Chen looked at her, silently pondering these matters. Finally, Shin Chen looked at Su Yuhong and suddenly said, So, who is that person, really? Hearing Shin Chen's question, Su Yuhong mentioned a name, Lin Zhonghu. Lin Zhonghu? Who is that exactly? It seemed like Shin Chen had never heard of this person before. However, soon enough, Shin Chen thought of someone. Lin Zhongbao? The names of the two individuals were quite similar. Could they be brothers? If that was indeed the case, then this matter was getting too strange. So at that moment, when Shin Chen looked at Su Yuhong, he was about to say something. But Su Yuhong seemed to know what Shin Chen wanted to say. Su Yuhong directly stated, yes, he is Lin Zhongbao's older brother. You caused his younger brother to be imprisoned, so he is definitely coming after you. In any case, you must be extra careful. As Su Yuhong spoke these words, Shin Chen fell into deep thought. So, that's how it is. However, this matter didn't really affect Shin Chen much. I know all this, but do you think I'm afraid? Even if Lin Zhonghu wants to come after me, let him come, I also want to deal with him. Damn it, bastards, are you all just a bunch of useless people, can't even do a simple task? I feed you, what's the use? Lin Zhonghu roared, looking at the people in front of him, shouting in anger. And as Lin Zhonghu's words were spoken, those around him all lowered their heads, afraid to speak. In their eyes, Lin Zhonghu's current demeanor was truly terrifying. Some others nearby, seeing Lin Zhonghu like this, also refrained from interrupting. But not long after, one of them said, Boss, if it wasn't for someone intervening halfway, we would have succeeded already. What, such a thing actually happened? To Lin Zhonghu, this matter seemed far from simple. This person is quite audacious, daring to rescue the person I, Lin Zhonghu, wanted to capture. Clearly he has a grudge against me. All of you, go down and prepare for me. I want you to search thoroughly, no matter what, you must bring him back to me. Lin Zhonghu looked ahead, his eyes gleaming with a fiery light. And by Lin Zhonghu's side, the others nodded in agreement. Boss Lin, rest assured, we will cooperate with you in this operation. That's right, this kid now won't escape from our grasp. As long as he remains in Suwang City, all major families will search for him. I don't believe we won't find him. At this moment, those around them were all speaking one after another. And the more they spoke, the more agitated they became. Some even wished they could just go and kill him. Lin Zhonghu understood their intentions. However, this matter was related to his younger brother being captured. So, at the moment, Lin Zhonghu's heart was increasingly stirred as he thought about it. Even if we set aside the matter of Lin Zhonghu's appearance for now, it's crucial to find this kid quickly. No matter what, I must find him. Whether he's alive or dead, I must see him. As Lin Zhonghu spoke, others could feel the dominance in his words. The people around him took a deep breath. How could they not see the seriousness of the situation? So now, these people couldn't help but shudder. They were already contemplating how to proceed. I'm not worried about the kid right now. I'm concerned that this matter is related to the Temple of War. As Lin Zhonghu spoke, the curious gazes of those around him turned towards him. Based on the information we've received, members of the Temple of War have been appearing here frequently. With Lin Zhonghu's words, it became even more apparent, leaving others increasingly shocked. Upon closer thought, it wasn't entirely implausible. So Lin Zhonghu's words were not unreasonable. At this moment, Lin Zhonghu suddenly said, therefore, before the Temple of War's people act, we must find this person and then figure out how to deal with him. After Lin Zhonghu finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement, indicating they would follow his plan no matter what. After a brief pause, Lin Zhonghu continued, although he has been thorough, there is one thing he would never expect. He may be able to disappear without a trace, but those around him cannot. If you investigate further, start with the people around this kid. As Lin Zhonghu finished speaking, those around him nodded in agreement. They were unsure of what to do next, but Lin Zhonghu had provided them with a perfect solution. By investigating the people around Shinshen, they would eventually find him. How are things outside now? Shinshen asked the people beside him curiously. It had been a day since Shinshen arrived here. Shinshen felt he couldn't stay here forever, or he would become a sitting duck. Leader, the situation outside is not optimistic, one of the men said, leaving Shinshen feeling puzzled. What's wrong? Is Lin Zhonghu really so powerful that he can control everything? Otherwise, what danger could there be outside? At least in Shinshen's eyes, he couldn't see anything amiss. However, just as Shinshen was pondering this, a member of the Temple of War by his side spoke up. Leader, some of your friends are being watched by them, and they are conducting a thorough investigation. It won't be long before they find their way here. So that's how it is. Since that's the case, Shinshen couldn't stay here any longer. Alright, I understand. I will leave immediately. Shinshen nodded slightly and said, with his identity at stake, who would dare to stop him now? Don't worry, I'll be fine. Seriously, such a trivial matter wouldn't trouble Shinshen. It seemed highly unlikely. However, from Shinshen's perspective, there was still one more thing that needed to be resolved. Previously, Su Yuhong said she would find the 4 guardians to stabilize the situation. I'm going out now to try my luck. I wonder if I'll have this opportunity, Shinshen thought to himself, feeling more and more excited as he thought about it. Anyway, Shinshen didn't have time to think about this now. Let's go and see first, and then we'll talk. Rest for 2 hours and gain the loyalty of Huang Yu, the guardian of the War God Temple. What, Huang Yu? Shinshen looked around, feeling a bit puzzled. Because right now, there was no one around Shinshen. How did things end up like this out of the blue? Since Huang Yu wasn't around, Shinshen decided to find a place to eat first. Looking around, there was a restaurant not far away, and Shinshen walked straight towards it. A bowl of beef noodles. Shinshen waved his hand and shouted over. After Shinshen finished speaking, the people in front of him arranged things properly for him. Now, it's not as bad as I imagined. If Lin Zhonghu has the ability, he can come. Shinshen waved his hand, looking confident about dealing with Lin Zhonghu. However, not long after, a fragrant bowl of beef noodles was served. Let's taste the delicious food first. I don't believe that Lin Zhonghu is so powerful that he can come knocking on my door. The noodles in Manhwa Pavilion were exceptional. And now, the bowl of beef noodles in front of Shinshen could be said to be the signature dish of Manhwa Pavilion. Looking at the steaming hot bowl of beef noodles, smelling the aroma, Shinshen just felt an indescribable sense of comfort. This feeling was something Shinshen had never experienced before. But now, Shinshen lightly tasted a mouthful. The taste was good. Truly worthy of being a signature delicacy. If Lin Zhonghu finds out I'm here, I wonder how he'll feel. Shinshen felt that staying here and avoiding the situation was not a good idea. So, Shinshen decided not to hide anymore. After finishing the meal, I'll go settle the score with Lin Zhonghu. Shinshen had already made up his mind that hiding like this was not a solution. Instead, it was better to just resolve the matter directly. In fact, there was another good way. That was to call Lin Qingsnow and let her handle it. However, involving Lin Qingsnow was not ideal. After all, her identity was quite official, and if she got involved, the situation would change. Just as Shinshen was thinking about it, footsteps were heard coming from the stairs. Could it be that they're coming for me? Shinshen stared at the staircase, thinking to himself. However, when Shinshen saw clearly, he felt relieved. They weren't looking for trouble with Shinshen, because after they had just gone upstairs, they went to a person sitting nearby. Not long after, the man's screams could be heard, "Brothers, please give me some more time. I'll definitely pay you back in a few days." In a few days? The leader, Dao Si, showed a fierce expression on his face. "Oomph, whether you'll still be around in a few days is uncertain. No money, right? That's easy. Leave everything you have on you, that way it's easy for you and for me." Shinshan actually despised such people. Dealing with money was one thing, but bullying honest people was unacceptable. Some people even colluded to trap borrowers, creating various rules that were annoying. Initially, Shinshan didn't want to get involved. After all, he didn't know these people. But they had already disturbed Shinshan's meal, so he had to speak up. "If you want to cause trouble, do it outside. What's the point of making a scene here?" Shinshan's voice was not loud, but it clearly reached Dao Si and the others. Dao Si let go of the man and turned his gaze to Shinshan. This made Dao Si find it quite amusing, as if encountering such a situation for the first time. "Kid, was that you who just spoke? Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like that?" Dao Si pointed at himself with his thumb, speaking arrogantly to Shinshan. Shinshan found Dao Si's words even more amusing. He was just here enjoying his noodles and had no interest in who this person was. Besides, what did it matter who he was to Shinshan? With these thoughts in mind, Shinshan remained indifferent. "Get lost, you're interrupting my meal." This response was straightforward. However, Shinshan's words irritated Dao Si. "Oomph, interrupting your meal? Do you have any idea how much business you've cost us? Can you afford this loss?" As Dao Si spoke, Shinshan found it quite amusing. Dao Si was indeed interesting to be able to say such things. However, Shinshan remained silent, focusing on his noodles. But Dao Si's men were furious. "Damn, kid, you're underestimating our fourth brother." "Yeah, fourth brother came to find you, and you're here leisurely eating noodles? In my opinion, why waste time talking to him? Let's teach him a lesson right now." These men then looked at Shinshan. Shinshan remained unfazed. In his eyes, all these people were less important than the beef noodles in front of him. Dao Si looked at Shinshan and nodded. "Alright, you like noodles, don't you? Waiter, bring me 100 bowls of noodles." Dao Si took out several hundred yuan bills, threw them on the table, and said harshly, 100 bowls? That was a big order. However, from the current situation, they felt like troublemakers. After a quick glance, it was clear they were targeting Shinshan. "Sir, this." The waiter stood nearby, about to say something. But before the waiter could speak, Dao Si glared at him menacingly. "Stop talking nonsense, take the money and hurry up, or do you want me to come after you?" Dao Si's words were intimidating, making the waiter nervous. How could this be allowed? I'll go right away," the waiter said and hurried to the kitchen with the money. Dao Si smiled slightly. "Brothers, the noodles here are good. Today, fourth brother treats everyone to a nice meal." After Dao Si spoke, his men expressed their gratitude. "Great, thanks fourth brother. Perfect timing, I was hungry. Thanks for your generosity, fourth brother. Fourth brother is the best, a full stomach makes it easier to get things done," they said, then looked toward Shinshan, laughing even more. Shinshan, however, remained unfazed. But now, instead of devouring his noodles, he slowed down. "Oomph, I'd like to see what you're up to," Shinshan thought to himself as he ate. After all, these people were just a bunch of lackeys to him, so Shinshan didn't pay them any mind. And from the current situation, Shinshan knew these guys wouldn't let him off easily. If they want to fight, so be it. Do they really think I'm afraid of them? Shinshan thought to himself, finding it increasingly interesting. Not far away, more than 10 people approached. They came to the side of Dao Si and greeted him. Pointing at Shinshan, Dao Si said, "That kid caused trouble earlier. Brothers, show him what you've got later. He disrupted us just now, let's teach him a lesson later." After Dao Si finished speaking, he looked at Shinshan with a mocking expression. At this moment, the 100 bowls of noodles were ready. Dao Si stood up and walked towards Shinshan. "Kid, don't say I didn't give you a chance. Eat all these 100 bowls of noodles, and I'll pretend today's incident never happened. Otherwise, you know the consequences." After Dao Si spoke, the people beside him also stood up, completely surrounding Shinshan. The diners around them commented, "I know these people, they are subordinates of a powerful boss nearby. That Dao Si is ruthless, they say he even has blood on his hands. So ruthless, if that's the case, this kid is in trouble. Oh, he shouldn't have offended Dao Si, young people nowadays, can't be reasoned with." As these people spoke, some sympathized while others gloated. However, Shinshan paid no attention to it all. "You mean if I eat all these noodles, what will you do?" Shinshan's words made Dao Si find it even more amusing. This was the funniest joke Dao Si had heard. "Haha, are you joking with me? You must follow what I say." After Dao Si finished speaking, one of his men volunteered and approached Shin Chen, intending to grab his shoulder. However, Shin Chen moved slightly, dodging the man's attempt. Not only that, Shin Chen even exerted a little force. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard. Looking ahead, they saw the man's face planted directly into the noodles. Ah, my face. The noodles were still hot, resulting in an intimate encounter with his face. Shin Chen, however, remained unfazed. He didn't care about these things. But Dao Si was not pleased. Kid, how dare you lay a hand on my man? The people around them were ready to act. Shin Chen smiled slyly. Did any of you see me lay a hand on him? I've been standing here the whole time. You brought this upon yourselves. What? Shin Chan's unexpected words left everyone surprised. Especially now, seeing his man's face red from the burn, Dao Si was furious. Kid, there was room for negotiation before. But now, there's no negotiation. You must eat all these noodles, or you won't leave here unscathed. After Dao Si spoke, his men were ready to attack Shin Chen. However, Shin Chen remained calm. He knew those people were about to arrive. Soon enough, not far away, more than 10 people approached. What's going on? Do you want to interfere in this matter? I am Dao Si. You know the consequences of crossing me. After Dao Si finished speaking, those people found it amusing. This is the Bright Moon Pavilion. Who dares to cause trouble here? Bright Moon Pavilion? Dao Si didn't think much of these people. He sneered, Bright Moon Pavilion, is it really that impressive? Anyone that Knife 4 wants to move, no one can stop. After Knife 4 finished speaking, he placed a hand on Shin Chen, intending to strike directly at him. However, at that moment, Shin Chen suddenly smiled. As Shin Chen looked ahead, he said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. Humph, when is it your turn to speak here? Knife 4 pointed at Shin Chen, speaking bluntly. After Knife 4 finished speaking, a group of people suddenly appeared not far away. They swarmed in and surrounded Knife 4 directly. Knife 4 and his companions were dumbfounded at this sight. Among them, a burly man stepped forward. As he walked, he said, this gentleman is right. You better follow his lead, or you'll have to deal with me, Huang Yu. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were stunned. What, Huang Yu? Sweat beaded on Knife 4's forehead, while Shin Chen's face bore a faint smile. Setting aside other matters for now, encountering Huang Yu so easily was unexpected. Huang Yu, one of the 4 guardians of the Temple of War, was quite impressive just by his muscular appearance. At this moment, Knife 4 kept apologizing profusely. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please forgive me. Others also knelt down and apologized. Joking aside, who was Huang Yu? He was in charge of the Bright Moon Pavilion, and his reputation preceded him in the area. Therefore, under no circumstances could anyone afford to offend Huang Yu. Shin Chen stepped forward. It's simple, all 100 bowls of beef noodles must be eaten. Until they're finished, no one can leave. Shin Chen's words widened Knife 4's eyes. What, eat all 100 bowls? That could be deadly. Follow his instructions, or else they're all wasted and thrown out. Huang Yu's face showed a hint of killing intent, making Knife 4's scalp tingle. Please, Master Huang, I was wrong, I'll eat. Despite their reluctance, Knife 4 and his companions started eating. Huang Yu then approached Shin Chen and respectfully said, Sir, this is not the place for conversation with so many people around. Please follow Huang Yu to the 3rd floor meeting room for a detailed discussion. Shin Chen had no objections to Huang Yu's suggestion. Sure, lead the way. Shin Chen knew this was not the place for a conversation. He waved his hand and spoke to Huang Yu. Knife 4 and his group continued eating noodles, their fate of little concern to Shin Chen. Ostensibly, they were targeting someone else, but in reality, they were after Shin Chen. How could Ji Xian fail to see this? Thinking this, Shin Chen's eyes filled with killing intent as he looked at Knife 4 again. Even if this person was not sent by Lin Zhonghu, he would not escape accountability. In any case, let's not dwell on these matters for now. When the time comes, Shin Chen will settle scores with them one by one. With these thoughts, a hint of killing intent flashed in Shin Chen's eyes. This score would not be settled easily. Shin Chen was certain of that. However, discussing the next steps with Huang Yu was the priority. At this moment, Shin Chen arrived at the meeting room. Huang Yu turned to Shin Chen and suddenly clasped his hands. Guardian Huang Yu of the Temple of War pays respects to the leader. Hearing this, Shin Chen smiled faintly. Guardian Huang Yu, no need to be so polite. Shin Chen gestured, speaking here. Especially with Shin Chen's words, Huang Yu felt a warmth in his heart. Great, that's the feeling, making Huang Yu feel like he's back home. Thank you, leader. But leader, how did you know me? Huang Yu felt he had just performed very well. Logically speaking, Shin Chen shouldn't have been able to figure it out all at once. Seeing Huang Yu like this, Shin Chen was quite indifferent. If it weren't for the system, Shin Chen might not really know Huang Yu. But now, things were different. Shinshan naturally couldn't mention the system. Moreover, even if Shinshan did mention it, Huang Yu might not believe it. So Shinshan smiled knowingly and said, because of your demeanor and your eyes. Your actions may lie, but your eyes will never deceive. Initially, Huang Yu had some worries in his heart. But now, after hearing Shinshan say this, Huang Yu looked at Shinshan again and suddenly felt Shinshan's uniqueness. Perhaps, the old leader's choice of a new leader has some deeper meaning. If Shinshan were truly an unknown person, how could he have been selected as the leader of the War God Temple? For now, leaving aside other matters, at least this point showed Shinshan's extraordinary nature. As he looked at Shinshan, Huang Yu suddenly said, Leader, I hope you can lead the entire War God Temple in restoring it to its former glory. As Huang Yu spoke, Shinshan nodded firmly, rest assured, I will. At that moment, Shinshan truly spoke from the heart. Although he didn't know why he had suddenly become the leader of the War God Temple, since the system had done so, there must be a reason. Shinshan just needed to accept it, and everything else would naturally fall into place. Thinking about this, a faint smile appeared on Shinshan's face. As for other matters, let's not dwell on them for now. I want to ask you, Huang Yu, do you know why the War God Temple has become like this, and what happened in the War God Temple before? Shinshan felt that this matter was probably not so simple. Huang Yu, looking at Shinshan, sighed. Actually, when it comes to this matter, it's not that simple. Leader, if you're not in a hurry, I'll slowly tell you about it. As Huang Yu spoke bit by bit, Shinshan began to understand. It turned out that the situation in the War God Temple was much more complicated than Shinshan had imagined. On one hand, it was due to the health of the old leader. On the other hand, there were people within the War God Temple who were eager to take over. Coupled with the attacks from their opponents, they were forced to separate. But not long after, they each received news that a new leader had emerged in the War God Temple. And since Huang Yu was loyal to the War God Temple, he immediately chose to pledge allegiance to Shinshan. Shinshan finally understood. He didn't know what to say to Huang Yu. So at this moment, Shinshan sighed helplessly. Ah, Huang Yu, you've worked hard over the years, Shinshan said, and Huang Yu gritted his teeth. It doesn't matter if it's hard or not, as long as the War God Temple can get better and better, my efforts are nothing. In fact, in an organization, if there are too many people like this, it's very difficult for the organization to become strong. However, Shinshan was very clear. Such people actually couldn't determine the fate of an organization. In the War God Temple, Bai Lao's identity was crucial. He played a balancing role, but Bai Lao's strength was not strong, destined to be a role similar to a major steward. So now, in Shinshan's eyes, these things are not particularly important. After a moment, Shinshan said, during this time, I will have my company's people come over to interact with you, and we can reach a cooperation. This way, things will be easier in the future. Huang Yu understood what Shinshan meant by saying so. However, it cannot be denied that this matter is beneficial to everyone. Huang Yu nodded repeatedly, expressing his agreement directly. By the way, leader, I found out that Lin Zhonghu has issued a wanted order. Seems like he wants to hunt you down. Do you need any help with this matter, leader? Huang Yu looked at Shinshan, unable to contain his curiosity. Shinshan waved his hand in response. It's fine, no need for now. Shinshan felt that this was his own matter. Although Lin Zhonghu had a certain influence, Shinshan naturally had a way to deal with him. So, Shinshan was not really worried about these matters. Huang Yu nodded, in that case, leader, please be more cautious. This Lin Zhonghu is definitely not simple. It's worth noting that Huang Yu is one of the 4 great protectors of the Temple of War. Even he said so, indicating that this person's identity is indeed quite extraordinary. However, at present, there was nothing to worry about. Shinshan found it interesting that this person was not simple. Otherwise, dealing with just small fries all the time would be boring, wouldn't it? What happened to your brother was entirely his own fault. Since you want to stand up for him, then there's nothing more to say. Shinshan looked at the person in front of him, feeling more and more excited. Some matters, upon reflection, indeed needed to be resolved. And now, everything seemed to be falling into place perfectly. Just then, Shinshan's phone suddenly rang. Looking at the caller ID, Shinshan answered the call. It was from Hadai Group, and the person on the other end sounded urgent. Mr. Shun, something big has happened. The Zhao family's people have come to our side, claiming heavy losses on their batch of goods. So, they want us to compensate for their losses. What? Their goods suffered losses, and how is that Shinshan's concern? It seems these guys are trying to extort money. Meanwhile, in a private room of a restaurant in Suzhou City, a middle-aged man sat there, exuding an air of control. Several people stood beside him, looking somewhat anxious. Boss, do we really have to do this? One of his subordinates looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The middle-aged man was Zhao Mingguang, the head of the Zhao family branch. He was the mastermind behind sending his men to cause trouble at Haodai Group. Zhao Mingguang waved his hand, of course, and there's no need to worry. What? No need to worry. Keep in mind, the chairman of Haodai Group, Xin Chen, is a formidable figure. Moreover, Xin Chen has already taken down the Wang family, who are also part of the third-tier family. The Zhao family's strength is only slightly stronger than the Wang family. Is it really necessary to do this now? For some reason, these people felt a bit uneasy in their hearts. As for Zhao Mingguang, he suddenly said, squeeze the soft persimmon first. Although the Wang family has just surrendered to Xin Chen after being defeated, Xin Chen's foundation is not that stable. If we act now, there is a great chance we can crush Xin Chen. Zhao Mingguang's words piqued the interest of those around him. Is all this true? Obviously, it is. The boss is really amazing, to come up with such a plan. Exactly, Haodai Group is unstable now, they definitely won't dare to confront our Zhao family head-on. Either they compensate for our losses, or we use this as an excuse to directly swallow them up. After understanding Zhao Mingguang's strategy, those around him began to praise it. After all, this plan is indeed very good. So, there is nothing wrong with it now. Zhao Mingguang waved his hand, it's nothing, these are just small matters. But I would love to see Xin Chen begging for mercy in front of us. The more Zhao Mingguang acted this way, the more interesting it seemed to the Zhao family guards around him. What do they have to worry about now? Upon careful consideration, absolutely nothing. Either they pay up or lose centuries of good deeds in an instant. Regardless of the decision made, one thing cannot be changed. That is, being directly taken down by the Zhao family. So, after thinking about all this, at this moment, Zhao Mingguang felt more and more pleased with himself. That's settled then, ask over there how things are going. Zhao Mingguang waved his hand, urging his men beside him. After all, Zhao Mingguang was not aware of the situation over there. However, his men had been busy over there for quite some time, so it was estimated that there should be results by now. The call went through and was quickly answered. Zhao Mingguang directly inquired, how is it? Is everything okay over there now? Any results yet? Upon hearing Zhao Mingguang's words, the person on the other end of the phone responded, Boss, there are no results here yet, they said their chairman will come over later. Hearing this response, Zhao Mingguang in front of them was not worried. Since it had been said like this now, Zhao Mingguang was not in a hurry. If that's what they said, he didn't mind waiting here for a while. Wait for a while, report to me immediately if there is any news over there. Zhao Guangming waved his hand, instructing the people around him. Upon hearing Zhao Guangming's words, the people around him nodded repeatedly and went out to keep watch. After all, this time their opponent was Xin Chen, the chairman of Haodai Group. This character was not as simple as they had imagined. So for now, let's not talk about anything else and just focus on this. But this time, it was necessary to keep a close eye on it. Thinking about this, Zhao Guangming became more and more excited. But I'm not worried, because I have confidence that I can take you down. Zhao Guangming's gaze narrowed, his eyes fixed firmly ahead. Let's not talk about other things regarding this matter. But in Zhao Guangming's view, such a situation, at present, was actually nothing to worry about. At this moment, a playful look appeared in Zhao Guangming's eyes as he assessed the situation before him. Xin Chen, I want to see what you can do now. Zhao Guangming finished speaking, full of confidence. Meanwhile, Xin Chen had already arrived. The top executives of Haodai Group around Xin Chen were very anxious. Chairman, we are waiting for you now. If you don't come, they will cause trouble outside. After seeing Xin Chen, the executives explained the whole situation to him and reiterated it. Previously, Xin Chen did not have a complete understanding of the situation. But now, Xin Chen was completely clear. There was a problem with the Zhao family's goods, and they suspected that Haodai Group was behind it. So let's get this straight, after all, the place where things went wrong is indeed the Haodai Group. In other words, if we don't agree to their demands, will they just shut us down? Xin Chen subconsciously looked ahead. The more this went on, the more curious Xin Chen became. The people around Xin Chen looked at him but didn't say anything. However, their silence actually implied consent to this point. But Xin Chen wasn't really worried about all this. I thought they would come up with some new tricks. After all this fuss, it's still the same old story. Xin Chen looked ahead and said directly, and why haven't they made a move now? Perhaps they are waiting for Xin Chen. In other words, if Xin Chen doesn't show up today, they might really start causing trouble. Although Xin Chen is not afraid of these things, at the moment, it is somewhat displeasing. Does the Zhao family really think I'm an easy target, so they're picking on me? When Xin Chen's gaze sharpened and fell unconsciously ahead, he suddenly spoke up. This matter is indeed more troublesome than Xin Chen had imagined. However, upon careful consideration, there is really nothing to worry about. Rest for half an hour and get the good projects under the Zhao family. Seeing this, Shinshen was slightly stunned. What's going on here? After a closer look, Shinshen felt a sense of joy. I didn't expect it. The Zhao family said they suffered heavy losses, right? Now, I'll show you what real heavy losses mean. With this in mind, Shinshen waved his hand, indicating that the others could continue. Bring out the chairman of the Haotai group. If he doesn't come out, we won't leave. Outside, the shouting continued. However, not long after, Shinshen walked over. You want to see the chairman of the Haotai group, that's me. What do you want from me? Shinshen walked forward, asking in a cold voice. After Shinshen finished speaking, the people around him looked at each other. For some reason, Shinshen gave off a very cold vibe. Invisibly, there was an imposing aura, as if it was written in invisible words, do not enter. Chairman of the Haotai group, our goods from the Zhao family had an accident at your place, don't you owe us an explanation? When Shinshen heard this, he looked around and burst into laughter. This is ridiculous. Your goods from the Zhao family had an accident, and it's related to our Haotai group? If tomorrow I send a truck of pigs to your Zhao family and something happens, do you Zhao family need to compensate us? Shinshen spoke bluntly, mocking the Zhao family members as if they were all a bunch of pigs. After Shinshen finished speaking, the Zhao family members felt a chill in their hearts. This made them even more uncomfortable. One of them pointed at Shinshen and said without hesitation, "What nonsense are you talking about? Are you slandering us? We, the Zhao family, do things openly and honestly. How dare you slander us? Brothers, let's go together and smash the Haotai group." After speaking, a group of people stood up, ready to come and smash the place directly. However, Shinshen glanced over but didn't pay them any attention. Fine, smash it, go ahead, I won't stop you. But don't blame me for not warning you, dare to smash, bear the consequences. Shinshen looked at the people in front of him, stepped aside, and said directly, "What's going on?" At this moment, the people in front of him looked at each other, appearing somewhat at a loss. What's going on here? Why all of a sudden does it feel like things are getting a bit confusing? What does this mean? Should we take action or not? If you ask me, who should I ask? Let's observe first before making a decision. You're right. If we don't understand, something's definitely not right. Let's wait and see. As these people spoke, Shinshen found it increasingly amusing. In fact, if there was someone here with a bit of authority, smashing this place would be a piece of cake. However, the mastermind behind the scenes was too arrogant, not taking Haotai group seriously at all. That's why this situation occurred. But Shinshen didn't mind, because now, Shinshen had control over something vital to them. So, looking at it now, Shinshen had nothing to worry about at all. And right here, Shinshen slowly raised his head to look ahead. Alright, at this point, these things are not the main focus. Actually, we don't need to worry so much. With Shinshen's words, the others breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then this matter is much easier to handle now. Haotai group, you got lucky this time. Just wait, we won't let you off the hook. These people couldn't make up their minds. Instead of staying, it was better to leave decisively. If they stayed and Haotai group really went all out, leaving them here, wouldn't they end up suffering for no reason? So, no matter what, they absolutely couldn't stay here any longer. From the current perspective, this matter was beyond doubt. Watching them leave, Shinshen made no attempt to stop them but let them go. After these people left, a senior executive from Haotai group approached Shinshen. "Chairman, why did you let them leave directly?" After all, the people around him increasingly felt that these individuals had ill intentions. So, in their view, they should have detained these people and interrogated them to find out who sent them. However, Shinshen waved his hand, stopping those around him from taking action. No need. They will definitely go back now and report to the mastermind behind the scenes. Besides, I have prepared a special gift for them long ago. They will find out once they return. After Shinshen finished speaking, the others looked at him with confusion. They didn't understand why Shinshen said that. But seeing Shinshen so confident, they knew he had his reasons. So, for now, they just needed to watch the show here. As for the rest, they didn't need to worry too much. Since the chairman says so, it's all good. Exactly, the Zhao family has gone too far, actually reaching out to us. Chairman, what should we do now? Just tell us, we will all follow your lead. The people around him, as if they had found their backbone, spoke to Shinshen. Shinshen just smiled slightly as he looked ahead. There didn't seem to be anything else pressing, but after some thought, Shinshen felt there was nothing he wanted others to do. This posed a dilemma, but Shinshen wasn't in a hurry. He waved his hand, instructing them to handle things here first and wait to see how things unfolded. You deal with matters here first. I have something to attend to, so I'll take my leave. After Shinshen spoke, the others nodded in agreement. They thought Shinshen must be going to handle that matter. However, Shinshen did not think about how to defend against the Zhao family targeting them, because in Shinshen's view, these things were unavoidable in themselves. So, no matter how tangled it was now, it was actually of no use. And now, in Shinshen's opinion, the most important thing at the moment was to go find Jia and settle the score properly. Moreover, this matter was actually nothing to Shinshen himself. So, in front of him, it was clear to Shinshen that there was no doubt about what to do next. Before, it was always you guys dealing with me. So now, it's my turn to deal with you. Shinshen looked ahead, a faint smile playing on his lips. In fact, Shinshen naturally saw through all of this. So now, as Shinshen looked at the whole situation, he felt more and more satisfied. Alright, now it's my turn. What you said, is it all true? Zhao Mingguan looked at the people in front of him and asked subconsciously. The people in front of him nodded repeatedly, they dared not lie about these things. So now, they recounted everything they knew without any embellishment. However, at this moment, Zhao Mingguan became more and more puzzled. What on earth is going on? Zhao Mingguan muttered to himself as he looked ahead. The others stood by silently, not daring to speak, just waiting quietly. Even Zhao Mingguan didn't know what was happening, so they were even more clueless. But this feeling persisted until Zhao Mingguan's phone rang. The call was from someone under him. Zhao Mingguan answered directly and heard an urgent voice on the other end. Boss, something big has happened, the Zhao family is in trouble. What? How could this happen? Trouble in the Zhao family? Zhao Mingguan felt like he was in a whirlwind of confusion. How did all these things come together? For a moment, Zhao Mingguan didn't know where to start. But on the other end of the phone, the voice continued. Boss, our Zhao family's subsidiary, Liang Engineering, for some reason, suddenly kicked us out. The partners behind said they won't cooperate with us anymore. Hearing this, Zhao Mingguan turned pale. Although he knew something was wrong, Zhao Mingguan had no idea that such a big thing would happen. Up to now, Zhao Mingguan was at a loss, carefully pondering some of the relationships involved. Boss, what should we do now? The people around him looked at Zhao Mingguan and couldn't help but ask. At this point, Zhao Mingguan had no more energy to deal with these matters. After all, if he didn't stabilize the situation now, these people might turn to someone else later. So, gritting his teeth, Zhao Mingguan said, Damn Hadai Group, you're lucky for now. But I will settle this score with you sooner or later. After Zhao Mingguan finished speaking, the people around him nodded in agreement. That's right, Hadai Group was doomed, but now, it seems fate has other plans. Exactly, there's nothing more to say, let's focus on handling things here first. Don't think too much, for now, let's deal with the situation here, let Hadai Group struggle a bit longer. After these words, they all went their separate ways to handle their tasks. Chairman, they have left. Should we really not take action against them? Shinshen's bodyguard asked curiously. Shinshen waved his hand, indicating that it was unnecessary. The Zhao family's people didn't need to be dealt with for now, they could still be useful. However, Shinshen realized that he needed to find some skilled individuals to have by his side. Dealing with everything alone was becoming troublesome. The War God Temple was a good option, but unfortunately, they had their own matters to attend to at the moment. Therefore, Shinshen couldn't have them protect him during this period. Pondering carefully, he thought about where to find some experts. Just as Shinshen was contemplating this, a young man in a black short-sleeved shirt was approaching from a distance. When he was a short distance away from Shinshen, the young man suddenly stopped. Ha! What's going on here? Shinshen glanced at him curiously. At that moment, the young man asked, Excuse me, are you Shinshen? Shinshen's loyal bodyguards surrounded him, as the sudden appearance of this person was suspicious. No one knew what his intentions were. Shinshen gestured for his men to stand down. However, the young man said, My name is Huang Bieha, the top expert under the Wing Chun Grandmaster. I've been sent by my master to protect you, so here I am. What, the top expert under the Wing Chun Grandmaster? That was certainly unexpected. Shinshen could sense the eagerness of his men to test their skills. Since they were eager, Shinshen decided to let them have a try. Alright then, why don't you spar and see if this top expert under the Wing Chun Grandmaster lives up to his reputation? Shinshen's bodyguards understood what to do as he spoke. In no time, they rushed forward and made their moves. Huang Bieha shook his head helplessly after a brief glance. Too slow. With these words, he swiftly struck. One of the bodyguards was about to attack him, but before he could reach him, Huang Bieha decisively punched him, knocking him down. As the bodyguard tried to get up, Huang Bieha lightly touched his throat with a claw strike. The bodyguard knew that in a real fight, that strike would have been fatal. Huang Bieha continued his assault, charging towards them. By the time he reached them, a smug smile was on his face. Another 2 down. Shinshen had 8 bodyguards, and within moments, Huang Bieha had taken down 3 of them. The The remaining 5 knew that they had to give it their all if they wanted to defeat Huang Bieha. They advanced to surround him and attack. However, Huang Bieha was not about to let them have their way. He fought back, targeting 2 of the bodyguards directly. These 2 had no chance to defend themselves and fell. The remaining 3 were a bit panicked but continued their assault. Soon, Huang Bieha found an opening and defeated all 3 in succession. After finishing them off, Huang Bieha shook his head in resignation. Not strong enough. You might handle ordinary people, but against those with some real strength, you're not sufficient. Hearing this, the bodyguards had nothing to say in response. They knew they were outmatched. Shinshen nodded. It seems you are indeed qualified to be my bodyguard. However, Shinshen had just finished speaking when Huang Bieha looked at him and suddenly said, "But I haven't seen your strength yet. I am the #1 master under the Wing Chun Grandmaster. If you want me to protect you, we need to see if that person has the ability. Alright, make your move." Shinshen waved his hand and said to Huang Bieha in front of him. Huang Bieha furrowed his brows slightly and looked at Shinshen. Although Huang Bieha could tell that Shinshen was a skilled fighter, facing such a master made him feel the muscles all over his body twitching. "Chairman, be careful, this person is very powerful." The bodyguard beside him, seeing Huang Bieha's expression, reminded Shinshen. Shinshen, on the other hand, could not be unaware of Huang Bieha's prowess, so he just glanced at him and gave a faint smile. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Shinshen finished speaking and assumed a stance. However, Huang Bieha in front of Shinshen seemed unfazed. Even when Huang Bieha approached Shinshen, he suddenly felt a momentum coming from all directions, as if a door had locked him in place. Such a strong momentum. Huang Bieha regained his composure, looked at Shinshen, and couldn't help but marvel. However, as Huang Bieha was about to make his next move, Shinshen lightly patted his hand. Originally, Huang Bieha intended to go further, but Shinshen swiftly aimed a knife hand strike at Huang Bieha's neck, making a slicing motion. It was like an extremely sharp blade, leaving Huang Bieha with no room to escape. Now, Huang Bieha couldn't help but feel ridiculous. Despite being a skilled fighter, he couldn't even withstand a single move from Shinshen. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Huang Bieha wouldn't have believed it. "I wonder if I have earned the right now." Shinshen remained indifferent, speaking lightly. Hearing Shinshen's words, Huang Bieha blushed. This response was quite embarrassing for him. After all, he was supposed to be the #1 master under the Grandmaster. Yet, after just one round with Shinshen, he was defeated so easily? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Huang Bieha wouldn't have believed it either. "Alright, you indeed have earned that right." Huang Bieha nodded and said to Shinshen. Shinshen didn't make things difficult for Huang Bieha. Their previous exchange was just a friendly sparring session. In reality, it was nothing serious. However, as Shinshen looked at Huang Bieha, he still wanted to gather some information. So he asked, "By the way, did you encounter anyone from the Zhao family when you arrived?" "The Zhao family?" Huang Bieha was curious. There were several Zhao families in Suzhou City. He wondered which Zhao family Shinshen was referring to. "I remember, I did encounter them. Those people seemed to mention wanting to deal with someone named Shinshen." Huang Bieha had rushed over at the time, so he didn't linger. But now, his pupils contracted as he looked at Shinshen in front of him. Suddenly, he realized that the person they wanted to deal with was none other than Shinshen standing before him. Realizing this, Huang Bieha became anxious. "Let's hurry over now, they shouldn't have left yet." "Wait, is all this true?" Actually, Shinshen felt that he had nothing urgent to attend to at the moment and should meet with them first before deciding. "I would really like to see for myself what these Zhao family members are capable of." Shinshen's words made his companion Huang Bieha eager to give it a try. "Alright, I'll go with you. I am your bodyguard now, so naturally I will follow you to ensure your safety." Huang Bieha looked at Shinshen with a determined expression, speaking directly to him. Seeing Huang Bieha like this, Shinshen nodded slightly. In fact, Huang Bieha was quite skilled. Dealing with ordinary people should be a piece of cake, so Shinshen naturally agreed. However, Huang Bieha was curious, but can just the 2 of us really handle it? Obviously, Huang Bieha was a bit worried. It wouldn't matter much for him personally. At worst, he would just get beaten up. But if something happened to Shinshen, Huang Bieha would be held accountable. "No, I am worried because you are the pride of our Wing Chun lineage. Master instructed me to always protect you no matter what." Huang Bieha looked at Shinshen, speaking earnestly. For some reason, Shinshen suddenly felt touched. "Have you ever thought about improving your strength? Like becoming a Wing Chun Grandmaster?" Shinshen asked curiously, looking at Huang Bieha. Since they were similar in age, if Huang Bieha really advanced further, he could achieve such an honor. But Huang Bieha shook his head at Shinshen. "Ah, if only I could. Master said that without a great opportunity, it would be impossible for me to reach Grandmaster level within 10 years. What, 10 years? Is this path really that difficult? But for Shinshen, it didn't seem that challenging. Perhaps it was because of the system he had. By the way, where are those people located? Shinshen couldn't help but be curious when he saw Huang Bieha like this. Huang Bieha glanced and pointed to a distant place. They are over there. I saw them earlier, they shouldn't have left yet. They haven't? For some reason, Shinshen suddenly had a bad feeling. Rest for 15 minutes, our defense will be strengthened. Strengthened defense? Is this related to what Shinshen is facing now? Shinshen really wanted to ask about this. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded not far away. They're here, don't let anyone escape, attack. What's going on? Just after that was said, sticks started flying in from all directions. Seeing this, Huang Bieha beside Shinshen suddenly panicked. Oh my, what's going on, my head? 2 fists are no match for 4 hands, especially with so many things around. Shinshen suddenly realized that these people had been lying in wait here, planning to attack him after receiving information about him. Oomph, what can you do even if you ambush us? Come on. Huang Bieha at this moment looked apologetically at Shinshen. Shinshen, I'm really sorry, if it wasn't for me, then. Huang Bieha looked at Shinshen and subconsciously spoke. But as Huang Bieha finished speaking, Shinshen waved his hand. It's okay, this was something that couldn't be avoided in the first place. Since we've encountered it now, let it come. Shinshen, at that moment, looked ahead and spoke suddenly. It was quite unexpected when Shinshen spoke those words, catching everyone off guard. The people around looked at Shinshen in surprise. Let's go. Suddenly, someone said, and the others rushed forward. Shinshen turned to look at Huang Bieha. Can you handle this alone? Don't worry, I got this. Huang Bieha waved his hand casually. At that moment, Huang Bieha even picked up a stick from the ground, looking ready to take on any challenge. Seeing Huang Bieha like this, Shinshen decided not to bother with him for now. Who is in charge here? Shinshen asked, and one person pointed towards him. You are not qualified to know. After saying that, Shinshen swiftly moved and slapped him across the face. After these actions, Shinshen spoke directly. I detest impoliteness the most. Shinshen's words left the people in front of him stunned. Their gazes shifted towards Shinshen. What are you all waiting for? Let's attack together. Exactly, there are only 2 of them, can't we handle them? Of course, let's go together and show them what we are made of. On the other side, Huang Bieha brandished his stick with confidence. No one dared to approach him. Consequently, most people targeted Shinshen. Shinshen glanced at Huang Bieha, deciding not to worry about him for now. Now, Shinshen aimed to expose the mastermind behind all this. With that in mind, Shinshen walked straight towards them. What's the matter? Are you not coming out? If you don't show up, don't blame me for what happens next. Shinshen believed that he needed to find the mastermind behind all this. It seems that the Zhao family is plotting against me. Shinshen could clearly see through their intentions. This matter seemed far from simple to Shinshen. At that moment, Zhao Yuanwu looked smugly at Shinshen. Shinshen dares to come alone and cause trouble for me? It seems we don't need to worry at all. After Zhao Yuanwu's words, the people around him nodded in agreement. In fact, they all shared the same sentiment. Therefore, they all said, the boss is right, this guy is just unlucky this time. If it weren't for that commotion, we wouldn't have noticed Shinshen. If that's the case, maybe we can also take over the Haotai group while we're at it. As the people around them spoke, Zhao Yuanwu nodded repeatedly, fully aware of the situation. Previously, Zhao Guangming was in charge of these matters. However, for some reason, Zhao Guangming left midway with his men. Therefore, in Zhao Yuanwu's eyes, the responsibility fell on him. Go outside and see what's happening. After Zhao Yuanwu spoke, his men nodded in agreement. One of them went out but was struck hard with a stick before he could even stand properly, sending him flying. The tension rose among the people, all eyes fixed on the scene before them. Who is it? Zhao Yuanwu frowned, looking ahead and asked suddenly. At that moment, Shinshen walked towards them, addressing them directly. You were just bad-mouthing me, and now you don't remember? When Shinshen uttered these words, it was obvious that Zhao Yuanwu realized it. As Zhao Yuanwu looked ahead, his heart was filled with anger. The Zhao family guards beside Zhao Yuanwu also looked at Shinshen as if facing a formidable enemy. They had not expected that despite the many people outside, no one could stop Shinshen. But now that these things had happened, the score had to be settled one way or another. What do you want? Zhao Yuanwu asked Shinshen, suppressing his anger. After Zhao Yuanwu finished speaking, the other Zhao family members stared at Shinshen intently. Although they didn't know what Shinshen intended to do, they couldn't underestimate the situation now. Shinshen smiled faintly, Actually, what I want is simple. Your Zhao family just needs to be loyal to me. As for the misunderstandings before, if you are loyal, I will consider them non-existent. Shinshen's words made the people around him look at him fiercely. They felt increasingly angry at what Shinshen said. What are you saying? Why should the Zhao family surrender to you? Exactly, who do you think you are to make us surrender, in your dreams? Since that's the case, why wait, let's attack directly. After these words, they rushed forward, surrounding Shinshen. Behind Shinshen, Huang Bieha also rushed out. Huang Bieha wielded a stick vigorously, creating a fierce wind. In no time, those around Huang Bieha couldn't resist for long before being knocked down. Initially, Zhao Yuanwu was quite pleased, but in a short while, he had completely lost his previous confidence because Shinshen and Huang Bieha had almost dealt with all his men. How dare you deal with me? The Zhao family will never let you off, Zhao Yuanwu said, suddenly losing his confidence. This was no joke, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't decide on this matter. So now, Zhao Yuanwu was pleading, let me go, please, just don't kill me, I'll do anything. Let him go? This was the most ridiculous joke Shinshen had heard. Alright, I can consider it. But you have to jump from here. If you survive, I'll let you go. How about that? Shinshen looked at Zhao Yuanwu, half smiling. I'll jump. Then, with a bang, Zhao Yuanwu jumped straight from the second floor. Seeing this, Huang Bieha looked at Shinshen. Shinshen, he really jumped. After Huang Bieha spoke, Shinshen smiled. Yes, one can only say that nowadays, people can do anything to survive. After Shinshen finished speaking, Huang Bieha fell silent. After all, these matters were already laid out before them. Facing Huang Bieha, Shinshen said, it's better to leave now. If we stay, when their people arrive, we won't be able to escape. After Shinshen finished speaking, Huang Bieha was puzzled. However, he also understood the problem. Currently, the position where Shinshen and Huang Bieha were located probably posed a significant issue. At this moment, Shinshen said directly, it seems like the place you found is one of the most crucial locations within the Zhao family. So, if we delay any longer, they will come directly, and we won't be able to escape. Shinshen's words ignited a fire in Huang Bieha's heart. What's there to worry about? Let them come. There's nothing to be afraid of. I'll protect you when the time comes, Huang Bieha said. Shinshen couldn't help but feel doubtful for some reason. Huang Bieha's strength with his limp might be sufficient against ordinary people. However, when facing a true master, it was clear that he might not be up to par. This was a fatal flaw. Fortunately, his ability to withstand attacks had improved. This would make things easier moving forward. Rest for 10 minutes and gain immunity to poisons. Oh, another reward? Shinshen thought it wasn't a bad deal after all. Day after day, they kept receiving so many rewards. If things continued this way, the future looked promising. However, it seemed like something was about to happen. Shinshen deduced this based on his past experiences. Shinshen, be careful, someone is approaching. Huang Bieha held a stick, standing in front of Shinshen. Although his strength seemed lacking in Shinshen's eyes, Shinshen believed that having him join the War God Temple would be a great asset. Thinking about this, Shinshen found the idea appealing. Just as Huang Bieha was speaking, Shinshen looked into the distance. Soon enough, he spotted a person approaching. It was a woman, a very beautiful woman at that. Ha, just a mere woman. Shinshen, don't worry, I'll handle this woman, Huang Bieha said confidently as he moved forward without hesitation. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Sherry's face. Are you sure you want to lay a hand on such a beautiful woman like me? Sherry smiled and spoke directly. Shinshen couldn't help but keep his eyes on Sherry after her words. Since she arrived, Shinshen had a bad feeling about this woman. Therefore, he always suspected that she might do something. Now, Sherry waved her hand in front of her. A unique fragrance filled the air. Huang Bieha was about to make a move but suddenly felt powerless, as if all strength had left his body. This is strange. Why do I feel so weak, like I have no strength at all? Huang Bieha looked at Sherry and realized. You, how dare you plot against me? Shinshen, run, don't mind me. Huang Bieha turned to Shinshen and said. However, before Huang Bieha could finish his sentence, he collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Sherry walked forward, shaking her head. It's a pity. I thought you could put up a fight, but now. Sherry sighed as she spoke. After Sherry finished speaking, Shinshen smiled lightly, his gaze fixed on her. At that moment, Sherry also sensed that something was amiss. She was surprised to see Shinshen still standing there. How is it possible that you're unharmed? Sherry's eyes narrowed as she looked at Shinshen, her pupils contracting as she asked suddenly. Upon hearing Sherry's question, Shinshen raised an eyebrow and replied, Are you talking about me? I think it's because I am immune to poisons, Shinshen said, looking at Sherry. Initially, Sherry had expected that she could quickly take Shinshan and Huang Bieha away once she made her move. However, things were turning out differently than she had imagined. Don't bother scheming. I'm not falling for your tricks. Shinshan reached out and pointed at the Sherry in front of him, speaking without any reservation. As Shinshan finished speaking, Sherry's heart was burning with anger. To Sherry, this matter seemed far from simple. Oof, although it's a bit troublesome, ultimately, it needs to be resolved. As Sherry spoke, her speed increased, heading straight towards Shinshan. Despite Shinshan's remarkable performance earlier, it couldn't change Sherry's determination. She felt that some things needed to be resolved by her own hands. So at this moment, Sherry looked at Shinshan with full confidence. You definitely can't escape from my grasp. After Sherry finished speaking, she made a move without hesitation. However, Shinshan, at this moment, remained unfazed. I can't deny that you have indeed performed well. But compared to me, you still have a long way to go. Shinshan's gaze fell on Sherry in front of him and suddenly spoke. Moreover, Shinshan knew that there were many people ambushed outside. If Shinshan's guess was correct, these matters were related to Lin Zhonghu. So at this moment, Shinshan looked ahead and suddenly smiled. What did Lin Zhonghu give you guys to make you go to such lengths to deal with me? Shinshan's words made Sherry's eyes dim slightly. Just a life, but this matter has nothing to do with you. After coming to her senses, Sherry looked at Shinshan, her face showing an indescribable determination. In the blink of an eye, Sherry's speed suddenly increased. In an instant, Sherry's speed began to escalate. Enough talk, just die. Oomph, just you? Shinshan looked at Sherry in front of him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes as he spoke suddenly. At this moment, Shinshan's words felt like a heavy blow. For Sherry, it was still a headache. How could Shinshan be so strong? The intelligence Sherry had didn't inform her of Shinshan's strength. Seeing Sherry's reaction, Shinshan raised an eyebrow. Now, either you leave or... But before that, bring out the antidote. Shinshan said, extending his hand towards Sherry. With Shinshan's words, Sherry felt increasingly frustrated. But from her current perspective, Sherry felt more and more excited. This matter indeed needed to be resolved properly. After observing for a while, Sherry snorted, "Humph, why should I agree to give you the antidote?" Sherry's words made Shinshan sigh helplessly. Alas, I wanted to discuss this matter with you, but since you don't want to talk, then I can't be blamed. When Shinshan looked at Sherry, he was straightforward. As for Sherry, she sneered coldly. Even if you defeat me, escaping unscathed is impossible with Lin Zhonghu. Sherry was about to continue speaking, but Shinshan frowned. What about Lin Zhonghu? Shinshan just mentioned it, and Sherry fell silent. It was as if the person who mentioned Lin Zhonghu earlier wasn't her. However, at this moment, there was no need for further words, just a decisive action. Seeking death. Sherry looked at Shinshan and struck at his chest. Originally, Sherry could have used hidden weapons. However, she remembered that Shinshan had just said he was immune to all poisons. So, if Sherry used this move against Shinshan now, it would simply be inviting trouble. This point, in itself, was beyond doubt. Seeing this, Shinshan grabbed Sherry's hand directly. What do you want? Sherry struggled, but Shinshan moved closer to her. What do you think I can do? Especially to someone as beautiful as you. Shinshan's words made Sherry's ears tickle. She opened her mouth, about to say something to Shinshan. But before the words left her mouth, Sherry felt something touch her neck. Then, she lost consciousness and collapsed. Shinshan looked calmly at the unconscious Sherry. He searched her and found a small bottle. Shinshan sniffed it lightly. The smell is the same. Looks like this is the antidote. Shinshan muttered to himself, then turned to Huang Bieha, took out the antidote, and gave it to him. At that moment, Huang Bieha slowly opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. Strange, where am I? Could it be that I'm dead? As Huang Bieha finished speaking, Shinshan felt a headache. This Huang Bieha was quite a character. Since he was following Shinshan, how could Shinshan let anything happen to him? So, this was quite understandable. Shinshan smiled slightly as he looked at Huang Bieha. It's okay, you were poisoned, and I found the antidote on her to give to you. Upon hearing Shinshan's words, Huang Bieha understood. But he was not naive, he knew the situation. So, Huang Bieha looked at Shinshan anxiously. Shinshan, you need to leave quickly, I'll hold them off here. Hearing Huang Bieha, Shinshan felt helpless. What was Huang Bieha trying to do? In any case, Shinshan would never abandon Huang Bieha. Let's go together. Besides, I don't even consider these people a threat. After Shinshan spoke, Huang Bieha was taken aback. However, when Huang Bieha looked at Shinshan, his eyes revealed a sharp glint. If all this was true, in Huang Bieha's eyes, it was indeed a good thing. At this moment, Huang Bieha suddenly smiled. Good, it seems you have a comprehensive plan. But what about those people outside? Huang Biaha wanted to say that with so many people watching, leaving wouldn't be easy. But for others, it might be difficult. However, in Shinchen's view, it wasn't that challenging. Forget it, let's go. Outside, Lin Zhonghu stood there, his face showing displeasure. What's taking so long? Haven't they finished yet? The people beside him wanted to say something to Lin Zhonghu when they saw his expression. But Lin Zhonghu sighed, forget it, I'll go in and see for myself. The others could only follow Lin Zhonghu. Although they didn't know what would happen next, at this pace, they decided not to think about other matters for now. Let's go in first, and we'll deal with the rest later. As these thoughts crossed their minds, they nodded in agreement. However, the scene inside was chaotic, making Lin Zhonghu's scalp tingle. What on earth is going on here? In the forest, Lin Zhonghu felt increasingly uneasy. It was as if something heavy had struck his heart. Looking around, no one dared to speak. Enraged, Lin Zhonghu kicked the nearby table with such force that it shattered into pieces. Damn it, that bastard has completely fooled us, he cursed. Find him. Even if we have to turn the whole city of Suzhou and Hangzhou upside down, we must find that kid. As Lin Zhonghu spoke, the people around him trembled in fear. But once they regained their composure, they nodded in agreement. Since the situation had escalated to this point, they knew they had to act. Lin Zhonghu emphasized, let's not dwell on other matters for now, but this issue must be resolved quickly. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family branch, Zhao Mingguang furrowed his brows in contemplation. He was aware of the truth, Shinshen was the mastermind behind the schemes against the Zhao family. Turning to his companions, Zhao Mingguang asked, are we ready over there? This time, Zhao Mingguang had to deal with Shinshen, the chairman of Haodai Group, a formidable opponent in his eyes. To secure victory, he knew he needed to employ certain tactics. His subordinates assured him, boss, rest assured, everything is in place. We can strike at any time. Hearing this, Zhao Mingguang nodded in agreement. This was a matter he urgently needed to address. As he contemplated the situation, Zhao Mingguang suddenly smiled. He knew exactly what needed to be done. Prepare the brothers. This time, I will uproot Shinshen and Haodai Group. His words stirred excitement among the people around him. They believed it was necessary to address the issue at hand to ease their grievances. They expressed their determination, indeed, if not for Shinshen, we wouldn't be in this mess. Let's make sure he can't set foot in Suzhou and Hangzhou. Urged by their companions, Zhao Mingguang's men were eager to take action. However, Zhao Mingguang remained calm. He gestured, why rush? Lin Zhonghu has already taken action. And Zhao Yuanwu is there too. Can they escape? Mention of these two individuals excited the others. Lin Zhonghu was known for his strength, while Zhao Yuanwu was infamous for his cunning. Those targeted by Zhao Yuanwu never fared well. At a glance, it seemed like good news. Zhao Mingguang couldn't help but smile at the progress so far. Just then, a subordinate rushed over in a panic. Boss, we have a big problem. How could things go wrong when everything seemed fine? Zhao Mingguang felt like he was losing his mind. Speak, what's the matter? Zhao Mingguang looked at the person in front of him, waved his hand, and suddenly spoke. Upon hearing Zhao Mingguang's words, the person beside him said to Zhao Mingguang, Lin Zhonghu's men failed to catch anyone, letting Shinshen and his group escape. What, they actually let them escape? How do these guys handle things? However, Zhao Mingguang was curious, losing Lin Zhonghu was not a big deal, but what about Zhao Yuanwu? Zhao Yuanwu was, after all, a member of the Zhao family. Couldn't he handle such a small matter? Now, the more Zhao Mingguang thought about it, the angrier he felt. And the person beside him seemed to remember something and continued, Zhao Yuanwu seems to be no match for Shinshen. He was forced by Shinshen to jump from the second floor. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingguang felt relieved. It's fine, Zhao Yuanwu's physique, jumping from the second floor, at most, just a few broken bones. Others thought the same. But the next moment, the person beside him continued, no, it's not like that. Zhao Yuanwu jumped from his secret base. What? Hearing this from his subordinate, Zhao Mingguang widened his eyes. The distance from the second floor of that place to the first floor was over 4 meters. The consequences of jumping from there were evident. Shinshen has gone too far. I didn't expect him to do such a thing. Zhao Mingguang was burning with anger. If looks could kill, Zhao Mingguang's opponent would have been torn to shreds long ago. And the people around Zhao Mingguang, upon hearing this news, were also getting angry and wanting to curse. This bastard, his existence is definitely a threat to us. In my opinion, we absolutely cannot take it lightly. We must take action to get rid of him. Exactly, boss, let's not think too much now, or we should strike early. These people started saying. At this moment, even Zhao Mingguang's heart was filled with murderous intent. This matter could not be taken lightly. Since it had happened, then next, Zhao Mingguan would not hesitate to be ruthless. Zhao Mingguan was about to say something, but not far away, a piercing scream rang out. Who is it? Zhao Mingguan looked up towards the distance. Others also became alert. And not far away, footsteps approached. It was none other than Xin Shen, the one these people had been discussing. Xin Shen came straight towards them, looking at the group, a faint smile playing on his lips. You've been looking for me all this time, and now, you still don't know who I am? Xin Shen's words made Zhao Mingguan frown. Xin Shen, it's you. Zhao Mingguan and the others had been plotting to deal with Xin Shen, even wishing to dismember him. But now, they hadn't expected this. They hadn't gone looking for Xin Shen yet, and here he was, coming directly to them. This truly fueled their anger. What are you doing here? Don't you know we hate you to the core? You're walking into the lion's den. Aren't you worried we'll get rid of you? Perhaps before, Zhao Mingguan might have been a bit worried. But now, since Xin Shen had come, Zhao Mingguan felt much more at ease and confident. As for Xin Shen, seeing Zhao Mingguan's reaction, how could he not know what he was up to? After observing for a while, Xin Shen directly said, I'm not worried about that, but I'm here to ask you to surrender to me. Next, I want your loyalty to me. When Xin Shen spoke, Zhao Mingguan laughed directly. Ha, ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Why should we be loyal to you? Oh, that's what you say. Since your choice is disloyalty, then die. Xin Shen's words were sharp, like a blade, swiftly cutting through the sky and landing directly in front of him. But to Zhao Mingguan, it seemed even more amusing. Ha, I have many people here, and you only brought a follower, yet you demand our loyalty? Today, I declare, none of you will leave here alive. Attack. With these words from Zhao Mingguan, his men immediately rushed forward without hesitation. Xin Shen, however, suddenly smiled. This Zhao Mingguan was really overestimating himself. Beside Xin Shen, Huang Biahe held a long stick and shouted, Brothers, it's up to you now. As he finished speaking, not far away, a group of well-trained bodyguards quickly rushed out. These men were all retired special forces. In terms of skills alone, they were stronger than Zhao's guards. However, Xin Shen had slightly fewer people on his side, maintaining a 50-50 balance. Zhao Mingguan was not worried, looking at Xin Shen with a cold smile. Ha, it seems I have more people than you. This time, watch how I defeat you. After Zhao Mingguan finished speaking, he waved his hand. His men, without a word, began to attack Xin Shen directly. However, Xin Shen looked disdainfully ahead, the smile on his face sweeping over Zhao Mingguan. Sometimes, it's not about having more people on your side to win. It's about which leader has more momentum. After Xin Shen finished speaking, he turned his fists into claws and grabbed the throat of one of Zhao's guards. With a gentle force, a sound of bones breaking immediately followed, and the guard fell down. Seeing this, a smile spread across Xin Shen's face. How about that? Do you see now? Xin Shen's words made Zhao Mingguan even angrier. What are you waiting for? Attack! You have such momentum, let's see how long it can last. After Zhao Mingguan spoke, his men raised their sticks and charged at Xin Shen. Unable to hold back, Huang Biahe swept his long stick. Feels good, really good. I didn't expect protecting you to be even better than training in the martial arts school. It wasn't apparent, but Huang Biahe seemed to enjoy fighting. However, this attitude was just right for the situation. Xin Shen smiled without saying a word. In fact, Xin Shen was well aware of everything happening. He seemed completely confident in his position. I don't care how many people you have today. Even if all of Zhao's family members come, they won't be able to save you. Xin Shen finished speaking and accelerated. One of Zhao's guards raised his weapon and aimed at Xin Shen's head. Before the stick could hit Xin Shen's head, he slightly dodged, avoiding the blow. Xin Shen then struck the man with a long punch. Another sound of bones breaking echoed, and the man fell lifeless. Xin Shen paid no attention and continued walking forward. As he walked, he continued speaking. It seems you only have this much strength. It appears I overestimated you before. With Xin Shen's words, Zhao Mingguan couldn't help but feel a bit scared. How could this be possible? Especially when dealing with Xin Shen, there was no sign of pressure at all. Such strength, such superb combat skills. It's not something that can be explained in a few words. Zhao Mingguan vaguely felt that things might not go well on his side. If that's really the case, then this is definitely not good news. Xin Shen, you are acting alone, you won't have a good ending. You will become the #1 enemy of all the major families in Suzhou City. Zhao Mingguan pointed at Xin Shen, gritting his teeth, about to say something more to him. But Xin Shen just smiled smugly. So, does that mean you're afraid? As Xin Shen's words fell, Zhao Mingguan suddenly fell silent. In fact, he was indeed afraid. At this moment, Zhao Mingguan looked at Xin Shen, gritting his teeth, silently calculating what to do next. But how could Xin Shen not see through it? At this moment, Shin Shen waved his hand. Alright, stop worrying about these things, make your move. Today, it's either you die or I perish. I know how much you wish it was me who dies, but let me tell you, today the one who dies will be you. After Shin Shen finished speaking, he swiftly made his move. Zhao Mingguang widened his eyes, staring at Shin Shen intently. It's absolutely impossible for me to surrender to you. The Zhao family will not let you off. When Zhao Mingguang said these words, Shin Shen shook his head helplessly. Why keep going back and forth with the same thing? Do you people have nothing else to say besides this? Shin Shen said, one hand already at Zhao Mingguang's throat. At this moment, Zhao Mingguang immediately thought of the scene of those people falling earlier. How could this be? Zhao Mingguang absolutely could not die in a place like this. Thinking of this, Zhao Mingguang gritted his teeth, about to say something. But before he could speak, Shin Shen suddenly made his move. With a crisp sound, Zhao Mingguang's eyes widened, the words that were on the tip of his tongue ultimately left unsaid. Soon after, Zhao Mingguang collapsed. The Zhao family's guards around looked at each other, suddenly unsure of what to do next. Their leader had fallen, should they continue to fight? Continue? Shin Shen looked at the people in front of him, coldly smiling, and asked. Shin Shen's words clearly made the Zhao family members drop their weapons one after another. What's the point of fighting in this situation? Shin Shen, is it settled like this? Huang Biehe looked here, somewhat curious. After all, he hadn't had his fill of the action yet. Yes, now I'll give you a task, you're in charge here. If there are other actions, I'll find you anytime. Shin Shen said, and Huang Biehe looked here, somewhat curious. Is this okay too? Seeing this, Huang Biehe suddenly didn't know what to say. Shin Shen, you. Huang Biehe wanted to say that he still needed to protect Shin Shen. But Shin Shen smiled, you and Huang Biehe stay here, I'll go out and take care of something. Brother Tiger, it's not right for you to say that. My Zhao family has done everything to help you, and you're making me carry this alone? Zhao Shang, as the head of the Zhao family, felt frustrated about this matter. If he had known it would be like this, why would he have pushed so hard? If others didn't know, they would think he, Zhao Shang, was just idling around. But now, Lin Zhonghu on the phone sounded slightly more relaxed. Actually, you don't need to be so angry, it was my negligence. Let's do this, take down that kid, all his assets will be yours. Upon hearing Lin Zhonghu's words, Zhao Shang's expression improved slightly. Brother Hu, it's not right to say that. After all your hard work, you got nothing. Zhao Shang opened his mouth and spoke to this side. However, Lin Zhonghu did not care about this matter. That's not what I'm concerned about. My goal is to take down that kid and avenge my brother. Upon hearing Lin Zhonghu's words, Zhao Shang understood. However, he didn't lose out in this cooperation. So, Zhao Shang discussed the details with Lin Zhonghu. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Shang looked at the people beside him. Everyone must have seen what just happened. Hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. They had naturally witnessed the incident. Therefore, they all gazed ahead. Master, what should we do now? Since the Zhao family suffered heavy losses, they were eager to resolve the matter more than anyone else. After pondering for a moment, Zhao Shang finally said, my goal is simple, that kid must die. As Zhao Shang spoke, the people around him took a sharp breath. Clearly, they were all aware of the situation. Seeing this, Zhao Shang continued, Master is right. So, why are we waiting? Let's take action now. The others agreed and expressed their readiness to act. Witnessing this, Zhao Shang felt even more determined. Indeed, we must deal with this guy and plan carefully. Zhao Shang believed their previous mistakes led to this situation. If they thoroughly investigated everything this time, there would be no issues when they acted. Thinking about this, the others appeared more serious. Master, there's news about Shin Shen. At that moment, someone hurried over and informed Zhao Shang. The others turned their attention to the situation. What was going on? Some were puzzled by the turn of events. Directly addressing the situation, Zhao Shang asked, what about Shin Shen? After Zhao Shang's inquiry, the person hesitated before responding. Shin Shen seems to be heading our way. What's happening? Shin Shen is coming here? What could this mean? How many people are with him? It was best to clarify the situation first. After Zhao Shang asked, the person replied, only Shin Shen. What? Only Shin Shen? That was strange. Was there something unusual going on? However, upon further thought, it still didn't make sense. Forget it, let's not worry about that for now. Since Shin Shen is here, let's make sure he doesn't leave alive. As Zhao Shang looked ahead, a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. The others nodded in agreement. The head of the family was right. Who does Shin Shen think he is? Anyway, if they dare to come over, then we'll show them the consequences of offending us. This time, we're going all out. If they dare to come, let them come. Not only Shinshen alone, even if a group of people come, they will not be spared. As for Zhao Shang, his eyes narrowed slightly, a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. Very well, this is how it should be. Follow me. After Zhao Shang finished speaking, the others nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, on the other side, Shinshen headed straight towards the Zhao family, his determination unwavering. At that moment, Shinshen's phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, Shinshen answered the call. Hello, miss, what made you call me? Shinshen was talking to Lin Qingsno. Lin Qingsno sounded a bit anxious. You don't understand anything. Going to the Zhao family alone is very dangerous. Hurry back, I'll figure out a way to help you. Upon hearing Lin Qingsno's words, Shinshen just smiled faintly. Once something is set in motion, there's no turning back. What's going on? As Shinshen finished speaking, Lin Qingsno wanted to say more, but the call had already been disconnected. Shinshen slowly raised his head to look ahead. At that moment, he recalled the voice he had heard earlier in his mind. Rest for 10 minutes, there's unrest at the Zhao family. Although Shinshen didn't know the nature of the unrest yet, another voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Rest for 20 minutes, gain 40% of Zhao family's shares, and have half of Zhao family's people pledge loyalty to you. Hearing this, Shinshen almost burst out laughing. What was there to worry about when half of the Zhao family's people were loyal to him? In this situation, everything was going in his favor. So now, everyone is worried that something might happen to me. But in this state, how could anything possibly go wrong for me? Shinshen looked into the distance and suddenly smiled. He knew that the ones in trouble would be others, not him. Shinshen hadn't reached the gates of the Zhao family yet, but the Zhao family members had already gathered there. All eyes were on Shinshen. Soon, Zhao Shang emerged. When he saw Shinshen, a smug smile appeared on his face. Ha, Shinshen, I never expected you to actually dare to come here. Zhao Shang's words were echoed by the Zhao family guards around him. Exactly, who does Shinshen think he is, believing he can solve this matter? It's a joke. Even if he's capable, facing our Zhao family, he's powerless. That's why we say he's not up to the task. We'll see soon enough. After these words were spoken, Zhao Shang raised an eyebrow and looked at Shinshen. This was the outcome he desired. As long as it was against Shinshen, Zhao Shang was willing to use any means necessary. After all, without Shinshen, how could the Zhao family have suffered such heavy losses? Therefore, no matter what, this account had to be settled properly. Seeing this, Zhao Shang laughed. Give up, you have no chance. No chance? If these words were spoken to someone else, Shinshen wouldn't have thought much of it. But now, these words were directed at Shinshen. So, in this context, they didn't hold much weight. At this moment, Shinshen raised his head to look at Zhao Shang in front of him, displaying a calm demeanor. The one with no chance is you. After all, without full confidence, how could Shinshen recklessly move forward? Yet here he was, encountering it. For Shinshen, this was quite favorable. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Shinshen's face. Now, it was time to. Shinshen looked ahead, intending to signal for action. However, not long after, a voice suddenly sounded behind Shinshen. Shinshen is right. From now on, you will have no more chances. With that, a group of people rushed straight towards them. This scene even startled Shinshen himself. Sun Ting, why are you here? Shinshen spoke, and Sun Ting arrived with people from the Sun family. You are my Sun family's benefactor, and besides, you are very important to me. As Sun Ting spoke, a hint of shyness appeared on her cheeks. Shinshen was slightly distracted by this. Wait, this rhythm seems off. Shinshen was about to say something here, but Sun Ting's face showed seriousness. What does the Zhao family count for? If they dare to cause you trouble, then I will expel them from the Zhao family. As Sun Ting finished speaking, the Sun family guards behind her nodded in agreement. This unexpected turn caught Shinshen off guard. But this was not the end of it. Soon, another voice spoke up. With all this commotion, can I, Su Yuhong, join in? Su Yuhong? The proprietress of the Red Sister Bar? At this moment, the people from the Zhao family were all a bit stunned, not expecting this turn of events. Indeed, the proprietress of the Red Sister Bar was truly a beauty. Although not heavily made up, her natural beauty outshone many celebrities. On the other side, another voice chimed in. Since that's the case, count me in, Huang Yu. Huang Yu might not be as famous, but his sturdy muscles and towering height of nearly 6 feet made him stand out in the crowd. In no time, these people gathered in front. This made Zhao Shang furrow his brows. Is this what you call no reinforcements? Zhao Shang said, and these people looked somewhat innocent. After all, they hadn't noticed anyone sneaking in before. How did it suddenly turn into this situation? They were at a loss for words on how to proceed. They felt like they had been tricked. The members of the Zhao family all looked troubled. What should we do? This situation seems to be heading towards an all-out confrontation. Indeed, it's really giving us a headache. We should settle this score with them properly. No need to say more. It's a matter of course. Our people are almost here. If a fight breaks out, who knows who will come out on top? These people were discussing among themselves. Zhao Shang now dared not underestimate Shin Chen. I didn't expect this kid to be so charismatic. It seems that Tiger Brothers' concerns were not unfounded. But since this situation had unfolded, it was pointless to dwell on it further. At this point, we can only think of another way to solve this matter. Zhao Shang, seeing this, was silently pondering what to do next. However, at that moment, Shin Chen turned around and said, "Everyone, thank you for your help, but don't worry, I can handle this matter. Moreover, this is a matter between him and me, let me settle it with the Zhao family." After Shin Chen finished speaking, the warriors of the War God Temple stood up one after another. "Leader, we are with you." Although they admired Shin Chen's courage, reality was already laid out before them. So, in their view, such matters should be resolved quickly. However, Shin Chen remained calm. "It's fine, no need, none of you need to help. Wait, I'll give Zhao Shang a surprise." Shin Chen's words were resolute, leaving Zhao Shang looking bewildered. What's going on here? Why suddenly make him feel confused? Thinking about this, Zhao Shang coldly smiled. "Shin Chen, if I heard correctly, are you planning to face the entire Zhao family alone?" Zhao Shang thought Shin Chen must be crazy. On Shin Chen's side, others also looked at him with concern. This was too risky. They wanted to advise Shin Chen against such actions. But Shin Chen turned to the others behind him and waved his hand. "Don't worry, I won't fight a battle I'm not sure of. Step back, you'll see what's going on in a moment. So, what do you want to do now?" Zhao Shang looked at Shin Chen, feeling a sense of satisfaction. In Zhao Shang's view, if Shin Chen let his companions help, he might have a chance. However, Shin Chen's words made Zhao Shang find the situation more intriguing. Still too young, unaware of the dangers of society. In my opinion, Tiger Brother doesn't need to act, I can take care of you directly. As Zhao Shang looked at Shin Chen, a smug expression appeared on his face. These events, as seen by Zhao Shang, made him feel more confident. Since that's the case, following this rhythm, success is within reach. With this in mind, Zhao Shang looked at Shin Chen, his face showing a fierce expression. Sun Ting was also worried. "Shin Chen, what will he do?" Huang Yu shook his head. "I don't know, but the leader shouldn't take unnecessary risks." Although that's what they said, until the last moment, no one knew what would happen next. So, at this point, it's best not to say too much. However, Su Yuhong was not as worried at this moment. "I think you're all overthinking it." When Su Yuhong said this, it piqued the curiosity of the others. What's going on? Why would Su Yuhong say this now? Could it be that Shin Chen, facing the Zhao family alone, still has a chance to turn the tables? At this moment, Su Yuhong looked ahead and suddenly spoke. "Although I haven't known him for long, I have some understanding of him. I know he won't take unnecessary risks, so." Su Yuhong paused suddenly. This made the people around her feel puzzled. "Are you saying?" Huang Yu looked at Su Yuhong, as if suddenly understanding something. Sun Ting became more and more puzzled. What are these two up to, playing this guessing game here? Why are they acting like this, making Sun Ting unable to understand? Su Yuhong coughed lightly twice. "These are just speculations, you'll see once you read it." Indeed, after these words were spoken, everyone turned their gaze towards the front. Meanwhile, Shin Chen pointed at Zhao Shang. "Aren't you curious why I bravely face you alone? Well, now I can tell you." Shin Chen's words made Zhao Shang tilt his head back, finding it increasingly amusing. No matter how you look at it, it feels so intriguing. Zhao Shang's face showed a hint of pride. "Alright, I'd love to see what surprising theories you can come up with." As Zhao Shang spoke, Shin Chen smiled slightly. "Actually, your people have long joined me." As Shin Chen finished speaking, the whole place fell into silence. This statement completely caught everyone off guard. Shin Chen's aides were fine, as they were on his side, so they were just surprised, looking towards Zhao's people. The guards of Zhao's family looked at each other. "Who has joined Shin Chen's side? Come forward and admit it." "Yes, so cunning, to do such a thing, we must find this person." "No, judging by the situation, the number shouldn't be small, how many are there?" While things were escalating on one side, Zhao's family was already on high alert. Zhao Shang also realized the problem. How could this happen? If things continued at this pace, before Shin Chen could do anything, his own men would start fighting. So, seeing this, Zhao Shang coldly said, "Why are you panicking? These are just his tactics to divide us, don't fall for it, everyone, attack." After Zhao Shang's words, the others around him nodded in agreement. They thought Zhao Shang made sense. Shin Chen, don't waste your schemes, you are just." Just as Zhao Shang was speaking, a knife was placed directly at his neck. Zhao Shang looked puzzled at the person in front of him. What do you mean? After Zhao Shang spoke, the person in front of him smiled. Zhao Shang, you are too stubborn. Under your leadership, Zhao's family is declining, and we, brothers, are not living well. Fortunately, Mr. Shin has intentions to recruit us, so we decided to abandon the dark and join Mr. Shun. What? This turn of events almost made Zhao Shang spit blood in anger. Looking at those people in front of him, Zhao Shang gritted his teeth. Fine, very well, you think I'm easy to bully, huh? People of Zhao's family, attack, capture these traitors, I will reward generously. As Zhao Shang spoke, behind him, cries of pain erupted. What is going on here? Others felt even more confused seeing this. After all, from start to finish, they had no idea what was happening here. One person stood up. We have decided to join Mr. Shin, and we are cutting ties with Zhao's family. Whoever dares to follow Zhao Shang's words will be against Mr. Shin. Whoever dares to oppose Mr. Shin, this will be the consequence. Pointing at the fallen ones, that person said directly. Zhao Shang stared blankly at this scene, his face filled with astonishment. What is going on here? Did Shin Chen drug them? How did one by one, all of them join Shin Chen? Aren't you all from my Zhao family? Why would you do such a thing? Am I the only one, as the head of Zhao's family, who is sincerely against Shin Chen? Are all of you undercover agents? Zhao Shang almost felt like dying from exasperation. Being held at knife point by his own men, Zhao Shang found it hard to accept that they were all on the same side. I surrender. Zhao Shang's surrender left Shin Chen somewhat helpless. Continuing like this seemed pointless. Shin Chen didn't think it mattered much whether Zhao Shang stayed or not. Since Zhao Shang wanted to join, Shin Chen saw no rush to act against him. Well, since you surrender, you handle this matter among yourselves. As for the Zhao family, they will be under my command from now on, you will manage them. Shin Chen pointed at the man holding a knife to Zhao Shang's neck. Upon hearing Shin Chen's words, the man nodded repeatedly. Thank you, Mr. Shin, I will do my best to serve you. Shin Chen, I was worried about you before, but I see you've already won them over? Sun Ting expressed her surprise to Shin Chen. Others also admired Shin Chen greatly. His methods had caught them all off guard. If someone had told them earlier about Shin Chen's intentions, they would never have believed it. But now, it was all out in the open. Huang Yu even praised, Leader, you are truly remarkable. With the Zhao family settled, who should we deal with next? Huang Yu was eager to find the next opponent. Su Yuhong remained silent but started to speculate on Shin Chen's thoughts. She found the situation peculiar. If Zhao Shang is taken care of, then the next target, no matter from which angle, should be that person, right? Su Yuhong's eyes lit up at the thought. She considered this speculation the most plausible. Shin Chen cleared his throat lightly. Although the situation was resolved with the help of these people, it didn't mean they were completely safe. There were still many security risks. At least, that person had not been dealt with yet. Our next target is Lin Zhonghu. Shin Chen looked at everyone and made his intentions clear. After Shin Chen's words, the others around him were furious. That's right, Lin Zhonghu is truly annoying, we can't let him off. Of course, together we can surely handle him, right? So, what are we waiting for? Let's act quickly and take him down while he's vulnerable. At this moment, everyone was eager to take action. They didn't foresee any problems and were even excited about it. Perhaps they could really get rid of Lin Zhonghu now. Some of them had been troubled by him before. Thinking about this, they all turned to Shin Chen. However, Shin Chen felt there was no rush. No, let's not go after Lin Zhonghu for now. His main target is me. As long as you don't provoke him, he won't bother you. Shin Chen's words made everyone realize the situation. It seemed to be true. Sun Ting, however, looked worriedly at Shin Chen. And what about you? What will you do? Shin Chen remained calm in the face of Sun Ting's concern. I'll take it step by step. You don't need to worry about me. I still have a trump card. Shin Chen's killer move is the system that makes him stronger when he rests. Of course, Shin Chen would not reveal this fact. In front of Shin Chen, the people around all looked at him in unison. Why would they say such things out of the blue? Thinking about this, Shin Chen waved his hand. Let's not think about it for now. I have something to attend to. Shin Chen bid farewell to the others, and they also left one by one. Damn it, Shin Chen, how dare you hang up on my call? If you die, then I. Lin Qingsno bit her lip, looking unhappy. Let's not dwell on other matters for now. But at this moment, Lin Qingsno felt more and more upset as she looked. Just as Lin Qingsno was about to say something, a voice suddenly sounded in front of her. What are you going to do? This voice sounded very familiar. Following the gaze, the person standing in front of Lin Qingsno was none other than Shin Chen she had mentioned before. Shin Chen, how? Lin Qingsno looked at Shin Chen, pointed her finger, opened her mouth, wanting to say something, But at this moment, Lin Qingsno found herself at a loss for words. Shin Shen, on the other hand, remained calm. Why wouldn't I be fine and standing here intact? Shin Shen said, and Lin Qingsno nodded like a chick pecking at grains. Yeah, why? Lin Qingsno subconsciously said along with Shin Shen's words. As Lin Qingsno uttered these words, Shin Shen found it more and more interesting. Actually, didn't I say that I would be fine? Don't you believe me? The Zhao family has already surrendered to me. Shin Shen's words surprised Lin Qingsno. What do you mean, the Zhao family surrendered to you? How is that possible? It must be noted that the Zhao family is a force in the third tier of Suzhou City. Although they were severely damaged by Shin Shen before. But even a sparrow is small, it has all 5 internal organs. A thin camel is still bigger than a horse. So in this situation, how could they be too weak? Thinking of this, Lin Qingsno's understanding of Shin Shen reached a new level. By the way, what about Lin Zhonghu? Lin Qingsno looked at Shin Shen, curious. As Lin Qingsno spoke, Shin Shen waved his hand. Lin Zhonghu didn't come. Moreover, in the situation just now, how could Lin Zhonghu possibly come? If Lin Zhonghu did come, it wouldn't be a bad thing for Shin Shen. It would be a good opportunity to take down Lin Zhonghu. At this moment, Lin Qingsno sighed, what a pity. But, what should we do next? Lin Qingsno lamented that she wouldn't get her reward. Shin Shen, of course, didn't know what Lin Qingsno was thinking. However, in Shin Shen's view, it would be better to catch Lin Zhonghu quickly. Otherwise, letting the tiger return to the mountain would lead to future troubles. Thinking of this, Shin Shen gazed ahead, feeling more and more excited. I suspect Lin Zhonghu won't give up so easily, he must be plotting something, Shin Shen said, and soon his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was the female bodyguard next to Ding Mei. Shin Shen answered and heard the bodyguard's urgent voice on the other end. Chairman, something big is happening, we've run into an ambush. There are a lot of people here, they are too powerful, we are no match for them at all. What? How could this happen? Shin Shen didn't expect that the thing he was most worried about would actually happen. Shin Shen, what's wrong? Lin Qingsno asked anxiously, looking at Shin Shen. It seemed that something had happened on Shin Shen's side. Although Lin Qingsno didn't know what had happened, she felt that she could at least help a little now, which was actually good. Shin Shen pondered for a moment. Actually, there was nothing wrong in telling Lin Qingsno about this matter. With a sigh, Shin Shen said, it's nothing, just... Shin Shen briefly explained the situation to Lin Qingsno. It was necessary to clarify that Ding Mei had been taken away. Therefore, this kind of thing was unavoidable. Rest for 5 minutes, increase the strength of your hands. Another reward? Well, that's not bad. In Shin Shen's opinion, at least now there was some guarantee in saving people in the past. Lin Qingsno took out her phone and made a call beside Shin Shen. Hello, okay, when you get there, don't act rashly, wait for my message at any time. After saying this, Lin Qingsno turned to look at Shin Shen. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Don't just stand there, let's get going. After Lin Qingsno finished speaking, Shin Shen snapped out of it. Well, Lin Qingsno wasn't angry. For Shin Shen, this was perhaps the best news. So, Shin Shen and Lin Qingsno got into the Bugatti Veyron 16. For grand sport they test together and sped off directly towards their destination. Lin Qingsno thought of something in her heart and turned to look at Shin Shen. Are you and that girl in a romantic relationship? After Lin Qingsno finished speaking, she stared at Shin Shen intently. What's going on? It's already this time, why is Lin Qingsno asking Shin Shen such a question out of the blue? After careful consideration, Shin Shen nodded. Yes, she's very beautiful, possibly even more beautiful than you. Shin Shen felt that at this point, he could only speak the truth. As for what Lin Qingsno was thinking, that was not something Shin Shen could control. At this moment, Lin Qingsno rolled her eyes at Shin Shen. How is that possible? How many girls are more beautiful than me? Hurry up and speed up, I want to see just how beautiful the girl you mentioned really is. What's going on? Shin Shen stared blankly at Lin Qingsno beside him, opened his mouth as if to say something. But at this moment, Shin Shen didn't know where to start. Lin Qingsno's thought process was completely different from others. However, for now, Shin Shen decided not to dwell on this matter. First, drive, and no matter what, rescue the person first. At this moment, at Tianping Real Estate, Lin Zhonghu stood there, looking around proudly. What's wrong? Where are the people? Come out quickly, otherwise if I catch you later, I won't be so polite. Lin Zhonghu had originally planned to team up with Zhao Shang, the head of the Zhao family, to directly take down Shin Shen. But before Lin Zhonghu could go, he learned that there were people from the Sun family, the War God Temple, and even spies from the Zhao family. And later on, it turned out that there were even undercover agents in the Zhao family. Fortunately, Lin Zhonghu didn't go over. If he had gone, he would probably have been taken down by now, right? However, at this moment, Lin Zhonghu didn't think about these things. Seeing this, Lin Zhonghu smiled triumphantly. This kid, he's doomed. I'm now holding his woman hostage. I don't believe he won't come. After saying this, the people around Lin Zhonghu also laughed. Brother Hu, your methods are truly superb. Dealing with this kid is a piece of cake, isn't it? Exactly, Shin-chan is too arrogant. We should strike now and show him the consequences of crossing us. Makes sense, absolutely makes sense. This time, he's as good as dead. The people around couldn't help but chime in. Clearly, there was no doubt about it. Lin Zhonghu raised his head in response. Of course, if I want to deal with him, does he think he can escape? To Lin Zhonghu, this seemed utterly impossible. So, they could just wait here now. Humph, even if Shin-chan brings his people here. I've carefully observed this place, there's no problem getting out unscathed. After Lin Zhonghu finished speaking, those around him finally relaxed. Stop, don't run. At that moment, one of Lin Zhonghu's men suddenly shouted. Looking over, they noticed someone trying to flee not far away. Among them was a woman, looking innocent and lovely. Even Lin Zhonghu couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. You're Shin-chan's woman? Lin Zhonghu asked Ding Mei, out of the blue. For some reason, when she heard the words Shin-chan's woman, Ding Mei's cheeks inexplicably flushed. Thinking of how good Shin-chan had been to her, Ding Mei glared at Lin Zhonghu with anger. Give up. I will never betray Shin-chan no matter what. If you dare, go ahead and kill me. Hearing Ding Mei's words, Lin Zhonghu found it quite amusing. It was intriguing coming from Ding Mei. Looking at her, Lin Zhonghu couldn't help but applaud. Ding Mei was indeed quite interesting. However, Lin Zhonghu directly stated, rest assured, although I've done many wrongs, I am a man of my word. I won't trouble you as long as Shin-chan comes. Lin Zhonghu's words relieved Ding Mei. But the next moment, Lin Zhonghu continued, however, if Shin-chan dares to play tricks, don't blame me for being ruthless towards you. Lin Zhonghu said directly, his face showing a hint of ferocity. As he spoke, he approached Ding Mei. Just then, a voice came from not far away. The one you're looking for is me, let her go. Lin Zhonghu found the voice extremely familiar. Excited, he licked his lips. Turning around, Lin Zhonghu looked at Shin-chan not far away. You finally came. I thought you wouldn't dare. Good, now that you're here, let's settle our scores once and for all. Lin Zhonghu finished speaking and accelerated towards Shin-chan. Shin-chan waved his hand, telling his bodyguards, ensure her safety, I'll deal with this person. Shin-chan then stepped forward to face Lin Zhonghu. At that moment, Shin-chan suddenly made a move. Lin Zhonghu did the same. Initially prepared to swiftly defeat Shin-chan, Lin Zhonghu realized that Shin-chan was much stronger than he had imagined. This unexpected strength made him wary. In this situation, Lin Zhonghu furrowed his brow slightly. Although caught off guard by the turn of events, it wasn't the worst-case scenario yet. Lin Zhonghu looked up at Shin-chan and made his move once again. Your strength surprises me, but it's not enough yet. Looking ahead, Lin Zhonghu spoke directly at this moment. After speaking, Lin Zhonghu made a quick move. His moves were known for their dominance and fierceness. However, Shin-chan had no worries in his heart. Seeing this, a faint smile appeared on Shin-chan's face. Since that's the case, don't blame me for what comes next. After Shin-chan finished speaking, he made his move without hesitation. Compared to Lin Zhonghu, Shin-chan might lack experience, but now he had strengthened his power significantly, completely compensating for his shortcomings. Therefore, Shin-chan could now say that he was no weaker than Lin Zhonghu. Lin Zhonghu, stop right there. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded from behind. Hearing this, Lin Zhonghu looked into the distance and saw an officer approaching quickly. This made Lin Zhonghu feel a bit uneasy. How could this be? If he was caught by the officer, wouldn't all his efforts be in vain? Lin Zhonghu gritted his teeth and looked at Shin-chan. I didn't expect you to call the officer. You, breaking the rules. What does this have to do with breaking the rules? Shin-chan looked innocent and didn't bother to explain. In fact, no matter how much Shin-chan said, it wouldn't change anything. I see you're afraid. Shin-chan's words might have hit a nerve with Lin Zhonghu. By the time Lin Qingsno arrived, Lin Zhonghu had already left with his men. Why didn't you catch him? Lin Qingsno asked Shin-chan anxiously. This made Shin-chan feel helpless. He did want to catch him, but the opponent's methods were too powerful. Forcing a capture might not be a good idea for Shin-chan. So, in Shin-chan's view, it wasn't worth it. Forget it, as long as the person is rescued, it's fine. Lin Qingsno turned to Ding Mei. Ding Mei's beautiful eyes met Lin Qingsno's gaze. This officer lady was really pretty. Lin Qingsno was slightly stunned. I didn't expect your judgment of people to be quite accurate. This girl's looks are almost as good as mine. Lin Qingsno said, leaving Shinshan unsure how to respond. However, Lin Qingsno instructed her men, hurry, let's continue the pursuit and make sure to bring the person back. What's going on? Lin Qingsno is going after Lin Zhonghu? Shinshan felt like this mission was likely to fail. Not because he wanted it to, but because the situation seemed too overwhelming. However, at the moment, these events didn't seem to have much impact. Shinshan wasn't here to catch Lin Zhonghu, he was just here to make sure Ding Mei was safe. Ding Mei, are you okay? Shinshan asked Ding Mei subconsciously. Ding Mei shook her head, I'm fine. Great, since Ding Mei was fine, Shinshan could relax. Shinshan then looked at his bodyguards. You all did well. Starting this month, everyone's basic salary will be increased by 1,000. Hearing about the raise, the bodyguards were very happy, although they maintained a stoic expression. Serving the chairman is our honor, they said, and Shinshan nodded. Afterwards, I will arrange for more bodyguards to ensure the safety here and alleviate everyone's pressure, Shinshan said, and the bodyguards nodded in agreement. Such an arrangement was indeed the best. Ding Mei looked at Shinshan, her face filled with gratitude. In fact, if it weren't for Shinshan, Ding Mei wouldn't have known what to do now. However, compared to the current situation, the most important thing next was to properly resolve this matter. Just as he was thinking, Shinshan's phone rang. It was a call from Huang Bieha, informing Shinshan of an important discovery on their end. Shinshan, if you have something to attend to, go ahead, Ding Mei said. I can handle things here myself. Upon hearing Ding Mei's words, Shinshan nodded. Since Ding Mei had said so, Shinshan decided to go deal with the matters directly. Alright, I'll take my leave. Please be extra careful here, Shinshan said to Ding Mei. Looking around, Shinshan saw Lin Qingsno outside and decided to increase the manpower here. Even if Lin Zhonghu was foolish, he wouldn't dare to come back. Therefore, for now, Shinshan could relax a bit about the safety here. Seeing this, Shinshan breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, things here are finally resolved, Shinshan said, relieved. However, Shinshan couldn't help but feel curious. Why was Huang Bieha not staying put and wandering around instead? Moreover, Huang Bieha had mentioned that the matter was urgent. Shinshan pondered silently, ruling out insufficient funds as a reason since Huang Bieha could have informed him directly. Therefore, it was likely that something unexpected had occurred. After careful consideration, Shinshan felt that this possibility was quite high. But the question remained, who had Huang Bieha encountered that he couldn't handle? Unable to figure it out, Shinshan quickened his pace. Regardless, once he arrived, he would naturally find out what was going on. Before long, Shinshan encountered Huang Bieha, who looked serious, lost in thought. Shinshan arrived and saw Huang Bieha lounging lazily there. Lao Huang, what are you doing? Some knew that this place had just been taken over by Shinshan, while others thought it had already been turned into a refugee camp. The people here were lounging lazily, looking quite comfortable. However, Huang Bieha suddenly perked up upon seeing Shinshan. Shinshan, you finally arrived. I've been waiting for you for a while, Huang Bieha said, clearly eager. With Huang Bieha's words, Shinshan became curious. Waiting for me for what? Shinshan didn't think Huang Bieha needed to wait for him here. Nevertheless, Shinshan looked at Huang Bieha, sensing that he had something to tell him. As expected, Huang Bieha then took something out. I found this when searching with my men here earlier. I don't know why, but my intuition tells me it's important, so I brought it to show you, Huang Bieha said, showing Shinshan a badge. Shinshan examined it closely and suddenly froze in realization. I know this symbol. Shinshan's words surprised Huang Bieha. What, you know? This piqued Huang Bieha's curiosity, as he thought Shinshan might have some knowledge about it. But now, when Huang Bieha heard Shinshan say this, he was also very curious. Where did this badge come from? By the way, where is this badge from? Huang Bieha asked subconsciously as he looked at it. Shinshan muttered to himself as he looked at the badge in his hand. This design is from the Temple of the God of War. As the leader of the Temple of the God of War, how could he not recognize the badge in his hand? The pattern engraved on it is a Xuanwu emblem. While Baihu is Huangyu and Zhuke is Su Yuhong, the emblem of Xuanwu represents another guardian of the Temple of the God of War, Blue Sky Tyrant. However, what Shinshan did not know was whether there was any connection between them. Now, it seems that he can only ask Su Yuhong and Huangyu about it. Is it safe here? Shinshan was not sure if there was any danger here, so it was better to ask Huang Bieha next to him. Huang Bieha waved his hand. Safe, very safe. What's wrong? Do you want to call someone over for a meal? Even if you rock out here, no one will disturb you, I guarantee. Huang Bieha's demeanor clearly showed that he had completely adapted to the environment here. However, Shinshan didn't think much of it. It's good that Huang Bieha is adapting. It would be disastrous if he didn't. Now it seems that this result might be the best. After some thought, Shinshin called Huang Yu and told him about the matter. Huang Yu replied urgently, "Okay, wait for me, I'll be right there." On Su Yuhong's side, after arranging things at the Red Sister bar, she came over directly. "By the way, when you come, remember to bring some barbecue." Shinshen said something that puzzled both sides. Huang Bieha rubbed his hands. "Shinshen, your suggestion is great. If possible in the future, can we arrange all meetings here?" After Huang Bieha finished speaking, Shinshen carefully considered it. It seemed fine to have meetings here. "Sure, that's fine." Shinshen looked at Huang Bieha, who was eagerly waiting, and waved his hand. "Rest for 20 minutes and gain the skill of divine-level barbecue." Seeing this message, Shinshen smiled slightly. "Do we have any barbecue ingredients here? Let's grill some to eat first." Huang Bieha arranged for it, and they had everything they needed here. Shinshen started grilling, and soon a rich aroma filled the air. The people around were all a bit surprised. "I didn't expect the boss to not only be powerful but also have such excellent barbecue skills." "Exactly, just smelling that aroma makes my mouth water. Is it ready yet? I feel like we can start eating." Now, those around them were all looking over with expectant expressions. For them, what they were seeing now seemed quite good. As for Shinshen, he took the freshly grilled food over. "Try it first." Shinshen had just mastered this skill and wasn't sure how it turned out. So for now, he could only use these people as guinea pigs. But it seemed like these guinea pigs were quite happy. So, Shinshen's sense of guilt suddenly lightened a lot. "I wonder why the leader asked us to come over." Huang Yu and Su Yuhong happened to meet at the intersection and started chatting. Su Yuhong seemed to remember something and looked at Huang Yu. "Didn't you hear the leader mention old blue sky tyrant?" Su Yuhong's words made Huang Yu suddenly freeze. If that's the case, it does seem to be true. However, the others probably know the whereabouts or have some information. But alas, when it comes to Lan Tianba's side, it feels like it has suddenly disappeared for a long time. So, the two looked at each other, feeling somewhat helpless. Huang Yu looked at Su Yuhong and sighed, "But now, I'm not worried about that. I'm worried that Lao Lan has betrayed the Temple of War." "What?" As Huang Yu finished speaking, Su Yuhong found it hard to believe. Although she had thought about it, Su Yuhong didn't say anything. Now, as she looked at Huang Yu in front of her, she could feel that there was a certain possibility. Will things really turn out like this? If this matter really develops in this direction, what should the two of them do? Su Yuhong looked at Huang Yu and said directly, "If Lao Lan really betrays the Temple of War, what do you think we should do?" As Su Yuhong finished speaking, Huang Yu fell silent. If it were someone else, Huang Yu would dare to say that he would definitely put righteousness before family. However, when this person became Lan Tianba, Huang Yu couldn't bring himself to say such words. After all, they had all carried out missions together, being appointed as the four guardians of the Temple of War. Over the years, they had faced life and death together, sharing hardships. They were not relatives, but they were closer than relatives. Now, they couldn't bring themselves to act against Lan Tianba, they just couldn't do it. "Let's go in first. We don't know what's going on yet. Let's listen to the leader's arrangements." Su Yuhong waved her hand and said to Huang Yu, "Rest for 30 minutes, and then head to the Wangting Haoyuan community." "Ha?" That voice just now was a bit strange. Shinshen naturally knew about Wangting Haoyuan, a high-end residential area and also a school district. The problem was, hadn't that community not opened for sale yet? What was the situation now? Suddenly, Shinshen felt that this seemed good. Before, after resting for so long, Shinshen was only given a building. But now, after resting for just 30 minutes, he got the entire community. Was this a reward based on Shinshen's current strength improvement? However, as Shinshen thought about it carefully, he felt that this possibility was quite high. While Shinshen was still lost in thought, not far away, Huang Yu and Su Yuhong had already arrived. Such a fragrant smell. "Leader, are you having a barbecue here?" Huang Yu couldn't help but salivate, the smell was simply too enticing. Su Yuhong, on the other hand, wasn't particularly fond of these things, but looking at the golden chicken wings in front of her, Su Yuhong couldn't help but have the urge to try them. "Let's eat together. Whatever the matter is, we can discuss it while eating." Shinshen waved his hand, saying so. Hearing Shinshen's words, everyone couldn't help but feel hungry. They nodded one after another and started tasting the barbecue in front of them. Shinshen then took out a badge. This was found by Huang Bieha before. "Take a look. Is it from Lan Tianba's guardians?" Shinshen said, and Huang Yu took it and examined it. After looking at it, Huang Yu furrowed his brows slightly. "It seems like it really is Lao Lan's?" Su Yuhong nodded, "Definitely. In fact, we have also discovered Lan Tianba's whereabouts during this time, and it seems like he's nearby." So, Su Yuhong had intended to tell Shinshen about this matter. but in the end, she didn't. Shinshen nodded. Yes, actually, I plan to have everyone enter secret training because our future opponents are getting stronger. So, we have to be prepared. After Shinshen finished speaking, Huang Yu and Su Yuhong had no objections. After all, this was the best way to arrange things. Su Yuhong seemed to have an idea and looked at Shinshen. The current arrangement is fine, but it's best to have our own secret base. I wonder if the leader has a better plan. Su Yuhong asked Shinshen directly. Huang Yu was also in agreement. If this matter wasn't handled properly, it would indeed be difficult in the end. However, Shinshen waved his hand. It's simple, I've arranged everything at the Wangting Haohui. When Shinshen said this, it clearly shocked everyone around him. Even when they looked at Shinshen, they showed expressions of disbelief. Wangting Haohui, what kind of place was that? An absolutely high-end residential area, very quiet. But if a building or two were rented here, it could work. However, there was still a risk of exposure. Su Yuhong and Huang Yu exchanged glances and felt it was acceptable. But at this moment, Huang Beihao was a bit unhappy. If it's placed there, it's better to put it on my side so that we can help anytime. Huang Beihao's suggestion was not bad. However, Shinshen smiled. It's too far from here, there's no sense of life, and if I need their help, they won't be able to come quickly. You can train personnel here, but they can't. Is that so? Huang Beihao just thought it would be boring with fewer people on this side. But since Shinshen had said so, there was no problem. Well, if that's the case, then I'm fine. Huang Beihao was fine, but Huang Yu and Su Yuhong had a big problem. They didn't know what the situation was here. As for Shinshen, he looked at the two and said directly, rest assured, no one will disturb Wangting Haohui, because that place is all mine. Shinshen took out his phone, showed Su Yuhong and Huang Yu the picture he had just received. They both took a deep breath, even finding it hard to believe. Leader, the entire Wangting Haohui is yours, how did you manage that? Su Yuhong asked. Our war god temple doesn't have that much money. To buy the entire Wangting Haohui, you need tens of billions, it's impossible without that. Moreover, buying the entire Wangting Haohui was also a show of strength. Just this alone showed how difficult it was. However, Shinshen didn't care about these things. Don't think too much, let's see if everyone is willing first. If everyone wasn't willing, then Shinshen's efforts here would be meaningless. So now, Shinshen looked at the people in front of him. They all nodded eagerly. Great, this is amazing. Yes, we don't even need to think about this, being able to enter Wangting Haohui is like a dream come true. At this rate, even if we dance inside, no one will bother us, right? With everyone around looking excitedly ahead, they were all talking animatedly. After all, this kind of thing, to be precise, is just a place for training. Of course, if you want to dance here, it's absolutely not allowed. So in Shinshen's eyes, deep down, Shinshen didn't really feel worried at all. Just seeing this, a smile crept up on Shinshen's lips. This matter has been arranged. So next, our next step is to find out about Blue Sky Tyrant. After all, no matter what, Blue Sky Tyrant is also a member of the War God Temple. So Shinshen would never abandon Blue Sky Tyrant. Since there is this opportunity now, for Shinshen, this method is definitely the most feasible. And seeing this, Shinshen was about to give orders. But the next moment, someone rushed in anxiously from outside. Leader, good news, there's news about Blue Sky Tyrant's protector. What's going on? Shinshen looked at the person in front of him, frowned slightly, and suddenly asked. After Shinshen finished speaking, the person briefly explained what he knew. Leader, we received information that someone suspected to be Blue Sky Tyrant's protector is being chased by other forces. What? How could this happen? There's no time to worry about that now. If it's true, then the situation is not good. Anyway, no matter what's going on, we absolutely cannot let the protector be harmed. Let's all go check it out quickly, Shinshen said, and the others got excited too. Huang Yu clenched his fists, gritted his teeth, and said, damn, I want to see who dares to touch even old Blue. Su Yuhong said the same, big brother Blue, you have to hold on. Huang Beihao also wanted to join in, after all, this kind of momentum indicates a big scene. But how could Shinshen not know what Huang Beihao wanted to do? So when Shinshen looked at Huang Beihao, he directly said, Lao Huang, you stay here. Let Huang Beihao stay behind? For some reason, Huang Beihao felt so unwilling in his heart. Looking at Shinshen, Huang Beihao wanted to say something. But at this moment, Shinshen said very seriously, Lao Huang, remember your identity, it's very important right now. If you leave and this place is destroyed by someone else, what will we do? Huang Beihao looked around, isn't this just a warehouse? What's so important here? Huang Beihao couldn't help but want to complain. But now, seeing Shinshen's serious expression, the words that were about to come out of his mouth ultimately remained unsaid. As for Shinshen, he looked like he had succeeded in his plan. Alright, let's not dwell on this, let's go quickly. With that, Shinshen, accompanied by Huang Yu and Su Yuhong, headed directly towards their location. At this moment, in the misty forest, dangers abound. In the midst of the misty forest stands a man with a long beard, looking somewhat absent-minded. This man is Blue Sky Tyrant. But now, Blue Sky Tyrant looked around, a hint of anger in his eyes. If you keep following me, I won't be polite. As Blue Sky Tyrant spoke, many people gathered in front of him. And at this moment, one of them tightly gripped a blade in his hand, his eyes flashing with a hint of ruthlessness as he looked at Blue Sky Tyrant. Humph, you killed our young master, and now you dare to speak arrogantly? Our master has said, no matter what, we will not show mercy to you, attack. After speaking, these people moved forward, intending to make a move against Blue Sky Tyrant. On the face of Lan Tianba, there was no trace of panic at all. On the contrary, he seemed to be strolling here casually. Humph, you're looking for death. The closest person to Lan Tianba, holding a sharp blade, aimed a slash at Lan Tianba's thigh. However, before his blade could touch Lan Tianba directly lifted him with one hand and threw him away. With a bang, the man fell down, lifeless. The surrounding people were shocked by this terrifying display of power. What are you all standing around for? Attack, kill him, the clan leader will reward handsomely. Following the leader's words, the initially hesitant crowd regained their fighting spirit and attacked again. At this moment, Lan Tianba seemed indifferent as he looked in their direction. He didn't care much about these people. However, facing so many armed individuals while he was unarmed put Lan Tianba at a disadvantage. So, Lan Tianba looked around and broke off 2 branches from a tree. Then, he turned and fiercely struck one of the men with a branch in his hand. The branches were not very hard, but in Lan Tianba's hands, they acted like long whips, leaving severe marks on the man's body. The man screamed in pain. Lan Tianba didn't stop. Humph, weren't you all very arrogant just now? Come on, try me again. Lan Tianba continued to strike. In front of Lan Tianba, the people around him couldn't bring themselves to attack anymore. The recent events were still vivid in their minds. Even if they were foolish, they could see how strong Lan Tianba was. Retreat! The leader gestured for his men to back off. Staying here with Lan Tianba's strength would only lead to their demise. It was wiser to retreat now than to face certain defeat. However, Lan Tianba was spirited. Wait, did I say you could leave? With those words, Lan Tianba threw the branches in his hand. Several people who couldn't escape in time were hit by the branches and fell to the ground. Others were astonished. Such terrifying methods, his combat power is overwhelming. Indeed, what should we do now? Since we can't escape anyway, let's just fight them head-on. The people around them were discussing fervently. Clearly, this was what they felt compelled to do at the moment. Lan Tianba sneered at their resolve. Humph, you think you can take me on? Fine, then I'll deal with all of you at once. Lan Tianba's words dripped with arrogance. As he finished speaking, his movements showed no sign of relaxation. Before Lan Tianba, those people couldn't hold on and fell one by one. After dealing with the last person, Lan Tianba laughed heartily. Ha, I told you, no one is my match. While Lan Tianba was still speaking, a large group of people approached from a distance. Among them were Shinshen, Su Yuhong, Huang Yu, and others. Especially those who had just joined the Temple of War were visibly startled by the scene. The extent of this incident was undoubtedly beyond their expectations. Upon seeing this, Shinshen waved his hand. Su Yuhong, Huang Yu, stay behind his guardians, everyone else step back 50 paces. This strength is too formidable. Huang Yu, seeing this, instinctively remarked, especially with this kind of strength, I feel it's even stronger than before. Hearing Huang Yu's words, Su Yuhong beside him also agreed. So, what should be done now? At this moment, Shinshen waved his hand. Let's not talk so much, let's attack together. Take him down first and then we'll see. Regardless, the current Blue Sky Tyrant seemed a bit peculiar. So, take him down first, then consider other matters. Besides, even if something is said to Blue Sky Tyrant now, he wouldn't listen. Huang Yu and Su Yuhong nodded, flanking from both sides, they began to attack Blue Sky Tyrant. Leader, be careful, Blue Sky Tyrant is known for the absolute defense of the War God Temple. It's not that simple. After hearing Su Yuhong's words, Shinshen looked up at Blue Sky Tyrant. This posture doesn't seem like something that can be easily resolved. Anyway, for now, let's not dwell on other things, let's just act directly. Thinking this, Shinshen's speed increased, and in the blink of an eye, he swiftly arrived. Facing Shinshen, Blue Sky Tyrant looked quite pleased. Humph, your strength is indeed much stronger than those people. But unfortunately, you are still not my match. After Blue Sky Tyrant finished speaking, he threw a punch at Su Yuhong and Huang Yu. Perhaps because the two couldn't bring themselves to attack Blue Sky Tyrant, it resulted in them being unable to make a move. Shinshen, however, saw the key to the situation. It was Shinshen who, looking ahead, smiled faintly. "Don't worry, leave this person to me." When Shinshen said this, it felt refreshing for Blue Sky Tyrant. "Even they are not my match, let alone you?" After Blue Sky Tyrant finished speaking, he quickly made a move. Huang Yu couldn't believe it, old Blue has become so strong after all these years of not seeing him. Su Yuhong also thought so, but when she looked at Blue Sky Tyrant, she felt something was amiss. "Haven't you noticed, Big Brother Blue seems off? His demeanor doesn't seem particularly clear." When Su Yuhong said this, Huang Yu felt even more strange. "Is that so?" Huang Yu didn't notice it before, but now that he has seen it, he realized it. "You're right, I always feel like he's very afraid of something." Behind them, others also spoke up upon seeing this. "Is Blue Guardian's strength so formidable that he always seems worried and fearful? Do you think Blue Guardian might be poisoned? If that's the case, then the possibility is quite high. What should we do now?" With everyone looking at each other, their gaze fell on Blue Sky Tyrant in front of them. Meanwhile, Shinshen dodged left and right, in a situation where no one could overpower the other. "Control the crane, capture the dragon." Shinshen seized the opportunity, changing his fist into a claw, directly grabbing Blue Sky Tyrant's hand. Blue Sky Tyrant, on the other hand, formed a fist with his other hand and struck directly at Shinshen's head. The posture seemed as if he didn't take these matters seriously at all. Shinshen remembered what someone in the crowd had said earlier. It seems he is indeed poisoned, and this toxin is quite severe. If not treated promptly, there might be a risk to his life. Shinshen said, and the crowd was visibly anxious. "We can't continue like this, we must ensure nothing happens to Blue Guardian. Yes, let's go together. No matter what, we must take him down first and then figure it out. But the problem is, Blue Guardian is not in his right mind now, he doesn't even recognize us," the people around said as they looked at Blue Tyrant. Huang Yu gritted his teeth. "No, I'll give it another try." However, Su Yuqing waved her hand. "Don't act impulsively. Acting recklessly won't help us take down Brother Blue, it will only make our leader appear passive." After Su Yuqing finished speaking, not far away, Shinshen swiftly made a move towards a distance. Blue Tyrant, on the other hand, became interested. "I didn't expect your strength to be this strong. Interesting, but now, I think I'll just take care of you directly," Blue Tyrant said, raising his hand and throwing a punch at Shinshen. At this moment, Shinshen felt that his Wing Chun explosive power was not as strong. Although Shinshen had reached the level of a Wing Chun Grandmaster, there were some things that simply couldn't be avoided. For example, Shinshen's explosive power was not that strong. So now, he could only respond with his best moves. Wing Chun? Blue Tyrant was intrigued and intended to continue playing with Shinshen. However, Shinshen didn't have such intentions. Seeing Blue Tyrant like this, Shinshen moved swiftly, without a word, and suddenly threw a fierce punch towards Blue Tyrant's chest. This time, Blue Tyrant in front of Shinshen blacked out and fell directly. "That was fast," someone couldn't help but comment. However, Shinshen didn't think much of it. "Now, take him away," Shinshen gestured to the people beside him. Others nodded, supporting Blue Tyrant and preparing to leave. However, they were still somewhat worried. Although they didn't know Blue Tyrant's condition at the moment, what if he woke up later? Meanwhile, Shinshen seemed to have noticed something and said, "Don't worry, he won't wake up for at least an hour." Shinshen had been careful with his attack just now, so he was confident. Upon hearing Shinshen's words, the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Shinshen's face. "Get a doctor here immediately, we must ensure Blue Guardian is safe. It's crucial for the War God Temple to regroup that these key members can gather. If they can't come together, it won't be enough." At this moment, Shinshen didn't seem to worry about anything. After observing for a while, Shinshen felt more and more satisfied. "Now that we've found Blue Guardian, we only need one more Guardian to reassemble our War God Temple. I just wonder about the extent of Blue Guardian's injuries." After Shinshen finished speaking, the others couldn't help but sigh. Ultimately, this matter was giving them a headache. It seemed that only by healing Blue Tyrant could they understand everything. "Doctor, how is he?" Shinshen asked nervously, looking ahead. The others were equally anxious. At the moment, they still didn't know the situation here. However, upon seeing the scene, an elderly man with white hair sighed helplessly. "Leader, to be honest, this poison is incurable." "What?" As the old man finished speaking, everyone present widened their eyes. After all, such a situation was undoubtedly causing them some distress. Seeing this, the others were puzzled. "What should we do? How can Blue Guardian's injury be incurable?" "Doctor, no matter the cost, you must cure Guardian Lon. Exactly, if Guardian Land's injuries are not treated properly, our war god temple will always lack a crucial support. As others finished speaking, the elderly man sighed. It wasn't that he didn't want to help, but the difficulty of the task was immense. Doctor, please speak your mind. Shin Shen, sensing the old man's hesitation, gestured for him to continue. Others also looked on intently. Clearly, this turn of events caught them off guard. The elderly man then spoke. The poison afflicting Guardian Lan is called the poison of 100 insects, a blend of toxins from 100 different insects. My abilities are limited. I could probably neutralize 30 to 40 of them, but the rest. As the elderly man finished, the others were taken aback. They had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point. After a moment of silence, the others grew anxious. They had hoped that finding Guardian Lan would strengthen the War God Temple, but now, things had taken a different turn. This only added to their growing unease. What should be done now? The others found themselves in a dilemma. Huang Yu gritted his teeth and said, I want to know who is responsible for turning old Lan into this state. If I find out, I won't let them off. The others nodded in agreement. However, Su Yuhong interjected, Huang Yu, is it really helpful to speak like this now? We are all anxious, but this approach won't solve the problem. Huang Yu calmed down slightly at Su Yuhong's words. Indeed, it seemed she was right. But with Guardian Lan in this state and the culprit unknown, what should be done next? The others were at a loss. Shin Shen then smiled, whoever did this must have a deep grudge against our War God Temple or Guardian Lan. Do any of you know someone with such capabilities? Shin Shen believed that since they were unsure how to cure the poison, they should approach the situation from a different angle. Consequently, the others began analyzing the situation. Huang Yu, visibly angry, said, It must be them, the Five Venom sect, they are definitely involved in this. As Huang Yu spoke, the others nodded in agreement. However, Su Yuhong shook her head, No, I don't think it's the Five Venom sect. The poison afflicting Brother Lan is the poison of 100 insects, and the Five Venom sect doesn't seem capable of creating such a toxin. The once eager group suddenly grew calmer upon hearing her words. It seemed she might be right. But if that was the case, did the trail end here? Where should they start investigating now? The group was perplexed. Shin Shen shook his head, No, you might be looking at this the wrong way. This person may not be a poison expert, but they hold a deep grudge against our War God Temple and Guardian Lan. After Shin Shen's words, the group exchanged glances, suddenly thinking of a certain individual. It must be Lin Zhonghu, that guy had a history with us, and his brother Lin Zhongbao, I wonder where he's been lately. Wait a minute, wasn't Lin Zhongbao taken away by the police, or did the leader personally hand him over to the police? If that's the case, then there shouldn't be a problem, but most likely this matter is still related to Lin Zhonghu. If that's really the case, then everything falls into place. Shin Shen felt frustrated, as if at a crucial moment, the clues suddenly disappeared. Such a feeling was undoubtedly very uncomfortable. As for what to do now, it was quite perplexing. Boss, you're really amazing, coming up with this method to deal with them. At this moment, by Lin Zhonghu's side, one of his subordinates raised his thumb in admiration towards Lin Zhonghu. Other subordinates also praised Lin Zhonghu one after another. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Lin Zhonghu waved his hand dismissively. That guy is indeed formidable. I had to put in some effort to deal with him back then, but fortunately, he fell victim to the poison I administered. I don't believe he has a way out. The people from the Temple of War have an irreconcilable feud with us. We will settle scores with them sooner or later. Seeing this, a fiery light flickered in Lin Zhonghu's eyes. The others around Lin Zhonghu nodded in agreement. The words spoken were not wrong, they had already fully realized it. Even now, these people were eager to try, but they were curious about what Lin Zhonghu intended to do now. Boss, where are we going? One of the subordinates looked at Lin Zhonghu curiously and asked. As this subordinate finished speaking, the others around also turned to look at Lin Zhonghu. In fact, they didn't fully understand this matter. At this moment, Lin Zhonghu suddenly spoke as he looked ahead. The final herb for the 100 insect poison is in this mountain. If we want to defeat the Temple of War, we need to re-enter this place. After Lin Zhonghu finished speaking, the others' eyes lit up with indescribable excitement. As long as I successfully control the resources here, the people from the Temple of War will be firmly under my control. By then, even if they have extraordinary abilities, it will be of no avail. Rest for 25 minutes and gain divine medical skills. At this moment, something seemed to penetrate Shin Shen's mind. The more Shin Shen looked at it, the more incredulous he felt. Closing his eyes and pondering all this, Shin Shen felt as if the professional medical knowledge was emerging in his mind. Especially now, when Shin Shen looked at the blue sky tyrant in front of him, He knew exactly what poison he was afflicted with and how to cure it. It seems that I can't hide it anymore at this point. Shinshan looked ahead and suddenly spoke. What's going on? At this moment, others looked curiously at Shinshan. Why would Shinshan suddenly say such things out of the blue? This puzzled the others greatly. As everyone turned to look in this direction, Shinshan waved his hand. I can treat his injuries. Shinshan finished speaking, and Su Yuqing stared at Shinshan wide-eyed. Leader, are you joking? Others thought the same. In terms of martial arts alone, Shinshan's strength ranked second here, with no one daring to claim the top spot. However, in terms of medical skills, there was another formidable physician here. An elder came forward to Shinshan and said respectfully, Leader, this matter is no joke. Other people were the same. Did Shinshan find this matter amusing? Shinshan and the old man locked eyes and suddenly said, You have a serious heart condition, and also mild asthma. If we talk about other issues, you should be worried about something during this time. I wonder if I am right? After Shinshan finished speaking, the others stood there, even more dumbfounded. Nowadays, doctors are so skilled that they can just take a glance and roughly know the situation. What surprised people the most was the old man's expression of joy on his face. Leader, you are amazing. Can my condition be treated? What's going on here? You see, this old man is a highly skilled doctor in their Temple of War God. In the Temple of War God, who hasn't been treated by this doctor? When was the last time anyone saw this doctor like this? So now, the others stood there dumbfounded, marveling. As for Shinshan, he wrote down a prescription on a piece of paper and handed it to the old man. These few herbs, boil 3 bowls into one, take it morning, noon, and night, once a week, and the illness will be cured. Shinshan's words made the old man's face light up with joy. Looking at Shinshan, the old man couldn't help but exclaim, Wonderful, simply marvelous. A divine doctor, truly a divine doctor. As the old man finished speaking, at this moment, the people around watching this scene were somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Who among these two is the divine doctor? I don't know, you ask me. I ask who, up to now, I'm still utterly confused. Actually, I understand a bit better than you, I got it at first, but now, I'm lost again. With the people around saying this, in fact, Huan Yu wasn't feeling too good either. This situation, this rhythm, completely baffled everyone. What to do? Huan Yu was quite surprised. How come I didn't notice that our leader is so talented? When Huan Yu finished speaking, Su Yuhong looked at Shinshan, her face showing even more admiration. At this moment, Su Yuhong thought back to the first time she saw Shinshan. Back then, she felt that Shinshan had a unique charm about him. Now thinking back, Su Yuhong admired her own judgment even more. So, thinking about this, Su Yuhong subconsciously said, There are many things you don't know. What, many things? What does this mean? At this moment, Huan Yu turned around and curiously looked at Su Yuhong. There are many things I don't know. Are you saying that there is something between you and the leader? What's going on here? At this point, Su Yuhong's cheeks rarely blushed. Huan Yu, what nonsense are you talking about? There's nothing between me and the leader. Of course, if Su Yuhong made a drink for Shinshan, that shouldn't be a big deal, right? However, this rhythm was not as simple as making a drink. You make him a drink, and he stirs your emotions? Shinshan, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to these things but said to the crowd, Now, the situation is urgent, please prepare a silver needle for me. The memories just now, like fragments, reassembled in Shinshan's mind. Good doctor, use mine. The old man from before hurried over to Shinshan and handed him the silver needle he carried with him. You see, this was a rare opportunity. How to solve such difficult and miscellaneous illnesses. The old man before didn't even dare to think about it. But now, he could observe Shinshan up close like this. For the old man, this was indeed very good. As for Shinshan, he didn't think too much. He picked up the silver needle directly and started needling the blue sky tyrant in front of him. Shinshan's needling speed was fast, and all his movements were done in one go. Tai divine needle? The old man had heard of this technique before, but this was the first time he had encountered it. So now, he had a whole new understanding of Shinshan's abilities. The people around were too scared to speak. They couldn't understand what was happening. They just suddenly felt that their leader seemed very powerful. Since they didn't know anything, they just stood by and watched. If they didn't want an awkward silence, they could just stand by and shout 666 to show respect. There was really nothing embarrassing about it. After Shinshan quickly needled, he noticed that green substances were oozing out from where he had needled. Shinshan knew it was toxins. Others had also noticed. At this moment, Shinshan spoke up, each needle represents a type of venomous creature. Everyone started counting, and with each count, a hint of joy appeared on their faces. After all, removing the toxins from the blue sky tyrant would greatly increase their strength, which was something they were happy to see. But as they counted, they all froze. they realized there were only 99 needles. What was going on? Why was there one needle missing? At this moment, everyone looked at Shinshen with confusion and disbelief. Was Shinshen also at a loss in this situation? Leader, what's going on? Huang Yu beside him was anxious and looked at Shinshen. Huang Biaha was also the same. Shinshen, if you can treat him, do it in one go. Why leave one behind? What's the matter? Shinshen felt somewhat helpless dealing with these two. Despite that, he still explained to them, his poison comes from 100 venomous creatures. Although I can cure him, to ensure there are no hidden dangers in his body and for a complete recovery, we are missing one ingredient. After Shinshen finished speaking, everyone suddenly understood. That's why. He's about to wake up soon. If you have anything to say it quickly. After Shinshen finished, everyone gathered around. Especially Su Yuhong and Huang Yu, the two of the four guardians of the War God Temple, were the most excited. After all, the four guardians had been through thick and thin together for so long, so naturally, they were more excited than the others. Old Lon, are you okay now? Big brother Lon, are you okay? At this moment, Blue Sky Tyrant slowly opened his eyes. He still looked a bit weak. After all, Shinshen had expended quite a bit of energy with his acupuncture just now, not to mention Blue Sky Tyrant lying there. Blue Sky Tyrant opened his mouth slowly. Am I dreaming? Recalling everything, Blue Sky Tyrant felt like it was a lifetime ago. Now, he just felt grateful to be alive. It was great to see his good brother again. Huang Yu hurriedly introduced, Old Lon, let me introduce you. This is our new leader in the War God Temple, Shinshen. He's also the one who saved your life. Huang Yu was very excited as he spoke, which made Blue Sky Tyrant look at Shinshen with even more gratitude on his face. Thank you, leader, for saving my life. Blue Sky Tyrant will never forget this kindness. With these words, Shinshen waved his hand. In fact, all of this was nothing to him. After all, Shinshen himself didn't think much of it. At this moment, Su Yuhong didn't forget to ask, tell me, what exactly happened? After we separated, why has your strength improved so much now? Su Yuhong naturally knew how much Blue Sky Tyrant had suffered to enhance his strength. At this moment, Blue Sky Tyrant was deeply immersed in memories. Back then, Blue Sky Tyrant slowly spoke. For him, it was an unforgettable nightmare. As Blue Sky Tyrant recounted, everything became clearer. It turned out that when they separated, Blue Sky Tyrant delayed some people to cover everyone's retreat. Then, in the twists and turns, Blue Sky Tyrant encountered Lin Zhonghu. After that, everything became clear. Lin Zhonghu, I never expected it was him. Beside him, Huang Yu gritted his teeth, growing more excited. He had suspected the connection with Lin Zhonghu before. What he hadn't expected was that it turned out to be true. Shinshen could see everyone was anxious. However, he felt it was time to deal with some matters first. Shinshen looked ahead, a faint smile on his face. Now, all of you rest well. As for me, I want to go to Tianmong Mountain to find the final herb. What? Go to Tianmong Mountain? That place is extremely dangerous. Shinshen actually wanted to go there to find the final herb? Leader, I'll go with you. Huang Yu looked at Shinshen, looking very anxious. No wonder Shinshen hadn't mentioned what the final herb was. At this pace, finding the final herb in Tianmong Mountain undoubtedly increased the difficulty. Yes, leader, we'll go with you. Tianmong Mountain is very dangerous. Even if we go together, it may not be safe. Su Yuhong looked at Shinshen with concern and couldn't help but speak. Shinshen, of course, knew how to handle these situations. Despite knowing this, Shinshen still waved his hand. Everyone, I appreciate your kindness, but all of you have more important things to do now. After Shinshen finished speaking, everyone became serious. Leader, rest assured, we will complete the mission properly. That's right, after we resolve matters here, we will join you. In any case, leader, take care. As these people spoke, Huang Bieha approached Shinshen. Shinshen, you're going alone this time, perhaps you have your reasons. But about Tianmong Mountain, I can only say one thing, do not get involved in the conflicts of other villages. Huang Bieha said, intending to say more but hesitated. Shinshen could tell that Huang Bieha knew something. Alright, let's not say more for now, I'll leave first. As Shinshen stood up to leave, the people present began to prepare to depart. Su Yuhong then looked at Huang Bieha, do you know something? Now that the leader has left, you can tell us. What's going on? The people around looked at Huang Bieha. Suddenly, they couldn't quite understand the situation here. Others also turned to Huang Bieha. Huang Bieha sighed, well, I shouldn't have said this originally, but since you asked, I'll tell you, it's nothing much. That place is really terrifying, especially recently, there's a competition for the position of village chief, so many villages are getting involved. As Huang Bieha spoke, others could sense the underlying tension in his words. If that's really the case, wouldn't it be very dangerous? Thinking of this, these people looked ahead one after another. Since that's the case, shouldn't we hurry up and go save them now? Why did you let the leader go, can't you tell him? When Huang Yu finished speaking, Su Yuhong beside him shook her head. It's useless, even if we say it, will the leader not go? Thinking carefully, it's clear that these things are simply impossible. So, the final result remains the same. As for how it will end up, that is still unknown for now. So, from the current perspective, the best course of action is to wait and see. Don't worry, let's prepare for it when the time comes. Since that guy said so, he must have some certainty, and he has many cards up his sleeve, even I can't see through him. Huang Biehao looked ahead and suddenly said, Tianmong Mountain had just been entered, and the feeling was an indescribable sense of desolation. Not only desolation, but also a hint of coldness. Shinshen looked around, pondering what to do now. And at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Shinshen's mind. Rest for 10 minutes, obtain the Zen staff. What's going on, getting something right after entering? Even Shinshen himself was a bit puzzled about what was going on here. So, Shinshen checked and found that this Zen staff had no special purpose, palm-sized, looking somewhat ancient, but the intricate carvings on it were somewhat similar to this place. When Shinshen saw this, it was as if he suddenly thought of something. Could this Zen staff be related to Tiandang Mountain? However, this time, the system did not provide any explanation. Shinshen, like a headless fly, could only wander around trying his luck. However, Shinshen did not forget the purpose of his visit this time. He was looking for the final herb to cure Blue Sky Overlord. The environment where this herb grows is located at the mountaintop, and Shinshen had just arrived at Tianmong Mountain. So, he had to continue going up. Not long after walking, Shinshen saw two groups of people fighting not far away. One group had almost been dealt with, while the others were joyfully sharing the spoils they had obtained. Shinshen didn't intend to disturb them, but at this moment, someone had already noticed him. Who goes there? At this moment, someone suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Shinshen was considering whether to respond. But since he was already here, doing nothing wouldn't be good either. I'm here to find something, you guys carry on with your business, let's not interfere with each other. After Shinshen finished speaking, these people all looked at him in unison. Not long after, one of them, holding a stick, charged directly at Shinshen. Just before reaching Shinshen, he slightly dodged the attack. I've already said I won't disturb you, why are you still so aggressive? Shinshen felt disgusted by this. However, after Shinshen finished speaking, the people in front of him coldly smiled. Tianmong Mountain does not allow outsiders to enter at will. Since you are an outsider, you have already broken the rules, so you must die. What, just for breaking a rule, they wanted to kill Shinshen? These people were ruthless. However, Shinshen was not one to be bullied. Since you want to kill me, then before that, I'll take care of you first. At this moment, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in Shinshen's eyes. After all, these people were in the wrong from the start. Therefore, it was understandable for Shinshen to take action. However, at this moment, Shinshen suddenly remembered what Huang Biehao had told him before. It seems like old Huang must know something. But in this situation, it was not the time to dwell on these matters. Shinshen was very clear about this in his heart. But now was not the time to get entangled in this matter. The priority now was to deal with these people first, then leave this place. Thinking about this, Shinshen suddenly smiled. It's useless, no need to waste time here. Shinshen said this just to let these people know that he was not their opponent. He also hoped that these people could stay rational. After all, Shinshen had already taken care of two people and didn't want to continue being ruthless. In front of Shinshen, these people were looking at each other, talking among themselves. This guy's skills are too formidable, it's quite challenging to deal with him. Together, he's just one person, we don't need to fear him. That's right, this time, he's done for. At this moment, those around were all saying. After speaking, they rushed towards Shinshen. Shinshen looked around. There was nothing in the place he was at, except for many trees. So, Shinshen imitated the style of Blue Sky Overlord, directly tearing off two branches and holding them in his hands. Blue Sky Overlord, I'll borrow your move this time. Saying this, Shinshen tightly gripped the branches and fiercely struck one of the men. The blow landed on the man, causing a deep cut with blood gushing out. Seeing this, the surrounding people panicked. But soon, they regrouped and swiftly advanced towards Shinshen. Persisting in your wrong ways, then don't blame me. Shinshen found this move quite effective. Perhaps due to the system, Shinshen could learn a move by watching it once. Although Shinshen's execution lacked the fierce and domineering feeling of Blue Sky Overlord, swinging it around now caused chaos among the people around. I'm not afraid of you, I just don't want trouble. Since you intend to continue now, then I will accompany you to the end. When Shinshin spoke these words, at this moment, these people seemed more at ease. Let's retreat quickly, there's no point in fighting further. Yes, if we keep this up, there will be no benefits, only more casualties. It seems like we all have similar thoughts, let's retreat quickly. At this moment, as these people spoke, they all began to retreat. Shinshin felt somewhat helpless, thinking these people had more backbone, but now it seemed otherwise. However, as he observed, Shinshin suddenly realized something. If only he had interrogated someone earlier to understand the situation here. But seeing the hostility these people held towards him, Shinshin couldn't rule out the possibility of them intentionally setting him up. This possibility was quite high. Thinking about this, Shinshin didn't dwell on it. The world is vast, I'll keep heading towards the mountaintop. I won't provoke others, but if provoked, I will retaliate. Shinshin looked ahead, a hint of anger in his eyes. But at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded not far away. Help! 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 Not far away, an 18 or 19-year-old girl was shouting for help. In front of Shinshin, many people were attacking her. It seemed like she was in imminent danger. Shinya, you can't escape now. As the people around finished speaking, Shinya looked puzzled. Why are you attacking me? Shinya couldn't understand at all. But one of the people in front of Shinya, with a fierce expression on his face, didn't forget to speak to this side. Actually, you can't blame me for this. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for not joining our camp. Since we are not friends, we are enemies, so naturally, we cannot let you go. Hearing this, Shinya bit her lip lightly. Humph, you devils, executioners. You will definitely have a bad end. As Shinya spoke on this side, these people seemed indifferent. Would they really take what Shinya said seriously? The answer was definitely no. The leader, with a smug smile on his face, looked ahead and spoke here. Go ahead and speak. Who can save you in this wilderness? After the leader finished speaking, both Shinya and the people behind her looked desperate. If things were really like this, then they truly had no hope. But at that moment, not far away, a voice rang out, let them go. This voice was like music to Shinya. Shinya and the others all looked towards the distance. With a handsome appearance and a confident figure, he walked straight towards them, as if none of this could affect him. Upon seeing this, Shinya instinctively shouted, young man, please save us. As Shinya spoke, Shinshin walked forward and said, don't worry, I'm here to save you. Upon hearing Shinshin's words, for some reason, it brought a warmth to the hearts of the others. But now, it angered these people. Now, all these people turned to look at Shinshin. The leader could tell that Shinshin was not easy to deal with. So, he raised the blade in his hand and said to Shinshin, hey, kid, let me tell you, we are from the wolf tribe. It's best for you to leave if you know what's good for you, or else don't blame us for being rude. After the leader finished speaking, Shinshin found it quite amusing. You want me to leave? I will leave, wouldn't that be losing face? Besides, is the wolf tribe really that powerful? Shinshin's words felt like a slap in the face to everyone present. Even the people present were stunned. If someone had dared to say such words before, it would have surely provoked a collective attack from the wolf tribe. However, these words came from Shinshin. For some reason, it gave off a sense of carefreeness and indifference. It was as if the wolf tribe meant nothing to Shinshin. At this moment, the leader of the wolf tribe gritted his teeth and shouted, kid, I see you're looking for trouble. Get him, let him know how powerful the wolf tribe is. After the words were spoken, they started to attack Shinshin. Seeing them all coming at him, Shinshin was not worried at all. To him, these people couldn't affect him in the slightest. Be careful. Shinya shouted from the side. Everyone else was extremely nervous. After all, the people of the wolf tribe are very savage and extremely cruel. So now, they surged forward, while Shinshin was alone. It was obvious that they were very worried. Shinshin, however, remained indifferent, not feeling anything at all. Shinshin's body slightly shifted, dodging the attack directly. After doing all this, Shinshin raised his head and glanced at the person in front of him. Seeing this, Shinshin shook his head helplessly. Alas, it's a pity, you're still not enough. After Shinshin finished speaking, without another word, he directly unleashed a series of punches towards the person in front of him. As Shinshin's combination of punches landed, the person in front of him lost his breath instantly. The people around who rushed over were also puzzled. What is going on? Why do they suddenly feel caught off guard? Just as these people were thinking about what to do next, in the next moment, Shinshin continued to move forward. What wolf tribe? For me, you people are no match at all. With Shinshin's words, Shinya and the others were all dumbfounded. Did he just say that the people of the wolf tribe are no match? Others around also commented. Yes, but his fighting power is so strong, the people of the wolf tribe are like paper in front of him. Do you think if our village had such a powerful person, the people of the wolf tribe wouldn't dare to bully us anymore? That's right, let's try to recruit him and see if this handsome young man can join us. Who should go? Maybe Shinya should go, she's the most beautiful. If she goes, maybe the young man will join us because of that? At this moment, the female companions around were all clamoring. In fact, they all looked very delicate. They were all a group of girls in their 20s, with unique styles adding a touch of charm. Shinya turned to look at her many sisters, as if she had made up her mind. She came to Shinshen's side. Shinshen had already dealt with the people of the wolf tribe. For Shinya, it would indeed be very beneficial if he could join them. Young man, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, we might have lost our lives to the wolf tribe. After Shinya finished speaking, Shinshen waved his hand. No need to be so polite. Originally, Shinshen wanted to leave first. But here, Shinshen was unfamiliar with the place, so instead of leaving, he decided to gather information with them. Shinya looked at Shinshen, not knowing what to say. But Shinshen said, "Is your place far from here? I'd like to take you back first." Ah, it's truly a winding road with no end in sight, but suddenly a village appears in the darkness. Not far, just nearby, young man, follow me.